Chapter 1, Everyone's a super rich tycoon now, who's still going to be a simp? Zhongjiang, Lin family villa. Lin Chuan, wake up, don't sleep. I was wrong, I shouldn't have come to return the gift to you, don't scare me.
In his hazy state, Lin Chuan seemed to hear someone urgently calling out to him.
It was a very pleasant woman's voice. Who is it?
Lin Chuan squinted, his mind a complete mess, utterly clueless about what had happened. He tried to sit up, feeling lost and confused, and his arm unconsciously hooked around the waist of the person next to him. The next second, Lin Chuan felt his face collide with a gentle ocean.
Accompanying this was a woman's scream. Lin Chuan, what are you doing?
Li Yulan's eyes widened in shock, and in her panic, she instinctively tried to push Lin Chuan away. However, Lin Chuan's hand was still around her waist, which caused Li Yulan to lose her balance. As Lin Chuan lay down again, she was also pulled to the side and then fell heavily onto Lin Chuan.
Holy crap? What's going on here?
Lin Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. There was clearly a woman in front of him, and a very large one at that.
This section has been deleted. Lin Chuan finally realized that something was wrong. I was taking a nap at home, how come there's a woman in my house? As this thought surfaced in his mind, the next second, a strange memory surged into his heart. Holy crap, Ram, I've been transported to another world? Or did I transmigrate into the body of a villain in a novel who shares the same name as me? What the hell is this plot twist?
The merging of memories in his mind made Lin Chuan instantly aware of his situation.
He actually transmigrated into the novel he was reading, and into the body of the rich, handsome, and villainous character from the early part of the book. Is that a beaver?
Damn it, all I did was complain that the villainous young master in this book, who shares the same name as me, is an idiot. He's clearly a rich and handsome guy, but he insists on being a simp and does all sorts of stupid things to mess with the protagonist.
And he didn't even survive past chapter 100. Why did I have to time travel?
This original owner of the body has already stacked up all the simp buffs, he'll be killed by the protagonist soon.
Am I just going to be sent to his death if I transmigrate here?
Lin Chuan felt a little numb. If he were to transmigrate into the protagonist's body, he would definitely follow the original plot, show off, slap faces, win over girls, and reach the pinnacle of life.
But being transported into the body of a villain is extremely uncomfortable.
It was a nightmare start.
So, does that mean the woman lying on top of me right now is the female protagonist from the original story, Li Yulan?
When I was half asleep just now, I heard her say something about returning gifts.
Is that the scene at the very beginning of the story where the original owner was so angry at Li Yulan for returning the gifts that she fainted? Oh my god, that scared me to death.
I haven't even faced the original protagonist yet, there's still time. Lin Chuan's mind raced, and after figuring out which point in the original story this was, he breathed a sigh of relief. But his relief, unfortunately, landed in someone else's ditch. The warm, itchy sensation made Li Yulan shiver involuntarily.
This immediately snapped Li Yulan out of her daze. You scoundrel! Li Yulan screamed and scrambled off Lin Chuan in a flurry.
Her eyes were filled with tears as she stared intently at Lin Chuan, who had just sat up from the sofa.
Don't look at me like that. Who told you to stand so close to me just now?
Lin Chuan shrugged, then looked the woman up and down. With eyes like peach blossoms and a face like a rosy cloud, she was about 1.7 meters tall and looked quite tall in high heels, with a pair of long, alluring legs. The black, form-fitting tulle dress not only perfectly showcased Li Yulan's figure but also added a touch of allure.
This section has been deleted.
However, Lin Chuan wasn't particularly interested in the woman in front of him. You should know that the identity he transmigrated into is that of the eldest son and heir of the Lin family, one of the three major families in Zhanghai City. He is a legendary top-tier rich, handsome, and successful man, born into privilege.
With that kind of status and position, you want to be a sycophant? Are you kidding me?
Only someone with a screw loose could write such a brain-dead plot. So Lin Chuan's current attitude towards Li Yulan is to keep this woman as far away as possible and not disturb his wonderful, carefree life as a top-tier rich second generation. Congratulations, host. The playing it off system has been successfully bound. The host will receive a certain reward for every day they slack off, or for every time they slack off in the relevant storylines of the male and female protagonists in the original work. Accumulating a certain number of instances of shirking responsibility will also earn you additional rewards.
A big question mark immediately appeared on Lin Chuan's forehead. Goodness, even the cheat codes that time travelers always have are now online? There are rewards for slacking off? Holy crap, isn't this system way too thoughtful? It's exactly what I wanted.
Lin Chuan was overjoyed. According to the original plot, as the main villain, he will most likely be targeted by the protagonist. They might die a terrible death then. After all, those who oppose the protagonist have never had a good ending, especially the villainous rich second-generation characters in urban novels, whose final fate is definitely not good.
But things are different now.
With the system by my side, I have the chance to defy fate and have hope of surviving.
Cool.
Lin Chuan was overjoyed and was about to ask what the system rewards were when Li Yulan on the other side became somewhat displeased.
This Lin Chuan not only took advantage of us, but now he hasn't even offered an apology? What does it mean to just stare straight at me like that? Li Yulan gritted her teeth, feeling incredibly wronged.
You know, in the past, whenever she was unhappy, Lin Chuan would always coax her and be very accommodating.
But what about now? After taking advantage of you, are you just going to pretend to be stupid like this?
Li Yulan felt increasingly wronged and directly asked.
Lin Chuan, you've gone too far. Tell me, were you deliberately taking advantage of me just now?
Lin Chuan, who was checking the system rewards, looked up with a somewhat blank expression. The sudden appearance of the system made him forget about Li Yulan's existence.
No woman smells as good as a system. No, you haven't left yet? Chapter 2, is this something a simp would say? Why haven't you left yet?
When Lin Chuan asked that question, Li Yulan was completely stunned. She stared wide-eyed at Lin Chuan in front of her.
Is this something a simp would say? How could someone with a temperature of 37 degrees Celsius say such cold words? Li Yulan asked incredulously, What did you just say?
Lin Chuan waved his hand. I said, if you don't have anything else, you can leave now.
Don't bother me unless it's absolutely necessary, thank you. Li Yulan's words were instantly cut off.
Lin Chuan's impatient look and casual tone were like a sharp blade, stabbing her heart deeply.
This section has been deleted. Is this still the same Lin Chuan who was so devoted to him? You've been possessed.
Li Yulan was stunned for a while, but then quickly came to her senses. Lin Chuan, don't try that playing hard to get trick on me.
I'm not one of those naive and clueless girls. Your tricks won't work on me. Lin Chuan, ? Is this woman out of her mind? Ah, right, I was playing hard to get. Is there anything else? If not, you can really leave now. I don't provide meals here. Li Yulan was so angry at that damn tone that she almost fainted.
She gritted her teeth and said directly, Of course I have something to say.
I'm here to return the gifts you gave me. Please don't send me these random things anymore. I don't like them and I don't need them.
Lin Chuan stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, seemingly hesitant. Seeing this, Li Yulan quickly said, Calm down.
I'm just returning the gift to you. We can still be friends. Please don't faint again.
Lin Chuan's sudden fainting from anger really frightened Li Yulan.
Lin Chuan's lips twitched. He was supposed to take the blame for the original owner's mistakes? What kind of logic was that? What do you mean fainted? I just had heat stroke. You want to return the gifts, right?
Fine, remember to return the money I used to spend on your meals, along with the jewelry sets and the internationally renowned brand lingerie I gave you. Never mind, I don't want those things anymore. I'm not interested in original items or anything like that.
I won't send any more gifts in the future. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word, and I promise I won't bother you again.
Lin Chuan is now desperately trying to get rid of his relationship with Li Yulan, as if he's trying to get rid of a hot potato.
The memories of being a simp in my past are too painful. The best course of action for this kind of woman is to have a clearance sale as soon as possible.
Hearing Lin Chuan's ruthless words, Li Yulan was completely dumbfounded this time. Especially when they heard the words original flavor, they wanted nothing more than to stab Lin Chuan right then and there.
How could you say something like that? Lin Chuan's current state dealt Li Yulan a devastating blow. This doesn't seem like playing hard to get, it's clearly looking at something dirty. The level of disgust they showed was simply indescribable. As expected, simps are the most heartless. Although Li Yulan was unhappy, she still spoke tough. Fine, I'll return all the things that can be returned, and I'll give you cash for the things that can't be returned. Are you satisfied now?
Since you, young Master Lin, have such a temper, you'd better not come looking for me again.
But at that moment, Li Yulan suddenly heard Lin Chuan speak.
The voice didn't seem to be ringing in her ears, rather, it sounded like it was resounding directly in her mind.
Heh, who would want to keep licking this big-breasted, brainless woman? She has no brains at all. She can be easily fooled with just a few words. If you marry her, it will affect the intelligence of your next generation. Upon hearing this, Li Yolan's face was filled with disbelief. Big breasts, no brains? Marrying one will affect the intelligence of the next generation? Li Yulan was furious and immediately asked, Lin Chuan, what do you mean? What do you mean I'm brainless? Lin Chuan frowned, are you crazy? When did I say you were brainless? When Li Yulan saw that he still wouldn't admit it, she became even angrier. You were clearly the one who was cursing me just now, I heard it all. Lin Chuan said speechlessly, I didn't even say anything just now, are you hallucinating? Li Yolan's breath hitched, and she pouted, looking utterly aggrieved. She had been completely focused on Lin Chuan and hadn't seen him speak. But where did this sound come from? Little did Lin Chuan know that he was even more speechless at this moment. The original story didn't mention that this woman had something wrong with her head. Why did I say something so harsh just now? It's utterly baffling. According to the original plot, when Li Yulan is eating barbecue later, the protagonist of Destiny, Xin Feng, should appear. If I remember correctly, it was Xin Feng's sworn brother who arranged for his men to pretend to harass Li Yulan, and then Xin Feng would appear, play the hero and save the beauty, thus framing Li Yulan. Lin Chuan thought to himself silently. But what he didn't know was that all his thoughts were now appearing in Li Yulan's mind. Li Yulan was stunned. This time she saw it clearly, Lin Chuan did not speak, the voice came from her mind. What's going on? Could it be that I can hear Lin Chuan's inner thoughts? But who is this Xin Feng? Is he the protagonist? What protagonist? Is this some kind of hero saves the damsel in distress scam? That can't be right. How did Lin Chuan know what was going to happen next? Li Yolan's little head was full of questions. The information contained in those words that came to her mind was so overwhelming that Li Yulan had no idea how to respond. Most importantly, Li Yulan had no idea why she could hear Lin Chuan's inner thoughts. Could it be that I have suddenly developed some kind of superpower? Li Yulan was plunged into deep confusion. But before she could figure it out, Lin Chuan's thoughts began to echo in her mind again. Speaking of which, Li Yulan is really stupid. She actually fell for Xin Feng's trick. Such a cliché plot and such a terrible performance, and this woman still managed to fool her. TSK. I remember the original novel in this world described it this way. After Li Yulan was rescued by Xin Feng, she developed feelings for this Prince Charming who fell from the sky, and even invited Xin Feng to join the family business, namely the Li's healthcare group. After this routine was repeated a few more times, Li Yulan became completely devoted to Xin Feng and even became one of the concubines of the disciple of her father's killer. Damn, even domestically produced dramas wouldn't dare to film this kind of plot. Only the author of the original novel in this world could design such a brain-dead storyline, right? Chapter 3. Li Yulan was stunned. Li Yulan was completely stunned when she heard Lin Chuan's thoughts. She didn't quite understand why Lin Chuan would say these things, but she was deeply shocked. These few simple words of heartfelt sentiment contained so much information that they almost overloaded her pig brain. It's unbelievable. Even after Li Yulan was forcibly evicted by Lin Chuan and led away from the Lin family villa by the butler, her head was still spinning. She needs to carefully digest the information in Lin Chuan's words. Novel, the original work. Could Lin Chuan be suffering from hysteria, or is there something wrong with my brain and I'm starting to hallucinate? Oh well, getting rid of this guy is a good thing anyway, so who cares? Judging from Lin Chuan's attitude, we shouldn't have to worry about him bothering us anymore, which is not bad. After thinking about it, Li Yulan decided to put the matter out of her mind. Her purpose in coming to the Lin family today was to find a way to sever ties with Lin Chuan, but this guy was so proactive, which saved her a lot of trouble. However, Li Yulan was a little unhappy because Lin Chuan took advantage of her halfway through. She placed her hand on her chest, the ticklish, tingling sensation from the man's hot breath making Li Yulan even more uneasy. Li Yulan returned to her car, which was parked in front of the villa, her mind in turmoil. Phew. As soon as she sat in the passenger seat, Li Yulan breathed a sigh of relief. This whole mess today has really messed things up for her. In the driver's seat, a pretty girl wearing a black blazer and a pencil skirt was asking about Li Yulan's situation with a gossipy look on her face. It looked like a badger waiting to eat a melon. What's wrong, darling? That simp Lin Chuan is still clinging to you. Li Yulan raised her eyebrows and scolded in an annoyed tone, Jiang Shishir, aren't you being a bit too nosy as her assistant?
However, her beautiful assistant, Jiang Shishir, was completely unmoved by her charm. The two were not only superior and subordinate, but also best friends. Jiang Shishir had long understood Li Yulan's temperament, so she smiled without caring at being scolded.
They're just concerned about you.
My darling Lan Lan is constantly being harassed by simps, it's driving her crazy.
As her assistant, I have to check on her, right?
Wah, please tell me, Lan Lan, I'm so curious. Lin Xuan didn't even chase after us this time.
You didn't really let him give up, did you? A tiny flame of gossip burned wildly in Jiang Shishir's pupils. However, Li Yulan didn't want to pay any attention to her at the moment. Annoyed by her questioning, she could only say perfunctorily, "It's been resolved. The gifts have all been returned. Lin Xuan shouldn't bother me anymore."
After saying this, Li Yulan shut up. She didn't want to reveal the specific changes Lin Xuan had made yet. After all, it's quite embarrassing for a sycophant to suddenly despise himself like he's disgusted by a pile of poop.
Jiang Shishir was surprised. "Wow, you can handle this? You're amazing." Li Yulan waved her hand. She was very tired. "Don't even mention it. Have you made reservations for dinner tonight?" "Which one?" Jiang Shishir nodded. "It's already booked."
Lan Lan, you said you wanted to eat barbecue and drink beer to relax and didn't want to bring bodyguards, so I booked a newly opened barbecue restaurant with a good reputation.
The environment and taste seem pretty good. We can go there in a bit. Li Yulan didn't think anything of it at first, but the next second, she was completely stunned. Barbecue restaurant?
Lin Xuan's previous thoughts were exactly what he said. He was tricked at a barbecue restaurant.
Li Yulan was stunned.
The events of today had an eerie feel to them from head to toe, and each one caught Li Yulan completely off guard.
No, if what I just heard Lin Xuan say is true, then someone is planning to scheme against me.
But it could also be a coincidence.
After all, what kind of precognition is there in this world? How about we go to the barbecue restaurant to verify it later? Li Yulan's thoughts raced. She is, after all, a powerful figure in the business world, and her ability to judge the situation after calming down is quite outstanding. But we still need to make sufficient preparations before verification. It's better to be safe than sorry. What if Lin Xuan is right and it comes true in the end? Wouldn't I be in big trouble?
Make preparations beforehand, so that Xinfeng doesn't actually succeed. Li Yulan made up her mind and directly instructed Shishir, have bodyguards follow us and secretly deploy them next to the barbecue restaurant.
It's not safe for two girls to go out for barbecue late at night.
It would be quite troublesome if we ran into a drunkard or something.
Jiang Shishir was somewhat surprised, but she didn't say anything. I understand.
I'll call them right away and have them come to the barbecue restaurant to wait for us.
After making the arrangements, Li Yulan still felt somewhat uneasy.
According to Lin Xuan's inner thoughts, this whole thing was orchestrated by that Xinfeng, including the thugs who came out to threaten her.
Li Yulan is not the kind of person who would let others bully her without fighting back.
After thinking for a moment, she simply took out her phone and dialed the number of her second uncle, Li Jianguo.
Li Jianguo is the current deputy director of the Zhenghai Municipal Public Security Bureau.
Li Yulan made this call to seek his help.
You dare to mess with me?
I don't care who you are, Xinfeng or Zhangfeng, I'll make you pay.
I'm not a Li.
The call connected, and a hearty laugh came from the other end.
Oh my, the sun must be rising high in the west today. How could my dear niece bear to call her uncle like this? Li Yulan smiled too.
Her second uncle had always doted on her the most, granting her almost every request.
This is settled. Second uncle, I wouldn't be here today without a reason. I have something I need your help with.
I just received word that someone is planning to harm me tonight, setting a trap for me.
Second uncle, what do you think we should do? Upon hearing this, Li Jianguo on the other end of the phone was instantly enraged. Someone wants to set you up? Who is it?
Tell me, and I'll skin him alive. Li Yulan said with a smile, second uncle, please don't get excited.
Nothing has happened yet, and I'm perfectly fine, aren't I?
Here's the thing, I'm planning to go out for dinner tonight, and someone's planning to take advantage of this opportunity to send a few thugs to bully me. I can't confirm the truth of this news right now, but just in case, I'd like to ask my second uncle to make arrangements in advance so that if something really happens, we can control the person in time and find out who is behind this. Upon hearing this, Li Jianguo immediately patted his chest and agreed. After hanging up the phone, Li Yulan finally felt a little relieved.
With my second uncle's help, I should be able to rest easy now. Jiang Shishir, who was standing next to her, was dumbfounded and quickly asked, Lan Lan, what's going on? Why would someone suddenly want to cause you trouble? Who told you this? How about we skip the barbecue tonight and head home instead? Li Yulan shook her head. When you encounter trouble, the priority should be to solve the trouble, or even get rid of the person who caused it. Running away is useless. Don't worry about who gave me the information, keep it a secret for now. Let's drive there first. Tonight's scene is going to be really good. Chapter 4, The Opportunity to Avoid 20 Years of Struggle. A dozen minutes later. The entrance to the well-regarded Dahu Barbecue restaurant in Zhonghai City. Shen Feng was sitting in a corner at the entrance of Dahu Barbecue restaurant, with several bottles of beer and a pile of kebabs in front of him. A simple t-shirt paired with faded jeans. Aside from his slightly handsome appearance, there's nothing particularly outstanding about his outfit. He wasn't much different from the other losers eating barbecue skewers around him. Shen Feng took a swig of beer. The ice-cold beer felt incredibly refreshing. Cool. Shen Feng let out a burp and had just picked up a skewer when he saw a Lamborghini parked on the side of the road near the barbecue restaurant. The sight of such a high-end car parked in front of a barbecue restaurant was like a thunderclap among the many diners. Holy crap, a Lamborghini. That must cost over 10 million, right? People who drive cars like that come to eat barbecue? Which rich second-generation heir has come to experience the hardships of life this time? Damn, she's not a rich young man, she's a pretty girl. There are two of them, and they're both top-notch. Girls like that driving cars like these to eat barbecue? Am I dreaming? Hearing the discussions around him, Shen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. A bunch of losers get dizzy at the sight of luxury cars and beautiful women. Although I have no money, no power, and no woman, at least I won't make such a fuss like you guys. But despite saying that, Shen Feng's gaze still fell on the two beautiful women who got out of the Lamborghini. Upon that one glance, Shen Feng's eyes immediately went wide. Holy crap, those legs, that waist. If I could play with those for one night, I'd be willing to give up a year of my life. Two such hot girls at once? Shen Feng's skewers remained frozen in mid-air for a long time until they cooled down in the wind, at which point he finally came to his senses. Having just come down from the mountain, Shen Feng had never seen such a stunningly beautiful and fashionable girl before. Wait, those two women, the one in the long black dress, she looks so familiar. Li Yulan, the legendary and aloof female CEO of the Li's Healthcare Group, and the person next to her looks like her assistant? After regaining his senses, Shen Feng couldn't help but frown. After he came down the mountain, he arrived in Zhonghai. Several major families in Zhonghai City, including some top conglomerates, had been investigated by Shen Feng's trusted subordinates. The legendary female CEO of Li's Healthcare Group naturally did not escape his notice. Shen Feng naturally had his own purpose in investigating these materials. His primary goal in coming down from the mountain this time was to reach the summit of Zhongjiang, to maximize his power there, and then, with his invincible presence, to meet his several extraordinary senior sisters. Li Yulan of the Li's Healthcare Group was Shen Feng's first target and his first step into the center of power in China. After all, in Shen Feng's view, a woman who manages such a large family business should have a man to help her manage it, right? If he can win over Li Yulan, then the Li's Healthcare Group, worth tens of billions, will become the first step for Shen Feng to reach the top of Zhongjiang. I never expected this girl to come here for barbecue. This is a golden opportunity. The Li Healthcare Group, and Li Yulan, will be mine sooner or later. She's a woman, managing such a large company, and in the end she'll just become a dowry for a man. Rather than letting another man take advantage of her, I'd rather have her. Shen Feng started daydreaming. Where else can you find such a good deal, the chance to have both wealth and beauty? Yes, after Shen Feng descended the mountain, his first step to reaching the top of Zhongjiang was to find a rich woman and live off her. His idea was simple: when it comes to picking up girls, no matter how big the difference in social status is, as long as he can get in touch with the girl, there's always a way. Moreover, Shen Feng is not just a gigolo who only knows how to live off women, he also has real skills. He is proficient in medicine, martial arts, physiognomy, and appraisal of treasures. In the words of Master Shen Feng is a peerless genius who was a once-in-a-century talent in their sect. But how do I get in touch with this girl? Going straight up and striking up a conversation will probably backfire. We can't be that reckless, we need to think of a different approach. After daydreaming, Shen Feng couldn't help but start thinking about how to make the perfect first attempt at striking up a conversation. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and picking up girls also requires skill.
But after thinking for a long time, Shinfeng still couldn't come up with any good ideas. After all, if someone comes to eat barbecue, rushing up to chat with them would only leave Li Yulan with a terrible first impression, and would serve absolutely no purpose.
Shinfeng would never do something so stupid.
Just then, Shinfeng overheard several grown men at the next table whispering among themselves.
Hey guys, these two are such stunningly beautiful and rich girls, don't you have any ideas?
If you could win them over, you'd save 20 years of hard work.
Who says otherwise? Driving a Lamborghini, their family must be incredibly wealthy.
If you ask me, it doesn't matter whether the girl is rich or not.
With their looks and figures, it would be a wonderful thing if they could sleep with me. Stop joking around. A girl this good looking has high standards. Why would she be interested in a few of us? Who knows? Some rich girls these days are living the high life. Maybe they like to do something a bit extreme. Haven't you seen them coming to this shabby little barbecue place? Maybe there's something going on. Exactly. Why don't any of you go up and strike up a conversation, see if there's any chance?
The people at the table next to Shinfeng were clearly not to be trifled with. They were all burly men dressed in tattooed shirts and armbands.
Listening to their discussion, Shinfeng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Li Yulan has always been very virtuous and has never even had a boyfriend. Why would she be interested in a bunch of losers like you?
No, I can't go up and strike up a conversation myself, but I can have someone else go up and harass me. Based on the information we gathered from Li Yulan and her group, it seems that this girl has been targeted by someone recently and has been recruiting truly capable bodyguards who are not afraid of powerful figures.
Isn't this talking about me?
Shinfeng suddenly thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he had an idea. He hurriedly took out his phone, walked to a corner, and dialed a number.
Brother Cohen, it's me, Shinfeng. I ran into Li Yulan at the barbecue restaurant.
Brother, we need some backup this time, I need your help. On the other end of the phone, Lu Bingquan listened to Shinfeng's words with a somewhat surprised tone.
You want me to arrange for someone to stage a heroic rescue of a damsel in distress? Dude, you're really smart. You even came up with this kind of way to pick up girls? That woman Li Yulan is really something.
If you manage to seduce her, then you'll be truly awesome, brother. Shinfeng chuckled, that's the thing.
Can you help me? Just say the word.
Without a second thought, Lu Bingquan agreed immediately. With our brotherly relationship, you're telling me this, I'll definitely help.
I'll arrange for someone to go right away and make sure they carry you on their back.
As the former head of the Scorpion Gang, one of the two major gangs in Zhongjiang, Lu Bingquan may have seemingly cleared his name, but helping his sworn brother with this small favor is still a piece of cake for him. Shinfeng was well aware of this, and after hanging up the phone, a smug smile appeared on his face. With his good friend's help, this is definitely a sure win.
Chapter 5 Lin Chuan's inner thoughts came true.
Li Yulan and Jiang Shishir casually found a place to sit down.
Jiang Shishir glanced around and couldn't help but frown. Lan, we seem to be attracting too much attention. All the men around us look like they want to eat us alive. Li Yulan casually glanced around and said nonchalantly, what's there to be afraid of?
We've already arranged bodyguards around here.
Surely no one can harass us in broad daylight?
Jiang Shishir was speechless and said in a low voice, if there were no bodyguards, I would believe you. But judging from their appearance, even if they don't act like hooligans, quite a few of them are probably trying to strike up a conversation.
Why don't we call the bodyguards over? It'll be too annoying if we get harassed later. Li Yulan shook her head, we're just out for a barbecue, why make such a big fuss? As long as there's no danger, it's fine. You don't want me to be on the front page of Zhongjiang News tomorrow, do you? Title, Zhongjiang Li Group takes numerous bodyguards to barbecue, experiencing ordinary life?
Of course, this excuse was just something Li Yulan made up on the spot. She's fishing right now. If she calls out her bodyguards, she won't be able to catch any fish. Jiang Shishir was still somewhat puzzled. But Li Yulan was already getting impatient. Alright, just do as I say, hurry up and order the food, I'm starving. Jiang Shishir pursed her lips and gave her boss a speechless eye roll, Mrs. Right.
I'll order the dishes right away so you can eat and drink to your heart's content.
Li Yulan tapped Jiang Shishir's head with her slender, fair fingers, keep talking nonsense. Sooner or later, I'll deduct all your salary and bonuses. Jiang Shishir picked up her phone and was scanning the QR code for ordering food on the table when she heard this, and couldn't help but hum twice.
Fine, deduct it then.
Anyway, I'll still rely on you to support me when I'm broke, so I'll just end up spending your money anyway. As the two chatted and laughed, Li Yulan noticed that Jiang Shishir had started ordering food seriously, but her eyes secretly began to wander around,
observing in secret.jpg. Unfortunately, Li Yulan didn't know Shenfeng, and she couldn't even find a suspicious target.
There were so many people peeking in our direction that it was impossible to tell who was behind it all. Just as Li Yulan was about to withdraw her gaze after failing to observe, a few burly men walked over from the roadside and immediately looked at Li Yulan and Jiang Shishir.
Li Yulan frowned.
These guys didn't seem to be here for barbecue, they looked more like they came directly to them.
Could it be? Sure enough, just as Li Yulan was pondering, these guys who suddenly appeared walked towards the two of them. The leader was a man in a suit and tie with a buzz cut. He looked somewhat respectable, but his face had a roguish air about him, which made people feel very uncomfortable. Li Yulan frowned, but Jiang Shishir next to her didn't notice anything and was focused on ordering food. The man in the suit walked over and said with a smile, "Ladies, let me introduce myself. My name is Jason, and I'm a talent scout from Morningstar Entertainment. This is my business card. I saw you two on the street earlier and found your appearance and demeanor to be outstanding, which perfectly matches our company's invitation criteria. So, I apologize for the intrusion." Li Yulan glanced at him and said expressionlessly, "Shenxing Entertainment Company? Talent Scout? Sorry, never heard of it."
Jiang Shishir, who was standing next to her, also looked up.
Seeing that these people didn't seem like good people, she frowned slightly, then asked in a seemingly innocent way, "What's a talent scout? Can you eat them?"
Jason's smile faltered slightly, but he still patiently explained, "It's alright if you haven't heard of it.
You two ladies can easily look it up online.
Our Morningstar Entertainment Company is one of the top companies in Zhongjiang, specializing in cultivating all kinds of stars and top-tier live streamers. In other words, as long as you join our company, you have the potential to become a star in the public eye, and the possibility is not small." As he spoke, Jason took out his phone and pointed out several well-known artists from his own company to increase the persuasiveness of his words.
However, Li Yulan showed no interest whatsoever in even glancing at it.
Jiang Shishir, who was standing next to her, asked curiously, "Wow, your company is so amazing.
If I sign a contract with you, the salary must be quite high, right?"
Jason smiled confidently, "Of course. Even in our company, there are very few beauties with such temperament as you two. I can assure you that as long as you are willing to sign a contract, you will definitely be able to earn a starting salary of 1 million a year." Upon hearing this, the diners who had been watching the scene were stunned. Wow, $1 million annual salary right off the bat, that's incredibly generous.
I've heard of Morningstar Entertainment. It's a big company, so it's not surprising that they can offer such a salary. But I've heard that this company doesn't have a good reputation. Apparently, they had an artist who put MSG in fried noodles and ruined his reputation? That's how entertainment companies are. But speaking of which, it's not surprising that these two beauties earn millions a year just based on their looks. Their image and temperament are something else. Thumbs up. Stop joking. He drove a Lamborghini here, earning $1 million salary. What's that compared to someone who can afford a car like that? Hearing the surrounding chatter, Jason's smile grew even more smug. However, Li Yulan's words immediately froze his smile on his face. "Sorry, we have no interest in being so-called celebrities. You've got the wrong person. If there's nothing else, please leave now. We're going to get something to eat."
Jiang Shishir, who had originally intended to make people laugh, made a pleased gesture when she heard Li Yulan's words, indicating that Jason and the others should leave.
Jason, still somewhat unwilling to give up, said, "Why don't you two reconsider? I'm being very sincere. Our company's contract terms for artists aren't like those unscrupulous little companies out there." But before he could finish speaking, Jiang Shishir interrupted him. "I already told you to leave, why are you so annoying? We're just here to eat barbecue, we're not interested in being celebrities." After saying that, she leaned close to Li Yulan's ear and whispered, "Lan, why don't we call the bodyguards over? These people are so annoying." Li Yulan shook her head slightly, but inwardly she sighed and felt a little horrified. Lin Chuan's feelings about being harassed while eating barbecue have come true once again. Could it be that everything I heard was true? So that means these people were being instructed by someone. Given this plot development, the mastermind behind it all is probably going to reveal themselves soon, right? Li Yulan's thoughts raced. Chapter 6, The Script Isn't Going Right, Director. Meanwhile, on the other side.
Hearing this blunt rejection, Jason looked somewhat embarrassed, but a sly smile of triumph flashed deep in his eyes. They came here today to provoke us. The so-called Morningstar entertainment was just a front. But since the act had to be convincing, Jason pretended to be anxious and added more chips.
Gentlemen, we are truly sincere.
If you are willing to join our Morningstar Entertainment Company, I can personally decide to raise your salaries to the highest level within the company. At that time, we will definitely be able to use the most and best resources to help you promote your company.
If you just nod your heads, I'm absolutely confident I can turn you all into big stars.
This is already a pretty good offer, especially for some naive young girls. It's practically a killer move.
Which girl didn't dream of becoming a big star when she was young? Standing on the stage, radiant and dazzling, receiving the adulation and attention of thousands, is simply breathtaking.
Unfortunately, neither Li Yulan nor Jiang Shishir were interested in these conditions.
I said I'm not interested, and I wouldn't be interested even if you gave me your entire company. Jason was so angry he laughed, then his face suddenly fell. I've been so sincere, don't these two ladies even have time to learn about our company? Or are you saying you look down on Morningstar Entertainment?
The threat in those words was quite obvious. Especially the several burly men behind Jason, who had begun to look at Li Yulan and her companion with ill intent.
Jiang Shishir's eyes widened immediately. What are you doing? In broad daylight, you're planning to kidnap us even though we don't want to? Is there no justice? Is there no law? Jason sneered. What kidnapping? Don't be so rude.
I just wanted to invite you two to our company so you can understand what I just said.
We are a legitimate company. Why would we do something like kidnapping? I advise you to come with us obediently, otherwise, humph.
Li Yulan sighed silently in her heart.
She now completely believes Lin Chuan's true feelings. Jason isn't here to recruit people, he's clearly here to cause trouble.
At first, he pretended to be quite convincing, but after just a few words, he lost his composure.
Their acting is really bad.
The surrounding diners were astonished by the tense atmosphere surrounding Li Yulan. Immediately, several people eager to play the hero stood up, looked at each other, and prepared to be the heroes who rescued the damsel in distress.
Just kidding. If someone as beautiful, rich, and beautiful as Li Yulan and Jiang Shishir could be a hero and fall for someone, wouldn't that be incredibly exciting?
These troublemakers may seem a bit intimidating, but for the sake of a beautiful rich woman, we're willing to go for it.
Stop. What are you doing, ganging up on two young girls? A bunch of grown men. Just because a girl doesn't want to work at your company, you're planning to kidnap her? Get out of here while you still can, or we'll call the police. That's right, get out of here. This isn't a place for you to run wild.
A group of diners, eager for a good show, started shouting, seemingly hoping to scare Jason and his thugs away with their numbers.
Shut up, all of you. Scorpion Gang is doing this for you. Anyone who doesn't want to die, shut the hell up.
A burly, bald, tattooed man behind Jason roared, instantly silencing all the surrounding noise. The young men who had originally intended to help were terrified when they heard the words Scorpion Gang. Anyone who's been in Zhongjiang for a while knows the Scorpion Gang. This is one of the two largest underground gangs in Zhongjiang, and the people in it are as venomous as their names suggest. Anyone who dares to provoke them will face the furious revenge of the entire Scorpion Gang.
What are you all standing there for? Get back in your seats, or I'll take care of you all.
The bald man with the tattoo cursed again in a vicious tone. Those who had stood up to speak up quickly sat back down, not daring to even lift their heads. One or two hot-blooded young men were still indignant, but they were pulled back by their companions and dared not utter a word.
Jiang Shishir's expression turned somewhat unpleasant upon seeing this scene. People from the Scorpion Gang? This is a huge problem.
Jiang Shishir instinctively reached out to call her bodyguards, but when she saw Li Yulan sitting calmly by, she was a little confused. Li Yulan was not flustered at all at this moment, and even wanted to laugh a little.
She glanced around seemingly unintentionally. A hero saves the damsel in distress.
The beauty is already in danger, and no one dares to step forward to help.
Shouldn't the hero step in now? Sure enough, a handsome young man stepped forward first from the crowd.
Li Yulan narrowed her eyes and looked at it carefully.
This was a young man who always sat in the corner, the kind of person you wouldn't notice in a crowd. He was all right looking, but the expression on his face was somewhat lewd. This must be Shinfeng. He's the one who set me up.
He looks so sleazy, no wonder he would do such a despicable thing.
He's still fixing his hair and clothes? Is he planning to make a dashing entrance for me? Seeing Shinfeng's actions, Li Yulan couldn't help but feel both annoyed and amused. Isn't this guy's behavior a bit too flashy? He even has to dress up before going on stage? Lin Chuan's prediction has come true again. This is really interesting. He can actually know about the future, hee.
Li Yulan withdrew her gaze, her thoughts racing, and then she winked at Jiang Shishir beside her. Jiang Shishir immediately understood, picked up a cup from the table, and smashed it on the ground.
Bang! Smashed the cup as a signal.
Jason and his gang of thugs were all a bit confused.
What's going on here? But the next second, they understood.
From several cars that had been parked by the roadside for a long time, more than a dozen bodyguards in black suits filed out and instantly surrounded Jason and his men.
Jason was dumbfounded. The onlookers were also dumbfounded. Mr. Li, are you all right?
The head bodyguard respectfully approached Li Yulan and said.
Fine. Li Yulan shook her head, then gave Jason and the others a few cold glances. Let's take these guys under control first, and then hand them over to the police later. I'm actually quite curious, who gave you the orders to dare to make a move against me? A dozen or so fierce-looking bodyguards instantly turned their attention to Jason and his group. Jason swallowed hard, and cold sweat instantly poured down his forehead. He felt like he was going to suffer terribly today.
On the other side, Shinfeng, who had been fully prepared to make a grand entrance and save the damsel in distress, was now dumbfounded.
Director, what's going on? The script isn't developing properly, Director. Chapter 7. What's going on this time? A dozen or so fierce bodyguards subdued Jason and his men with almost no effort.
Li Yulan remained calm, took out her phone, and dialed the number of her second uncle, Li Jianguo.
Second uncle, it's me, Li Yulan. Do you remember what I told you before?
Those who came to cause trouble have been subdued by my bodyguards.
The rest is up to you, uncle.
The call ended after a few words.
Just then, the owner of the barbecue restaurant came over nervously, carrying a plate of barbecue.
Gentlemen, your dishes have all been served. Li Yulan waved her hand, and the barbecue shop owner instantly felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He placed the barbecue on the table and hurriedly ran away to deliver it. This is a battle of titans, something a small business owner like him can't afford to get involved in. Li Yulan casually picked up a skewer and began to eat it leisurely.
The surrounding onlookers were completely dumbfounded.
Goodness, when Jason and the others revealed that they were from the Scorpion Gang, they thought it was outrageous enough, but this rich and beautiful woman who was being teased was even more ruthless. She casually summoned bodyguards, resulting in a complete reversal.
This is so exciting. Sure, why aren't you eating? This barbecue is really good, you should try it.
Seeing Jiang Shishir sitting on the candle beside her, Li Yulan couldn't help but kindly hand her a skewer of barbecue.
Jiang
Shishir looked at the barbecue in her hand and fell into deep thought. The bizarre nature of today's events, and Li Yulan's strange reaction, almost made the assistant's head spin.
What on earth is going on here?
Soon after, several police cars arrived at the scene.
Ms. Li Yulan, are these the criminal suspects who harassed you?
The officer leading the team was a square-faced official who exuded an air of integrity and uprightness. Yes, we were having barbecue here when they came over and started acting like hooligans, and they even tried to forcibly take us away. Li Yulan elegantly wiped her mouth with her fingers and said casually.
I understand. We will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly when we get back and give you an explanation.
The square-faced man nodded, then waved his hand, and Jason and the others were already handcuffed. Everyone who escaped was escorted into a police car.
The diners sitting in the barbecue restaurant couldn't help but discuss what they saw. Good heavens, if I remember correctly, this rich woman made a phone call just now, right? Did she call all these government officials?
Most likely, for a minor case like this, even if the police came, they wouldn't make such a big fuss, and they arrived so quickly. This woman must be someone important.
This is outrageous.
I'm so glad I didn't go up and chat her up, or I'd be the one being handcuffed right now. TSK, a woman like that is best admired from afar, don't mess with her. Sitting in the corner, Shinfeng felt uneasy as he listened to the whispers around him. This matter was about to be completed. He could have easily played the hero and saved the damsel in distress, and then smoothly connected with Li Yulan. However, the current situation has clearly spiraled out of his control.
Even the extras sent by his own good friend to help with the film got caught up in it. No, we can't just let this go. If we miss this opportunity, we might not get another one like this. Since tricks aren't working, I'll try to win this girl over with sincerity. After all, I'm so handsome, maybe I'll have a chance?
Shen Feng gritted his teeth. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Although Plan A failed today, he still has Plan B, which is to go all out.
After the officials left, Li Yolan's bodyguards returned to their car. Shen Feng finally made up his mind and quickly walked over.
Li Yulan had been secretly observing the lewd man who had set her up, and she couldn't help but be a little surprised when she saw him walking over. I ruined this guy's attempt to be a hero and saved the damsel in distress.
Does he want to cause trouble again?
Shen Feng walked over, flashing what he thought was a very handsome smile. Hello, beautiful lady, my name is Shen Feng, may I get to know you?
A huge question mark appeared on Li Yolan's forehead.
Jiang Shishir, who was standing next to her, and the other diners were also stunned.
Goodness, bro, you're really brave. You still dared to come up and chat in this situation? Don't you know how to write the character for death? But to everyone's surprise, when Li Yulan saw Shen Feng approaching, a smile appeared on her face. Oh? Want to get to know me? Sure. My name is Li Yulan, and this is my assistant, Jiang Shishir.
Jiang Shishir, ?
The assistant's brain had completely fried by now. Li Yolan's actions today have completely scrambled her brain. What's going on here now? Jiang Shishir couldn't help but glance at Shen Feng.
His figure and appearance were decent, but he couldn't hide his sleazy aura.
Could it be that my boss and best friend actually has this kind of taste?
Shen Feng was also a little surprised, but when he saw the charming smile on Li Yolan's face, he immediately perked up.
Could it be that my personal charm worked its magic?
This beautiful CEO certainly knows her stuff.
After thinking for a moment, Shen Feng feigned surprise and said, Li Yulan, could it be that you are the head of the Li's medical and healthcare group? Li Yolan's smile widened even more. Well, if there isn't another Li group in Zhengzheng, then it must be me.
Shen Feng's eyes lit up when he heard these half-joking words.
This girl is even willing to joke with me, she must like me. It really is you. I've heard so much about you. I never expected to meet the legendary female CEO of Zhengzheng in a place like this. It's a pleasure to meet you.
As he spoke, Shen Feng casually pulled out a stool and sat down opposite Li Yulan. The movements were so natural. Li Yulan narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of mockery flashing deep within them. However, Shen Feng, who was too happy, obviously did not notice this and instead said to himself, I heard that the Li group is currently recruiting bodyguards to protect the president's safety. If I'm not mistaken, you're probably annoyed by people like those from earlier, which is why you wanted to hire bodyguards, right?
Li Yolan's face showed no emotion, she just smiled and said, You're quite well informed.
I've been planning to recruit some bodyguards who aren't afraid of powerful people, but unfortunately, I haven't found many suitable candidates yet.
Shen Feng's eyes lit up, and he seized the opportunity to climb up the ladder. Then what do you think of me?
I'm not bragging, but if your bodyguards from earlier were to fight, I could take on 100 of them.
And if you just say the word, Mr. Li, I'd dare to beat up anyone. The smile on Li Yolan's face slowly disappeared.
She paused for a moment, as if considering the request Shen Feng had made. After a long pause, Li Yulan calmly said, It's not bad that you had the courage to stand up today, but I won't keep people of unknown origin around me.
How about this, you report to our group tomorrow and work in the security team for a while. If everything goes well, I'll consider the bodyguard position. What do you think? Security team?
Shen Feng agreed almost without thinking. No problem, Mr. Li, just watch my performance. Gold shines wherever it is.
Shen Feng was quite confident in his abilities. So what if it's the security team?
It won't be long before he can prove himself to Li Yulan.
Li Yulan was too lazy to waste any more words with him.
She called out to Jiang Shishir and left directly. When she turned her back, Li Yolan's face had turned completely cold.
She brought Shen Feng in on a whim. Firstly, it would be convenient to verify the accuracy of Lin Chuan's thoughts later.
Secondly, it's natural to observe this Mr. Shen more closely to see what kind of person he really is.
Placing it in the security team's office, keeping a safe distance from me, is just right. Chapter 8 confirms it, Lin Chuan's true feelings were genuine. On the other side.
After Li Yulan left, Shen Feng's excitement was palpable. I knew it, someone as handsome as me would definitely have no problem striking up a conversation.
Judging from Li Yolan's attitude, she clearly admires my courage. As long as I perform well at Li's pharmaceutical group, he.
Marrying a beautiful and wealthy woman, becoming a CEO, and reaching the pinnacle of life is not just a dream.
Shinfeng wore a perverted grin, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth.
He was now filled with longing for his future life. However, just as Shinfeng was daydreaming, his phone suddenly rang, pulling him back to reality. Looking down, he saw that it was his good brother Lu Bingkuan calling. The call connected, and Lu Bingkuan's words came through directly.
Fengzi, what's going on your end? Why have all the men I sent over been arrested by the cops? Didn't you say that Li Yulan only brought an assistant today, and didn't bring her bodyguard team? You have to give me an explanation for this.
Hearing the questioning on the other end of the phone, Shinfeng didn't seem to care much.
He's now about to join the Li group and woo the CEO, so what's a few of his underlings and thugs getting arrested?
Boss Lu, I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush, listen to me first. The reason I asked you for help this time was to get closer to Li Yulan. Although there were some twists and turns, I've achieved my goal.
Li Yulan had a very good first impression of me and even invited me to work at her company. You know what I mean?
Lu Bingkuan on the other end of the phone was clearly shocked by the news, and his anger over his underling's arrest dissipated considerably.
Goodness, you're really something.
If you can win over Li Yulan, then the Li's pharmaceutical group, worth tens of billions, will be yours for the taking. Upon hearing this, Shinfeng burst into laughter, looking incredibly spirited.
Don't you know how I do things, Boss Lu?
Just watch, it won't be long before I've won Li Yulan over. I guarantee you, the compensation for the brothers who end up in jail will be huge. Shinfeng made his promise without hesitation.
Lu Bingkuan naturally didn't say anything more. A few henchmen are nothing compared to his good brothers. He's been arrested, so be it.
Meanwhile, on Lamborghini. As Jiang Shishir drove, she glanced at Li Yulan, who was deep in thought, out of the corner of her eye. Her little head was already filled with curiosity.
Lan, what's wrong with you today? I don't understand anything about you. Li Yulan's thoughts were interrupted, and she subconsciously asked, what don't you understand?
Jiang Shishir got a little anxious, that Shinfeng who suddenly appeared, he looks really sleazy.
How did you manage to hire such a scumbag into our company?
And then there's the bodyguard issue. You said before that you wouldn't let any bodyguards come today, but you changed your mind at the last minute, and that's when we ran into trouble.
And your second uncle, those official duties were also arranged by you in advance, weren't they?
In short, everything you did today was very strange, so strange that I don't even understand what happened.
Li Yulan couldn't help but smile. Is that strange? It's quite strange.
She was still wondering about what happened at Lin Chuan's house today. I'm not at liberty to explain the details of this matter to you right now, but I can tell you that I definitely have my reasons for doing this.
I've made some amazing discoveries, but I'm not entirely sure yet. Shinfeng is a problem.
The reason we brought him in was actually to monitor him. I'll tell you the specific reasons later. Hearing this, which was essentially meaningless, Jiang Shishir was a little confused.
Lan, when did you become a riddle solver? Li Yulan rolled her eyes at her, what riddle maker? There are some things I really can't explain to you right now.
Jiang Shishir said pouted, and put on a sullen face.
Fine, I won't say it then. Anyway, I'm just a lowly wage earner. Our CEO Li has the world in his heart, how could a nobody like me possibly know what he's thinking? From now on, I shouldn't call you Lan anymore.
I should respectfully address you as Master Li.
Li Yulan's lips twitched, and she said with a smirk, when did you become so sarcastic? Haven't been beaten in a long time, are you itching for a beating?
Jiang Shishir immediately fell silent. She might not be so afraid of what others said, but Li Yulan always kept her word and was truly capable of taking action.
All right, take me home. If you talk like that again, I'll teach you a lesson.
Jiang Shishir grunted twice, I know, Granny Li.
Li Yulan blared at her, what did you say?
Jiang Shishir quickly changed her tune, I said I understand, Mr. Li, I'll take you home right away. Just as the car was about to arrive home, Li Jianguo suddenly called. As soon as the call connected, Li Jianguo's voice came from the other end.
Xiaolan, you were right before.
These guys were indeed sent to cause you trouble. They are not talent scouts at all, nor are they from Morningstar Entertainment. They are just using that name to perform a script in front of you. It has been arranged in advance.
But these people don't know exactly who it is.
Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Li Yulan's face immediately showed a hint of anger.
I understand. Thank you, uncle.
Li Jianguo chuckled on the other end of the phone and continued, who did you offend this time?
Is there any suspicious target? Do you need your second uncle to help you sort it out? Was it that brat from the Lin family who arranged this? If he did it, I'll go to his house and beat him up right now. Don't underestimate my second uncle just because he is only a deputy director. He still has an official position, so the Lin family can't do anything to me. Hearing Li Jiangwo's words, Li Yulan felt a warmth in her heart. No need, second uncle. I probably already know who the mastermind behind this is. It's not Lin Chuan. The person who set this up doesn't pose a significant threat to me. I can handle it myself. The person on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it's not someone surnamed Lin, then you can handle it yourself. Don't be stubborn if anything happens, and remember to tell your family. Li Yulan smiled helplessly. I know, second uncle, I'm not a child anymore. The smile on Li Yulan's face vanished in the blink of an eye after the call ended. Having been set up, and by such a low-level and disastrous scheme, Li Yulan's impression of Shin Feng had plummeted to the lowest point. But as her smile faded, Li Yulan became somewhat curious about Lin Chuan. This guy can actually predict the future. I was going to cut ties with him, but it looks like we're not going to be able to break off our relationship anytime soon. After I get home, I'll tidy up the gifts he gave me, and then I'll go over there again under the pretext of returning them. Let's see if we can get any more useful information out of them. Chapter 9. No ordinary sycophant can compare to you, young master. It was precisely at this moment that Li Yulan's thoughts were wavering. The Lin family villa. On the large, soft sofa, Lin Chuan settled into a relaxed, reclining position, comfortably dozing off. This rich kid's life is really good. The sofa at home is more comfortable than my old bed. It's so nice. With such treatment, you should cherish it. Just as Lin Chuan was dozing off, a mechanical electronic notification suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully abandoned a scene involving the male and female leads. Reward, suit-wearing thug, abandoning points +1. Suit-wearing thug, after the host puts on a suit, he will possess extremely strong combat power. The more handsome the suit, the stronger the combat power. Lin Chuan's eyes widened instantly. Seriously? This is allowed? Suit-wearing thug, could it be one of those characters from the movies I used to watch, someone who can have the fighting skills of a martial arts master just by wearing a suit? Lin Chuan was a little confused. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure suddenly burst in. Young master, something terrible has happened. Miss Li Yulan, whom you asked us to keep an eye on, has been in trouble. Lin Chuan turned his head and saw a burly man with a buzzcut wearing a black suit barging in without knocking, shouting as he went. Lin Chuan's lips twitched. The original novel mentioned that he had a trusted subordinate and bodyguard captain, right? That should be this guy. A highly skilled retired special forces soldier, utterly loyal to the Lin family, but not very bright. A typical straight man made of titanium alloy. Ah Biao, how many times have I told you to knock before coming in? If you don't knock, what if I'm doing something with a girl right now? Lin Chuan reprimanded him, but his tone wasn't harsh. After all, this was his confidant and arguably his most loyal person, so he must have some privileges. The tough guy with a buzzcut, nicknamed a Biao, gave a simple smile, then quickly said in a serious tone, Young master, something's happened. Miss Li Yulan is in trouble. A guy named Shin Feng took the opportunity to get close to her and even joined the Li's medical group. Lin Chuan said, oh. It seems the plot has already begun, and Shin Feng and Li Yulan have successfully connected. However, it has nothing to do with me for the time being, so I can just relax and collect the system's rewards. Shin Feng, the chosen one, shouldn't have inexplicably come to hate me yet? When Biao saw that Lin Chuan didn't speak, he thought that his young master was angry, so he quickly said, Young master, should I take some men to teach the Shin Feng a lesson? Lin Chuan's eyes widened, somewhat unable to believe what his trusted confidant had said. What the hell? Taking down Shin Feng? Do you even know how overpowered the protagonist of Destiny is? Who gave you the courage? No, please don't. Shin Feng is not someone to be trifled with. If you go, you'll just be throwing your lives away and becoming his props for showing off and getting humiliated. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Go do what you were doing, and those people monitoring Li Yulan, get out of here, you hear me? Lin Chuan immediately gave the order. He wouldn't do a losing business like giving people props to show off and embarrass them. It's better to just sit back and relax for now, and focus on getting more system rewards. Biao opened his mouth, but when Lin Chuan said those words, he didn't know how to respond. Young master, aren't you Miss Li Yulan's most loyal admirer? Now that someone is approaching Miss Li Yulan with ill intentions, aren't you worried? Lin Chuan, ? Go to hell, Ah Biao, if you can't speak properly, shut your mouth. What do you mean by simp? Do I look like a simp? Ah Biao shook his head seriously. No ordinary sycophant can compare to you, young master. In internet parlance, you have to be boiling sheep. As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up. Lin Chuan almost fainted from breath. He pointed at Ah Biao tremblingly, unable to utter a single word for a long time. You. Seeing this, Ah Biao quickly apologized. Young master, please don't get agitated. It's my fault. I shouldn't have revealed what you did. Please calm down and don't upset yourself. Lin Chuan broke down. He finally understood what the original story meant when it said that his trusted subordinates were not very bright. Is this something a human being could say? Ah Biao, I will never be a simp again, and I will never be a boiling sheep again, do you understand? Lin Chuan said this almost through gritted teeth. Ah Biao nodded blankly, whether he truly believed it or not, only heaven knows. Lin Chuan sighed helplessly, then slapped his forehead. Oh no, I was so angry with this idiot that I almost forgot about the important matter. The skills of the suit-wearing thug haven't been tested yet. Ah Biao, go arrange for a few people. Young master has been practicing martial arts recently. Go find a few people who are good at fighting to spar with me. I want to test the results of their training. A question mark appeared on Ah Biao's forehead. Young master, are you really so angry that you've lost your mind? Should I go find a doctor to take a look at you? Lin Chuan kicked the guy in the butt. Just go when I tell you to, or I'll sell you to work in Africa. I've been to Africa, but there's not much coal there. Roll. Yes, young master. After Ah Biao left, Lin Chuan took a few deep breaths. Damn it, there's a reason why the villain gets taken down by the protagonist. What kind of people are they surrounded by? And this is it? They're even planning to go after Shinfeng and stir up trouble. Isn't that just betraying me? I'm so angry. Just wait and see how I deal with you. The thought of being called a simp, Fei Yang, made Lin Chuan furious. The original owner of this body is now being made to take the blame for the sins he committed. It's absolutely outrageous. 10 minutes later, the people Ah Biao had called were already standing in the brightly lit courtyard of the Lin family villa. Lin Chuan had already changed into a handsome suit, and his suit thug skill was fully loaded the moment he put on the suit. Countless fighting experiences and techniques instantly entered Lin Chuan's mind, and even his body underwent earth-shattering changes. The feeling was like an old car getting a sports car engine installed. It was incredibly powerful. Young master, are you going to fight us dressed like this? Ah Biao stared wide-eyed at Lin Chuan's handsome suit. What? You guys can fight in suits, but I can't? Lin Chuan said irritably. He was enjoying the feeling that those fighting skills seemed innate, and was secretly thrilled when this guy suddenly became such a spoilsport. No, young master, our suits are all custom-made and won't affect our fighting. But with your outfit, I'm worried your underwear might pop out if you move around. Ah Biao gave a very honest reminder. Lin Chuan's face darkened. This bodyguard is really no good. Maybe we should send him to Africa to work in the coal mines. You talk too much. Today, I'll be the first to beat you up. Get over here right now, I'll try my hand on you first. Ah Biao accepted the order and walked up to Lin Chuan. Young master, how about we call it quits? Fists and kicks have no eyes. If I hurt you, I'm afraid you'll dock my pay? The other bodyguards behind him were trying not to laugh. Since ancient times, there has been no first place in literature but no second place in martial arts. Ah Biao's position as the bodyguard captain was earned through sheer hard work and fighting. Otherwise, with his brains, why would he be the captain? Lin Chuan chose to test his skills on Ah Biao first. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? At the entrance of the Lin family villa, the steward, Afu, respectfully led Li Yulan into the courtyard. Miss Li, our young master is in the courtyard. Shall I go and inform him? Li Yulan shook her head. What's he doing in the yard? Throwing a party? No need, I can go and take a look myself. As Li Yulan spoke, she walked directly towards the courtyard of the Lin family villa. She had visited the Lin family's home many times and was quite familiar with the layout of the Lin family villa. However, as soon as Li Yulan reached the edge of the courtyard, she saw Lin Chuan, dressed in a suit, confronting Ah Biao. She slowly typed a question mark. What is this guy doing? Chapter 10. I'm coming clean, I'm not pretending anymore. Li Yulan was somewhat bewildered upon seeing this scene. She believed she knew Lin Chuan very well. After all, a simp will always boast in front of the goddess, just like males in nature like to show their strength to females when courting. However, Lin Chuan's actions at this moment baffled Li Yulan. Judging from this, does Lin Chuan intend to spar with his own bodyguards? No way, I've never heard of him knowing martial arts. Li Yulan was so engrossed in watching that she gestured for Lin Fu, who had followed her, to be quiet. She wanted to see what Lin Chuan was really up to. In the courtyard, Lin Chuan had finished stretching his muscles. Looking at the bodyguards who were trying not to laugh and the simple-minded Biao, he gave an order in a bad mood. Forget all this nonsense, just come at me all at once and let me see what level our bodyguards are really up to. Upon hearing this, all the bodyguards, including Biao, as well as Li Yulan who was secretly watching, were stunned. Goodness, isn't this one of Master IP's iconic moments? Lin Chuan was practically ready to shout, I'm going to take on 10 of them. Biao dared not disobey Lin Chuan's orders, but he clearly didn't dare to actually injure Lin Chuan. In a difficult situation, he had no choice but to name the least capable bodyguard. Monkey, step forward. You're the weakest among us, so you should spar with the young master first. The bodyguards burst into laughter. The one called Monkey came up with a pained expression and timidly. Hey, young master, fists and feet can be dangerous later, so don't blame me if you get hurt. Lin Chuan was speechless. It seemed that if he didn't show off a few moves, these guys would really think he had learned some kind of thug's excitement boxing. You're a monkey, aren't you? Come on, let's get down to business and see what you're made of. It's fine if you hurt me, but if you're too weak, your salary and bonuses might be in danger. Upon hearing this, the monkey immediately became anxious. Young master, please don't. I'm not bad, really. Lin Chuan chuckled, then prove it to me. The monkey gritted its teeth, shouted young master, forgive me, and charged forward. Judging from his gestures, this guy was actually planning to subdue Lin Chuan directly using a grappling technique. Lin Chuan's lips twitched. Damn it, do you think so little of yourself? The suit-wearing thug's skills are fully loaded, he has no idea just how strong he is. Lin Chuan kicked the monkey in the chest from mid-air. The already thin monkey was sent flying backwards by this kick. Lin Chuan did a somersault and landed steadily on the ground, looking incredibly cool. Monkey, are you alright? Upon seeing this, Biao's eyes widened, and he quickly went over to help the fallen monkey up. He's fine. I was just holding back. He'll be fine after a day or two of rest. Lin Chuan said calmly. These are all his own retainers, so he certainly can't be too ruthless. Oh, okay, then it's alright. But young master, when did you become so capable? Biao's eyes were somewhat serious. The layman sees the spectacle, but the expert sees the details. Even he would have found it difficult to execute that mid-air kick. Moreover, even a layman could glean something from Lin Chuan's casual move just now. For example, Li Yulan, who was secretly watching, was already extremely shocked. When did Lin Chuan become so skilled? Was this guy just putting on an act in front of me all along? Li Yulan felt like she no longer recognized Lin Chuan, she was somewhat lost. In the courtyard, Lin Chuan waved to Biao and the others. Don't just stand there, let's all attack together. I'll be careful and try not to hurt you. Lin Chuan returned the mocking words he had just heard verbatim. His expression was calm, but what he said was quite provocative. Biao licked his lips. Brothers, this is a tough one, let's get ready. Although this guy isn't very bright, he still has some insight. The move Lin Chuan just showed was enough to make Biao take it seriously. Alright, brother Biao, we can't let the young master look down on us. Monkeys may be weak, but we're not. That's right, young master, please be careful. The bodyguards worked together seamlessly, and within a few words, they had surrounded Lin Chuan. It looks quite professional. However, all of this is still insignificant in the face of overwhelming absolute power. After Lin Chuan, dressed in a suit, was armed with the thug's gear, he practically killed one kid with a single punch. Only Biao could barely withstand a few of Lin Chuan's moves, but he could only barely hold on. Without the restraint of others, he could be knocked to the ground at any moment. What's even more outrageous is that Lin Chuan was dressed in a suit, and his fighting posture was incredibly cool. When the suit-clad thugs fought, their movements were incredibly fluid and graceful, each move a model of both beauty and practicality. Li Yulan, who was secretly watching, was so engrossed that her eyes almost popped out. This was the first time she had ever seen a grown man fight in such a cool way it completely shattered her worldview. Stop, stop, stop. We're not fighting anymore. It's no fun being beaten up all by one side, young master. After taking a punch from Lin Chuan, Biao immediately started begging for mercy. The remaining bodyguards also lay down on the ground and refused to get up. Seeing this, Lin Chuan sighed, somewhat unsatisfied. Alright, I'll let you off the hook for now. But you really need to work on your fighting skills. If you can't even beat me, how are you going to protect me? Upon hearing this, the bodyguards nearly coughed up blood. Especially Biao, who said with some hesitation, "Young master, is it possible that it's not that we're too weak, but that you're too strong?" Young master, your current martial arts cultivation is comparable to that of a martial artist in the Ming Jin stage. I've fought against Ming Jin masters in the army before, and you're about as good as them, young master. Ming Jin? A sudden realization flashed through Lin Chuan's mind. So, after acquiring the skills of the suit-wearing thug, he was already a master of the Ming Jin level? The martial arts realms in the original work are the classic Ming Jin manifest strength, and Jin hidden strength, and Hua Jin transformation strength. Most elite soldiers, at best, are only at the early stage of Ming Jin, a martial arts technique. Masters at the Dark Force level are even more elusive, appearing only briefly and never returning. Those who have reached the transformation realm or above are already martial arts masters, comparable to immortals on Earth. After recalling the realm divisions in the original world, Lin Chuan said rather bluntly, "Actually, I've always been this strong, you just didn't know it. I'm not pretending anymore, I'm a master of Ming Jin, I'm laying my cards on the table." The bodyguards. Biao couldn't help but kindly remind him, "Young master, Grandpa said that we should be low-key in our conduct and actions, otherwise we might get struck by lightning." What you just said was so pretentious. Lin Chuan, who had originally intended to put on a show, now had several black lines appear on his forehead. Damn it, I'll send this straight-laced guy to mine coal in Africa sooner or later. Is it so hard to praise me a couple of times? Meanwhile, Li Yulan, who had witnessed the entire process, had her mouth agape. A master of Ming Jin, a type of martial arts technique? This sycophant is actually a Ming Jin master? Even the beautiful CEO was stunned. Chapter 11. Li Yulan's mind is in turmoil. Li Yulan had heard her second uncle, Li Jianguo, mention the Ming Jin master before. Such individuals are considered top-tier figures in the military and police, and they rarely appear in public. The bodyguard that Li Yulan was looking for was precisely this kind of expert, but unfortunately, Li Yulan has not found such a person yet. Let alone recruiting them, Li Yulan has never even seen such a master. Unexpectedly, when she came to the Lin family villa today, she saw Lin Chuan, whom she had always looked down upon. So this is Ming Jin? It's truly extraordinary. I never realized Lin Chuan could be so cool when he fights. Li Yulan stared at Lin Chuan's proud and aloof figure, lost in thought. However, when she heard Biao say, "People shouldn't be too pretentious, or they'll get struck by lightning," she couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Who's there?" Lin Chuan's ears twitched, he turned around, and looked over with a frown. Li Yulan's heart skipped a beat, and she inexplicably felt a sense of guilt, like when she used to sneak peeks at handsome boys playing basketball in junior high school. Having been discovered, Li Yulan had no choice but to step forward and said somewhat embarrassedly, I came to return your gift, but the housekeeper said you were in the yard, so I just happened to be passing by. You won't be upset with me, will you?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan looked at the butler with displeasure. "It means, why didn't you tell me this woman was coming?" Uncle Fu explained, "Young master, Miss Li said she wanted to come by herself, so I didn't inform you beforehand." Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Since when has our Lin family become a place where just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can come and go as they please? You brought unpleasant guests to my house, how could you be a good housekeeper? Cats and dogs? Unwelcome guests? Upon hearing this, Li Yulan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Are these two words referring to her? The courtyard fell completely silent the moment Lin Chuan uttered those words. Next time, don't let her in without my permission, understand? This. Butler Afu looked embarrassed. All the bodyguards present also showed expressions of surprise. They had heard that Lin Chuan and Li Yulan had a bad falling out, and that Lin Chuan had even taken back all the gifts he had given Li Yulan before. They had thought that Lin Chuan was just angry for a moment and was playing hard to get. It's just like back in elementary and middle school, when boys would pull a girl's hair or poke her with the tip of a pen to get her attention. Judging from the current situation, Lin Chuan's anger probably won't subside anytime soon.
Lin Chuan was unaware of their ulterior motives, and simply instructed them, "Don't let her in again without my orders." He secretly complained to himself.
You said you wouldn't come knocking on our door, and this is it?
Hearing Lin Chuan's merciless words and disdainful thoughts, Li Yulan immediately felt embarrassed.
Who cares?
She glared angrily at Lin Chuan. The strange feeling in my heart vanished completely. She must have lost her mind just now, actually thinking Lin Chuan was kind of handsome. Hateful. That damn guy, I couldn't get rid of him before, but now he's treating me like this.
And Li Yulan's eyes were gloomy. The reason she disliked him was not because of Lin Chuan's sycophantic attitude or his constant pestering. Rather, it's because the Lin family is very likely the culprit who killed her father back then. Now that the gifts have been returned, you can leave. Lin Chuan paid no attention to Li Yulan's reaction. He coldly ordered her to leave. Thinking to myself, this woman's behavior in the original work is that of someone who's completely out of their mind. I remember in the original story, it was clearly Shen Feng's master who killed her father, but this woman firmly believed that the Lin family killed her father because the Lin family and her father had some business competition back then. In the end, he didn't recognize his father's real killer and even got together with his father's killer's disciple, Shen Feng. That's bad enough, but she even handed over her own father's life's work, the Li's healthcare group, to Shen Feng. She's so stupid. What? Was Shen Feng's master the culprit who killed her father? Li Yulan's pupils contracted. I was utterly shocked by this sudden outpouring of emotion. And she'll actually hand over the Li healthcare group? How could that be? Li Yulan was in a state of utter confusion. She watched as the housekeeper, Afu, reached out his hand, asking her to leave. She hurriedly asked the question she most wanted to know. Lin Chuan. Do you know who Shen Feng is? She wanted to know how much Lin Chuan knew about the so-called original plot. Lin Chuan sat on a wooden armchair, his hand pausing as he took the water glass from the bodyguard. I don't know him. He calmly took a sip of water to moisten his throat. I couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why is this woman asking Shen Feng? She should have already met Shen Feng by now, but that has nothing to do with me. Speaking of Shen Feng, in the original story, he will show his skills at the Dayan auction tomorrow. So the protagonist is the protagonist after all. He has incredible luck and is completely unreasonable. He can pick up a bargain at any auction. Who would have thought that lot number 5, which looked like an ordinary snow lotus at the auction, was actually the legendary Tianshan snow lotus, while lot number 25, a replica of a Song Dynasty Junware, actually contained an ancient beauty formula. The Tianshan snow lotus can elevate the scar removal cream of the Li's medical and healthcare group to a whole new level, even removing large area burns, while the beauty formula can double the market value of the Li's medical and healthcare group, propelling it into the ranks of top-tier enterprises in Zhongjiang. With such a generous gesture, it's no wonder Shen Feng was able to win the heart of his beauty. But it doesn't matter, I'm going to just give up. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's heartfelt words, Li Yulan's heart began to pound wildly. Tianshan Snow Lotus enhances the efficacy of scar removal cream. The beauty formula has helped Li's pharmaceutical group become a top-tier enterprise in Zhongjiang City. Even though Li Yulan has exceptional business acumen, leading the Li's healthcare group to great success over the years. But she still wouldn't even dare to dream of becoming a top-tier enterprise in Zhongjiang City. Now that she has received this news from Lin Chuan, should she believe Lin Chuan? Because of what happened yesterday, Li Yulan believed Lin Chuan's words to a certain extent. Mr. Li, the young master requests your departure. Before she could think it through, the butler, Afu, spoke again, ordering her to leave. Upon hearing this, Li Yulan subconsciously looked at Lin Chuan. But all he got was Lin Chuan's departing back view. Ignoring the strange looks from all the bodyguards present, Li Yulan pursed her full cherry lips and left the Lin family. In the past, it was always Li Yulan who drove away and disliked Lin Chuan. When had she ever been disliked by Lin Chuan like this? Li Yulan felt uneasy. For the first time, she finally realized that she had lost something extremely important. After returning home, Li Yulan had no time for sentimental musings. She wanted to verify once again whether Lin Chuan's true feelings were genuine. Mr. Li, this is the list of auction items you requested. At the Li family villa, Li Yulan quickly browsed through the Dayang auction information that her secretary and friend Jiang Shishir had delivered to her. Following the order, she quickly found the pictures and text descriptions of the white snow lotus on page 5.
I also found pictures and text descriptions of imitation Song Dynasty June were on page 25. Everything was exactly as Lin Chuan described in his heart.
Li Yulan put down the documents and said to her secretary, "Prepare an invitation for tomorrow's auction."
She made her decision. They directly snatched this opportunity from Shinfeng. The thought of the trap Shinfeng had set for her filled her with disgust.
And this person will actually take over my company in the future? How could someone like that possibly win her favor?
Most importantly, if this verification comes true again, it means that Shinfeng is the disciple of her father's killer.
That was her enemy.
This also means that her dislike for Lin Chuan over the years was all unfounded.
A complex expression flashed across Li Yulan's delicate face. Chapter 12: A beautiful snake with innate allure. The next day,
the Dayang auction was a gathering of wealthy and famous people.
Just as Shinfeng, dressed in ordinary casual clothes, was about to step into the venue, a mocking voice rang out. "A person should have self-awareness. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Do you really think the Dayang auction has no entry requirements, and any Tom, Dick, or Harry can just walk in?"
Shinfeng paused as he stepped into the venue, turning to look at the sound. Then a bald young man dressed in Armani looked down at him with his nose in the air and said, "What are you looking at? You bumpkin, how dare you come to this kind of event? How dare you talk to me like that?" Shinfeng was not angry at the young man's sarcasm. Instead, he showed an arrogant expression. It was as if the young man speaking was not a person, but an ant that he could crush with a single step.
"So what if I am? What can you do to your grandpa, you bumpkin?"
The young man, a typical rich second generation, had never been looked at like that before. He was just joking around at first, but he was suddenly enraged. He strode up to Shinfeng aggressively, determined to teach him a lesson. Shinfeng gave him a look as if he were looking at a dead man.
At this critical moment,
a stunningly beautiful figure stepped out of the luxury car. Her rounded shoulders, snow-white long legs, and black evening gown with a slit every detail was enough to make one's mouth water.
It stood proudly upright, swaying up and down with her movements.
Her full, cherry-like lips make one want to kiss them. However, her temperament was too cold, making people only dare to admire her from afar. With a quick glance, Xianying noticed Shinfeng, who looked out of place at the entrance of the auction, and her eyes narrowed. Shinfeng also noticed that Li Yulan noticed him the moment she got out of the car, and he was immediately moved. This woman definitely has feelings for him.
"Mr. Li, over here." He quickly greeted Li Yulan with a confident smile. The men around Li Yulan immediately burst into laughter, mocking Shinfeng's overestimation of his abilities. Unexpectedly, the next second, Li Yulan actually followed Shinfeng's instructions and walked over. How could this be?
Li Yulan is an ice queen who even Lin Chuan, the eldest son of the top-tier wealthy Lin family, coldly rejected her. How could she possibly know this unremarkable country bumpkin? Even the bald young man looked at Shinfeng with disbelief and fear. Although his family was a second-rate family, just like the Li group, his influence within the family was not as great as that of Li Yulan, the person in charge.
Did he really run into a brick wall today?
Just as everyone held their breath and stared wide-eyed, wanting to see what the relationship was between Shinfeng and Li Yulan,
Li Yulan spoke. "You've come at the right time.
The group has just purchased a bunch of rare medicinal herbs, and you're the one I think the best in the security team. For the time being, you will be responsible for guarding Warehouse B on the outskirts of the group." As she spoke, she took out her keys from her expensive Gucci handbag. Her captivating eyes were fixed on Shinfeng, waiting for his reaction. She didn't expect to run into Shinfeng at the door.
However, it's good that she's encountered him now. She can send him away beforehand to prevent him from ruining her plans.
Li Yulan, after all, wanted to intercept Shinfeng's opportunity, so naturally she didn't want to encounter the person in question and cause an accident to occur in her interception plan.
However, Shinfeng was unaware of Li Yulan's thoughts.
Staring into Li Yulan's beautiful eyes, he felt completely captivated.
"Leave it to me."
He took the key from Li Yulan and tried to take the opportunity to touch her hand, but Li Yulan quickly dodged him.
Shinfeng thought that Li Yulan must be shy because of his feigned indifference.
With that thought in mind, Shinfeng left in high spirits. He was in a good mood today, so he didn't bother with that little bug.
He's lucky. However, what he didn't know was,
after he left, the bald youth looked at his retreating figure with even more disdain.
"What are you pretending for? He's just a security guard at the gate, yet he acts so arrogantly."
The other onlookers also looked disgusted. As expected, a country bumpkin is a country bumpkin.
Oh, isn't this Mr. Li?
Just when Li Yulan thought everything had settled down, a charming and alluring voice rang out. Then, a face that she particularly disliked came into view. The woman had a pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to hold the promise of spring, and her bright and delicate features were accompanied by a captivating smile. The custom-made cheongsam hugged her hot figure, making her fuller curves even fuller and her slimmer features even slimmer. She swayed gracefully as she walked, like a naturally alluring serpentine beauty. The fragrant breeze was so enticing that it was impossible to look away. Seeing the displeasure on Li Yulan's face, the woman's smile deepened, making her resemble a bewitching enchantress, and she spoke coquettishly.
Without young Master Lin's adoration, is Mr. Li only able to date men of this caliber? How pitiful. Song Kursen, if you keep talking like that, I'll tear your mouth apart. Li Yulan knew that Song Kursen was talking about Shin Feng. This woman always spoke in such an infuriating way. But today it sounded particularly jarring to her.
For some reason, she remembered the image of Lin Xuan's back when she went to the Lin family yesterday.
That time and that moment are just like this moment. They look so alike. Song Kursen was unaware of Li Yulan's thoughts. She was happy as long as she saw Li Yulan unhappy. Song Kursen and Li Yulan are both considered the most beautiful female CEOs in Zhongzheng.
The two are equally beautiful, one is aloof and powerful, and the other is a charming and passionate woman.
Even their business acumen is on par.
She believed she was no less than Li Yulan, but Lin Xuan, whom she had admired since childhood, only had eyes for Li Yulan.
But Li Yulan is ungrateful and doesn't appreciate it. Fortunately, Brother Lin has finally come to his senses. Thinking of this, Song Kursen's smile became even more alluring. Seeing Li Yulan enter the venue, she followed behind her at a leisurely pace. Then, under the gaze of most of the audience, he gracefully sat down next to Li Yulan. What are you doing now? Li Yulan stared at her coldly. Song Kursen blinked innocently. Is your name written on this spot? Li Yulan frowned. She had important business to attend to and didn't want to waste her breath arguing with Song Kursen. Soon, the auction began. A beautiful auctioneer, dressed in an elegant evening gown, walked onto the stage. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this auction. We have 36 precious items up for auction, including some masterpieces by renowned artists. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. After a brief introduction and warm-up, the beautiful host began the formal auction. Now, let's officially begin this auction. The first item to appear is item number 1. Record of Woha Mountain by Quan Tao, a master calligrapher of the Ming Dynasty. Starting bid is 10 million, minimum increment is 1 million. Bidding begins. As the first item to sell well, this calligraphy and painting at the auction was of high collectible value, so many people raised their paddles as soon as the auction started. I'll offer 11 million. 15 million? Don't even try to take it from me. Ultimately, lot number 1 was sold for 51 million. None of these things attracted Li Yulan's attention. All her thoughts were focused on auction item number 5. Lot number 5 was brought out very quickly. Li Yulan held her breath. Then the auctioneer's fair fingers lifted the red cloth, revealing a snow lotus with pure white petals encased in transparent glass, looking extremely beautiful. This is a rare snow lotus from the Kunlun Mountains. It is suitable for viewing and also has medicinal effects. The starting price is 100,000, and each bid must be at least 10,000. The auction has begun. Compared to the previous items, this snow lotus paled in comparison. Although the auctioneer also emphasized its medicinal value, many people didn't take it seriously, and only a few flower enthusiasts raised their paddles. 110,000. 120,000. Just as Lin Xuan thought to himself, this was a treasure that had been mistaken for an ordinary snow lotus. 150,000. Li Yulan blended into the crowd without making a sound, and casually raised her sign. Finally, she acquired this Tianshan snow lotus for 500,000 yuan. The fact that she could so easily acquire the treasure that enabled the Li Group's scar removal cream to achieve a new breakthrough made even the aloof Li Yulan unable to resist curling her lips into a smile. What she didn't know was that Song Kursen had noticed this very slight curve. Chapter 13, wasn't that a coincidence? Song Kursen found it very interesting. As Li Yulan's archenemy, she sensed something was amiss as soon as she entered the venue. Li Yulan is too quiet today. It wasn't the kind of cold indifference that made her disdain to argue when she provoked her. Rather, it was the quietness where all her attention was focused on one point. What could possibly be so captivating to Li Yulan? Song Kersen was curious.
Therefore, from the start of the auction, all her attention was focused on Li Yulan. Then, she noticed the smile on Li Yulan's lips and the instant relaxation in her body when she took the Tianshan Snow Lotus.
Clearly, Li Yulan came here with a purpose today.
Moreover, this woman's goal is likely not just about this one Tianshan Snow Lotus. Seeing that Li Yulan's attention had once again fallen on the auction stage, Song Kersen's eyes flickered. It's unclear what other auction items will capture the usually composed head of Li's healthcare group's attention.
But Song Kersen knew one thing: whatever Li Yulan wanted, she would take it from her. After all, she would be overjoyed to see Li Yulan unhappy.
Thinking this, Song Kersen observed Li Yulan discreetly until lot number 25 appeared. When lot number 25 appeared, she clearly noticed that Li Yulan's fingers clenched for a moment and then relaxed.
Li Yulan was actually nervous. Song Kersen immediately knew that her target had appeared.
Therefore, she also set her sights on lot number 25, which had just been revealed. It was a jade-green three-legged incense burner, and it looked alright, but according to the host, it was just a replica of a Song Dynasty Juneware. Regardless of its appearance or craftsmanship, it has little collectible value. Starting price is 1 million, with each bid increment not less than 100,000.
Bidding begins. The host's sweet voice rang out.
Li Yulan, feigning composure, raised her sign, 1,100,000.
2 million. Song Kersen said lazily.
Li Yulan frowned, 2,100,000.
3 million. Song Kersen said.
Suddenly, the other guests, who were not particularly interested to begin with, stopped raising their paddles and all turned to look at the two famous beauties from Zhongjiang City who had suddenly become at odds.
Li Yulan, unable to bear it any longer, said coldly, Song Kersen, what do you mean? What, I can't buy what you like? Song Kersen tilted her head. Does it have your name on it? That same phrase again. Li Yulan took a deep breath, gave her a cold glare, and raised the price again, 4 million. So you're really determined to get this replica of Song Dynasty Juneware? Song Kersen looked at her with a smile, then suddenly changed the subject. What a coincidence, me too. 10 million. The entire audience was in an uproar. Whispers could be heard from the guests. Is there something mysterious about this imitation Song Dynasty Juneware? Why do these two look like they're fighting? It shouldn't be because of this item, right? Aren't these two always at odds? That's true. 10 million is a high price for a counterfeit. The auctioneer on stage couldn't stop smiling. People like them who organize auctions love guests who act on impulse. She gently raised the hammer. Anyone else bidding? She then tapped the gavel, 10 million each time. 20 million. Li Yulan gritted her teeth and quickly raised her paddle. 40 million, Song Kersen replied calmly. 50 million. Li Yulan said fiercely. 80 million. Song Kersen said softly. With a loud bang. The entire audience erupted in uproar. This price, while not the highest price in this auction so far, but for a counterfeit, that's already ridiculously high. Li Yulan slammed the sign down and stood up coldly. Song Kersen, are you really going to try and take her from me? The highest bidder wins, Song Kersen said with a smile. Li Yulan's fingers clenched tightly, and she stopped midway through her sentence. Although the two have similar business acumen. But when it comes to family wealth and working capital, she, a self-made second-rate group boss, is definitely no match for the Song family, one of the three major families in Zhongjiang City. Lin Chuan's inner voice told her that in the original story, Shin Feng obtained these two opportunities by finding bargains at low prices. Therefore, Li Yulan had calculated everything and prepared 6 million according to the value that a replica of a Song Dynasty Juneware should have. Out of caution and fear of unforeseen circumstances, they ultimately withdrew 60 million. But unexpectedly, a Chang Yao Jin appeared out of nowhere, and Song Kersen shouted out 80 million. Li Yulan was somewhat confused as to why Song Kersen wanted to get involved. On stage, the auctioneer struck the gavel, announcing 80 million for one time. Li Yulan bit her lip tightly. 80 million times. Li Yulan bit her lips until they turned white. On stage, the auctioneer struck the gavel for the third time, 80 million, 3 times. Li Yulan closed her eyes tightly and sat back down. Congratulations, Miss Song, your replica of Song Dynasty Juneware sold for 80 million. Listening to the auctioneer's cheerful voice, Li Yulan could only feel her heart bleeding while comforting herself that Lin Chuan's wishes might not all come true. Just then, Song Kersen had her staff bring over a replica of Song Dynasty Juneware.
She picked up the emerald green June kiln tripod incense burner, looked it over from head to toe, and her expression was dismissive and even disdainful.
What's wrong with you today? Why are you so fond of such low-class things? Li Yulan took a deep breath and said with a heavy heart, since you don't like it, why don't you sell it to me? You only bought it to spite me anyway, and now that you've achieved your goal, I'll do you a favor, how about it? For business people like them, owing favors to others is the worst thing. Li Yulan's willingness to make this promise demonstrates her utmost sincerity.
But Song Kursen thought of the cold treatment Lin Chuan had received from Li Yulan over the years, and her smile remained unchanged, not so much.
As she spoke, she deliberately waved the imitation Song Dynasty Juneware in front of Li Yulan, as if to show off, even if I don't like it, even if I smash this 80 million on the ground and make a sound, I won't give it to you. Don't push your luck. Li Yulan raised her arm, unable to bear it any longer. She was never good-tempered to begin with, and seeing that Song Kursen wouldn't listen to reason, she got so angry that she was about to fight her in public. Smack! But who would have thought?
Li Yulan's wave of her hand caught Song Kursen off guard, causing her hand to slip and the 80 million yuan replica of a Song Dynasty Juneware piece to fall to the ground and shatter into pieces.
The auction is coming to an end.
As soon as the commotion started, most of the eyes in the room turned to look.
Song Kursen pressed her advantage. Fine, Li Yulan, you broke my 80 million yuan replica of a Song Dynasty Juneware piece, you must pay for it.
But soon, Song Kursen realized that Li Yulan wasn't paying attention to her at all. Instead, she was staring intently at the shards on the ground.
What's so interesting about a bunch of fragments?
Thinking this, Song Kursen followed Li Yulan's gaze and then noticed a yellowed piece of paper among the fragments.
Song Kursen quickly picked up the paper and glanced at it. Hua Tuo's beauty formula?
The Song family had no business in medicine, so Song Kursen remained completely unmoved when she saw the ancient prescription filled with complex pharmacological principles. Upon hearing these 5 words, Li Yulan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her.
It's actually the legendary Hua Tuo's beauty formula. Chapter 14. One thing subdues another, Lin Chuan's simp. What?
Some people in the crowd who were drawn to the commotion exclaimed in surprise. Then, an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a tang suit, came out and stared intently at the ancient prescription in Song Kursen's hand, asking in a trembling voice.
Young friend of the Song family, may I borrow this ancient prescription for a look? Upon hearing this, Song Kursen paused for a moment, then looked at the old man with a respectful expression. So it's Elder Tang. Please go ahead.
As she spoke, she handed the yellowed white paper in her hand to the old man.
Old Tang is the president of the First People's Hospital of Zhongjiang and a leading figure in the medical field of Zhongjiang.
He is knowledgeable and has saved countless lives. Therefore, even if his wealth is not as great as the 3 major families in Zhongjiang, his reputation is comparable. Even though Song Kursen was a junior member of the Song family and had already taken power, she still dared not act presumptuously in the face of such a senior elder.
Tang Lao took the ancient prescription from Song Kursen and began studying it immediately.
His eyes grew brighter and brighter as he looked, his expression became more and more excited, and even the mustache on his lips trembled.
Finally, he exclaimed excitedly, it's actually true. It really is the legendary Hua Tuo's beauty formula. Young friend, you've struck it rich.
After saying that, old Tang looked at Song Kursen with envy.
Please enlighten me, Mr. Tang.
As the daughter of the Song group, who had no involvement in the pharmaceutical industry, Song Kursen had no concept of the value of this piece of paper. Old Tang looked at Song Kursen with kind eyes. It is said that the legendary physician Hua Tuo maintained his youthful appearance even in his old age, and he used this prescription. This thing was only mentioned briefly in ancient books and has been lost for thousands of years.
Its medicinal value is enough to crush all products in the current beauty industry. With it, dominating the beauty market won't be a problem.
These words caused an uproar in the audience. Song Kursen also opened her red lips wide, her eyes shining as she looked at the ancient prescription in her hand, feeling her whole hand become heavy. After Tang Lao finished speaking, he did not look away from Hua Tuo's beauty formula. Instead, he looked even more eager. The old man spoke sincerely.
Young friend, may I purchase this beauty prescription by Hua Tuo?
I'll pay 5 times the price, or even 10 times. This beauty formula by Hua Tuo has high research value, and because it is an ancient formula, ordinary people cannot understand it even if they hold it in their hands. The Song family has no talent or business empire in the medical field, so why not do me a favor and consider it a debt I owe you?
The surrounding guests gasped again upon hearing this. 5 times the price, 10 times the price? Wouldn't that be between 400 million and 800 million? Moreover, the favor you have with the president of Zhongjiang First People's Hospital can be saved in the long run. Heaven knows that the richer people are, the more afraid they are of death. Old Tang's willingness to owe Song Kersen a favor is definitely giving Song Kersen a get-out-of-jail-free card. Everyone stared intently at Song Kersen, waiting to see how she would react. "I'm sorry, Mr. Tang." But to everyone's surprise, Song Kersen actually refused. Song Kersen immediately thought of Lin Chuan and decided to refuse. "I want to keep this Hua Tuo beauty formula for myself." Old Tang expressed his regret, but did not make things difficult for the junior. He still smiled and said, "If you change your mind, young friend, you can contact me at any time." Song Kersen agreed. After replying, she deliberately looked at Li Yulan, whose face was pale, and spoke with a smile. "Thank you for the gift, Mr. Li. I'll gladly accept this wonderful treasure." She wondered why Li Yulan was so obsessed with this imitation Song Dynasty Junware. "It's not that I'm obsessed with imitating Song Dynasty Junware, but rather that I'm obsessed with imitating Hua Tuo's beauty formula within Song Dynasty Junware. Song Kersen, keeping this beauty formula is just a waste." Li Yulan gritted her teeth. At first, she only had a vague idea about the beauty treatment, so she wasn't too heartbroken. It wasn't until the Song Dynasty-style Junware was broken and Hua Tuo's beauty formula was exposed that Li Yulan knew what it meant to be heartbroken. This is a legendary and unique beauty formula from Hua Tuo. This is her hope of joining a top-tier enterprise in Zhongjiang. Now it has fallen into the hands of that vile woman, Song Kersen. What hurts more than never having had it is having it. Therefore, Li Yulan could only mock her in this way. Song Kersen, however, disagreed. Although it is unknown where Li Yulan got the information that there was Hua Tuo's beauty formula in the imitation Song Dynasty Junware. But as long as she knew Li Yulan was unhappy, she was happy. Therefore, she retorted, "Who said that? I heard that young Master Lin is also interested in the medical aesthetics market, but he didn't get involved in the past because of you. Now that young Master Lin has abandoned you, do you think he'll agree if I take this ancient prescription to talk to him?" After saying that, Song Kersen walked away gracefully in her high heels. Li Yulan was left alone, her face turning even more ashen with anger at these hurtful words. Li Yulan was aware that Lin Chuan was interested in the medical aesthetics market. Lin Chuan fell in love with her at first sight at a medical aesthetics industry exchange meeting and then pursued her relentlessly. Lin Chuan already had a pharmaceutical research and development team before, and when he was pursuing her later, he even made a sycophantic statement about giving her the research and development team. Hearing Song Kersen mention this now, it's clear she had malicious intentions. Upon hearing this, the surrounding onlookers couldn't help but turn their attention to Song Kersen. The 8 trigrams are human nature. Lin Chuan, as the heir of one of the 3 top families in Zhongjiang City, has an outstanding family background and handsome appearance, and has always been a prominent figure. The fact that he had been frantically trying to woo Li Yulan over the years, only to be coldly rejected by her, has been a hot topic among many in the same circle. The fact that Lin Chuan and Li Yulan have now severed ties has already been revealed by Lin's bodyguards. Lin Chuan and Li Yulan have not been seen together since, which suggests the rumors are true. Many people are curious to see how Li Yulan will react. But Li Yulan had no interest in these people's gossip. The auction was over, and she left without looking back. Both of the things she verified came true, which meant that Lin Chuan's true feelings were entirely true. This also means that Xin Feng's master was her real father's killer. Over the years, she had suspected everyone, and even when she suspected the Lin family the most, she couldn't accurately determine who was actually behind it. Now, she finally knows who the exact murderer is. Li Yulan sent a message to her secretary, "Bring all the bodyguards of the Li family and come find me." After sending the message and location, Li Yulan dialed Xin Feng's mobile phone number again, which was the number the employees had submitted when they joined the company. The phone beeped twice. Li Yulan cut to the chase. "Xin Feng, where are you now?" Chapter 15 His Damn, Irresistible Charm. On the other end. With the warehouse key given to him by Li Yulan in his pocket, Xin Feng took a car to the entrance of Warehouse B of the Li's Medical and Healthcare Group in the suburbs. His ability to obtain an admission ticket to the Dayang auction was entirely by chance, a result of his helping the person in charge of the Dayang auction. "The reason I went to the auction was because I had been practicing in the mountains for many years and wanted to see the outside world. But compared to the dispensable auction, Li Yulan's favor is definitely more important. This is the woman he's determined to have. I just don't know why." As the Dayang auction drew further away, Xin Feng felt he had lost something or missed out on something.
Shinfeng stood at the entrance of Warehouse B of the Lee's healthcare group, pacing back and forth unconsciously, trying to capture the feeling of this moment.
Sudden. The phone rang.
Shinfeng didn't notice who was calling and answered the phone randomly.
The next second, he heard the woman's clear and melodious voice fall. Shinfeng, where are you now? It was Li Yolan's voice.
Shinfeng quickly glanced at his phone screen. It showed an unfamiliar number from the same city.
This was the first time Li Yulan had ever called him. Li Yulan actually knew his phone number. She really does have feelings for me. Moreover, Li Yulan actually asked me where I was. She definitely can't wait a moment longer and wants to see him. Shinfeng couldn't suppress his secret joy. I can't let this woman become too spoiled and arrogant.
The thought flashed through Shinfeng's mind. He deliberately put on airs for a while, waiting until Li Yulan was getting impatient, before lowering his voice and speaking in a deliberately deep and magnetic tone, at the entrance of Warehouse B of the group.
Okay.
Li Yulan frowned, feeling that Shinfeng's voice sounded like it had been caught in a door. But all she needed to know was that Shinfeng hadn't left.
She instructed, stand still and wait for me to come over.
After saying that, he hung up the phone without looking back. Shinfeng was about to chat a bit more when he heard a busy signal. He put away his phone, thinking to himself with a smug satisfaction.
Li Yulan was so impatient, she couldn't wait to come and find him. His damn, irresistible charm.
As Li Yulan rushed over with her bodyguards, Shinfeng was already deep in thought about how to respond if Li Yulan threw herself at him, so that she wouldn't fall too much in love with him.
As a result, as soon as Li Yulan appeared, he was surrounded by a large group of bodyguards.
Li Yulan herself stood directly in front of Shinfeng, her expression arrogant and her eyes sharp.
She asked, Shinfeng, who is your master? You came to find me because of my master?
Shinfeng frowned. This was not what he had expected.
The script isn't being played the right way. Don't change the subject.
Li Yulan didn't want to waste any more words with this disgusting man who had sent people to follow her. She gestured to her bodyguards to hold him down and said in an imposing manner,
answer whatever I ask. But Shinfeng was not one to listen to orders.
In the past, he was very tolerant of her because she was his future wife. But now, Li Yulan's aggressive expression, her eyes that looked like she was looking at trash, and her attitude of ordering people to attack without saying a word, immediately offended him.
Shinfeng easily defeated the bodyguards who tried to restrain him in a few moves, and coldly glared at Li Yulan. You want to teach me how to do things? Li Yulan became an instant sensation.
I already had a lot of frustration with Song Kursen today. Shinfeng is just a lowly security guard, yet he dares to look down on her like this. Moreover, the thought of Shinfeng's disgusting behavior, his status as the disciple of her enemy, and his desire to seize the future of her Lee's healthcare group was unbearable.
She was hostile towards Shinfeng. Everyone, grab him.
She refused to believe it. She mobilized all her bodyguards and couldn't even touch a mere security guard. Since she won't listen to soft words, once her bodyguards beat Shinfeng to the ground, she's sure she can get information out of him. All 30-odd burly bodyguards in black suits attacked, attempting to subdue Shinfeng. As it turned out, none of them could withstand a single move from Shinfeng. Before long, the more than 30 people who should have been able to take down Shinfeng were actually beaten so badly by Shinfeng alone that they couldn't get up.
Li Yulan was stunned by what she saw and took a step back.
Shinfeng merely gave her a cold glance. Why should I, Shinfeng, explain my actions to anyone? After saying that, he threw the key to Warehouse B to Li Yulan, stepped over the bodyguard lying on the ground, and left without looking back. Li Yulan was so angry by Shinfeng's last glance that she gasped for breath, her chest heaving.
Today has been a terrible day.
Li Yulan gritted her teeth, glanced at the bodyguards lying on the ground, and felt that this matter could not be left unresolved. So she dialed her uncle Li Jiangwo's number. As soon as her uncle, who was the deputy commissioner of the Public Works Department, answered the call, she spoke eagerly.
Second uncle, I think I've found a clue to the murderer who killed my father.
At the same time, she was thinking that since it was difficult to break through Shinfeng's side, she might as well think of a way to extract some clues from Lin Xuan's thoughts. On the other end, Shinfeng, who had already left, had a cold expression, not only because of the unsuccessful start of the campaign, but also because of Li Yulan's offense. For some reason, this woman acted like she was on steroids, and she even tried to find out about her master.
It seems that my plan to win her over and gain both wealth and beauty needs to be adjusted a bit. Shinfeng walked along, shivering in the cold air, pondering his next move.
After completing his studies and descending the mountain, he originally intended to follow his master's instructions to first find his 7 extraordinary senior sisters.
But after arriving in Zhongjiang City, he witnessed the prosperity of the metropolis.
He decided to pursue women and consolidate his power while conquering the Central River, and then, with his invincible aura, go to see his 7 senior sisters.
As it turned out, the very first goal ran into problems. Grab him, that damned thief.
As Shin Feng was brainstorming, a delicate shout suddenly rang in his ears. Then he smelled a fragrant breeze, and when he looked up, he saw a beautiful girl wearing Chanel, Armani around her waist, and Prada shoes running past him. Without saying a word, Shin Feng rushed out, quickly dealt with the thief, and returned the girl's handbag to her. When the girl witnessed his skills, her eyes lit up with admiration. She took out a bank card from her bag to thank him.
Shin Feng refused righteously. "It was nothing, miss, you don't need to take it to heart."
The girl hesitated for a moment upon seeing this, then her eyes lit up. She looked at Shin Feng with hopeful eyes and said, "My name is Yi Weiwei.
You know the Yi family of Zhongjiang, right?
I'm looking for a bodyguard who is both brave and resourceful.
Since you're so capable, why don't you become my bodyguard? I'll give you 3 times the market rate."
Shin Feng's lips curled up slightly.
The Yi family of Zhongjiang? That wealthy construction tycoon whose business rivals the Li Healthcare Group. One of the major second-tier families in Zhongjiang? It's like finding a hidden gem after a dark period of darkness, all without any effort at all. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully abandoning a plot involving the male and female leads.
You have received the reward, perfect physique invulnerable to swords and bullets, abandonment points +1.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully slacked off for a day.
You have received a reward of +1 charm value.
Lin Chuan was eating hot pot and singing at home when the system's voice appeared in his mind. Immediately afterwards, he felt a subtle sensation begin to sweep over and transform his entire body. When he finally emerged from that subtle feeling, Lin Chuan felt that his overall demeanor had improved after his charm level increased by 1 point. The transformation of his physique filled him with energy, as if he had inexhaustible strength. My body feels light, and running and boxing become effortless. He unconsciously clenched his fist and immediately felt a surge of energy coursing through his meridians. Lin Chuan was overjoyed. After a day of exploring, he had figured out the system's functions. There are 2 main ways to receive rewards. One option is to simply lie low and do nothing. For each day you do nothing, you will receive some guaranteed rewards, such as a random 1-point increase in attributes like strength, intelligence, physique, charm, or luck, or a guaranteed income of 100 million. Another approach is to slack off on the storylines involving the male and female leads. The latter receives a generous reward for each instance of playing dumb, plus 1 point of playing dumb credit. The points earned from playing dumb can help upgrade the system, thus making the daily rewards for playing dumb more generous. Lin Chuan's system is currently only level 1, so the reward he can get by idling every day is a guaranteed increase of 1 random attribute point or a guaranteed income of 100 million. But when the system is upgraded to level 2, the reward for idling every day will become a guaranteed increase of 2 random attribute points or a guaranteed income of 200 million. As you progress to higher levels, you'll receive even rarer and more generous daily rewards. In short, the more you slack off, the richer the rewards. Next, as long as he continues to slack off, especially in the storylines involving the male and female leads, it's entirely possible for him to defy fate and change his destiny. With that thought in mind, Lin Chuan lost his appetite for hot pot. If we're talking about the suit-wearing thug skill we got last time, it's the most useful attack skill. The perfect physique that he obtained this time, which makes him invulnerable to blades and spears, directly improved his physical condition, giving him a stronger foundation. He specifically took his bodyguard to his yard to test it out. As a result, within just a few minutes, the bodyguard captain, Biao, and his men were all dumbfounded. "Young master, you've been hiding this for a long time. Last time we sparred, I thought you were only good at strong attacks, but it turns out we were just too narrow-minded. Your current hard qigong, external strength training, and defensive capabilities are absolutely top tier in Zhongjiang." Chapter 16. Are girls these days so bold? It seems we need to train even harder from now on. Biao's expression turned serious. As the young master's most loyal subordinate, a former special forces soldier and head of the bodyguard team, how could he possibly be no match for his employer? Isn't this just letting him get paid for nothing? Biao could neither allow nor accept such a situation to occur. One who receives the emperor's bounty must serve the emperor faithfully. This is his life motto. Therefore, after seeing Lin Chuan's strength, his only thought was to continue recruiting him and make sure to create corresponding value for Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan simply patted him on the shoulder without saying anything more. After all, comparing oneself to someone like oneself only breeds despair. Moreover, after the fight just now, he had already achieved the result he wanted. According to the martial arts level classification in this world, I am currently capable of withstanding attacks from martial artists below the peak of dark force. Throughout the early and middle stages of the story, he was practically invincible on a physical level. Even Shin Feng would find it difficult to break through his defenses without using some of his unique hidden weapons and firearms. Clearly, his previous deductions were correct. Lin Chuan was very satisfied, and at the same time, he became even more determined to give up. After finishing his experience, Lin Chuan asked the bodyguard, "Where is the most famous entertainment venue in Zhongjiang City?" "I have nothing to do today, so I'd like to listen to music at a brothel." Having traveled through time for so long, it's time to experience the life of the wealthy. Listening to tunes in the brothel while casually racking up rewards for being a lazy bum, what a wonderful thing that would be. Half an hour later. The most famous large-scale entertainment venue in Zhongjiang City is Fengyue Club. A very cool Maserati appeared at the entrance of the club. The 6/8 on the license plate immediately attracted a lot of attention. A rare, discontinued Maserati? Holy crap, there seems to be only one of this model in the entire country. That license plate with 6/8 is the most arrogant one. Whose rich kid is that? He can act even more pretentious than me. Wait, I remember at the auction, the Lin family seemed to be the ones who bought this license plate number. As the last whisper faded, Lin Chuan stepped out of the Maserati. His handsome appearance and expensive custom-made suit immediately drew gasps of admiration from the women in the room. So handsome. I never expected it to be the eldest son of the Lin family. Didn't the eldest son of the Lin family never come to places like this before? I heard it's because he doesn't like Li Yulan anymore. I really don't know what this CEO Li is being so dramatic about. If it were me, I would have gone straight for young Master Lin. Chasing after him? Damn it, if you gave me a chance, I'd give him 10 babies in one go. He doesn't know how to cherish such a top-tier, rich, and handsome guy. Is he out of his mind? Many girls looked at Lin Chuan with eager anticipation. It's important to know that Lin Chuan is not only handsome, but also the heir to the Lin family, which is worth billions. As one of the 3 top families in Zhongjiang City, the Lin family's luxury car alone demonstrates the wealth gap between top-tier wealthy families and ordinary rich businessmen, as well as the enormous privileges exclusive to first-class families. A license plate with 6/8 isn't something you can just buy with money. Moreover, even if Lin Chuan had no money, his handsome face alone would make a night with him worthwhile. With this in mind, many fair-skinned and beautiful young girls smiled at Lin Chuan with great enthusiasm. Young Master Lin. Hello, young Master Lin. Lin Chuan returned the smile. He appeared calm on the surface, but was inwardly shocked. The simple, unpretentious, and boring life of the rich was something he had never seen before. Many of the men watching glanced at Lin Chuan, who was enjoying himself with 2 women on either side, or even showed an envious expression. When Sister Yu, the manager of the brothel, learned of Lin Chuan's appearance, she immediately sent the news to Song Kurson, the boss behind the scenes. Stepping out of the club, I was greeted by a scene of beauties surrounding me, a veritable throng of women. She quickly and enthusiastically stepped forward to greet Lin Chuan, saying, "Young Master Lin is here? Please come in, I have arranged a VIP room for you." Sister Yu is a mature woman in her early 30s, and she is quite well known in Zhongjiang's social circles. Upon hearing this, Lin Chuan immediately nodded and followed her directions into the club. Meanwhile, Song Kurson received a message from the owner of the brothel, which immediately set off alarm bells in her mind. Good heavens! She had finally waited for Lin Chuan to give up on Li Yulan, but then she received this news. How can I let those little vixens outside have the meat that I haven't even gotten my hands on yet? Song Kurson immediately took out a makeup mirror, and while tidying her appearance, she instructed the driver, "No need to go home, turn around and go to the pleasure club." Song Kurson rushed over. Lin Chuan had already entered the VIP room of the Fengyue Club. Inside the VIP lounge, the luxurious decor and ambiguous lighting created a sophisticated ambience. Lin Chuan selected a beautiful woman who was supposedly the top courtesan at the club, and they had just gotten to know each other briefly. But I haven't even had a chance to enjoy her energetic performance of pestering me yet. With a loud bang, the door to the VIP lounge was kicked open from the outside. He frowned and looked over. At the entrance of the private room, 2 burly men with large tattoos on their arms came into view.
Standing in front, the young man with a blue dragon tattooed on his arm glared with his tiger-like eyes and surveyed the room. Finally, their gaze fell on Lin Chuan. So you're the one who's blind, picking up the courtesan Ruyan that my senior brother has his eye on, huh?
Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed immediately.
Court death?
Behind him, Biao, the captain of Lin Chuan's bodyguard team, immediately stepped forward, his body radiating a chilling aura, insolence.
Who gave you the audacity to barge into our young master's private room and speak so rudely to him? Do you know who my young master is?
I don't care who you are, another young man with a white tiger tattoo on his arm sneered disdainfully.
You know the Zhongjiang Martial Arts Association, right?
We are from the Zhongjiang Martial Arts Association, and my senior brother is the son of the president of the Zhongjiang Martial Arts Association. If you know what's good for you, return Ruyan to my senior brother, and we might let you off the hook.
If you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us for being impolite.
After saying that, Bai Hu Huabi clenched his fist in a defiant manner, and his bones cracked and popped. Xinglong Huaquan said impatiently, "All right, stop wasting your breath on them.
Just take them away."
As he spoke, the burly man with the green dragon walked into the VIP room, looking as if he was about to take the person away directly. Even the beautiful Miss Ruyan was frightened by his posture. Her soft, boneless body pressed tightly against Lin Chuan, and she trembled slightly. Lin Chuan felt the courtesan's trembling body, glanced coldly at the burly man, and gestured to the bodyguard.
Biao. Yes.
Upon receiving the order, the bodyguard captain, Biao, pounced forward and threw a punch at the tattooed youth.
Chapter 17. When did I agree to let you leave?
The tattooed young man was not to be outdone. When he saw Biao rushing over, he immediately got into a fighting stance and started exchanging punches with him. Biao truly lived up to his reputation as the head bodyguard specially trained for Lin Chuan by the Lin family. Once the Special Forces' real firepower skills were on full display, the previously arrogant tattooed man was quickly brought to the ground.
Junior brother.
Seeing the tattooed man being defeated, the white tiger youth glared at Biao and rushed forward. I wanted to teach Biao a lesson. The Martial Arts Association has always been a force to be reckoned with, rivaling the three great families of Zhongjiang and the underground forces of Zhongjiang. Unlike underground gangs that control the gray areas and the three major families that control the lifeline of the business world, the Martial Arts Association has always dominated Zhongjiang City by relying on its hard power. It can be said that every single disciple who comes out of the Martial Arts Association is a skilled fighter. For example, his junior brother with the Azure Dragon tattoo once single-handedly took on 10 elite soldiers and was confident of victory.
But now, he's been taken down by an insignificant bodyguard. What is the background of this bodyguard? Because the young man from Baihu rarely left his home and was devoted to martial arts, he did not recognize that the handsome man sitting on the sofa in the VIP room was the heir of the Lin family. He assumed he was just some rich kid, since there were plenty of rich kids like him in brothels. There are very few top-tier forces that can rival their martial arts association, so how could they be so unlucky as to run into one? Thinking this, the young man with the white tiger eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and his fist, aimed at Biao, gleamed coldly. Biao quickly realized something was wrong and swiftly retreated to avoid it. A powerful kick swept across. Suddenly, the white tiger youth fell to the ground, and the blade hidden between his fingers fell out. Biao saw the blade gleaming with a sharp, cold light on the carpet and his face contorted with rage. You want to cripple me? After saying that, he punched the man in the nose. Blood splattered from the nose. Seeing the blood flowing from the white-haired youth's nose, Biao tightened the youth's collar and grinned at him. Go back and tell your senior brothers not to be cowards. If they're so capable, they should do it themselves. You cowardly timid woman, how dare you try to steal my young master's woman? Pooh. After saying that, Biao spat at the young man with the white tiger, and with a humiliated and hateful expression on his face, he grabbed one of them with each hand and threw them both out the door. You wait. The two were still exchanging threats as they fell to the ground. To this, Biao scoffed, we've got our doors wide open, waiting for you bastard senior brothers to come at us. After saying that, he strode back to Lin Chuan's side and said respectfully, young master, everything has been taken care of. Lin Chuan gave him an approving look, very satisfied with his performance. Well done. You'll get triple your bonus this month. Thank you, young master. Biao's eyes lit up. After realizing that his own combat strength was not as good as the young master's, he finally found a new direction for his work. Who dares to bully the disciples of my martial arts association? Just as the two were talking, a very powerful and angry voice came from outside the VIP room door. The next second,
Lin Chuan and the others turned around and saw a muscular man with a buzz cut and wheat-colored skin walk in.
Yi Outyan? Upon seeing the newcomer, Lin Chuan smiled faintly and said his name, "It's me. What do you want?"
The man with the buzz cut, Yi Outyan, the son of the president of the Martial Arts Association, froze with anger as soon as he saw Lin Chuan's face.
Lin Chuan? Why is it you? It's me.
Lin Chuan leaned back on the sofa with his arms outstretched, crossed one leg, raised his chin, and looked down at her with disdain.
I didn't hide my identity. It's your two junior brothers who can't understand human language and insisted on fighting.
Lin Chuan's mocking gaze swept over the two smug, tattooed youths behind Yi Outyan, instantly freezing their expressions and extinguishing their smugness.
You bastard!
As soon as Yi Outyan turned around, he slapped each of them across the face, leaving their cheeks swollen and their noses bleeding.
Senior brother. The two hurriedly tried to explain.
Yi Outyan glared fiercely at the two of them and interrupted them directly. Don't call me senior brother.
I don't have any junior brothers as stupid as you.
President Yi of the Martial Arts Association prepared 4 guardians for his son: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise.
All 4 were outstanding peers of Yi Outyan. Although the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger were usually unruly, they were skilled and loyal to him, so he didn't think there was anything wrong with them. Only now has he realized how incredibly stupid those two are. As outstanding young members of the Zhongjiang Martial Arts Association, do they not consider that it is not an ordinary bodyguard who can defeat them?
The bodyguard captain next to Lin Chuan was an elite special forces soldier before he retired. He couldn't even see such an obvious problem, which actually caused a conflict between him and Lin Chuan.
Yi Outyan was somewhat wary of Lin Chuan.
It's not that the Martial Arts Association behind him is inferior to the Lin family. Rather, he was just his father's youngest son, with an older brother and sister, and could not compare to Lin Chuan, the only son and the undisputed heir of the Lin family.
But he was too embarrassed to admit defeat.
So, after giving the two a perfunctory lesson, Yi Outyan prepared to pretend nothing had happened and leave.
Ah, Biao.
Lin Chuan gave a Biao a look, and the other party immediately understood Lin Chuan's meaning and slammed the door of the VIP room shut.
Lin Chuan, what do you mean?
Yi Outyan thought he had already backed down, but seeing Lin Chuan still relentlessly pursuing him, his face immediately darkened.
When did I say I agreed to let you leave? Lin Chuan glanced lazily at Yi Outyan and the other two, and chuckled casually. They barged into his private room out of nowhere, ruined his mood, and now they think they can just leave so easily? Yi Outyan isn't the main character Shin Feng, so why would he be afraid of losing? Apologize to me honestly. Lin Chuan gave the order in a cold voice. Absolutely impossible. Yi Outyan said with a gloomy face. The disciples of their martial arts association never back down.
Besides, Lin Chuan looked so thin and skinny he could easily kill him with a single slap. She only dares to act arrogantly in front of him because she has a loyal special forces bodyguard. Yi Outyan warned, Lin Chuan, you were just born into a good family, don't push your luck. Don't forget, our Zhongjiang Martial Arts Association isn't someone to be trifled with either.
If you keep bringing this up, don't blame me for being impolite.
After saying that, he was about to leave with his two junior brothers.
Stop.
Seeing that he was about to leave without apologizing, Biao's eyes blazed with anger, and he reached out to stop him. A murderous glint flashed in Yi Outyan's eyes as he grabbed Biao's muscular arm and twisted it sharply. Before anyone could react, everything went blurry, and the next second, the tall and imposing Biao flew out and slammed hard onto the table in front of Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan's gaze darkened.
But Yi Outyan didn't notice this detail. He looked down at Biao with disdain, his voice icy. Just because my junior brother can't beat you doesn't mean I can't beat you.
According to the worldview of this novel, his strength has reached the early stage of Mingjin in the martial arts world, which is something that a mere mortal like Biao cannot contend with. Anyone who dares to rush in front of him is courting death. They truly have no sense of mortality.
Chapter 18. The young man lacked martial ethics and launched a sneak attack. Yi Outyan, are you deliberately causing trouble on my Song family's turf?
Just as Yi Outyan was making his threats, the door to the VIP room suddenly opened from the outside.
Then, Song Kurson walked in with a solemn expression. She hadn't expected to see this scene as soon as she entered the room.
The once luxurious VIP lounge was now a mess, with signs of a battle everywhere. On the table in front of Lin Chuan lay a man with a dislocated arm.
Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lin Chuan's bodyguard Biao.
Before retiring, Biao was an elite special forces soldier.
Unexpectedly, even he was no match for Yi Outyan. Song Kersen looked at the aggressive Yi Outyan, her eyes filled with hostility and warning. Do you really think my brothel has no one to rely on? How dare you cause trouble here?
Yi Outyan, you must give me an explanation for this, and apologize to young Master Lin.
Song Kersen is absolutely a top-tier beauty. The moment she appeared, almost everyone present was drawn to her.
She seemed to radiate light. As she swayed gracefully as she walked in, she even made people momentarily lose their sense of time. As a result, even Royan, who was originally known as the top courtesan of the club, paled in comparison to her.
Fireflies cannot rival the brilliance of the moon. However, Song Kersen is now clearly furious.
Her fair and smooth cheeks flushed red with anger, and her captivating peach blossom eyes seemed to ignite a raging fire when she glared at someone. Her full, upright figure rose and fell with her anger. If it weren't for the excellent workmanship of the cheongsam, one would really worry that this overly fitted long dress would not be able to support her and would burst open.
Upon seeing this, Yi Outyan's covetous gaze immediately lingered on Song Kersen.
He had a crush on Song Kersen in the past, and had made overt and covert advances towards her. However, although Song Kersen was very charming and always smiled at everyone, she never gave her many suitors a chance to get close. In other words, this woman always had a smiling face. This was the first time Song Kersen had spoken to someone with a cold face and harsh words.
All for that kid Lin Chuan.
Yi Outyan clearly noticed that before Song Kersen entered the room, she quickly glanced at Lin Chuan. Seeing Lin Chuan's frosty expression, she then turned her face towards him.
It's obvious.
Song Kersen was protecting Lin Chuan.
What if I say no? Yi Outyan was consumed by jealousy, and his eyes turned fierce. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Song Kersen clapped her hands.
Soon, a line of club security guards filed in. The entrance to the VIP lounge was packed with people. Yi Outyan saw that in front of him were black-clad security guards from the brothel, and behind him was the bodyguard captain, a Biao, whose arm had been snapped back together with a snap and whose eyes were blazing with fury. He immediately felt his blood rush to his head.
He didn't even bother to consider the consequences of provoking two of the three top families in Zhongjiang. He directly ordered his two tattooed junior brothers, attack together.
After saying that, he suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura and strode toward the door.
Yi Outyan's rebellious spirit was provoked.
He really didn't believe at his martial arts strength at the early stage of Ming Jin was no match for these ordinary people.
If a fight really breaks out, he will definitely be invincible. They want to force him to back down?
Today, he's going to fight back with his head held high and show them the might of the Zhongjiang Martial Arts Association.
Yi Outyan roared at his two tattooed junior brothers, attack. And then he was beaten.
Lin Chuan moved with lightning speed, like a dragon emerging from the abyss.
A punch, as fast as lightning, landed squarely on his face. The fierce punch distorted his face. He staggered backward. You're not going to apologize, are you?
Then don't blame me for beating you until you apologize. Before Yi Outyan could react, Lin Chuan punched him in the jawbone again. It sent his 1.9-meter tall frame flying, crashing into the glass wine cabinet in the VIP lounge. The expensive tempered glass was smashed and shattered, splintering into Yi Outyan's body. The violent impact caused several bottles of red wine to fall headfirst out of the wine cabinet, hitting Yi Outyan on the head and body.
The impact left Yi Outyan in a very sorry state.
The rich, red wine flowed down together with Yi Outyan's blood, making it difficult to distinguish them at first glance.
Yi Outyan's two tattooed junior brothers were dumbfounded.
The dozen or so security guards surrounding the VIP lounge were also dumbfounded.
Song Kersen and the courtesan's eyes sparkled with admiration.
Only Ah Biao looked ashamed. It was my dereliction of duty to make the young master do it himself. Yi Outyan couldn't believe that he had been knocked down with just 2 punches, and he felt that it must have been because he was caught off guard.
How is that possible? That's absolutely impossible.
I am a martial arts practitioner at the early stage of Ming Jin.
Although it's unclear how Lin Chuan, the seemingly ordinary and frail young master, could wield such formidable fighting power.
But he felt that he was so easily defeated because Lin Chuan had suddenly launched a sneak attack.
Young man, you have no sportsmanship, you attacked us by sneak. Lin Chuan, you've angered me.
Yi Outyan stood up with his head covered in red liquid. Anyone with eyes can see that this person is now filled with murderous intent. Then, before anyone could see clearly, Yi Outyan suddenly flashed in front of Lin Chuan, and his huge fist, accompanied by a whooshing sound, slammed towards Lin Chuan's head.
Careful.
Song Kersen and the courtesan covered their mouths, their worried words slipping out between their fingers.
But the next second, Lin Chuan delivered a lightning-fast whip kick. It landed squarely on Yi Outyan's chest. Thump!
Immediately, a muffled thud like a drumbeat rang out.
Subsequently, cough cough. Yi Outyan was hit hard and his body staggered backward. He couldn't help but cough violently, and his eyes rolled back. However, it was at this moment that Yi Outyan successfully captured an inner force that was similar to his own, but much stronger and more refined. His expression immediately changed. You're actually a martial artist? A martial artist at the peak of the Ming Jin stage? Yi Outyan found it hard to believe.
The Zhongjiang Martial Arts Association has a complete tradition and professional teaching, representing the highest level of martial arts in Zhongjiang City. He is the biological son of the president of the Zhongjiang Martial Arts Association. He is exceptionally talented, which is why he has reached the early stage of Ming Jin at a young age and possesses internal energy. Lin Chuan, however, is just an outsider in the business world.
How could he possibly possess the strength of the peak of Ming Jin?
Lin Chuan ignored his reaction.
He simply slapped Yi Outyan across the face. Apologize or not? Asshole. Slap. Another slap. How dare you? Slap.
The third slap, the fourth slap, the fifth slap.
Yi Outyan's face quickly swelled up into a large pig's head. I was wrong. I apologize, okay. Yi Outyan ultimately chickened out.
From his initial arrogance and haughtiness to disbelief, and finally to his collapse and submission, it all took him less than a minute. When Lin Chuan stopped, he covered his bruised and swollen face, looking extremely miserable, and finally lowered his noble head. Please, young Master Lin, forgive me this time.
I was wrong.
I will never again compete with young Master Lin for women, make threats, or resort to violence.
Anything else?
Lin Chuan still stared at him coldly.
There's more? Yi Outyan looked completely bewildered.
I racked my brains, but couldn't come up with a solution.
Chapter 19. He still loves black stockings.
Lin Chuan pointed to Biao's reattached arm and the wounds on his body and said, remember to pay for the medical expenses.
Biao immediately looked moved. Young master. Brother, I'm so sorry, I'll definitely pay for your medical expenses.
Yi Outyan obediently apologized to the man.
And this VIP lounge? Pay up. Put all the losses from the VIP room on my tab.
Before Lin Chuan could finish speaking, Yi Outyan immediately understood.
Miss Song, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have caused trouble at your place. Song Kurson was deeply moved. She was like a rose in full bloom, exuding a captivating charm.
A pair of shimmering, peach blossom eyes gazed at Lin Chuan with a spring-like tenderness.
No wonder he's the man she's been thinking about for so many years, he's so manly.
She even saw it made her feel moisturized. Lin Chuan didn't notice Song Kurson's flirtatious glance as his gaze fell on the two azure dragon and white tigers who had come in to cause trouble first.
Yi Outyan's two tattooed junior brothers were terrified by Lin Chuan's methods.
Noticing Lin Chuan's gaze, they trembled instantly and bowed deeply in apology.
Big brother, no, young Master Lin, I was wrong. We were all wrong. We shouldn't be competing with you for your woman. I shouldn't have mocked you.
And this brother, I'm sorry about earlier. Although Lin Chuan didn't make them apologize to Biao, it's always good to be thorough. Lin Chuan's glance over just now had truly terrified them. The thought of their boast to Lin Chuan that they could take on 10 men in one go made them afraid that Lin Chuan would suddenly hold a grudge and beat them up.
Get out.
Seeing their sincere attitude, Lin Chuan waved his hand impatiently. The three breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this and quickly slipped away through the encirclement set up by the club's security guards. It is our pleasure club's fault for giving young Master Lin a terrible entertainment experience.
After watching the three leave, Song Kurson dismissed the security guards.
Seeing the mess in the VIP room, she put on a sincere expression and said to Lin Chuan, as compensation, I have prepared the Imperial Hall for young Master Lin, and the drinks today are on me.
Please follow me.
After speaking, Song Kurson gestured for them to proceed.
Lin Chuan followed Song Kurson's instructions and went outside.
He discovered that the second female lead in the novel, Song Kurson, who was originally supposed to be added to Xin Feng's harem, had an exceptionally good temper. In the original storyline, Song Kurson seemed to have liked me since childhood. The two of them are childhood sweethearts. He pondered to himself. Therefore, they did not notice that Song Kurson, who was leading the way, slightly narrowed her pupils, and her heart was filled with surging emotions.
Lin Chuan actually knew that she had a crush on him? And why did his thoughts get into my head?
Song Kersen was shocked that she heard Lin Chuan speak even though she hadn't seen him open his mouth, completely ignoring the word original plot.
The group arrived at the Imperial Hall.
Lin Chuan took a look and saw that it was indeed more luxurious than the VIP room. The private room was at least twice the size. The interior decor and the view are at least one level higher than the previous private rooms. Standing here by the floor-to-ceiling windows and looking out, you even have the illusion that the entire Zhongjiang is at your feet.
It truly lives up to its name as the Imperial Palace.
Meanwhile, Song Kersen frowned when she saw the beautiful courtesan who had walked in with them. Although she was confident, she felt that compared to herself, the charm of the top hostess at her own club was completely insignificant. However, out of caution towards her rival, Song Kersen still decided to drive her away.
Ruyan, you've suffered an undeserved misfortune. Song Kersen called out the courtesan's name and said gently, "We don't need you here right now, go and rest."
President Song, actually Ruyan's eyes were full of spring, and she was about to say something when Song Kersen gave her a warning look.
Ruyan suddenly became alert.
After glancing shyly at Lin Chuan with reluctance, she finally left, turning back every few steps. As the top hostess of the most famous brothel in Zhongjiang City, Ruyan has seen countless men and has considerable experience. She usually just accompanied others for drinks, and her pure and innocent nature fostered her aloof personality and made her exceptionally picky. But today, after witnessing Lin Chuan's charm, her heart began to pound.
Lin Xiao is so handsome. And she has a great figure too.
When she hugged Lin Chuan earlier, she accidentally touched Lin Chuan's well-defined muscles, and he even had 8-pack abs. If she could, she would actually like to have a brief, fleeting romance with Lin Chuan.
But now, it seems that Song Kersen is not happy. So, when you're under someone's roof, you can only bow your head. Song Kersen didn't care about her reaction.
After Ruyan left, she devoted herself to playing the role of the most beautiful courtesan. She took a bottle of her prized Romani Conti premium red wine from the wine cabinet in the Imperial Hall and poured a glass for Lin Chuan. Then, she sat down gently next to Lin Chuan, tilting her head and looking at him with sparkling eyes. "I apologize to young Master Lin."
Upon seeing this, Lin Chuan's bodyguards immediately blushed and all left on their own.
In an instant, only Lin Chuan and Song Kersen remained in the vast Imperial Hall. Lin Chuan took a sip of wine without making a sound, thinking to himself,
"What's wrong with this woman?
Although you've always had a crush on me, I remember you were quite restrained in the past.
Why do you look like you want to devour me right now?
But then again, her eyes are really beautiful, her figure is amazing, and she smells so soft and sweet." Thinking this, Lin Chuan was about to push her away. Song Kersen snorted coldly in her heart, and her long legs, covered in stockings, suddenly pressed against Lin Chuan's palm. She exclaimed, "Oh dear," and feigned shyness, saying, "Brother Lin, I didn't expect your tastes to remain unchanged. After knowing you for so many years, you still like black stockings so much."
Holy crap!
Lin Chuan stared wide-eyed at the incredibly beautiful legs in his palm. Just as he was about to accuse him of framing him, a sudden inspiration struck him. He vigorously rubbed the wonderfully soft black stockings and smiled.
"That's right, I just like hipsters, so what?" To his surprise, Song Kersen didn't blush as he expected.
Instead, she blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes and parted her cherry lips slightly. "That's natural.
Pick as you please. Get whatever you ask for."
The moment she finished speaking, she moved even closer to Lin Chuan, her shapely legs enlaced gently teasing his palm.
Chapter 20. You don't want me to go to Ruyan either, do you? Are you provoking me?
Lin Chuan felt the warm, soft flesh in his arms and the smooth, silky texture in his palm, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Song Kersen clearly had no idea what kind of dragon she was about to awaken. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's words, she not only showed no sign of backing down, but instead looked at him with eyes full of tenderness. As the silk-clad legs were teased in his palm, another hand, like a small snake, began to roam over his body.
It's not a provocation. But since they've gone to such lengths, Brother Lin, you wouldn't dare to back down, would you? You dare not?
Lin Chuan unexpectedly grabbed her little hand that was playing tricks on him and laughed.
That might disappoint you. What I can't tolerate the most is being provoked by others. Since you've made the first move, don't blame me for drawing my gun today.
The moment the words left her lips, before Song Kersen could react, he grabbed her black-stockinged legs and wrists, and flipped her onto the sofa.
This section has been deleted. Ah! Song Kersen was clearly startled.
He froze completely.
This section has been deleted. Brother Lin, are you serious? This section has been deleted. Didn't you say that I could pick whatever I wanted?
Song Kursen was a little expectant, but also a little nervous.
I was just joking. This is all too sudden. This is the first time for everyone, and I'm completely unprepared.
While speaking, she subconsciously tried to pull her beautiful leg back. Lin Chuan grabbed her leg, preventing it from retracting, and stared intently at her, saying, "Are you joking?
Your words and actions just now didn't sound like a joke. Moreover, I clearly remember that just half a minute ago, someone asked me if I was afraid." What? Chickened out? No.
Song Kursen, deleted here, also had a strange feeling in her heart. She had actually liked Lin Chuan for a long time and wished she could have sex with him.
This section has been deleted.
However, she is, after all, a girl, and will always like to fantasize and be a little romantic.
This section has been deleted.
Being in a private room at a clubhouse right now seems a bit too sudden and hasty.
Moreover, there is another very important point. I've actually been a bit inconvenient these past few days. My period just started last night.
Song Kursen felt a little ashamed. Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel a million curses running through his mind.
Inconvenient? Damn it. Sure enough, it's the same old trick again.
He knew that in this kind of novel's worldview, the dog author wouldn't let anyone get away with it so easily. Having read thousands of online novels, he had been wondering which of the following tropes the author would use to interrupt this ambiguous scene: a phone call, someone looking for him, or a sudden door breaking down. Unexpectedly, the other party, deleted here, directly set up an obstacle for Song Kursen.
That completely extinguished his hopes.
Normally, if the protagonist of the original work were to encounter such a situation, they would definitely give up without hesitation. But Lin Chuan wanted to do something different this time.
As a villain, he wanted to test his weakness.
Seeing that Song Kursen was embarrassed after speaking, and then tried to break free from his large hand again, as if the matter was finally over, Lin Chuan tightened his grip and stopped her again.
Brother Lin. Upon noticing his actions, Song Kursen was clearly puzzled.
His expression froze, and his eyes were filled with confusion.
Her watery eyes, fixed on Lin Chuan, seemed to be saying, "I'm on my period right now, what more do you want?"
"It's your problem if you're not feeling well, but you've really stirred up a hornet's nest in me.
Do you think you can just walk away like this?"
Lin Chuan said expressionlessly.
Song Kursen was clearly a little confused. Seeing his determined look, she subconsciously asked, "So what do you want to do?"
"I'm already in this state, so even if I wanted to help you put out the fire, I wouldn't have the strength."
Her body won't allow it.
Who said that? Lin Chuan, deleted here, you're still perfectly fine.
Ha!
Song Kursen really didn't want to be the kind of girl who understands instantly, but the moment she saw Lin Chuan's eyes, she damn well understood instantly. Her face immediately turned bright red with embarrassment, and she hurriedly shook her head.
No. That's absolutely not acceptable. I can't do it.
Lin Chuan didn't insist, and simply said, "Then I'll go find Ruyan."
Ruyan? Song Kursen was struck dumb. Yes.
If Lin Chuan goes to find her, that slut would definitely love to have him. In that case, the good stuff will end up going to outsiders.
Wait. Song Kursen quickly grabbed Lin Chuan's sleeve. This section has been deleted. Chapter 21. This woman is really. This section has been deleted. You.
After a long while, Lin Chuan squinted his eyes, looking like a sage.
This section has been deleted. Lin Chuan prepared to leave. Song Kursen's eyes widened in surprise for a moment. No, Brother Lin, you're leaving already? Otherwise what? Are you expecting me to stay and wait for you to treat me to a late-night snack?
Lin Chuan countered with a question. The confusion in Song Kursen's eyes deepened even further. After a moment, he realized what he meant and quickly said, "No, that's not what I meant. What I'm trying to say is, now that she's all yours, shouldn't you stay here, spend a little time with me, and then say some sweet words and make some promises?"
This section has been deleted.
Lin Chuan, however, understood what she truly wanted to say from her face. He smirked and turned to look at her.
Everyone saw what happened just now. You were the one who started it. This section has been deleted. Now that we're even, I'm tired and want to go back and rest. Is there any problem with me leaving? Song Hongyan didn't expect Lin Chuan to come up with such an excuse, and her CPU suddenly became a bit overloaded.
Her cherry lips parted unconsciously, and her mind went completely blank.
Any more questions? If there are no problems, I'll head back now.
Lin Chuan ignored her reaction, simply straightened his pants, and prepared to leave.
The atmosphere had just reached a certain point, and he was ready to act.
Now that he's back on track, his intelligence has once again taken over, and he naturally won't forget the system's requirements for him to play dumb. A woman as captivating as Song Kursen is fine to play around with, but you absolutely cannot develop real feelings for her. In particular, it is important to avoid creating too many or too deep entanglements. At least not at this stage. Otherwise, it would be easy for that pervert Shin Feng to target them. That guy had long ago considered Song Kursen, Li Yulan, and other top beauties of Zhongjiang as his own. Once he discovers that he has already won over Song Kursen, given his level of depravity, he would definitely try every possible way to kill himself immediately. At that time, not only would it easily lead to a breakdown in the original plot, but it would also absolutely affect his plan to slack off. It's very likely that I'll have to confront him head-on before I've even earned enough rewards for playing it safe, and end up getting my lunchbox cut short. Lin Chuan certainly didn't want that to happen. So, for now, Song Kursen will have to make do. Song Kursen, however, seemed somewhat speechless. Seeing that Lin Chuan was really about to leave, she just stood there, staring blankly at him. He looked rather aggrieved. Looking at her pitiful appearance, Lin Chuan couldn't help but feel a little sorry for her. But then, thinking about the upcoming plot, he suppressed that slight feeling of being moved. This is also one of the female protagonists of this novel. Moreover, according to the timeline of the original novel, the next part of the plot seems to be the story of her being rescued by Shin Feng. Let me think, what exactly happened? Lin Chuan's brain started working at lightning speed. Right. I remember correctly. The following plot is the story of Song Kursen and Shin Feng's first encounter. Tomorrow afternoon, Song Kursen is going camping and barbecuing in the suburbs. It seems she will also encounter harassment, and then Shin Feng will come to her rescue. Damn it, is Shin Feng cursed? He always seems to run into trouble with beautiful women wherever he goes. But it's really strange, isn't Song Kursen secretly in love with me? How come, just like Li Yulan, she fell in love with Shin Feng after being rescued by a hero? Oh, right, there's a storyline after this woman was rescued by a hero. Old Master Song is seriously ill. It seems that she only started to fall for Shin Feng after he also saved Old Master Song. Thinking about this, Lin Chuan couldn't help but complain. The author of the dog story did a pretty good job of arranging everything. The hero saves the damsel in distress, and when the family is in danger, the male protagonist appears out of nowhere. The buff that makes women's hearts flutter is instantly maxed out. They'll stop at nothing to make Song Kursen fall for someone else. Meanwhile, Song Kursen, who was feeling aggrieved by Lin Chuan's ruthless actions, suddenly had a change of heart after hearing this information. The pitiful look on her face vanished instantly. The plot development in chapter 22 is completely humiliating to her. Because, at this moment, Song Kursen was truly speechless. Will she be harassed and then be rescued by a guy named Shin Feng? In the end, she even fell in love with Shin Feng because of her grandfather? This plot development is completely humiliating her sincerity. My standards are so high, and I've only ever liked Lin Chuan all these years. How could I possibly fall for someone else? What is this so-called Shin Feng anyway? What kind of person is he? How dare he compare himself to Brother Lin? Song Kursen shook her head inwardly, and then heard the follow-up to Lin Chuan's thoughts. Speaking of which, Shin Feng is a real scoundrel. In order to create a heroic image in Song Kursen's mind, he actually watched coldly as Song Kursen was harassed by several outlaws that day. We will only make our move when Song Kursen is completely in dire straits and on the verge of despair, in order to gain Song Kursen's favor to the greatest extent possible. What the hell? Song Kursen put herself in that situation and almost suffocated on the spot. So this is what Shin Feng's so-called hero saving the beauty looks like? Even though they could see that he was in danger, they still stood by and watched coldly, deliberately waiting until he was in dire straits before taking action? What kind of beastly behavior is this? Even an animal wouldn't do something like this, right? And what a disgusting plot. Am I crazy? Why would I not like the perfectly good Brother Lin, but instead fall for a treacherous villain? Calm down, calm down. Although Song Kersen remained skeptical of Lin Chuan's true feelings, since it concerned her own happiness and her grandfather's safety, she thought it best to take precautions in advance.
It's better to be safe than sorry. Thinking of this, Song Kersen lost interest in paying attention to the details of Lin Chuan not recognizing her after putting on his pants.
After watching Lin Chuan walk out of the Emperor's Hall private room at the brothel, she immediately took out her phone and dialed a number. "Tomorrow, arrange for a few more people to come camping with me, along with all the German shepherds I've raised."
"Yes, miss."
On the other end of the phone, the bodyguard captain who received her order immediately responded.
Song Kersen didn't waste any words.
"After finishing the camping arrangements, I called home and immediately arranged a full physical examination for my grandfather."
Soon, the next day arrived. Following the original camping route, Song Kersen drove the RV to a resort in the western suburbs of Zhongjiang City.
Then he took his gear and went to his usual camping spot. A scenic spot nestled against the mountains and beside the water, with willows swaying gently in the breeze. She told her bodyguards to hide first. She soon realized that she had made the right decision.
"Because. Little sister, what are you doing here all alone?"
Just as Song Kersen set up the grill, she heard a lewd voice. Then she saw a middle-aged man with thinning hair standing in front of her.
On either side of the middle-aged man stood two muscular men.
When the three men saw her raise her head, they all gave her a smile that made her extremely uncomfortable.
Song Kersen frowned. "None of your business.
If you know what's good for you, get lost now, or don't blame me for being impolite."
However, upon hearing Song Kersen's threat, the three were not deterred.
Instead, they brazenly began to ogle her alluring figure, bursting into laughter.
"Little sister, you're so funny. However, we like those with a fiery temper."
As they spoke, the three men moved closer to Song Kersen and surrounded her.
Behind Song Kersen is an artificial hill.
She carefully observed the three people in front of her. With fierce eyes and bulging muscles, even the oldest man in the middle was not someone she could handle. She immediately feigned fear and retreated step by step behind the artificial hill.
It felt like being cornered.
Through the miniature earpiece, the bodyguard's voice, hidden in the shadows, reached Song Kersen's ears. "Miss, the Shinfeng in the footage has appeared, and he's been there for a full 8 minutes and 21 seconds. He's currently standing in your blind spot and staring at you."
But he didn't move. It was exactly as Lin Chuan had revealed in his heart. Song Kersen was utterly shocked.
Because Lin Chuan repeatedly emphasized the so-called Shinfeng, Song Kersen had someone investigate this person's background before setting off today. The investigation revealed that this person had resorted to outrageous tactics in his pursuit of women. He deliberately arranged for someone to harass a girl, then pretended to be a hero and rescue her.
Unexpectedly, this guy has reappeared?
And the controls are still so flashy.
Song Kersen suppressed the coldness in her eyes and said in a low voice, "The same as before." This means that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the plan will proceed as originally intended. Wait for Shinfeng to make a move before intervening. The bodyguard understood Song Kersen's meaning and replied, "Yes."
The three people in front of Song Kersen heard her mutter something. They thought she was crying for help, and their expressions became even more excited. "Now you're scared, but it's too late. You're just unlucky to have chosen to camp in such a remote place and run into the three of us brothers." A middle-aged man with thinning hair, and two burly men with a bandit-like aura and incredible ferocity. There's still three brothers.
Song Kersen's pupils contracted.
I suddenly thought of the arrest warrant I had just seen on the news.
Gui, Zhang, and Chen.
The descriptions and photos of those three people seem to be exactly the same as those of these three people. According to news reports, these three people were actually serial killers that the police had been hunting for. Prior to this, they had committed multiple crimes, each time targeting lone women, raping them, and then torturing and murdering them. It seems like they committed the same crime in the neighboring city not long ago. I never expected that they would escape to this place. Having determined the danger posed by the three people in front of her, Song Kersen decisively chose to prioritize saving her own life.
She quickly replied, "Option 2. The situation has changed, so we are initiating Plan 2.
At this moment, the three people in front of them also realized something was wrong. "Wait, there's something wrong with this bitch." As the words fell to the ground. Suddenly, Song Kersen pulled out a stun gun from behind the artificial hill and shocked the three of them. Then, taking advantage of the moment when one of them was caught off guard and was attacked, he quickly broke out of the encirclement of the three.
At the same time,
5 tall, sleek, strong, and gaping black-backed dogs with gleaming, smooth skin and gaping maws quickly emerged from the shadows of the artificial hill.
Chapter 23, 3 consecutive days of dodging the challenge received an extra reward.
Meanwhile, 5 black-backed dogs and 5 bodyguards in black emerged from the upstream and downstream of the stream. 10 black-backed dogs and 5 black-clad bodyguards surrounded the 3 of them from both sides.
Song Kursen rushed towards the nearest bodyguard and ordered everyone through her earpiece, "Grab them. Don't hold back. These 3 guys are psychopathic killers wanted by the police."
"Yes, miss," all the bodyguards replied in unison. Even though Guo, Zhang, and Chen were cunning and ruthless killers, they could not deal with 10 professionally trained purebred German shepherds and 5 bodyguards from top wealthy families when they were completely unprepared. The 3 of them were quickly tackled to the ground.
"Miss, are you all right?"
After Song Kursen escaped danger, Shin Feng, who had been lying in wait in the shadows, finally became anxious. He thought that since the beautiful woman was in trouble, he should try to survive the ordeal to show off his good looks and win her heart. But who knew it would only take a blink of an eye? Suddenly, a large pack of dogs and men in black rushed out from the shadows, stealing his chance.
"But it's not a big problem,"
Shin Feng thought confidently. Although he missed the chance to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, with his irresistible charm, he could definitely make up for it later and become the most special man in Song Kursen's heart. After thinking it over, Shin Feng stepped forward again, looking concerned. "I saw you in danger from afar and rushed over immediately.
Stay away from me." However, Song Kursen only found this ridiculous. This person is so hypocritical, he's been here for ages, yet he's still pretending. Shin Feng's face stiffened upon hearing this. Song Kursen's lack of courtesy made him feel ashamed and angry.
But she is, after all, his future wife. Shin Feng tried to convince himself that she must have just been hurt, which was why she was so wary of unfamiliar men.
In times like these, he must not back down.
Shin Feng flashed what he thought was a handsome, friendly smile. "Miss, I mean you no harm." However, seeing that he still wouldn't leave, Song Kursen became even more impatient and directly took out a stun gun. "If you don't leave, believe me, I'll have my bodyguards arrest you and these murderers together."
Murderer? Damn, these 3 good-for-nothings, they were exposed so early?
Shin Feng looked at the 3 people who had already been restrained and paused for a moment. Then, realizing that he might not have much of a chance to show off his skills, he looked embarrassed and wisely left. After Shin Feng left, Song Kursen had her bodyguards take the 3 murderers to the police station. She herself lost interest in continuing camping and drove straight back to the Song family home. According to the hospital, it should be around this time when the old man will receive the results of his full physical examination. When Song Kursen stepped into the Song family home, she indeed found the atmosphere inside to be extremely tense. Everyone looked grave. Song Kursen's heart skipped a beat, and she rushed towards old Master Song's courtyard. At that moment, Mr. and Mrs. Song were standing in Mr. Song's courtyard. When Song's mother saw Song Kursen return, she was filled with lingering fear and said, "It's a good thing you arranged the physical examination in advance.
Go and see your grandfather."
Upon hearing this, Song Kursen immediately had a bad feeling. She thought of Lin Chuan's innermost thoughts. "I rushed anxiously into Grandpa Song's bedroom and saw that he looked sick and had already fallen asleep." Standing in front of Grandpa's sickbed were 2 of the most prestigious doctors in Zhongjiang City. Dr. Tang, the president of the First People's Hospital of Zhongjiang and a leading figure in the medical community of Zhongjiang.
The founder of Huachuntang Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic, a descendant of Zhang Zhongjing, the sage of medicine, a pioneer of Zhongjiang Danyao, and known as the medicine god Zhang.
At this moment, both of them had their brows furrowed, as if they had encountered some kind of century-old problem. Upon seeing the 2 highly respected elders, Song Kursen composed herself and bowed to them, saying, "Elder Tang, Medicine Master Zhang." The 2 elderly men glanced at her, then walked together to the outer room of the bedroom, closed the door to the room where old Master Song was resting, and then spoke to her. "Your grandfather has late-stage lung cancer." Mr. Tang handed her Mr. Song's medical examination report directly. "They discovered it too late. He may only have 2 months to live." The elder of alchemy, Zhang Yaoshan, was even more blunt. "Your grandfather's illness is somewhat strange, and I am powerless to help him."
Is there really no way to do it? Song Kursen's face was grim.
Whether it's Dr. Tang, the president of the First People's Hospital of Zhongjiang, or Dr. Zhang, the pioneer of traditional Chinese medicine, both are authoritative figures in the medical field of Zhongjiang.
If even they are powerless, then what about Grandpa?
Zhang Yaoshan thought about it seriously, but his expression became even more troubled. "I did have a way.
Hope rose on Song Kursen's face.
Zhang Yaoshan sighed, I once saw a record of your grandfather's symptoms when I was reading ancient books. The records of the treatment methods were written in the medical manual Qing Nang Jing, a handbook passed down by the legendary physician Hua Tuo.
This manual has long been lost. Lost in the art?
Upon hearing this, the hope that had just risen on Song Kursen's face immediately dimmed again.
Doesn't that mean? Zhang Yaoshan nodded slightly and said nothing more.
Standing to the side, Old Tang also felt helpless.
There must be a way. Although Song Kursen felt suffocated, she didn't want to give up on her fate. After a moment of silence in the ward, she thought of Lin Chuan. She thought of Lin Chuan's innermost thoughts.
Since he knows so much, perhaps he has a way to treat Grandpa's illness.
With that in mind, Song Kursen didn't even bother to say goodbye to her parents and family before hurrying off to the Lin family home. At the same time, the Lin family. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully abandoning a section of the original plot. You have received a skill reward of 10 years of cultivation and 1 point for abandoning the plot. Because Lin Chuan once again slacked off during a part of the storyline, he soon received a new system reward.
A subtle feeling quickly swept over his entire body. He felt warm all over his body.
When that subtle feeling disappeared, Lin Chuan suddenly felt his muscles and bones open up, and his inner strength surged forth. His whole body was filled with terrifying power, and with one punch, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. Furthermore, the internal energy can even be released through the pores. Clearly, he has entered a new realm in martial arts, the Dark Force stage.
Lin Chuan was instantly overjoyed.
He spent yesterday doing nothing, but gained a slight boost in intelligence, making his memory stronger and his thinking clearer. He thought the reward was already quite generous, but he didn't expect that the original plot of doing nothing would have even more surprises. Hidden strength, it seems that Shin Feng in the original work is only at the early stage of hidden strength, close to the middle stage. In other words, I'm already close to him in terms of martial arts cultivation.
As long as I don't get too reckless, I don't need to worry about not surviving past chapter 100 anymore. But unexpectedly, at that moment, another system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for 3 consecutive times of doing nothing, you have received an extra reward, the Qingnang Jing medical skill. Wow, there's an unexpected bonus? Lin Chuan couldn't help but be taken aback. Then, I quickly checked the reward description, the medical skills of Qingnang Jing, the handbook passed down by the legendary physician Hua Tuo. Choose to use. Countless profound knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine, such as acupuncture, prescriptions, and human anatomy, instantly flooded his mind. Lin Chuan felt that his mind and body were undergoing a strange fusion at that moment. Once he emerged from that mystical state, he was no different from Hua Tuo reborn. A surge of heat rose in his heart. Another good thing. A divine physician with martial arts skills at the Dark Force stage, plus the identity of a top-tier rich second generation from Zhongjiang. With these multiple buffs stacked together, you can practically dominate the early game in this world. Shin Feng and his 2 trusted subordinates? It's not that Lin Chuan is targeting anyone, but that everyone here is trash. Chapter 24. This female lead, can't you have some self-respect? After the initial excitement, Lin Chuan decided to give the Qingnanjing medical technique a good try. As he stepped out of the villa, he saw Ah Biao on the road, leading his team of bodyguards on their daily patrol. Ah Biao was tall and had a ruddy complexion, looking very healthy. Lin Chuan's gaze was fixed on Ah Biao, and in a flash, he noticed the new nickname added to Ah Biao's profile. Status, soft tissue injury, 18 hidden injuries, shoulder, lower back, right arm, calf. Treatment, using the Hunyuan 18 needles, combined with internal energy cultivation, needles are inserted into the back shu points, Baiyue point, and Laogong point to resolve blood stasis and blockage, and promote blood circulation and unblock the meridians. These annotations are extremely detailed, clearly indicating the location of the injury and the areas requiring treatment. They can be described as a comprehensive, step-by-step tutorial. They even used different shades of color to indicate the age of the wound. For example, the wound on Ah Biao's arm is the lightest in color, which is obviously a hidden injury left from his fight with Yi Aotian, the son of the president of the Martial Arts Association. That's a skill level that's practically at the graduate level. Lin Chuan immediately realized how awesome this ability was. Not only could he see the physical ailments of the person he was looking at reflected in his eyes, but he also directly mastered all the inherited contents of the Qingnanjing medical technique. He asked a passing butler for a box of silver needles that met his requirements. Come here. Then, Lin Chuan called out to Ah Biao and the others who were on patrol. Young master, what are your orders? Ah Bao asked respectfully. Stretch out your arm. Lin Chuan didn't answer.
After Biao obediently did so, he directly used a unique technique to press on Biao's arm, following the inheritance in his mind. Hiss. Biao felt a surge of heat rising from the places Lin Chuan had pressed, clearing the blockage in his blood vessels, and his entire arm felt much lighter.
He was amazed. Young master, what's going on? Don't speak.
Lin Chuan was too lazy to explain. After taking the silver needles prepared by the butler, he simply glanced at him. Biao sensed something unspeakable and obediently shut his mouth. The other bodyguards in the patrol team also sensed the strange atmosphere, held their breath, and stared intently at Lin Chuan. The next second, it was as if a door to a new world had been opened for everyone. Seeing Lin Chuan use the silver needles, the tips of the ordinary silver needles suddenly flashed with a golden light. Then, Lin Chuan acted with lightning speed.
The needles fell one after another.
After a few needles, the silver needles on Biao's body actually formed a faint 9-square grid.
Everyone was so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. Biao, the person being treated, was even more shocked. Young master, you haven't been possessed, have you? Young master actually knows medicine. And judging from its appearance, it's not just ordinary medical skill. Is this still the same boiling sheep level simp I know?
Biao clearly felt that the stiffness and resistance where Lin Chuan had inserted the needles had completely disappeared, as if something had been cleared, and he felt relaxed and full of energy.
His strength has actually recovered to its peak. This acupuncture is incredible. Seeing Lin Chuan glare at him, Biao's eyes showed admiration. The other bodyguards were also taken aback by what they saw.
Just now, Biao's aura had become noticeably stronger, giving them an invisible sense of pressure.
Young master, what kind of acupuncture technique is this? How come it seems to be able to improve Biao's strength? Is this acupuncture technique effective for everyone? Song Kurson, who was brought into the Lin family by the butler Fu Bo, saw Lin Chuan's manipulation of silver needles as soon as she entered the pavilion.
Her eyes lit up immediately.
But Lin Chuan remained calm, saying, "Don't even think about it.
I only healed Biao's hidden injuries and restored his strength to its peak."
As he spoke, his gaze fixed on Biao.
It seems that Biao retired because of some hidden injury. Now that the hidden injuries have disappeared and my strength has been restored, this move wasn't a loss.
As expected of the medical skills in the Qingnong Classic, they're quite impressive. The medical techniques of the Qingnong Jing?
Meanwhile, Song Kurson's eyes flickered again. She came to see Lin Chuan this time hoping to find a glimmer of hope by listening to his thoughts.
Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected bonus. Lin Chuan actually knows the legendary Qingnong Jing medical technique.
It is said that this book not only records the lifelong learning of the legendary physician Hua Tuo, but also contains many methods for treating difficult and complicated diseases.
It is a treasure that even medical giants would enshrine.
Lin Chuan not only possessed such a rare manuscript, but he also learned how to write it. Lin Chuan was in a very good mood after experimenting with the new playing dumb reward, and when he saw Song Kurson, he even showed a rare smile.
He asked Song Kurson, "Why are you here?"
He had already learned of Song Kurson's visit from the steward when he asked the steward for silver needles. The Lin and Song families were old friends, so Lin Chuan had no reason to refuse her entry and let her in.
For some reason, the female lead didn't say anything after she arrived.
She just stared at him with bright eyes and blushed slightly.
Although Lin Chuan knew the charm of his face, this female lead, "Can't you be a little more dignified? She's only just been disciplined by herself once, and she's already starting to swoon over a crush? If you become a master of the spear technique, you'll be flying straight to the heavens." Seeing Lin Chuan's ambiguous gaze, Song Kurson's already flushed cheeks burned even hotter. She was like a vibrant spring flower, tempting to be picked, with an astonishing allure. Every man present couldn't help but have his eyes linger on her face. The bodyguards admired him even more. As expected of the young master, he can easily win over even a stunning beauty like Miss Song, who was both talented and beautiful. They made an excuse to leave, leaving the two of them alone. After everyone left, Song Kurson finally spoke, getting straight to the point. "I beg Brother Lin to help save my grandfather." Chapter 25. This enchantress, she really knows how to persuade people. Song Kurson bowed deeply to Lin Chuan with burning eyes. Only then did Lin Chuan remember. So the plot has already reached the point where Xin Feng's medical skills are on full display? But how is the plot unfolding like this now? Song Kurson didn't seek help from Xin Feng, the male lead of destiny, but instead came to me, a villain? Lin Chuan didn't understand, but feigned surprise. Grandpa Song is sick? When Song Kersen heard Lin Chuan's thoughts, she almost couldn't hold back her emotions. After listening to Lin Chuan's thoughts several times, Song Kersen finally understood the plot and the protagonist's meaning in his words. It turns out she lives in a novel world with a script, and is the female protagonist of this novel. Shin Feng is the male protagonist of this novel. Lin Chuan is the villain in this novel. What brain-dead author came up with this concept? Song Kersen was somewhat speechless. The male lead is a treacherous villain and a sleazy man. Lin Chuan, a top-tier handsome, rich, and highly educated man, is cast as the villain, and a complete sycophant at that. What kind of setting and plot is this, created by someone who suffered a stroke 10 years ago? And the most outrageous thing is, why did she, who clearly liked Lin Chuan, end up being forced to fall in love with someone else and be blinded by her feelings for Shin Feng? The author of the original work harbored far too much malice towards himself and Lin Chuan. Does she have some kind of opinion about herself and Lin Chuan? Thinking about these things, Song Kersen took a deep breath and suppressed the turmoil in her heart. Yes, Grandpa was diagnosed with malignant lung cancer, and neither old Tang nor Zhang the medicine god could do anything about it. Having witnessed Brother Lin's acupuncture skills, I feel that this might be a turning point, so I would like to ask Brother Lin to give it a try. Of course, Brother Lin, you can rest assured that I won't let you do this for nothing. I will definitely give you a reward that will satisfy you. Lin Chuan was fully aware of all this, but he still nodded slightly upon hearing the voice. At the same time, he mentally consulted the system. This part is also related to the novel's male and female protagonists, right? Will I be punished for actively getting involved in the novel's plot? The system replied, there is no penalty, but there is also no reward if the host does not slack off. No reward? Then let's just continue to slack off. Lin Chuan thought to himself. Me, a villain, giving up a great reward and just messing around with the protagonist Shin Feng's storyline? No. Song Kersen heard these words of heartfelt emotion in bits and pieces, but she caught the word give up and understood Lin Chuan's refusal. For a moment, Song Kersen panicked. No. Lin Chuan was about to refuse. Song Kersen rushed into the pavilion and covered his mouth with one hand, silencing the words he was about to say. This section has been deleted. As a reward, I can give Brother Lin that piece of land in the east of the city. That piece of land in the east of the city? Lin Chuan was well versed in the original work and knew that place very well. That piece of land appears to be worth over 1 billion. Moreover, the Zhongjiang municipal government plans to focus on developing that area in the second half of this year. Major investment banks predict that its value will at least double to 1.5 times within 3 years. Everyone knew this was a prime target during the initial struggle. The Song family paid a heavy price to narrowly win the battle. Unexpectedly, Song Kersen is now offering it to me for free? Something worth over 1 billion. It must be said that this thank you gift was indeed very sincere. For a fleeting moment, Lin Chuan was moved. However, on second thought, if I made a move, I would lose the chance to obtain the reward for my character's inaction in this part of the story. He still managed to pull his hand away from Song Kersen's and shook his head slightly. These things still don't move me. If I were to take action, the potential losses would be too great. Relying solely on that piece of land in the east of the city may not be enough to make up for those losses. If all of this isn't enough, Song Kersen practically pressed herself against Lin Chuan, her peach blossom eyes glistening with tears as she looked at him, her voice soft and gentle. Then I really can't think of any other bargaining chips that can move you, Brother Lin. We can only rely on. This section has been deleted. This enchantress, she really knows how to persuade people. This section has been deleted. Lin Chuan's eyes flickered. Now that I have the ability to confront Shin Feng head-on, I don't need to be too afraid of him. By saving old Master Song this time, he could instantly make the Song family owe him a huge favor. Furthermore, this part of the plot doesn't have much impact on the main storyline of the original work, and getting involved won't ruin the later plan to abandon the project. In addition, there's that piece of land in the east of the city worth over 1 billion yuan. This part has been deleted. In short, after carefully weighing the pros and cons, he felt that there was no harm in taking action this time, and the benefits he could gain from it would definitely outweigh the rewards he might receive from simply giving up in this part of the story. Therefore, he decided to agree to Song Kersen's request. He followed Song Kersen into the restroom, quickly rinsed himself off, and changed into clean new clothes. He then smoothed out the wrinkles on Song Hongyan's collar that he had just made. Let's go. Upon hearing this, Song Kersen's expression immediately lit up with joy. Brother Lin, you agree?
Lin Chuan nodded slightly and walked out of the Lin family villa with her. The two rushed to the Song family's house.
Chapter 26 Master, I've enlightened. Half an hour later. When Lin Chuan and Song Kersen arrived at the Song family home, the hospital room was already in complete chaos. Old Song coughed up a mouthful of blood without warning.
His face quickly turned pale, and he looked pained as he breathed, seemingly struggling to breathe. Beside his sickbed, the Song family members were all in mourning, and Zhang the medicine god also looked grim.
How could this be? His face even showed a hint of disbelief.
It seems a bit hard to understand how old Song ended up like this.
Grandfather.
Upon seeing this, Song Kersen rushed inside and let out a scream. After seeing her grandfather's condition, she subconsciously looked at Lin Chuan behind her.
Brother Lin, please. Leave it to me.
Lin Chuan readily agreed before Song Kersen could finish her sentence. Lin Chuan's calm gaze focused on old Master Song, and a thought flashed through his mind. Soon, a look of understanding flashed in his eyes.
I see. So that's how it is.
The next moment, he strode towards old Master Song's sickbed.
What are you doing?
Because the scene was too chaotic, it was only then that the elders of the Song family noticed Lin Chuan's figure. Seeing Lin Chuan about to approach Elder Song, they were startled and instinctively tried to stop him.
Get out of here.
This is not a place where someone like you, a junior, can trespass. Malignant lung cancer is caused by a deficiency of vital energy combined with the invasion of pathogenic toxins. The tumor eventually forms due to the accumulation of phlegm and toxins in the lungs. Lin Chuan calmly uttered a long passage, I know how to treat the old man.
If you don't want anything to happen to the old man, let me go over there. What nonsense are you spouting, you brat? A hot-tempered elder from the Song family suddenly flew into a rage. He couldn't understand these profound medical concepts. Just think Lin Chuan is being deliberately mysterious. The Lin family, like them, is not a family of doctors, and they had never heard of Lin Chuan studying medicine before. Now that lives are at stake, he actually comes here and spouts nonsense. This elder of the Song family was furious.
He even began to suspect that this was a scheme by the Lin family to break the long-standing friendship between the two families and to stab Song in the back while he was in trouble.
The other elders of the Song family also looked at Lin Chuan with hostility. Song Kersen hurriedly tried to explain. Let him come here. But just then, Zhang Yaoshen's voice broke the deadlock. Zhang Yaoshen's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Lin Chuan's long speech. He eagerly asked Lin Chuan, can you see the strange origin of old Master Song's illness?
When Zhang the medicine god first treated old Master Song, he felt that the lung cancer was progressing too rapidly, which was really strange. But he could never quite grasp the core of what he found strange. Just now, Lin Chuan's words suddenly dispelled the fog that had been shrouding his mind. Lin Chuan pointed him in the right direction. Because of this, he believed that Lin Chuan had some ability and was willing to give him a chance.
Yes.
Lin Chuan nodded and reminded him, if we delay any longer, old Song's condition will become dangerous.
Hearing Lin Chuan's words, everyone was finally jolted awake.
They all made way for Lin Chuan to pass.
Could it be that this young man from the Lin family is actually skilled in medicine? After Lin Chuan left, the elders of the Song family still couldn't quite believe it.
However, as a descendant of the medical sage Zhang Zhongjing, Zhang Yaoshen's medical skills and ethics have always been guaranteed, and his judgment should not be wrong.
Of course. Song Kersen quickly explained, I specially invited Lin Chuan from the Lin family to treat Grandpa.
I just went to the Lin family and saw with my own eyes that Lin Chuan healed the long-standing hidden injury of their bodyguard captain.
You mean that retired Special Forces soldier, a Biao? How could that be? The most hot-tempered elder in the Song family looked unconvinced. Kersen, are you kidding me? I heard that even the director of Zhongjiang First People's Hospital, Old Tang, couldn't cure that Special Forces soldier's hidden injury back then, and now you're telling me that Lin Chuan cured him? Song Kersen looked indignant. Why would I lie to you about something that concerns Grandpa?
If you don't believe me, you can go and verify it with his bodyguard yourself. The elders of the Song family were speechless and obediently shut their mouths. Meanwhile, Lin Chuan walked to old Master Song's bedside, and a thought struck him once again. Then he took out the box of silver needles that the butler had given him. Zhang Yaoshen, who had been expecting something from Lin Chuan, suddenly froze. He glanced hesitantly at the silver needles in Lin Chuan's hand, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated.
Young friend.
As a renowned medical expert in Zhongjiang City, Zhang Yaoshen's acupuncture needles are all specially made, custom made according to his personal requirements.
Not only him, but any skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner will have their own acupuncture needles.
But what he sees now is not a question of whether it's exclusive or not, but a question of whether it's professional or not. Lin Chuan was holding a box of embroidery needles.
Zhang Yaoshen hurriedly tried to stop Lin Chuan. He was overconfident just now.
Although this young man has a considerable amount of theoretical knowledge, it doesn't mean he's also good at practical skills.
With lives at stake, Zhang Yaoshen dared not let Lin Chuan randomly puncture Song Lao's body.
However, just as Zhang Yaoshen stretched out his hand, he felt a flash before his eyes as a golden light passed by the tip of Lin Chuan's silver needle.
Then, he froze on the spot. The Song family members in the room also witnessed this scene.
They saw Lin Chuan insert a silver needle that gleamed with golden light, and old Master Song's pale face visibly regained its color. Hiss! All the members of the Song family gasped. They had always heard that Zhang Yaoshen had inherited the 9-turn combined needle technique from the medical sage, which was so skillful that few could rival him.
But now,
the intractable disease of old Master Song, which Shang the medicine god couldn't solve despite exhausting all his acupuncture techniques and racking his brains, was actually cured with a single needle by Lin Chuan.
The difference in strength is so obvious to the naked eye.
The difference in medical skills and acupuncture techniques is immediately apparent.
I never expected this.
Lin Chuan is actually a hidden medical master.
What's that called? That's really impressive. I was mistaken just now. I almost misjudged a real master. Several elders of the Song family couldn't help but sigh. The hot-tempered elder withdrew his initial doubts and looked on with admiration.
Even Zhang the medicine god felt ashamed of his momentary doubt.
He's being superficial. Look at Lin Chuan's technique, it's precise and skillful.
Furthermore, his grasp of acupoints is even more professional than that of an old Chinese medicine doctor who has been practicing medicine since elementary school. With such formidable strength, how could he possibly be an outsider who doesn't even have a box of special silver needles?
This is clearly the legendary return to simplicity.
Only those without real skills rely on equipment. True masters can heal patients with just a box of ordinary silver needles.
Zhang Yaoshen felt he had grasped the essence.
He also briefly mentioned the acupuncture techniques that the Song family members were discussing. If I am not mistaken, the technique this young friend used must be the legendary 18 Hunyuan needles.
The 18 Hunyuan needles?
The Song family members looked puzzled.
The legendary one? Even Song Kursen was taken aback by this statement.
Yes. Zhang Yaoshen tried hard to suppress the excitement in his voice. Legend has it that the Hunyuan 18 needles are the unique skill of the divine physician Hua Tuo. Even as a descendant of Zhang Zhongjing, the sage of medicine, I must admit that compared to the Hunyuan 18 needles, my 9-turn unity needle is just a little brother.
Chapter 27. This old 6.
The Song family members were all dumbfounded. Zhang Yaoshen looked on with a sigh and continued. Speaking of which, the name Hunyuan 18 needles was given by the legendary physician Hua Tuo. In the medical field, this acupuncture technique actually has another name, the 18 ghost and god needles. Because there are 18 levels of hell, this acupuncture technique also has 18 needles.
Once this needle is used, even Yama, the king of hell, will give way.
Hiss. Everyone in the room gasped again, their pupils dilating in shock.
Wow, that's amazing. Song Kursen couldn't help but look at Lin Chuan again.
Seeing his imposing figure, his calm and composed needlework, and the fact that he seemed shrouded in a mist, he appeared extremely unfathomable. Her heart began to race even faster. Brother Lin, it turns out that even now, I still don't really know your background. This is nothing, Zhang Yaoshen said, shaking his head slightly as he saw their varied expressions. He hadn't mentioned that the Hunyuan 18 needles technique was actually a unique inheritance found only in the Qingnong classic of medicine. Compared to the Qingnong Jing medical techniques, the Hunyuan 18 needles are nothing special. Seeing Lin Chuan quickly administer acupuncture, he calmed his inner shock and turned his attention back to old Song on the hospital bed. At this time, with Lin Chuan administering acupuncture, old Song's condition had improved significantly. Not only did his eyes gradually regain their clarity, but his heartbeat and pulse also became stronger.
Cough, cough, cough.
After Lin Chuan finished administering the acupuncture, his complexion improved completely, and even his breathing became incredibly smooth.
I'm all better.
At this moment, old Song discovered that the pain from the constant pressure in his lungs had completely disappeared, and his face was filled with disbelief.
Grandfather. Dad. Old song. Everyone rushed over quickly, their expressions excited. Grandpa, how are you feeling? Song Kurson asked with concern. Zhang Yaoshan quickly stepped forward to examine old Song's condition, then said with a complicated expression, "The treatment effect for this young friend is even better than I expected. Old Song's malignant tumor has been suppressed and has completely lost the possibility of spreading and erupting. There will be no further worries once the procedure is performed and the tumor is surgically removed." It's really that simple? Everyone stared in astonishment. The disease that initially terrified them and rapidly deteriorated, leaving old Master Song with only 2 months to live, was handled so easily by Lin Chuan. Zhang Yaoshan looked at Lin Chuan with great respect and said, "Young friend, your skillful medical techniques are truly admirable. However, there is one thing I don't understand. Young friend, why did my acupuncture technique, which was meant to alleviate your symptoms, trigger an attack in Elder Tang?" Lin Chuan thought for a moment about the annotations he had seen with his eyes, and asked in return, "You've also noticed the strangeness of old Master Song's illness, haven't you?" Zhang Yaoshan nodded. Lin Chuan then explained, "Because the poison that invaded Elder Song's body and condensed in Elder Song's lungs is not ordinary, but a rare corpse poison." Corpse poison? Everyone was stunned. "Yes," Lin Chuan replied, "lung cancer caused by corpse poison cannot be suppressed using normal methods. But I haven't been in contact with any ancient tombs or corpses recently." Old Master Song also looked astonished. Lin Chuan's gaze returned to Old Master Song. "Old Master Song, have you been wearing anything on your wrist lately, and smelling it frequently?" After a moment's thought, Old Master Song was suddenly startled. "It's a string of agarwood beads. I recently found a string of agarwood beads at the antique market. Because of its rich and lingering fragrance, I often smell it. Could it be? That's right." Lin Chuan thought of the darker color of Song Lao's wrist and lungs compared to other areas and replied, "This string of agarwood probably wasn't obtained through legitimate channels." Grandpa Song immediately thought of tomb raiders. He recalled the vendor's confident assertions while introducing his wares, and his face darkened. This can't just be left like this. If Lin Chuan hadn't intervened in time today, he would have almost died because of this string of sandalwood. Old Master Song immediately ordered someone to check all the information about that vendor. Then, he looked at Lin Chuan with gratitude in his eyes. "Xiao Chuan, thank you so much for this." As he spoke, Old Song was about to get out of bed and give Lin Chuan a deep bow. However, as soon as he made a move, everyone hurriedly stopped him. Lin Chuan looked helpless. "Old Song, you mustn't." The other elders of the Song family also looked uneasy. "Grandpa, if anyone should be thanking someone, it should be us younger generation who do it." After saying that, a hot-tempered elder bowed deeply to Lin Chuan before Lin Chuan could react and apologized. "I was blind to your greatness today and offended young Master Lin. I hope you will forgive me." Clearly, this elder understood the principle that the more skilled a doctor is, the less one should offend them. Lin Chuan, both amused and exasperated, helped the elder up, before he could say anything. Then we heard a thud from the other side. Zhang Yaoshan, with his white beard, actually knelt down directly before Lin Chuan. Furthermore, under Lin Chuan's astonished gaze, he spoke excitedly, "Student Zhang Yaoshan humbly requests to become your disciple." "Zhang Yaoshan, you can't do this." Lin Chuan was speechless and hurriedly tried to help him up. Firstly, he didn't want a disciple who was so old, especially a male disciple. Secondly, his medical skills were all built up by system rewards. To be precise, he is a talent-based individual and has no experience in teaching apprentices. "No, sir, you must accept me today." However, it was as if Zhang Yaoshan had become attached to him, and he remained kneeling there for a long time. The renowned medical master and elixir expert of Zhongjiang actually acted like a child, resorting to shamelessness. "If you don't accept me, sir, I won't get up." Sir's medical skills are superb, and he is a role model for us to learn from. If it weren't for your timely intervention, sir, Old Master Song might have suffered an accident due to my limited knowledge and insufficient medical skills. In terms of medical skills, I haven't learned enough and am far inferior to you, sir. Zhang Yaoshan spoke sincerely. Lin Chuan tried to calm him down. "You are a descendant of Zhang Zhongjing, the sage of medicine." However, as soon as Lin Chuan began to speak, Zhang Yaoshan seemed to have suddenly realized something and understood. "So, sir, you look down on my identity as a descendant of Zhang Zhongjing?" "That's right, sir, you treated old Tang using the medical techniques of the legendary physician Huatua, the Qing Nong Jing. If you mind, sir, I can remove myself from the Zhang family right now." Zhang Yaoshan looked serious and took out his phone to dial his home number.
Lin Chuan quickly pressed him down, took a deep breath, and said, "Okay, I promise you." He didn't want to see an old man nearing 50 betray his family just to become his disciple. Those who know him might think he's recruiting apprentices, while those who don't might think he's running a pyramid scheme.
"Master, please accept my bow."
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaoshan was so excited that he almost prostrated himself on the ground. After being quickly stopped by Lin Chuan, he happily rummaged around his body and pulled out a small box, claiming it was a gift for becoming an apprentice. Lin Chuan opened it and took a look. Before he could even speak, a collective gasp filled the air around him.
It's actually a century-old blood ginseng.
Chapter 28. Even capitalists would shed tears reading this. Old Master Song, with his vast experience, immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the item in Lin Chuan's hand, a century-old blood ginseng, a legendary treasure that is said to be able to revive a person as long as they have a breath left. Such a small box can fetch an astronomical price on the black market, and there's no way to buy it even if you have the money. Old Song glanced at Zhang Yaoshan with envy, then turned to Lin Chuan and congratulated him, saying, "Little Chuan, you were so lucky."
Lin Chuan inherited Hua Tuo's skills and naturally knew how precious this item was.
"I heard that the richest man in the neighboring city was saved after a series of car accidents because he was lucky enough to obtain a piece of century-old blood ginseng."
He hesitated. But Zhang Yaoshan had to kneel down. "This is my gift for becoming a disciple, please accept it, Master." "If Master doesn't accept it, I won't get up."
At this point, Zhang Yaoshan deliberately glanced at Elder Song. "Besides, this is what you, Master, deserve."
If Master hadn't intervened, this box of blood ginseng would have been given to Elder Song.
Upon hearing this, Old Song nodded and said, "Xiao Chuan, there's no need to refuse anymore."
The rest of the Song family echoed this sentiment, urging Lin Chuan to accept the money. "All right then."
Seeing this, Lin Chuan could only reluctantly accept it. Seeing this, Zhang Yaoshan stood happily beside Lin Chuan like a child, saying, "Master,
if there are any tasks in the future, please feel free to ask me to carry the medicine box or help out." "Is he doing odd jobs for the famous alchemy master in Zhongzhou City?"
Those around him looked on with strange expressions upon hearing this. Lin Chuan was also speechless and was about to speak. "Brother Lin, please accept this prescription as well."
Song Kursen's charming voice suddenly came over.
Lin Chuan turned his head to look and realized that Song Kursen had gone out at some point and was now returning, slightly out of breath, handing him a box containing yellowed papers. He reached out and took it, then looked down and saw the words Hua Tuo's beauty formula written on the paper.
"It's actually Hua Tuo's beauty formula?" Zhang Yaoshan, standing beside Lin Chuan, exclaimed in surprise at the opportune moment.
"I never expected that Miss Song would be giving this to my master. This prescription is truly priceless. Its efficacy far surpasses all current beauty products on the market. I heard from Mr. Tang that he offered a high price of 400 to 800 million, but he still couldn't buy it from you."
"Master?" Song Kursen looked bewildered, completely unaware of what had happened in this room during her absence. Seeing her confusion, Song's mother gave her a brief explanation. "What the hell? Is Brother Lin really that good at this?" Song Kursen sighed inwardly, her gaze towards Lin Chuan softening even more. "This is to thank young Master Lin for saving Grandpa in time."
"If it weren't for young Master Lin, our Song family would have been in big trouble this time." Lin Chuan was also taken aback at this moment. He never expected that the prescription would end up in Song Kursen's hands, and that an unexpected story would unfold, making the president of Zhongzhou First People's Hospital, Old Tang, eager to obtain it.
"This thing is worth far more than just a few hundred million."
In the original storyline, Li Yolan's healthcare group relied on this beauty formula to rise directly from a second-tier enterprise in Zhongzhou to a first-tier one. The product developed based on this prescription alone generates a profit of 1 billion yuan a year.
So, okay.
This time, Lin Chuan didn't refuse. However, as he accepted the gift, he also glanced at Song Kursen, seemingly unintentionally.
As a qualified slacker, he naturally had no interest in personally running a new pharmaceutical company. In the original novel, Song Kursen also possesses remarkable business acumen.
Thinking of this, Lin Chuan smiled and said, "In my opinion, this ancient prescription is very valuable.
Let's just use this as an opportunity to start a new pharmaceutical company.
I can hire you as the acting manager of this company with 20% of the company's profits."
At that moment, everyone present was stunned.
Even if they were incredibly dense, they could still tell the difference. Lin Chuan's actions are a classic example of getting something for nothing. He just got a priceless prescription from Song Kursen for free, and then immediately started a company and made Song Kersen work for him. He only needs to say a few words to get 80% of the company's profits for free. This move would probably make capitalists weep. Song Kersen, however, did not find anything wrong with Lin Chuan's move. Her cheeks flushed and her beautiful eyes sparkled as she immediately agreed, okay.
Chapter 29. What kind of plot development is this?
And that's not even the most outrageous part. The most outrageous thing was that after thinking about it, Song Kersen actually said very seriously, however, 20% of the profits is really too much.
Give me 10% is enough. What kind of plot development is this? Everyone in the room was questioning their existence. Song's mother looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated.
Although their daughter had a crush on the Lin family's son since she was a child, it was never hidden from her parents.
But it's not that bad to blindly like a place like this.
Old Song's expression was also somewhat complicated. It's incredibly foolish of the family's usually shrewd heir to make concessions in business negotiations. But today, he saw in Lin Chuan an immense potential, like that of a true dragon. After thinking it over, Old Song decided that he might as well suffer a little loss. If we can win over this true dragon and make him our grandson-in-law, this current loss won't matter. Thinking of this, Old Master Song glanced at the various expressions on the faces of the Song family members in the room and calmly waved his hand. Never mind, young people should handle their own affairs. With Song Lao's decision finalized, no one else dared to utter a word. Even Zhang Yaoshan, standing to the side, looked somewhat surprised. He saw the Hua Tuo beauty formula in Lin Chuan's hand. After calming down a bit, he took the initiative to say, "Master, I am also willing to contribute to your company."
Upon hearing Zhang Yaoshan's voice, Lin Chuan's eyes lit up.
That's right, how could we forget Zhang the medicine god? This is a renowned veteran of traditional Chinese medicine in Zhongjiang City, a truly prestigious and respected figure. With such a big shot in the company, developing beauty formulas, wouldn't the company be blessed with a full stack of buffs and a flood of customers just by relying on the celebrity effect and the halo of the god of medicine? Lin Chuan nodded calmly, all right. As he spoke, he took out Hua Tuo's beauty formula from the box and handed it directly to Zhang the medicine god.
From now on, you will be our pharmaceutical company's professional consultant.
We will entrust you with the task of developing beauty formulas and leading the medical research and development team.
Zhang Yaoshan was stunned when he saw this.
Lin Chuan gave Hua Tuo's beauty formula, a priceless treasure, to his apprentice whom he had only known for less than a day, without hesitation.
This kind of magnanimity is truly unmatched by ordinary people. Master, rest assured, I will definitely not let you down.
Zhang Yaoshan excitedly and carefully put away the beauty formula, and said to Lin Chuan with a solemn expression. Lin Chuan nodded calmly, greeted everyone, and then took his leave indifferently. He was completely unaware that, right after he left, news of what had happened to the Song family that day quickly spread throughout the upper echelons of Zhongjiang City.
The upper class of Zhongjiang City was in an uproar as a result.
At the last day on auction, the popular science presentation by President Tang of the First People's Hospital of Zhongjiang City made many people aware of the commercial value of Hua Tuo's beauty formula. Besides Dr. Tang, the director of the First People's Hospital of Zhongjiang City, many other people wanted to get this secret recipe from Song Kersen. But in the end, they all returned empty-handed. But to their surprise, Lin Chuan took it away without lifting a finger while they were racking their brains.
How is this possible?
Although Song Kersen is beautiful and a real beauty, her business acumen is so great that she can stand out even in the elite circles of Zhongjiang.
How could such a shrewd and intelligent future heir of the Song family make such a foolish and unprofitable deal? Did Lin Chuan cast some kind of spell on her? I've never heard of him having any achievements in the business world before. This is just too outrageous. The entire upper class in Zhongjiang City was shaken.
Within the Li Healthcare Group,
many employees also discussed it privately.
As soon as a pretty and charming career woman entered the break room, she overheard several employees already considering what would happen if the Lin and Song families really entered the medical aesthetics market. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. It's not even close to being confirmed yet, but they've already started spreading rumors as soon as they've heard a little bit of news. Since you distrust our Li's healthcare group so much, why don't you resign now and go work for Lin's group instead? The person who arrived was none other than Mr. Li's personal assistant, Zhang Shishir. She was also Mr. Li's best friend from university.
Assistant Zhang. Assistant Zhang.
Several employees were caught by the president's assistant talking about company matters, and they immediately trembled and became timid and hesitant.
Zhang Shishir snorted coldly, "You'd better have some self-awareness.
You don't have much to show for your work, yet you dare to nitpick about the company at a time like this. After saying that, she made the coffee and walked out of the tea room. On her way back to the president's office, Jiang Shishir became increasingly resentful.
After entering Li Yulan's office,
she gently put down the coffee Li Yulan had ordered and said angrily, Lan, those people outside are making a mountain out of a molehill.
Hua Tuo's beauty formula is indeed rare, but it hasn't been researched yet, has it?
And yet everyone is spreading rumors that established medical aesthetic companies like ours, which have been around for decades, are going to go out of business.
How ridiculous.
What? Li Yulan took a sip of her slightly bitter coffee, feeling her mind clear up a bit.
You've been so busy with work that I haven't had a chance to tell you.
Lin Chuan somehow got Hua Tuo's beauty formula from Song Kursen of the Song family. There are rumors circulating that the Lin and Song families are going to jointly start a medical aesthetics company, and everyone thinks that our established companies are doomed. Jiang Shishir reported, her tone turning extremely dismissive towards the end.
It's no wonder she had that attitude. As Li Yulan's best friend, she had witnessed firsthand how much Li Yulan disliked Lin Chuan.
Sharing Li Yulan's hatred, she also had no good feelings towards Lin Chuan.
However, to her surprise. What did you say?
Upon hearing these words, Li Yulan's expression changed drastically.
Then, there was a loud crash. Li Yulan accidentally dropped the coffee cup she was holding, spilling most of the coffee onto her work computer. Ah!
Jiang Shishir exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this.
Quick, let me wipe it.
She quickly took out paper napkins and a dryer and cleaned up the water stains on the computer. After finishing, she checked the computer and found it wasn't broken, then breathed a sigh of relief and went to deal with Li Yulan's desktop. There's a lot of your important data in here, how could you be so careless?
As Li Yulan's best friend, the two were not distant despite their superior-subordinate relationship. Is what you're saying true? But Li Yulan no longer cared about any of that. She couldn't believe the news she was hearing.
She's been busy with the scar removal cream project lately and hasn't had time to pay attention to the outside world. Little did she know that by the time she noticed, the world had already changed. Lin Chuan is actually going to invest in a joint venture with Song Kursen. Thinking about Lin Chuan's coldness towards her recently, Li Yulan felt a void in her heart when she first heard the news.
Is this matter very serious?
Seeing Li Yulan's pale face, Jiang Shishir also sensed the seriousness of the matter, and her expression also became solemn.
At the same time, she was puzzled as to why Li Yulan had such a strong reaction. Li Yulan couldn't tell Jiang Shishir about her innermost thoughts.
Li Yulan could only say, Hua Tuo's beauty formula is definitely more valuable than you can imagine.
Chapter 30. This aloof and beautiful CEO seems to have changed.
A few days ago, after leaving the Dayan auction, Li Yulan immediately had someone verify the composition of the snow lotus she had purchased. It was eventually confirmed that what she photographed was a genuine Tian Shan snow lotus. When added to scar removal cream, it fully realizes its medicinal value.
Just as Lin Chuan said, it has greatly improved the medical efficacy of the scar removal cream. If it is officially released, it will definitely cause a huge stir in the medical aesthetics market.
But it was precisely because of this that Li Yulan also deeply realized how terrifying Hua Tuo's beauty formula was.
Because,
according to Lin Chuan, Hua Tuo's beauty formula is the key to enabling her Li's healthcare group to become a top-tier enterprise in Zhongzheng. Now, however, Hua Tuo's beauty formula has fallen into Lin Chuan's hands, becoming his stepping stone into the medical aesthetics market.
Hua Tuo's beauty formula may outperform all current beauty products on the market.
These are the words spoken by Elder Tang, the most authoritative figure in the medical community of Zhongzheng, on the day of the Dayan auction. Li Yulan felt as if a heavy stone was pressing on her heart, and her eyes darkened.
No, I can't just sit here and wait to die. With that, Li Yulan shut down her computer, picked up her handbag, and headed out. Lan, where are we going?
Jiang Shishir asked, seeing Li Yulan's expression.
She quickly followed after her. Go to the Lin family. Li Yulan replied.
If Lin and Song's companies were to enter the market, her Li's pharmaceutical and healthcare group would be in grave danger. Song Kursen has always been at odds with her, so she can't get close to her.
As for Lin Chuan, Li Yulan's expression was complicated.
Considering Lin Chuan's past attitude towards her, Li Yulan hoped for the first time that Lin Chuan still had some old feelings for her. Jiang Shishir, the assistant, was dumbfounded.
The Lin family?
She almost doubted her ears. In the past, Li Yulan would avoid the Lin family, let alone Lin Chuan, even if she saw him. But in just 2 days, Li Yulan made 2 trips to the Lin family.
What happened? Did I miss some important plot twist? How did the world suddenly become like this?
Jiang Shishir realized for the first time that her best friend, the famous and aloof CEO of Zhongjiang, seemed to be different.
And on the other side, unknown to anyone. Shenfeng, sitting in a luxurious private room, nearly crushed a water glass upon hearing the report from his subordinates. What did you say? That scoundrel named Lin Chuan actually cured old Song?
Yes, young master. The scarred man with a murderous aura below him didn't dare to breathe and lowered his head as he spoke. This person was one of the 9 masters who had been with Shenfeng before he went down the mountain. He was one of the 2 most capable assistants who were specially assigned to him. His name was Hong Bao, and his nickname was the Know-It-All. Like Zhang Xuan, another assistant arranged by his master, he was a master of intelligence gathering and quite capable, and extremely loyal to Shenfeng. The reason I haven't been by Shenfeng's side during this time is because I received Shenfeng's instructions to go to the Song family. Now that things have changed in the Song family, he returned immediately to report to Shenfeng. The news of old Master Song's serious illness was well concealed, no one outside knew about it. I originally planned to inform you as soon as the Song family was in dire straits. But this time it happened so suddenly. Old Master Song fell critically ill ahead of time. As soon as the news was sent over, Lin Chuan, that kid, cured old Master Song first.
Damn it!
Shenfeng's eyes were gloomy, filled with a strong murderous aura. Old Song was a perfect opportunity for him to seize control of the Song family. As early as after he planned to dominate Zhongjiang, he sent Hong Bao to keep an eye on the Song family's movements. He was the first to know that old Master Song had health problems. He was waiting for the perfect moment to show his skills and do the Song family a huge favor. But because of the interference of that Lin family kid, his plan fell through. Thinking of this, Shenfeng couldn't help but clench his fists. Are you a good for nothing? You can't even detect that this kid from the Lin family knows medicine. The information Hong Bao presented to him clearly stated that this guy was a dissolute playboy with no achievements whatsoever. That's why he never took Lin Chuan seriously. Upon hearing this, Hong Bao's face immediately turned awkward, and he dared not utter a word, much less refute it. Seeing this, Shenfeng didn't say anything more, but looking at the Lin family's information that had been resubmitted to him, he still coldly gave the order.
What is Zhang Xuan doing now?
Tell her to stop, and give her a new task. Participate in the Lin family's maid recruitment today and take this opportunity to get closer to Lin Chuan.
Zhang Xuan?
Hong Bao was stunned for a moment.
Should we send her? Is the young master beginning to doubt his own abilities?
Before this, the young master had always regarded Zhang Xuan as his own, only letting her do some intelligence-gathering work, trying to keep her away from some dangers and direct contact with other men. After all, although this woman possessed superhuman strength that was completely at odds with her appearance, her incredibly charming and sweet face was just too attractive. Especially her sinful figure, which almost every man couldn't take his eyes off. If it weren't for the young master's lust, he would have wanted to take advantage of his proximity to her.
The young master arranged for Zhang Xuan to take action this time, so he must be a little dissatisfied with his previous performance? Although Hong Bao's thoughts wandered a little, he quickly recovered. Yes. He reluctantly agreed and quickly withdrew.
Lin Chuan was unaware that the protagonist, Shenfeng, had already set his sights on him. At this moment, he had just come out of the newly registered pharmaceutical company, looked around, and did not see anyone coming to greet him. He was just about to call the head of the bodyguard team when he turned around and saw a row of luxury cars driving up. Leading the way were 3 black SUVs, followed by 3 expensive Hummers. And the car being escorted in the very center was his Maserati with the license plate number 68. On the street, many passers-by who saw this scene exclaimed that they had broadened their horizons. Naturally, this drew another round of sidelong glances. Lin Chuan, however, paid no attention. Soon, a row of luxury cars drove up in front of him. The Maserati in the middle stopped right in front of him. Biao got out of the driver's seat and hurriedly opened the car door with an apologetic look. Sorry, young master, there was a traffic jam in the middle.
It's my fault for keeping you waiting.
It's nothing, Lin Chuan said, seemingly unconcerned. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's reply, Biao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly pulled out the back seat of the Maserati and invited Lin Chuan inside. Young Master Lin, the arrangements for hiring maids for the villa that you mentioned before have been made. We've already received quite a few job applications. The quality is quite good. Would you like to go and see for yourself?
looking to hire a maid?
Lin Chuan was a little taken aback at first. However, as some memories surfaced, he soon understood what was going on. It turns out that these were the orders given by my predecessor before I transmigrated. This kid, although he doesn't do anything right most of the time. But in this respect, I must say, it pleases me greatly. Lin Chuan nodded slightly, okay. The Maserati and luxury car fleet then set off. The target is the Lin family villa. Chapter 31 Money really can buy anything. At this time, the outer hall of the Lin family villa was specially set aside for the interviews. Nearly 100 beautiful figures gathered here. They had all been notified to come for maid interviews. These girls all have one thing in common: full breasts, slim waists, long legs, and are young, beautiful, and pleasing to the eye. As outstanding talents who passed the initial screening by the Lin family, they not only possess certain professional skills, but are also extremely attractive. No matter where she is, calling her a goddess is no exaggeration. However, these goddess-level beauties, who are usually pursued by others, were all in an uproar when they heard that Lin Chuan, the eldest son of the Lin family, was going to personally interview them.
Wow, young Master Lin is coming in person too? Then I need to touch up my makeup quickly. I'm going to perform a dance in a bit, so I need to hurry up and find a restroom to take off my safety shorts. Suddenly I felt a bit hot, so I unbuttoned my shirt a little. Especially after seeing 7 extremely flashy luxury cars speeding towards them, with expensive SUVs and Hummers escorting the Maserati in the middle as it parked in front of the villa, everyone unconsciously turned their attention to them. The next second, Uncle Fu, the butler of the Lin family villa, rushed over and opened the door of the Maserati with practiced ease. Young master, welcome home. Lin Chuan, who was sitting in the back seat of the car, responded calmly and got out of the car. The eyes of the many goddess-level applicants burned with desire. So handsome. Wow. To work for such a rich and handsome guy is a dream come true. Hello, young Master Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. As Lin Chuan got out of the car and walked towards them, the girls all showed their best side, greeting him in sweet, adorable voices. Nearly 100 goddess-level beauties showed their most enthusiastic side, hoping to take the opportunity to become familiar to Lin Chuan. Some of the larger bears, intentionally or unintentionally, lowered their collars or simply bent over towards Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan glanced over. This section has been deleted. I felt like I had entered a spider's web. This section has been deleted. Lin Chuan was convinced this must be what a Manchu Han imperial feast looks like. Experiencing a double cleansing of the eyes and soul, he also became more amiable. Hello to you all. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. My God, young Master Lin is so gentle. Thank you, young Master Lin. Upon hearing Lin Chuan's concern, the girls responded enthusiastically once again. Lin Chuan smiled faintly. After greeting everyone, I stepped into the interview room and sat in the center seat, where the main interviewer was located. He picked up a resume from the table and gestured to the butler. We can begin. Yes, young master. The butler bowed and quickly went out to announce, the interviews have begun. Everyone, line up and come in one by one according to your numbers. The first one. Huang Jiasen. Following the announcement from the staff at the entrance, the first girl walked in. This is a beautiful young girl. You can tell how much she values this job just by looking at her clothes. She was wearing a black and white lace-made outfit, with a black bow binding her slender waist and a pleated skirt that covered her thighs. Knee-length black stockings hugged her shapely long legs, and at the hem of her skirt, a black leg loop was fastened around the girl's fair thigh, the stark contrast in color making it impossible to look away. As the girl walked, her black leg rings appeared and disappeared, looking extremely alluring. Lin Chuan's gaze was immediately drawn to the leg ring, and he couldn't help but secretly applaud it in his heart. On the surface, he glanced at the resume without changing his expression and asked, "What advantages do you have for this job?" Noticing Lin Chuan's gaze, the girl named Huang Jiasen deliberately lifted her skirt a little more before speaking in a sweet voice, replying to young Master Lin, "I majored in nursing in college, and my specialty is taking care of people. I also have a level 3 nutritionist certificate." After the girl left, the other 2 interviewers sitting on either side of Lin Chuan respectfully asked, "What do you think of this girl, young Master Lin?" As interviewers in the initial screening phase, the 2 wanted to ascertain the boss's opinion. "It's not bad in all aspects, let's take another look." Lin Chuan thought it was alright, but not good enough, so he gave a vague answer and didn't say anything more. After Lin Chuan finished speaking, the second girl walked in. Unlike the previous girl who was a bit cute and chubby,
this interviewee had excellent proportions and a superb temperament. As soon as she appeared in front of Lin Chuan, she introduced herself generously. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I used to be a model, and my specialty is the splits."
As time went on, Lin Chuan interviewed one beautiful woman after another. This section has been deleted.
These goddess-level beauties have used all their unique talents to get this job. They used almost every method imaginable, both legitimate and illegitimate.
Their actions made the other two interviewers feel embarrassed.
After seeing yet another model take off her coat to demonstrate her yoga skills to Lin Chuan,
they quickly made up an excuse and left.
This part has been deleted.
Chapter 32. Which veteran cadre can withstand this test?
After the two interviewers left, the girls who came in afterward became even more aggressive. For example, the fifth person to enter was an elegant and beautiful woman who used to be a dance teacher. After the interview, she said she would demonstrate her dance for Lin Chuan.
As a result, he immediately started doing a striptease. For example, the third to last person to enter was a lovely young female college student.
During her interview, she shyly and hesitantly expressed that she would allow Lin Chuan to do anything to her. This scene was comparable to a selection of imperial concubines. It showed Lin Chuan what it meant to have his eyes feasted.
It also made Lin Chuan realize the power that money brings.
Before he even made a move, countless beautiful women were throwing themselves at him. After interviewing another beautiful girl who was skilled in ear cleaning, Lin Chuan was invited to rest his head on her smooth thighs.
He couldn't help but blush. "I can't hold on any longer, I really can't hold on any longer." Even veteran cadres cannot withstand such a test.
The people who did this absolutely deserve a raise. They're really good at filtering people.
Just as Lin Chuan finished his sigh, bodyguard A Biao walked in.
Biao, with a strange expression, reported to Lin Chuan, "Young master, the president of the Li Group is at the villa entrance, requesting to see you."
Li Yulan?
Lin Chuan frowned upon hearing this name.
What does she want with me? Not see.
Lin Chuan refused without even thinking.
Life is so great now.
If you need anything, you can ask Song Kursen to exchange ventriloquism techniques. When I have nothing to do, I play the game of choosing concubines and watch the beauties vie to throw themselves into my arms.
Isn't it great to be a top-tier rich, handsome, and successful man?
He must be out of his mind to get so involved with this big-breasted, brainless idiot.
Soon, Biao informed Li Yulan, who was standing at the Lin family's gate, of the news. "President Li, please go back. The young master does not wish to see you."
At this moment, because of Lin Chuan's previous order, Li Yulan didn't even have a chance to enter the house this time, and was directly blocked outside by the gate of the Lin family villa.
Assistant Jiang Shishir was extremely disoriented by the sudden change in circumstances. "Young Master Lin actually locked us out?"
You should know that in the past, only Li Yulan had ever turned Lin Chuan away. Now everything has been turned upside down.
Li Yulan looked dejected. "He really doesn't want to see me."
Even during their previous meetings, Li Yulan had noticed Lin Chuan's resistance towards her. But this time, Li Yulan is determined not to see him. Seeing that Biao was about to leave after delivering the message, Li Yulan bit her rosy lips and called out to him again. "Biao, could you please inform him again?
Just tell him I'll wait at the door until young Master Lin is willing to see me."
Biao paused in his steps as he left. This was the first time he had ever seen the CEO of the Li Group so persistent. You should know that in the past, Li Yulan hated people who were persistent and clingy the most. Thinking of how Li Yulan had treated the young master in the past, a sneer flashed into Biao's eyes. "Fine, since you're unusually humble, I'll help you this once. However, let me make this clear first. This is the last time I will communicate with you. If the young master still refuses to see you, I will no longer care whether you live or die."
"You!" Jiang Shishir was furious when she heard Biao's cold, knife-like words. "What kind of attitude is that? That's too much."
Jiang Shishir said indignantly. Li Yulan simply shook her head. After all, she needs someone's help right now. "Young master, this Mr. Li is refusing to leave." When Biao returned to the interview room, he immediately told Lin Chuan about his conversation with Li Yulan at the door, and repeated Li Yulan's message to Lin Chuan. She also said that she would wait outside the door until you see her.
"Threatening me?" Lin Chuan laughed. Li Yulan probably didn't know that he was the type of person who absolutely refused to be blackmailed. Since Li Yulan is so tactless, don't blame him for being impolite. "Okay, let her in,"
Lin Chuan said to Biao after interviewing the somewhat famous and beautiful internet celebrity in front of him.
"Young master?"
Biao stared wide-eyed in astonishment, but then looked as if he suddenly understood. As expected, the young master still couldn't let go of his feelings for Li Yulan so easily. All those things I said before, and my cold attitude towards Li Yulan, were just me throwing a tantrum. After figuring this out, he quickly gave a knowing smile. Yes, young master. Not long after, Li Yulan and her assistant Jiang Shishir were brought in by a Biao. At this moment, Li Yulan, like a Biao, thought that Lin Chuan still had some feelings for her. She was somewhat delighted, and her usually icy beauty's expression softened a little.
Lin Chuan, I.
As soon as she opened her mouth, before she could even finish explaining her purpose, Lin Chuan interrupted her without saying a word.
I'm not interested in your purpose. Now that you're on my turf, you'll have to follow my rules. I only gave each of the candidates for maids to 5 minutes during the interviews with the Lin family. Now, I'll only give you 5 minutes. He was, after all, a villain who was the enemy of the male and female protagonists in the original plot, yet Li Yulan was still clinging to him relentlessly. If you don't give Li Yulan a little bit of a villainous shock, she'll really think she's easy to mess with. Lin Chuan's expression was exceptionally cold. Li Yulan stared in shock, her secret joy vanishing instantly.
It turns out she was overthinking it.
That's right.
Considering her past attitude and misunderstandings towards Lin Chuan, it's no wonder Lin Chuan treats her coldly now, just like a beaver.
Li Yulan felt a surge of bitter emotions.
Jiang Shishir didn't notice this. She sensed the humiliation in Lin Chuan's words and felt a sudden surge of emotion in her chest.
Young Master Lin, what do you mean? You want Lan Lan to be interviewed like those maids?
How can those vulgar beauties outside compare to our Lan Lan?
Li Yulan is a beautiful CEO with a net worth of billions. What level are those people?
They don't even deserve to be compared to her. Furthermore, Lin Chuan only gave Li Yulan 5 minutes.
Isn't this deliberately making things difficult for people? As Li Yulan's best friend of many years, Jiang Shishir became increasingly indignant and pulled Li Yulan to turn around and leave. Let's not discuss this cooperation anymore. Jiang Shishir knew about Li Yulan's pride. She thought that Li Yulan, who was always aloof and arrogant, would definitely not be able to bear such humiliation.
When she tugged at it, she found that Li Yulan didn't budge. Jiang Shishir turned around in confusion, before she could even ask a question.
The next second, she heard Li Yulan's strained voice. Okay, I'll try to finish within 5 minutes. Jiang Shishir felt like there was something wrong with her ears and looked at Li Yulan incredulously. Li Yulan, have you lost your mind? She simply couldn't understand why Li Yulan had to suppress her anger.
Li Yulan, however, was well aware of the importance of Hua Tuo's beauty formula.
Song Kursin and she had always been enemies.
If she really joined forces with Lin Chuan to invade the medical aesthetics market, she didn't even dare to think about what would happen to her pharmaceutical and healthcare company, which she had put so much effort into.
So she gave in.
Li Yulan took a deep breath, adopted a business negotiation attitude, and said earnestly to Lin Chuan, I had a lot of unpleasantness with young Master Lin before, and I can apologize to young Master Lin here. I just hope that Lin Xiao can take a more rational view of this matter concerning the pharmaceutical company.
I've been working in the medical aesthetics industry for over a decade.
If young Master Lin insists on finding an agent for his Hua Tuo beauty formula, perhaps
young Master Lin could consider me. Chapter 33. This is a freebie. I can ask for even less than Song Kursin. I only need 5% of the project's profits.
Jiang Shishir, the assistant, was stunned.
She stared blankly at Li Yulan. Lan Lan, do you know what you're saying? 5% dividend? Is this something a shrewd female entrepreneur with a net worth of billions should say?
And that's not the most important thing.
Most importantly, why do you have to compare yourself to Song Kursin? It's too curly. What benefits do you two get from this involutionary behavior?
Why work so hard and compete so fiercely to work for Lin Chuan?
In the end, isn't Lin Chuan the one who makes the most money?
Assistant Jiang Shishir tried to shake Li Yulan awake. However, before she could actually take action, something even more outrageous happened.
Lin Chuan remained unmoved, even showing a hint of disdain. That's it?
Li Yulan hurriedly added, 4% profit share is also acceptable. Jiang Shishir was completely stunned.
She scrutinized Li Yulan from head to toe, and was very suspicious that the Li Yulan in front of her was a fake. This is no longer involution. It's free. Even the bodyguard, Biao, was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, Li Yulan showed such great sincerity.
To everyone's surprise, Lin Chuan was so angry this time that he still wouldn't give Li Yulan a way out.
However, he didn't show it.
Because he knew very well who was feeding him, he only needed to be an emotionless bodyguard and carry out Lin Chuan's orders.
You have 3 minutes left.
Lin Chuan, the person involved, remained indifferent.
Li Yulan gritted her teeth, 3% profit share.
In addition to a 6% dividend from Li's healthcare group. As long as young Master Lin agrees, I can give him 6% of the profits from my Li's healthcare group in exchange. This was her biggest concession.
Adding that on makes it no longer a negotiation, but rather being taken advantage of.
Li Yulan still had some sense and decided to hold on to her last line of defense. Jiang Shishir, however, began to doubt her life. Bodyguard A Biao suddenly pinched his thigh.
He suddenly jolted awake, even more shocked. Am I fucking dreaming? This turn of events feels like a dream.
Lin Chuan didn't check his watch this time.
Beep beep beep. As the electronic notification sounded, the clock on the desk, which had been ticking since Li Yulan began speaking, started vibrating.
Ah Biao quickly walked over, pressed the pause button, and reported to Lin Chuan, "Young master, it's been 5 minutes." Lin Chuan nodded slightly, looking at Li Yulan's face, which had visibly turned pale. "I'm sorry, it's over.
You can go now."
This time, not only Assistant Jiang Shishir, but even Li Yulan felt extremely humiliated. Her delicate face flushed red, and her already bad temper was finally provoked. She angrily exclaimed, "I refuse to accept this. I offer better terms and have more professional business skills when it comes to distributing medical aesthetic products, so why don't you choose me?"
"There's no reason why." On the surface, Lin Chuan gave a concise answer, but inwardly he was sneering.
What else could it be? Isn't it because you're all brawn and no brains, unable to distinguish right from wrong? I'd be crazy to hire a terrible teammate like you as my proxy.
Lin Chuan actually cursed her as a pig in his heart?
Li Yulan was even more furious, almost forgetting her reason, and stepped forward to confront Lin Chuan.
The next second, she heard even more shocking news.
In the original story, the person who hired someone to kill her father, Li Qiqiang, was Xin Feng's master. Wang Xiaodao, the sworn brother of the driver who caused the accident, can testify to this. However, after the driver who caused the accident was sentenced to death, Wang Xiaodao left Zhongjiang City with the wife and daughter that the driver had entrusted to him. It seems that Wang Xiaodao returned to Zhongjiang City afterward for some reason. This stupid woman originally had a chance to learn the truth from Wang Xiaodao. But she believed everything Xin Feng said, and missed a great opportunity, allowing Xin Feng to get there first and win over Wang Xiaodao.
Wang Xiaodao?
Li Yulan stopped in her tracks, her eyes gleaming. These days she's also trying to reinvestigate her father's car accident.
Let alone the relevant criminal evidence. They couldn't even find out who Xin Feng's master was.
Unexpectedly, after seemingly reaching a dead end, the path was found effortlessly. Now, through Lin Chuan's inner thoughts, we've actually found a bit of direction. Although Li Yulan had never heard of Wang Xiaodao before and knew nothing about him.
The person is no longer in Zhongjiang City, and finding them would be like finding a needle in a haystack.
But as long as we follow the network of connections of the driver who caused my father's fatal car accident, or find out the driver's wife and daughter, there will always be a chance to uncover the truth. Rounding it off, this is equivalent to my father's great revenge being achieved soon. Thinking of this, Li Yulan couldn't help but get excited, and she forgot to think before she spoke. Lin Chuan, I know it was all my fault before.
It was my ignorance that led me to misunderstand you and leave a bad impression on you. But from now on, I will definitely make changes and let you see my good qualities.
When Li Yulan came to her senses, she almost revealed her most secret thoughts to Lin Chuan.
She quickly stopped talking. My chest heaved violently.
Lin Chuan, on the other hand, didn't seem to care about any of this at all. He merely frowned slightly.
What's wrong with the female lead? You can change your ways, what's it to Lord Guan? Don't interfere with my laziness, okay?
Lin Chuan thought to himself, this is what I'm thinking.
Upon hearing this, Li Yulan became angry again.
Having listened to Lin Chuan's heartfelt words so many times, she had a pretty good grasp of the meaning of some of his words.
The current situation is roughly that they all live in a novel world.
She is one of the female protagonists, while Lin Chuan is the villain and seems to be a time traveler. This guy is naturally somewhat repulsed by himself because his predecessor treated him coldly. But those are all things of the past.
Didn't you see that you've started to actively seek him out and speak to him in a softer tone? Does this guy even know anything about romance? Li Yulan felt somewhat resentful.
Mr. Li, there are other interviewees waiting outside. Please do not disturb the young master's work.
Biao stepped forward and began to ask Lin Chuan to leave, saying, "You can go now." Chapter 34 The Mighty Maid, the Iron-Willed Zhang Shaoan. Li Yulan glanced at Lin Chuan. He just looked impatient. It was obvious that he was really disliked. She immediately took a deep breath and nodded. "We've bothered you." After saying this, he pulled Jiang Shishir and turned to leave. Finally gone. After the two left, Lin Chuan rubbed his temples and told Biao, "Tell the people outside to continue." "Yes, young master." Biao left quickly, and not long after, a petite figure walked in. Biao followed closely behind and reported, "Young master, this is the last interviewee." The girl also introduced herself politely, "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Zhang Xuan." Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. If the previous dozens of interviewees were all goddess-level beauties, then the one in front of you must be the pinnacle of goddesses. Because, if we really want to compare, the girl in front of us is in no way inferior to Li Yulan, the famous and aloof CEO of Zhongzheng who just left. However, unlike Li Yulan, this woman took a different path. She was like a delicate doll, with long eyelashes and snow-white skin. Her bright, beautiful eyes were large and round, and she looked at people with a pure innocence. The moment she saw Lin Chuan, she revealed a shallow dimple, looking incredibly charming and irresistible. Although she was only wearing a simple white t-shirt, the t-shirt was stretched to the point of looking like a tight-fitting garment. That's more than enough to completely outshine all the other interviewees. As expected of the final contestant. This must be the legendary humiliation of a child's face. But Zhang Xuan, why does that name sound so familiar? Lin Chuan's gaze swept over the girl's distinctly undulating leaf lines, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, pondering the matter in his mind. Meanwhile, Zhang Xuan was halfway through his self-introduction when this voice echoed in his mind. Her self-introduction abruptly stopped. It wasn't until Lin Chuan noticed her suddenly stop that he asked, "What's wrong?" Zhang Xuan was taken aback. "I'm a little unsure if it's a hallucination." He then shook his head. "It's all right, young Master Lin. I'll continue. My name is Zhang Xuan. I'm skilled in all kinds of housework and have obtained advanced chef certification, advanced organizer certification, and advanced massage therapist certification." He is also proficient in medicine and can treat some minor illnesses and injuries. Furthermore, I possess superhuman strength. If the young master requires bodyguard protection, I can certainly fulfill that role. Zhang Xuan, bodyguard. The more Lin Chuan listened, the more familiar the name sounded, and then his pupils suddenly dilated. I'll blanch it. This name, this setup, isn't this Xin Feng's confidant? One of the two great helpers who brought Xin Feng down the mountain, the future chief of the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion, Ironbone Zhang Shaoan? Why did she come to the Lin family out of nowhere, and even apply to be my maid? Is she trying to plant a spy by my side? Xin Feng is a liar, isn't he? I didn't do anything to him, and he actually sent someone to infiltrate me. What sinister intentions are these? Damn it, even Lin Chuan was speechless, and couldn't help but mentally rant. Zhang Xuan was also startled by the sudden appearance of the voice. The voice that's coming into my head sounds exactly like the young master of the Lin family in front of me. Could this be Lin Xiao's true feelings? Zhang Xuan saw that Lin Chuan didn't even open his mouth, and suddenly had this feeling in his mind. Although she didn't know why she could hear Lin Chuan's thoughts, Zhang Xuan was more concerned with finding out how her identity had been exposed. Did this young master of the Lin family know her before? Zhang Xuan was confused. As one of the two major assistants arranged for Xin Feng by his several masters, she possesses a superhuman strength hidden beneath her innocent and beautiful childlike face, hence she is also known as Iron Bone Zhang. Before leaving Sanglong Mountain with Xin Feng, Zhang Xuan rarely appeared in the city except for accepting missions from one of Xin Feng's masters, let alone having any contact with the mission target he was meeting for the first time. So, how did this guy find out her identity? Zhang Xuan was filled with disbelief. She wanted to test Lin Chuan. Young Master Lin, what do you think of my resume? Not good. Lin Chuan thought unhappily. In the original novel, Xin Feng sent Zhang Xuan to his side, apparently after rescuing the Song family patriarch. Zhang Xuan inadvertently learned from Song Kursen that she had a crush on him, which made Xin Feng jealous and resentful. But now the plot has been rewritten by myself, and I'm the one who saved Grandpa Song. The part about Xin Feng and Song Kursen should no longer exist, right? Why did this guy still send Zhang Xuan over in the end? Given the nature of the original story, being targeted by Xin Feng is not a good sign. Before Lin Chuan could finish the word no, he changed his mind again.
No, if I eliminate Zheng Xiuan now, given Xinfeng's nature, he definitely won't let it go. Although I don't know why Xinfeng wants to plant a mole next to me now, he definitely has ill intentions. Rather than him arranging another unfamiliar and hard-to-guard person later, it's better to keep this one under my nose and keep him under surveillance. After all, Zheng Xiuan is quite kind and naive by nature, and we know him well enough to fool him. Moreover, I guess this is considered a way of slacking off a part of the male and female protagonist's storyline, and I might even be able to get some free rewards from the system. Lin Chuan thought about it and found it made more and more sense. He changed the subject and said, "That's right. Your resume is excellent. You're the one. Take office immediately and begin the probationary period." Zheng Xiuan was indignant at Lin Chuan's comment that he was easy to fool. What does it mean to be easily fooled? Is she implying that she's all looks and no brains? Is that polite of you? Although she didn't know why her identity was exposed, as Xinfeng's sixth master's specially chosen assistant, even if she wasn't shrewd and decisive, she was definitely not stupid, right? Who says that Xiong Dai is necessarily brainless? This is a stereotype. You all say I'm silly, but I'm not silly at all. Most of the time I'm incredibly clever. Before this, all the other task targets were completely fooled by me. Zheng Xiuan thought defiantly, but her face still showed the innocent look of a young girl. Okay, thank you, young Master Lin. Oh well, at least I passed the interview. Having the ability to hear the thoughts of the person on the mission at any time is a good thing for her. Just as Zheng Xiuan finished thinking this and was about to turn and leave, Lin Chuan's thoughts came through again. In the original story, this girl seems to have a pretty tragic life. She was completely manipulated by Xinfeng and his apprentice from beginning to end. She always thought she was an orphan who had been abandoned by her parents. All these years, she kept working for Xinfeng and his apprentice in order to find her biological parents. In fact, she wasn't abandoned by her parents at all. She was kidnapped and taken to the mountain by Xinfeng's sixth master, a human trafficker. And that Xinfeng is also a despicable scoundrel. He knew all the inside information, yet he pretended to help her find her parents, winning her favor. In the end, he even managed to add her to his harem. Meow meow meow? Zheng Xiuan's mind was filled with question marks and exclamation marks. Was she abducted to the mountain by the young master's sixth master? She's not an orphan at all? Zheng Xiuan's CPU is almost overheated. She grew up in Sanglong Mountain and, due to the long-term teachings of Master Xinfeng, she was extremely loyal to Master Xinfeng and the entire sect. However, he was always bothered by his status as an orphan, so he always wanted to find his biological parents. But after all these years of investigation, not only has there been no progress, but not even a single clue has been found. She herself was driven to the brink of despair because of this. As the young Master Lin Xiao revealed, he comforted her when she was on the verge of despair and promised to do everything in his power to help her find her parents. That is why she was willing to pledge her loyalty to Xinfeng and do her best to serve him. This part is exactly the same as what Lin Chuan said. However, can I believe Lin Chuan about the fact that I was actually abducted and taken to the mountain? Lin Chuan is just a stranger, and even if you can hear his thoughts, you can't be sure that what he says is true. After thinking for a moment, Zheng Xiuan decided to go and verify it himself first. By the way, keep a close eye on the young master and his disciples. Hearing is unreliable, seeing is believing. Chapter 35. You don't want to lose this job either, do you? Meanwhile, Lin Chuan was unaware that Zheng Xiuan had overheard his thoughts. We have no idea what she's thinking right now. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully sabotaging a plot involving the male and female leads. You have been awarded a Shangri-La chain hotel Zhongjiang branch worth 1.5 billion. The system has acquired all shares and ownership of Shangri-La Hotel's Zhongjiang branch for the host. Please keep an eye on your phone for 1 hour and prepare for the handover. Upon hearing the system notification, he couldn't help but smile before looking at Zheng Xiuan again. My previous guess was correct. Simply abandoning this part of the storyline will indeed yield some rewards. But now that the reward has arrived, it's time for me to retaliate in kind. Otherwise, others will see you as an easy target. Lin Chuan sized up Zheng Xiuan. A youthful face is a great disgrace. He seemed a little uneasy when he stood in front of me. 2 cute little hands were crossed in front of the hem of her clothes, unconsciously gripping them tightly. They look quite endearing. Such a cute girl, it would be an injustice not to tease her a little. Zheng Xiuan, why did you decide to become a maid? Zheng Xiuan also heard Lin Chuan's thoughts at this moment, and knew that he was plotting something bad to bully her. Upon hearing this, her heart skipped a beat. The voice also became weaker. In reply to young Master Lin, I had no choice but to come for the interview.
One of my brothers is seriously ill and urgently needs a large sum of money for medical treatment.
The maid position that young Master Lin is recruiting for is the best paying job I can get with my current education and qualifications. The maids here earn a base salary of 50,000 a month, which is several times higher than what I earned at my previous job. She used a prepared speech, coupled with a pitiful demeanor, in an attempt to evoke Lin Chuan's sympathy. But Lin Chuan remained completely unmoved upon hearing the sound. He gave a faint hum to indicate that he had heard, then said indifferently, "High income inevitably means high effort. Since you need this job, then do it well and show your sincerity and attitude.
Have some sense.
Don't let things go wrong so that you fail your probation period and they find out about all sorts of problems and fire you early."
Yes, Zhang Xuan replied quickly.
"I've been interviewing all day and haven't even had a sip of water yet," Lin Chuan said, smacking his lips as if to say something. "Young Master Lin, please wait a moment, I'll go make you some tea right away," Zhang Xuan quickly interjected. Then, as quickly as possible, she brewed a pot of green tea for Lin Chuan. She helped Lin Chuan cool the tea to a suitable drinking temperature before respectfully presenting it to him. "Hey, I've been busy all day, my arms are completely exhausted," Lin Chuan hinted again.
Zhang Xuan clearly understood his unspoken meaning. I'll feed you."
After hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward, picked up the teacup, and brought it to Lin Chuan's lips, carefully catching it with his other hand,
to prevent the tea from spilling and wetting Lin Chuan's clothes.
Lin Chuan comfortably took a few sips of tea, then slightly narrowed his eyes.
"The tea is brewed quite well." Before Zhang Xuan could even be modest, she continued, "But for some reason, my back still aches. Looks like I sat for too long during the interview. Come over here and massage my shoulders and back again."
Zhang Xuan clearly didn't expect to have physical contact with Lin Chuan so soon. Seeing Lin Chuan leaning back in the interviewer's chair, lazily looking at her, she immediately felt uneasy again.
"Young Master Lin, What?"
Lin Chuan frowned slightly.
"You're not going to make excuses for even this small request of mine, are you? If that's the case, then I'll have to reconsider who should be hired for this job."
No, young Master Lin, I'll start right away."
Zhang Xuan was very afraid that Lin Chuan would really fire her.
Although I had heard Lin Chuan's thoughts before and knew that he was intentionally venting his anger on me, I still didn't dare to gamble on whether Lin Chuan would actually do it. After taking a deep breath and trying to calm herself down, she walked behind Lin Chuan, placed her two slender white hands on his shoulders, and began to massage him gently.
"Do you think this force is acceptable?" While massaging her face with a hint of embarrassment, Zhang Xuan asked in a soft voice.
A warm, damp breath then blew into Lin Chuan's ear. The faint fragrance emanating from Zhang Xuan made Lin Chuan's heartbeat slow down involuntarily. He subconsciously squinted slightly again and leaned back slightly. But suddenly, my head rested on something soft and delicate.
"Ah!" A cry of surprise followed. The little hand that had been on his shoulder moved away. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Zhang Xuan with her cheeks flushed, clutching her chest and backing away, looking at him with a mixture of shame and indignation. "Holy crap, did I accidentally get a brainwave implanted just now? This is a bit awkward. Looking at this little maid's expression, I feel like I'm covered in mud right now. Even if I'm not Old 8's secret recipe mini burger, I'm still Old 8's secret recipe mini burger."
Lin Chuan felt slightly embarrassed. However, Zhang Xuan, who was initially embarrassed and annoyed, had a slight change in his expression upon hearing these thoughts.
Was this accidental? That seems to make sense.
His attention and gaze were always looking forward, and I was behind him. Moreover, his reaction at that moment did indeed seem like an unconscious action when someone is enjoying themselves.
The shame and indignation in Zhang Xuan's eyes lessened considerably. However, when she thought of Lin Chuan's description of brainwaves, she couldn't help but blush.
"Pa, this guy is just as rumored, a lecherous scoundrel. Some weird and strange words that I don't know where they learned from." Lin Chuan had no idea what she was thinking. Seeing Zhang Xuan standing there, his cheeks still flushed, he simply coughed and said, feigning displeasure, never mind. There was a small misunderstanding this time, let's stop here for now.
I'll arrange some other work for you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xuan quickly suppressed her inner turmoil and once again adopted a pitiful and submissive demeanor, saying, "Young Master Lin, what are your orders?"
Without hesitation, Lin Chuan said, "Go wash all my smelly socks."
"Hand wash." "Ha?" Zhang Xuan's mouth dropped open, looking as if he had been struck by lightning. Washing, socks, and you can only do it by hand? What's wrong? Is there a problem again?
Lin Chuan looked at her coldly.
Young Master Lin, isn't this a bit too much to ask? Zhang Xuan replied weakly. You don't want to lose this job, do you?
Lin Chuan, however, delivered a fatal blow with a single sentence. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xuan finally nodded and went to wash Lin Chuan's smelly socks with a somewhat humiliated expression.
Chapter 36. Let the bullets fly first. You little brat, you're such a good boy, always following Xin Feng's orders and acting like a double agent. Seeing Zhang Xuan's humiliated appearance, Lin Chuan secretly chuckled as he followed her out of the interview room.
If you don't behave yourself in the future, and I find out you're up to something, I'll show you what I'm capable of.
Ahead, Zhang Xuan, who was already looking somewhat aggrieved, couldn't help but shudder upon hearing these heartfelt words.
For some reason, listening to Lin Chuan's heartfelt words, she always had the illusion that she was a lamb being led into the tiger's den.
This pervert, could he really have many more tricks up his sleeve?
When this thought popped into her mind, Zhang Xuan felt a little like leaving. But then he thought of what his companion Hong Bao had said when he contacted him. Xin Feng seemed quite dissatisfied that he hadn't properly investigated Lin Chuan's true background. If I were to desert now and ruin Xin Feng's plans, given his temper, I would certainly be severely punished. Then, considering that Lin Chuan seemed to know many inside stories, including the mystery of his own origins, and that he could hear Lin Chuan's thoughts from a certain distance away. After hesitating for a while, she made up her mind again.
Endure the weight-bearing pressure on your breasts for a while. She tried every means to stay by Lin Chuan's side, hoping to hear more clues about her background before considering leaving.
With this thought in mind, she calmed herself down a little and then returned to normal, fully embracing the role of the little maid, and took the initiative to ask the butler, Uncle Fu, where Lin Chuan's smelly socks came from.
Young Master Lin's stinky socks?
Uncle Fu was a little confused when he heard this, and almost subconsciously turned his gaze to Lin Chuan. As the only son of the Lin family in Zhongjiang, Lin Chuan lived a life of luxury, with countless servants.
Normally, his clothes are maintained and cared for by dedicated servants. Let alone smelly socks, even a sock with a slightly off smell would be impossible to find.
Otherwise, not only would the servant in charge of the task be punished, but the steward would also bear the responsibility for failing to properly supervise the servants. So when Zhang Xuan told him that Lin Chuan had asked her to wash his smelly socks, Uncle Fu's first reaction was that Zhang Xuan must have misheard the instruction. However, after noticing Lin Chuan winking at him, he immediately realized what was going on. This really was Lin Xiao's idea. Zhang Xuan hadn't misheard. Although I don't know why, since young Master Lin made this arrangement, there must be a reason for it. Even if the so-called young Master Lin's smelly socks don't exist, he still has to find a way to create a batch of young Master Lin's smelly socks. Uncle Fu slapped his forehead, looking as if he had just realized something.
Oh, Lin Xiao's stinky socks, right? I remember now. Wait a moment, I'll go get it for you right away.
As he spoke, he quickly ran to the servants' quarters of the Lin family villa and dug out all his old, pickled cabbage-scented socks. Meanwhile, seeing how sensible the butler, Uncle Fu, was, Lin Chuan stopped caring about Zhang Xuan, who was about to be subjected to a large batch of smelly socks, and simply started working on his brain again. Right now, Zhang Xuan has been given a small punishment, but Xin Feng, the mastermind who planted a mole in my inner circle, is still at large. This guy is the most cunning and wicked. We absolutely cannot let him get away with this. However, speaking of which, teaching this guy a lesson seems to be quite troublesome. At present, Master Xin Feng has only been down the mountain for a short time, and the original plot has only just begun. There's not much to exploit about this guy. However, directly exposing some major secrets related to the later stages of the original work could easily interfere with the development of the original plot, affecting one's own ability to slack off, which would be a loss.
How can I make him unhappy without affecting the major plot developments later on or allowing myself to give up?
Lin Chuan had a brainstorming session. Little did Zhang Xuan know that Zhang Xuan, who was quietly waiting for Uncle Fu to bring the smelly socks, secretly looked over when she heard the noise.
Hey, I've got it.
Lin Chuan was completely absorbed in thinking until he came up with a good idea, at which point his eyes lit up.
We can start with Lu Bingquan, Xin Feng's sworn brother.
In the original novel, Lu Bingquan was Xin Feng's main backer in the early stages.
Moreover, Lu Bingquan and Xin Feng are deeply involved.
Targeting him will definitely cause Xin Feng to suffer as a result, while at the same time not affecting the main storyline of the original plot.
Lu Bingquan. That guy's no good either.
In the original storyline, this guy was not only a gang leader who committed numerous evils and had countless innocent victims, but he was also the biggest drug lord in the entire Zhongjiang area. Lin Chuan was lost in thought, completely unaware that Zhang Xiuan's expression had changed again.
Drug lord?
She unconsciously murmured a sentence in disbelief. This was completely different from what Shen Feng had told her. When Shen Feng introduced his sworn brother, he clearly said that Lu Bingquan was principled, had a bottom line, and was full of love, completely different from the average gang leader.
His charitable foundation has also helped many vulnerable groups.
It can be described as a breath of fresh air in the underground gang world.
This person is actually a hidden drug kingpin?
Zhang Xiuan was a little confused. Seeing Uncle Fu wearing a mask and carrying a basin of smelly socks that smelled strongly of pickled cabbage, I realized that he was coming over. She hesitated for only a moment before glancing at Lin Chuan again and following Uncle Fu to the backyard of the villa.
Let's wait and see if Lu Bingquan really gets into trouble. If Lu Bingquan really has an accident, then it proves that Lin Chuan's true feelings were genuine, and his previous statements about her background might not have been false. This person might hold the key to unlocking the mystery of my origins. As Zhang Xiuan left with the butler, he made up his mind not to report to Shen Feng for the time being Lin Chuan's next move against him. Let the bullets fly for a while. At the same time,
after making his decision, Lin Chuan quickly sorted out his thoughts. He opened his phone's contacts, found a number labeled Zhao Huayan, Deputy Director of Zhongjiang Police Station, and dialed it directly.
Uncle Zhao, would you like a promotion? A great opportunity is now in front of you. Chapter 37. Young Master Lin, what nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight?
In a private office at the Zhongjiang City Police Station, Zhao Huayan was imparting some crime-solving experience to his prized student.
Hearing Lin Chuan's seemingly random words, he couldn't help but frown. Young Master Lin, are you sure you didn't dial the wrong number?
Although he and Lin Chuan's father were old friends and he had had many interactions with Lin Chuan, he never had a very good impression of this future heir of the Lin family. As the only son of the Lin family and the future successor of the Lin clan, this person has no sense of responsibility as the successor of a large family. He spends his days idly and does nothing of importance. Moreover, he is willing to become a sycophant for a woman, which has become common knowledge in the entire Zhongjiang.
That's just plain stupid. If it weren't for Lin Chuan's father's sake, this worthless sycophant wouldn't even give him a second glance, let alone get his phone number. So when he heard Lin Chuan suddenly call and inexplicably ask him if he wanted a promotion, his first reaction was, is this guy out of his mind? Anyone with a modicum of ambition would want a promotion. If getting promoted were really that easy, how could there be so many people in the world who are frustrated and unfulfilled? Moreover, he is currently the deputy director of the Zhongjiang City Police Department, and the next step up would be the head of the Zhongjiang City Police Department. A true high-ranking official in Zhongjiang City.
Not to mention the distant places, within the city of Zhongjiang alone, countless eyes are eyeing that throne covetously. Even though the current police chief is about to retire and has a very close relationship with him, it would still be difficult for him to compete for the position without extraordinary merit. What nonsense is Lin Chuan spouting in broad daylight? Who does he think he is, trying to get himself promoted? But to his surprise, on the other end of the phone, Lin Chuan heard him speak with obvious displeasure, his tone still somewhat flippant. Uncle Zhao, don't be so quick to get angry, at least let me finish what I have to say. Zhao Huayan became even more displeased. Although he holds a high position, he is by nature averse to evil and has always been serious and meticulous in his conduct and work. It can be said that he cannot tolerate the slightest injustice. And now, Lin Chuan, whom he already had a bad impression of, is still so clueless. Even though you can clearly hear that your tone is unpleasant, you still don't know how to tone it down a little. He was too lazy to be tactful, so he simply said frankly, I'm busy right now. Unless you have something particularly urgent, let's talk another time. As he spoke, he made a move to hang up the phone. But just then, a keyword came from the other end of the phone, Zhongjiang Drug Network. Zhao Huayan paused abruptly as he was about to hang up the phone. Across from his desk, his prized student, a stunningly beautiful policewoman with a dashing and capable air, also looked up abruptly upon hearing the voice. His expression changed. On the other end of the phone, Lin Chuan seemed to have anticipated his reaction. He smiled slightly and continued, not long ago, while I was looking up some information, I accidentally discovered the secret of the Zhongjiang Drug Network. Lu Bingquan, chairman of the East China Chamber of Commerce, is the former head of the Scorpion Gang who has long since gone out of business and is actually the most deeply hidden drug lord in Zhongjiang. Lu Bingquan set up an East China Charity Foundation. Big D, a member of the Zhongjiang drug network responsible for distributing drugs, has been using the charity foundation as a cover to circulate drugs. And Don Guanzi, the member who managed the flow of funds in the Zhongjiang drug network, kept the funds in the warehouse of the East China Charity Foundation. As for the drugs that can be used as evidence of the crime, as well as some drug-making tools and raw materials, they are stored in room 007 of the B-Zone staff dormitory inside the East China Charity Foundation. If we bring these people to justice and crack the massive drug trafficking ring in Zhongjiang City that has been elusive for so long, Uncle Zhao, this achievement would surely be enough to get you a promotion, wouldn't it?
Zhao Huayan's expression shifted with emotion.
Zhongjiang City is indeed hiding a huge drug manufacturing and trafficking gang, and its impact has been extremely negative. It is a major case that is being closely monitored by the entire city of Zhongjiang and even the whole province.
If what Lin Chuan said is true,
if I were to actually solve such a major case, it would be a feat that would shake the entire province. This achievement is more than enough to elevate the current director to the position after his retirement.
However, considering Lu Bingquan's current status and position, he immediately suppressed his emotions and asked, "Do you have any evidence for what you're saying?"
Currently, Lu Bingquan has established the East China Charity Foundation, appeared on Zhongjiang City TV, and become a well-known philanthropic entrepreneur in Zhongjiang City. He is now a key protected figure in Zhongjiang City. It would be extremely difficult to directly arrest him at his East China Charity Foundation. Normally, let alone Zhao Huayan. Even the director of the Zhongjiang Public Security Bureau has to report to the city before he can make any moves there. You must also have sufficient evidence. Therefore, although Zhao Huayan was tempted by such a great achievement and wanted to solve this major case, he still did not forget these necessary procedures.
Evidence?
Lin Chuan chuckled upon hearing his question on the other end of the phone.
Uncle Zhao, I just think you're a very upright person, which is why I'm willing to do you a favor and give you this credit. Evidence and such are such trivial details that I don't need to provide them to you, do I?
Without waiting for Zhao Huayan's response, he hung up the phone.
Zhao Huayan frowned again.
Across from him, the beautiful policewoman who had remained silent since he answered the phone seemed to sense his hesitation and struggle, and suddenly said, "Let's go on a mission, officer."
Time waits for no one.
At worst, if something really happens and it turns out that everything Lin Chuan said was made up, I'll take the responsibility.
Chapter 38. So, there's no evidence, right? Zhao Huayan looked up at his apprentice.
This beautiful policewoman, who has always been sworn enemies of evil and looks exactly like him in his youth, has now stood up excitedly. He was dashing and his eyes were incredibly determined. Clearly, she was serious. He knew that this woman had an extraordinary background and was indeed capable, but he still couldn't help but shake his head upon hearing her voice. "Shanglan, I understand how you feel, but this is not something a criminal investigation captain like you can handle."
Lu Bingquan of the East China Charity Foundation is now a prominent figure in Zhongjiang City.
If we investigate him without any evidence and ultimately find nothing, not only you, but I will have to take off this uniform.
Yi Shanglan took a deep breath and said quickly, "But what if everything Lin Chuan reported this time is true?" "To be honest, teacher.
For the previous 2 months, my informant had been trying to get close to the guy in charge of distributing the drugs in the Zhongjiang drug network. Based on the information provided by my informants, I also have at least a 60-70% suspicion that Big D is the person in charge of distributing the drugs in the drug network."
Zhao Huayan's eyes flickered slightly. "Are you sure?" Yi Shanglan nodded and said decisively, "I'm sure."
Lin Chuan's accusations are basically consistent with some of the results of my analysis and speculation. Moreover, although this guy has a terrible reputation, from the perspective of criminal psychology, I can't think of any benefit he would gain from lying to you and playing you in this matter.
In my subjective judgment, his accusation is at least 80% credible.
Zhao Huayan listened to what she said. After a moment's thought, he slammed his hand on the table and said, "Then I'll take the gamble. If his whistleblower information is true, I will always remember his kindness, both for public and private reasons.
But if his accusations are nonsense, then even if it costs me my life, I will make him pay the price."
After saying that, he picked up the landline on the table and quickly began assigning tasks.
3 heavily armed police officers, along with dozens of police cars and several special police buses, split into 3 groups and immediately began their operation. One team was responsible for capturing Big D. A team was responsible for arresting Dongguan boys.
The last team, accompanied by special agents, directly surrounded the East China Charity Foundation to seize evidence and search for drugs. As expected, with the Zhangjiang Public Security Bureau making such a big show of things, not only did passers-by outside the bureau gather around to watch the large number of police cars, but inside the Zhangjiang Public Security Bureau, many officers couldn't help but whisper among themselves.
What's going on? What big operation is the department up to? Deploying so many police officers at once, and even mobilizing special agents to accompany them, this level of operation is rare even in a year, right? What happened? How come such a big thing happened and we didn't hear a thing before? Is this a temporary order issued from above?
Qin Weiming, the director who had basically stopped managing affairs since entering the countdown to retirement, quickly rushed into Zhao Huayan's office.
Old Zhao, what are you doing? Why didn't you report such a big operation, like arresting people and seizing drugs at the East China Charity Foundation, beforehand? Are you crazy?
Zhao Huayan and Qin Weiming had an unusually close relationship.
I also know why this old friend and former leader got angry.
Although he was also very nervous, he still said confidently, "Old Qin, I'm not crazy. It's just that the situation was urgent and I didn't have time to submit a report. I received an important tip that the East China Charity Chamber of Commerce is hiding a drug trafficking network in Zhangjiang that has been troubling the Zhangjiang police for a long time."
Where's the evidence?
Qin Weiming asked before he could finish speaking, sticking out his hand with a snort and a glare. The whistleblower in this report is Lin Chuan from the Lin family, Zhao Huayan said, changing the subject.
I'm asking you for evidence.
Qin Weiming still held out his hand to him.
Lin Chuan's report is very detailed.
He not only revealed who was in charge of distributing the drugs and who was in charge of bookkeeping, but also clearly stated where their drug manufacturing and storage dens were located. Zhao Huayan still tried to change the subject. Qin Weiming remained silent, simply maintaining the gesture of reaching out his hand.
The meaning is clear, they want evidence. Shanglan also said that Lin Chuan's report coincided with her conclusions from analyzing the informant's intelligence.
Seeing his old boss's expression, Zhao Huayan's confidence weakened. Seeing that he hadn't mentioned any evidence from beginning to end, Qin Weiming simply withdrew his hand and sneered, "So, there's no evidence, is that it?"
"We are at least 70-80% certain that Lin Chuan's accusation is true," Zhao Huayan tried to argue.
"Foolish."
Qin Weiming cursed angrily. "Without any evidence and without reporting to me or even Zhangjiang City beforehand, you rashly went to search the East China Charity Foundation. As the deputy director of the Zhangjiang City Public Security Bureau, don't you know how serious this matter is? If no problems are found this time, not only will you, the deputy director of the Zhangjiang City Public Security Bureau, be punished, but our entire Zhangjiang City Public Security Bureau will also be in trouble, do you understand?" Zhao Huayan remained silent for a moment. He understood what Qin Weiming was saying. He was even fully aware that if the search revealed no problems with the East China Foundation, then his position as deputy director would be over. Seeing that no officers from the front lines had come to report the incident on the landline phone on the table, he felt very uneasy. "I know you're eager to solve the case, but you're in your 50s now. You need to learn to keep your composure and not give others ammunition to criticize you. Prepare in advance and hurry up and complete the formalities, just in case. I'll make an exception and issue you a search warrant, but you'll have to figure out how to get Lin Chuan to provide the necessary evidence for his report." Hearing that Qin Weiming was still thinking about how to make amends for him, and even went so far as to make an exception and issue a search warrant for the East China Charity Foundation, a sensitive location, Zhao Huayan was moved, but also became more nervous. He violated procedures by directly searching the East China Charity Foundation, which had most affected his own future. But now that Qin Weiming is going to make an exception and approve a search warrant for him, this matter will also involve his old comrade in arms and former leader. At times like these, you absolutely must not make any mistakes. Otherwise, if Qin Weiming is implicated, he will probably spend the rest of his life in guilt and regret. Ring ring. Just as Zhao Huayan was feeling extremely nervous, the desktop phone on the table rang. Zhao Huayan answered the phone almost without thinking. "I am Zhao Huayan." "What's the matter?" An excited voice immediately came from the phone. "Chief, we found it. Room 007 in the staff dormitory of the East China Charity Foundation in Block B really contains a large amount of drugs, drug manufacturing equipment and drug manufacturing raw materials. A lot of raw materials for drug production were collected on the spot, and more than 30 packets of finished drugs were also seized. We haven't had time to tally the exact weight and quantity of the drugs yet, but based on a rough estimate, it should be around 30 kilograms. Chapter 39 Ruined Xinfeng's Good Deed. Zhao Huayan was taken aback at first, then his expression lit up with joy. "Good, very good. All participants deserve credit for this operation. Remember to properly preserve the evidence.
In addition, send a portion of personnel immediately to arrest Lu Bingquan and related individuals. Beside him, Qin Weiming, who had been somewhat worried about him, breathed a long sigh of relief. After Zhao Huayan finished making the follow-up arrangements over the phone, he gently patted his shoulder, his face showing some relief and satisfaction, and said, "It seems you were right this time, congratulations." Zhao Huayan knew that he meant to congratulate himself on escaping a disaster and on solving a major case that was enough to cause a sensation throughout the province.
"I really have to thank you for your help, Lao Qin."
He felt incredibly excited and thrilled as he hung up the phone. Qin Weiming smiled and shook his head. "There's no need for us to play these games. I didn't help much in this matter, so I dare not take credit for it." As he spoke, probably not wanting to delay Zhao Huayan's work, he nodded to Zhao Huayan and Yi Shanglan beside him, and continued, "All right, since this Zhongjiang drug network case is about to be solved, I won't bother you any longer.
If you need me to coordinate anything later, just let me know."
After speaking, he left immediately.
"Yes, teacher, let's hurry up and arrange some follow-up work.
I can't wait for those beasts to be punished by law," Yi Shanglan said excitedly from the side.
Zhao Huayan understood his apprentice.
In her eyes, even a promotion is not as important as bringing evildoers to justice. Seeing how eager she was to try, he immediately took a deep breath and quickly calmed his excitement.
"I know what I'm doing."
Since it's a drug-related case, the first thing to investigate is the group of people who have had huge amounts of unexplained funds dealings with the East China Chamber of Commerce and Lu Bingquan. I'll leave this part of the work to you.
Okay.
Just as he expected, Yi Shanglan immediately took action after hearing the instructions.
"This girl." Zhao Huayan couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this.
Then, a sigh escaped his lips.
"It seems that Lin Chuan isn't as useless as I thought. With this major cracking of the Zhongjiang drug network, I and the entire Zhongjiang Municipal Public Security Bureau owe him a huge favor."
As the entire Zhongjiang City Police Department began to operate at high speed, with convoys of police cars frequently dispatched and even a large number of special police officers following along to assist in the investigation, a series of news spread among the people of Zhongjiang.
"Holy crap, this is big news.
I heard that the entire Zhongjiang City Police Department mobilized hundreds of officers today to raid and shut down the offices of the East China Chamber of Commerce and the East China Charity Foundation.
This operation was not leaked at all beforehand.
Even the cousin of my second uncle's third aunt's fourth aunt's daughter's husband, who works at the Zhongjiang City Police Station, said that he was completely unaware of it beforehand. It seems that Lu Bingquan, the chairman of the East China Chamber of Commerce, has been arrested. The former leader of the Scorpion Gang, who later went straight and became a well-known philanthropist in the city. According to inside sources, more than 30 kilograms of drugs, as well as a large amount of drug manufacturing equipment and raw materials, were found in the East China Charity Foundation.
Lu Bingquan is the mastermind behind the drug network in Zhongjiang.
Inside a coffee shop, Shen Feng, who was taking advantage of running errands for Yi Weiwei to chat up a beautiful young woman, soon received a call from Hong Bao.
"What? Boss Lu has been arrested?"
Upon hearing the news, his voice involuntarily rose a few decibels.
"How could it be so sudden? Didn't you notice anything amiss beforehand? What the hell are you all doing?"
This caused the beautiful young woman opposite him, who had initially shown some liking for him, to unconsciously frown and glance at him.
Shen Feng could only give the beautiful young woman an apologetic smile.
Then, suppressing his anger, he said to the other side, "Go and find out what exactly happened right now.
There must be a reason why the Zhongjiang City Police Department's operation was so sudden. I need to know the results within a day."
After hanging up the phone, he calmed himself down a bit before flashing a bright smile at the beautiful young woman in front of him.
"Where were we talking about, Miss Zhang?"
"Oh, right, palm reading. In fact, besides my medical skills, my physiognomy skills are also quite remarkable." Across from him, the beautiful young woman was still somewhat skeptical.
"Physiognomy? Birth date and time, Ziwei Doshu, that kind of stuff?"
"I think I've heard that those are all scams, just charlatans using ambiguous language to trick people into talking and leading them astray."
"I'm different from those films that have no technical skill whatsoever."
Shen Feng shook his head, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "The physiognomy I'm talking about is truly accurate and unerring. There are no so-called rhetoric techniques, and there is no ambiguity."
"If you don't believe me, let's try it now." "How do I test it?"
The beautiful young woman opened her palm and glanced at it.
"Like this, shall I show you the lines on your palm?"
This time, Shin Feng didn't answer. Instead, he directly grasped his soft hand and began to knead it gently. While kneading, he squinted his eyes, revealing a mysterious and unfathomable expression. Tender, smooth, and moisturizing. The young woman's ears were already a little red from his actions, and she felt a tickle in her heart. When she heard his indistinct words, she was immediately stunned. "What did you say?" Shin Feng realized he had almost let something slip, and after a brief change in expression, he quickly regained his inscrutable demeanor.
"Oh, I mean, I've seen most of it.
Judging from your palm, you should come from an ordinary family, and your husband's family is also just getting by. You are very much loved by your husband at home, and you live a very comfortable life. Even so, you still harbored a deep resentment towards him." Upon hearing this, the beautiful young woman visibly trembled, and a look of disbelief appeared in her eyes.
"How did you figure that out?"
Shin Feng did not answer, but instead smiled slightly and gently scratched her palm. "I not only saw those things, but I also saw that you desperately want a strong man to nourish you.
Your resentment towards your husband stems from the fact that your needs are too high, and he can't meet them, right?"
The beautiful young woman's body trembled again. The tender hand that Shin Feng was playing with froze there, momentarily forgetting to pull it back.
"Coincidentally, I've always enjoyed helping others, especially other people's wives. If you don't mind, my car is parked on the side of the road not far away. We can go there. I'll help you all the way and satisfy you in one go." Seeing this, Shin Feng knew that his prey had been captured. He immediately stood up and, with a gentle but firm pull, forcefully drew the beautiful young woman into his arms. Holding her full, delicate waist, feeling the mature charm of her body, he made a move to get into the luxury car he had borrowed from Lu Bingquan earlier, so he could have a good ride. But unexpectedly,
just as he was filled with passion and hurriedly returned to his car with the half-heartedly resisting young woman in his arms, a dashing and beautiful policewoman, accompanied by several police officers, immediately surrounded them.
Chapter 40: Suffering from Lack of Education. "You must be Shin Feng, right?"
"I am Yi Shanglan, the captain of the criminal investigation team of Zhongjiang City Police Station.
"I have been ordered to take you back for investigation. Please come with us."
The beautiful policewoman acted swiftly and decisively, flashing her identification and permits before giving a wink to someone nearby. Two police officers immediately stepped forward, making a move to subdue Shin Feng.
Wait.
Shin Feng had no choice but to temporarily release the beautiful young woman, adopting a defensive posture to tell the police officers not to rush into action.
He then looked at the beautiful policewoman and said, "Miss, could you please explain yourself more clearly? What do you mean by being ordered to take me back for investigation? What did I do wrong? How come I didn't even know that myself?" Yi Shanglan didn't waste any words, but simply showed the superior's approval document again. "You know Lu Bingquan, right? He has been arrested in connection with a major drug manufacturing and trafficking case in Zhongjiang City.
After our people arrested him, they checked his financial records and social network and found that your relationship with him was unusual.
Moreover, not long ago, there was a huge unexplained transaction of 10 million between you and him."
Holy shit! Upon hearing this, Shin Feng couldn't help but swear.
"What does his crime have to do with me?"
"The 10 million you mentioned isn't some huge sum of money involved in some unknown transaction, it's just the medical expenses that Boss Lu paid for me. He was a heavy smoker and drinker, and his liver and lungs were in very serious condition. No hospital in Zhongjiang City could help him. It was my skillful treatment that brought him back to health. He gave me the 10 million to express his gratitude. He is a typical example of someone who slipped through the net of the 9-year compulsory education system. Although he is exceptionally skilled in medicine, martial arts, and physiognomy, he was taken to the mountains to learn medicine from a young age and did not receive much formal education, so he is completely ignorant of modern law. When he heard that he was being summoned by the police because of Lu Bingquan, he subconsciously thought that a simple explanation would suffice. But Yi Shanglan, who was opposite him, frowned immediately when she heard his words. Please watch your language. Also, what exactly happened with that 10 million? It can't be determined based on just your word. Come back with us for questioning." The two officers who had already gathered around also turned serious. Captain Yi has made himself very clear. If you continue to resist, we will consider it as resisting law enforcement. Don't you dare refuse a toast only to suffer the consequences. Seeing this, even someone as uneducated as Shin Feng knew that he would probably have to go with these people today. Having come down the mountain a few days ago, he had learned a little about the rules here, and he knew some of the consequences of resisting law enforcement.
That's going against the state apparatus. Although he prided himself on his extraordinary strength and had several powerful senior sisters who doted on him, he didn't want to get into trouble like this right now. Seeing that the beautiful young woman he had finally managed to hook up with had been brought to the car, and that all he had to do was open the car door so they could enjoy bliss together, he could only cough lightly and soften his tone slightly. It's not that I'm not cooperating with the investigation. However, I have an important matter involving several $100 million that I need to deal with first. Can we make a deal? I'll go to the Zhongjiang City Police Station in an hour, okay? I promise that I will go to Zhongjiang Police Station in 1 hour. Yi Shenglan and the other police officers clearly understood his implied meaning. After glancing at the beautiful young woman beside them, they all wore expressions of incomprehension. At a time like this, you're still thinking about things like this? Shinfeng, haven't you realized the seriousness of the problem yet? Lu Bingquan is suspected of manufacturing, trafficking, and possessing drugs, and the circumstances are extremely serious. He will most likely be sentenced to death. You have a close relationship with him and are also a key suspect in this case, understand? Shinfeng, however, was preoccupied with the prey he had just acquired and hadn't even had a chance to taste it yet. Seeing that Yi Shenglan and the others were running out of patience, he didn't dare to make any more demands about making the Zhongjiang police station wait for him for an hour. Instead, he turned his gaze to the beautiful young woman who had just acquiesced to his statement and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Miss Zhang, it seems that the timing is a bit inconvenient today. How about this, let's exchange contact information, and I'll contact you again when I have more free time." But the beautiful young woman treated him as a criminal. After a moment of surprise upon hearing the voice, she quickly waved her hand and ran away with a hint of fear in her eyes. Judging from her appearance, she would probably avoid Shinfeng at all costs if she ever encountered him again. Holy crap! Upon seeing this, Shinfeng's eyes immediately turned red, and he couldn't help but punch the car door next to him. The easy prey just flew away. The alloy car door was smashed open with a loud crash, leaving a huge dent. The car body also shook violently. Upon seeing this, Yi Shenglan's eyes immediately flickered. A single punch dented the alloy-made car door and made the car body tremble. This guy is not only closely related to Lu Bingquan, but he is also a martial arts master. Then it's more likely that he's an accomplice in this case. Yi Shenglan almost immediately drew her service pistol from her waist and gave the two officers an order. Take away. Chapter 41. Zhang Xiuan's heart is in turmoil. What the hell is this? More than an hour later, as Shinfeng walked out of the Zhongjiang police station, he couldn't help but curse. After more than an hour of interrogation and investigation, his criminal suspicions have been preliminarily cleared, and he can regain his freedom. However, through these few hours of subtle questioning and eavesdropping on conversations among the police officers, he finally understood just how serious Lu Bingquan's crime was. Manufacturing, trafficking, and selling more than 1 ton of drugs. According to the current laws of China, that's enough to warrant at least tens of thousands of executions. In other words, the former leader of the Scorpion Gang in Zhongjiang City, whom he had painstakingly cultivated a relationship with not long ago, is now completely unreliable. When he moves on to Zhongjiang, he will have to find a way to build up some new connections and networks. If I find out who's behind this, I'll make them pay. The thought that not only had his backer fallen, but he had also just been interrogated by Yi Shenglan as a criminal at the police station, and that the beautiful policewoman seemed to have her eye on him, made him furious. That beautiful policewoman, to be honest, has a really great figure and looks. Although not the voluptuous type, her figure is incredibly well-proportioned and alluring. It's just the right amount of big where it should be big, and just the right amount of small where it should be small. Especially her long, straight, and well-proportioned legs. Any more would make her look fat, any less would make her look thin. She looked like honey, radiant and glowing without any stockings. It's as if climbing up there will take you straight to heaven. It makes one's mouth water. When Yi Shenglan and her men ruined his plans, Shinfeng had originally thought that he could use his charm to win over this beautiful policewoman while he was at the police station. If I could win over such a stunning policewoman with gorgeous legs and have her legs draped over my neck, it would be far more exciting than the previous beautiful young woman. Unexpectedly, the beautiful policewoman seemed to have a problem with him. She didn't respond to him at all from beginning to end, and when interrogating him, she was even stricter and colder than the other officers. Not only did he lose face multiple times in the interrogation room, but he was also labeled as frivolous, sleazy, and greasy by the other party. How am I frivolous, sleazy, or greasy? This is simply prejudice. It must be because Lu Bingquan committed such a serious crime that Yi Shenglan hates him so much that she also views herself with prejudice.
The responsibility lies entirely with Lu Bingquan. No, it should be entirely with the guy who caused Lu Bingquan's sudden downfall. Shen Feng was somewhat indignant. Just as he was getting restless, his phone rang, reliving the alluring image of Yi Shenglan's shapely legs as she walked. Upon picking it up, he was astonished to find it was Hong Bao.
Is there any news about what I asked you to inquire about before?
Shen Feng answered the call immediately. On the other end of the phone, Hong Bao's respectful voice came through. Yes, young master. I found out that there was indeed someone pulling the strings behind Boss Lu's sudden downfall.
Who? Shen Feng's eyes turned cold, and a chill instantly filled the surroundings. Lin Chuan.
Hong Bao said succinctly. This guy somehow found out about Boss Lu's secret and made a phone call to the Zhongjiang police station, reporting Boss Lu by his real name.
It's him again?
Shen Feng's eyes grew even colder.
Is this guy courting death, ruining my plans time and time again?
On the other end of the phone, Hong Bao probably knew his anger at that moment and didn't dare to say a word.
All right, I understand. Go back to the other tasks I assigned you. Shen Feng didn't say anything more and hung up the call.
Then, he found Zhang Xuan's contact information, quickly edited a text message and sent it. After you see this, find a convenient place to contact me and reply to me immediately. After you see this, find a convenient place to contact me and reply to me immediately. In the backyard of the Lin family villa, Zhang Xuan, who was washing who knows how many baskets of smelly socks, felt a sudden, involuntary jolt when she saw the text message. Based on her understanding of Shen Feng, his tone was so stern and urgent that something extremely urgent must have happened. She quickly and discreetly observed her surroundings. After confirming that no one was around and there were no hidden surveillance cameras, he quickly dried his hands on a rag, edited a message and replied, "What is it, young master?"
I am now able to communicate. Shen Feng's reaction completely confirmed her thoughts. As soon as she sent the message, he replied instantly, "Have you successfully taken up the post of Lin Chuan's maid?"
"Yes, I'm at the Lin family villa right now," Zhang Xuan replied as quickly as possible.
But to his surprise, he was met with a barrage of insults from Shen Feng. Then what the hell were you doing? Why didn't you give me a heads up before Lin Chuan reported Boss Lu to the police station? Do you even realize how serious the consequences will be because you didn't give a timely warning this time?
Boss Lu has been arrested, and he's likely dead. The first powerful backer we finally found in Zhongjiang has collapsed, and I'm now under police surveillance. Zhang Xuan was stunned for a moment. But then he realized that Shen Feng was so angry because Lu Bingquan's arrest had caused him such heavy losses.
Lin Chuan reported Lu Bingquan to the Zhongjiang police station, and Lu Bingquan was arrested so quickly, he's doomed. Could it be that what he said in his previous thoughts, that Lu Bingquan was actually the biggest drug lord in Zhongjiang, was true?
Zhang Xuan quickly opened her mobile browser and searched for keywords related to Lu Bingquan. As expected, some official news reports have already been published. Lu Bingquan, chairman of the East China Chamber of Commerce and president of the East China Charity Foundation, has been arrested today by the Zhongjiang police station on suspicion of possessing and trafficking massive amounts of drugs.
Zhang Xuan's breathing quickened. Since Lin Chuan's inner thoughts even included the part about Lu Bingquan's involvement in drugs, does that mean that what he said before about his own background is also highly credible? I am not an orphan, but was taken to the mountain by Shen Feng's sixth master?
Shen Feng is nothing more than a despicable and shameless liar who would fabricate lies to deceive himself in order to take advantage of him.
Chapter 42. This maid is quite interesting. Where is everyone? Why aren't they saying anything? I'm talking to you. What are you doing?
On the other end of the phone, Shen Feng became increasingly annoyed when Zhang Xuan did not reply to his message immediately, and he launched into another tirade of scolding. Zhang Xuan felt his phone vibrate repeatedly and then came to his senses. He quickly typed, "Young master, I just went online to look up Boss Lu's matter. Online news reports say that Boss Lu is suspected of manufacturing, possessing, and trafficking drugs, and that the situation is extremely serious."
But didn't you say before, young master, that Boss Lu is principled, has a bottom line, is full of love, and can be called a breath of fresh air in the underground gang world?
She hesitated for a moment after typing.
Because if it were before, given her loyalty to Shen Feng, even if Shen Feng pointed his finger at her and scolded her, she would definitely just accept it and believe whatever Shen Feng said without question. Words like these, clearly tinged with skepticism, would never be spoken to Shen Feng, let alone even considered by her. But now, after Lin Chuan's wishes came true twice in a row, and after their young master's supposedly upright leader of the gang was indeed found to have committed numerous crimes, these words actually came out of her mouth quite naturally. Moreover, after only a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xuan clicked send. This only seemed to fuel Xin Feng's anger, and he launched into a barrage of rebukes. What do you mean by that? I'm telling you that your failure to issue a timely warning caused us huge losses, and you're turning around and picking a fight with me, right? Let me tell you, I was originally just going to give you a few words of advice so you could learn from this, but if you continue with this attitude, don't blame me for dealing with you according to the rules of our sect. Zhang Xiaoan was not surprised by his reaction. After taking a deep breath, she simply edited her message again and replied, I didn't mean that. I just want to find out if you knew about Lu Bingquan's problem before, young master. Okay, very good. But Xin Feng didn't answer her question directly at all. Instead, he poured out his anger in the message without any attempt to hide it. Zhang Xiaoan, you think you're all grown up now? I'm telling you the East, but you insist on telling me the West. We'll deal with it according to the sect's rules after the undercover mission is over. Furthermore, if you repeat this offense, in addition to the punishment according to the sect's rules, don't expect me to help you unravel the mystery of your origins in the future. When Zhang Xiaoan saw his response, her heart sank. Because of her understanding of Xin Feng, she could completely understand the subtext of his response. He clearly dared not answer her. This guy knows Lu Bingquan's true situation perfectly well. In other words, he lied to himself and Hong Bao about Lu Bingquan. But on the other end of the phone, Xin Feng was unaware of her thoughts. Seeing her fall silent again, I thought she had been manipulated, so I immediately edited another message and sent it. I have to go to meet Missy in a little while, so you should reflect on your actions. Zhang Xiaoan didn't bother to reply to Xin Feng's messages anymore. After reading his last message, she immediately put away her phone, a resolute look flashing in her eyes. If Lin Chuan's two previous heartfelt words had come true, merely planting a seed of doubt about Xin Feng in her heart, then Xin Feng's reaction just now was like urinating on that seed several times, helping it take root and sprout. Now, she no longer dares to trust Xin Feng at all, and is more inclined to trust Lin Chuan instead. Therefore, she decided to work diligently under Lin Chuan's guidance. Stay here and create as many opportunities as possible to interact with Lin Chuan, and incidentally, eavesdrop on Lin Chuan's thoughts. As for Xin Feng, he just gave perfunctory answers, occasionally reporting trivial matters about Lin Chuan. Since he dared to do the first thing, he shouldn't blame himself for doing the 15th. The moment she made up her mind, Zhang Xiaoan took a deep breath, and then squatted down again, huffing and puffing as she washed the smelly socks. Only after washing the smelly socks covered in breast milk did she dry her hands and return to the villa's living room. He respectfully reported to Lin Chuan, young Master Lin, all the socks have been washed. At the same time, Lin Chuan learned of Xin Feng's setback and was in a great mood after just handing over the Shangri-La chain hotel Zhongjiang branch. Seeing Zhang Xiaoan return covered in sweat, he was too lazy to bother her any longer. He nodded slightly and said directly, "That's enough for today. I have other work tomorrow, I'll call you then." Then he said to Biao, "I'm in a good mood today, so hurry up and get the car ready. Then we'll all go to the Shangri-La Hotel to celebrate." Yes. Biao thought he was celebrating the acquisition of the Shangri-La chain hotels, so he quickly made the arrangements. Little did people know that Lin Chuan's choice to go to the Shangri-La Hotel at this time actually had a deeper meaning. Zhang Xiaoan suddenly stepped forward and said, "Young Master Lin, if you're going out to celebrate later, please let me accompany you. I'll show you what it means to be expensive." You? Lin Chuan was a little unsure what kind of wicked scheme this traitorous maid was plotting, but after thinking for a moment, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Okay. Then I'll wait and see. After saying that, once Biao and the convoy were ready, he took Zhang Xiaoan, who had changed into a clean and tidy maid outfit, and together they walked to the center of the convoy to his personal vehicle. Unexpectedly, just as he arrived next to his Maserati, and Biao instinctively reached out to open the car door for him, Zhang Xiaoan stepped forward, opened the door, and gave him a standard maid's salute. She slightly bent her knees, lifted her skirt, and bowed slightly. Like a delicate doll, as the double-layered ruffled skirt was lifted, a corner of black stockings was revealed under the lace trim, appearing and disappearing, making people want to explore deeper. As she bowed, she softly invited, "Master, please get in the car." Lin Chuan was a little taken aback at first, but after seeing her series of actions, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards even further. This little maid is quite interesting. Chapter 43: Zhang Xiaoan's humiliation. Lin Chuan got into the car without any hesitation. Seeing Zhang Xiaoan help him sit down and gently close the car door before getting in from the other side and sitting down next to him, he immediately looked away. I'll have to find another opportunity to give this girl a talking to later. Those who offer unsolicited favors are either treacherous or thieves.
With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Lin Chuan calmed himself down and began to seriously consider the upcoming plot. At this time, he took a group of confidants to the Shangri-La Hotel to celebrate. His real intention was not to celebrate taking over the Zhongjiang branch of the Shangri-La Hotel chain, but to verify whether his previous actions against Shin Feng had affected the development of the main plot. According to the plot of the original novel, Shin Feng will have another opportunity tonight in the revolving restaurant of the Shangri-La Hotel. If Shin Feng still shows up at the Shangri-La Hotel entrance on time tonight, it means that the original plot has not broken down, and the punishment he gave was not a factor in the timeline. If Shin Feng doesn't appear, it means that he didn't handle the situation with Lu Bingquan well enough, and the difficulty of getting the rewards from the playing dumb storyline will increase significantly.
Let me think. What exactly will happen in front of the Shangri-La Hotel later?
Oh, I remember now, it's a classic, old-fashioned urban romance novel with a pretentious and face-slapping plot. At that time, it seemed that because Shin Feng was dressed too shabby, coupled with the protagonist's inherent aura of reduced intelligence, he was stopped by security guards as soon as he arrived at the entrance of a five-star hotel like the Shangri-La Hotel. Lin Chuan pondered this part of the original story. Zhang Xiuan, who had been sitting upright and well-behaved, couldn't help but glance at him secretly after hearing his heartfelt words. Lin Chuan was completely unaware, deeply immersed in recalling the details of this scene. Speaking of which, the protagonist's intelligence-lowering aura is truly defying the heavens. Normally, the security guards at the entrance of five-star hotels like Shangri-La are of decent quality. Under normal circumstances, even if they see unauthorized persons, they will at most give them a warning according to regulations, and they will not make sarcastic remarks or anything like that. But once they encounter the protagonist of destiny, it's as if their IQ collectively drops offline, and they desperately try to provoke hatred towards the other party.
And how could Shin Feng possibly suffer such an injustice?
He slapped the security guard across the face right then and there, making him bleed from all 7 orifices and pass out on the spot. Later, it seems that the manager of the Shangri-La Hotel came out to handle the matter impartially, but Shin Feng was not willing to let it go. Instead, he acted arrogantly in front of the manager and insisted on forcing the manager to kneel down and apologize. The manager was fair and unwilling to accept Shin Feng's harsh conditions, so he refused. It was at this moment that Shin Feng unleashed his trump card, saying that he was Yi Weiwei's friend. He immediately called Yi Weiwei, who was already at the hotel restaurant, and used the power of the Yi family to give the manager and the security guard at the door a good beating.
I have no idea what this guy is thinking.
As Yi Weiwei's guest, when he was stopped and questioned by security, he could have easily resolved all the potential problems by casually mentioning that he was invited by Yi Weiwei. But instead, he insisted on going against the security guards, waiting for them to start provoking him before resorting to violence to slap them in the face. Then, when the manager came out, he refused to mention that he was Yi Weiwei's guest. Instead, he waited until the other party had handled the matter fairly before using the power of the Yi family to slap the manager in the face as well.
That's insane. Listening to these heartfelt words, Zhang Xiuan felt a strange unease in his heart. What on earth happened next? It seems that my decision to volunteer to accompany young Master Lin on this trip was the right one. I overheard some more secrets without even realizing it.
She stole another glance at Lin Chuan, a surge of emotion welling up inside her. Once we accompany young Master Lin to the Shangri-La Hotel, we can further confirm just how credible his words are. If all his previous sentiments come true this time, it will absolutely prove that the credibility of his previous sentiments is almost 100%. The two had different thoughts, and soon, the luxury convoy arrived at the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel in Zhongjiang. The Yuzhelin restaurant, the only Michelin-starred revolving restaurant in Zhongjiang, is located on the top floor of this hotel. Tonight, Yi Weiwei had arranged to meet a friend here, intending to introduce Shin Feng to her. Later, by chance, Shin Feng used his expertise in antique appraisal to impress someone and inadvertently gained the friend's friendship. After the convoy came to a stop in the parking lot, Lin Chuan did not rush to get out of the car, but first glanced at the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist.
6:20.
There were still 10 minutes to go before Yi Weiwei's agreed time of 6:30. Given that the main character of Destiny never appears until a crucial moment, Shin Feng should arrive a little later.
Tell everyone to stay put for now.
Lin Chuan gave a simple order to the driver in the front seat, and then focused his attention on Zhang Xiuan.
It's raining, so why bother hitting the child when you're just killing time? While waiting for Shin Feng to appear, we can give this traitor a good talking to.
Zhang Xiuan heard Lin Chuan's thoughts and felt a pang of anxiety when he saw Lin Chuan looking over.
On the surface, however, he still had to immediately put on a harmless smile and take the initiative to ask, "Master, is there anything I can do for you?" Lin Chuan didn't stand on ceremony with her. He stretched his shoulders slightly and then directly instructed, "My arms are a bit stiff. Loosen them for me." "Yes." Zhang Xiuan dared not refuse. This time, without much hesitation, she leaned towards Lin Chuan and placed her hands on his shoulders, pressing them gently. However, this time, she probably learned from her previous experience of massaging Lin Chuan. She kept her body tense throughout the massage and consciously or unconsciously observed Lin Chuan's reaction, fearing that the embarrassing situation of the brainwaves from last time would occur again. Lin Chuan noticed her little actions and smiled to himself. After pretending to move slightly to make himself feel comfortable, he intentionally or unintentionally moved his arm that was resting on the back armrest, saying, "This armrest is a bit hard." As he spoke, he lifted the armrest and placed his large hand on Zhang Xiuan's white-stockinged legs. Young Master Lin. Zhang Xiuan was clearly surprised that Lin Chuan's actions would be so bold, and her massage motion immediately froze. That feels much better." Lin Chuan then slid his hand over her white-stockinged legs. Zhang Xiuan noticed this and quickly tried to move her legs away. "What are you doing?" Lin Chuan raised his hand and patted her leg lightly. "Don't move." After taking the picture, he forcefully grabbed Zhang Xiuan's leg. Zhang Xiuan immediately felt a wave of humiliation. This section has been deleted. They're here. Just then, Lin Chuan's thoughts resurfaced deep within her mind. Following the sound, they saw Xin Feng's familiar figure appear in their line of sight. Chapter 44. No way, the little maid has betrayed us? Zhang Xiuan quickly suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and focused her attention on Xin Feng. She temporarily forgot that Lin Chuan's clutches were still on her beautiful legs. Lin Chuan, while squinting and resting his eyes on her white-stockinged legs, also turned his gaze to Xin Feng. At this moment, Xin Feng, dressed in cheap clothes, saw the Shangri-La Hotel sign and strode straight in with an air of indifference. A security guard who was on duty noticed this and quickly stopped them. This guy still arrived at the Shangri-La Hotel on time. Lin Chuan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Next, we just need to check whether there are any changes in the subsequent details of the plot to determine whether the plot has fallen apart. His gaze was fixed on the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel. At the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel, after being stopped by security guards, Xin Feng was clearly displeased, and his eyes immediately turned dangerous. After the bodyguard said a few words with a mocking expression, he struck with lightning speed and slapped him across the face. With a slap, the security guard was sent flying, bleeding from all 7 orifices and losing consciousness on the spot. This caused quite a stir among the passers-by, who quickly gathered around to watch. The plot then unfolded in the same way as what Lin Chuan had seen before. The manager of the Shangri-La Hotel quickly came down after hearing the news. After understanding the situation, he said something that was hard to understand, which made Xin Feng agitated again, and he pointed at him and scolded him. Later, Xin Feng made a phone call, and Yu Weiwei came down to support him. Left with no other choice, the hotel manager had to bow down to Xin Feng and was kicked out of the Shangri-La Hotel. This caused another uproar among the onlookers. It seems that the previous operation against Lu Bingquan was handled with good control. The scene where Xin Feng slaps the arrogant security guard in the face at the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel is still the same as the original script. The plot did not fall apart. When Lin Chuan saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the plot doesn't go wrong, it won't affect my ability to farm the slack-off rewards. Good. After seeing the hotel manager and security guards humiliated, Xin Feng followed Yu Weiwei into the Shangri-La Hotel. Lin Chuan didn't interrupt the other party's boasting and humiliation process. Although he was fully qualified to intervene in this matter as the owner of the Shangri-La Hotel Group's Zhongjiang branch and the eldest son of the Lin family, and could easily have thwarted Xin Feng's attempt to show off, he still chose to give up. Because the reason is very simple. Standing up to slap Xin Feng in the face at this moment brought no benefit other than a brief moment of secret satisfaction. Not only are there no benefits, but there are also a lot of disadvantages. Aside from inevitably escalating the conflict with Xin Feng and making that jerk hold a grudge, the most important thing is that if I were to retaliate, it would definitely cause this part of the plot to collapse, and the next part of the original story to break down. In other words, at least 2 surrender rewards are going to be gone. Lin Chuan definitely couldn't do a business that would lose money. After watching Xin Feng and Yu Weiwei get off at the elevator, Lin Chuan turned to a Biao in front of him and said, "Call Mr. Ma, the manager of the hotel. Just tell him we're here to celebrate today, and ask him to make the arrangements in advance." Biao immediately agreed and began making arrangements. Just then, a familiar system notification sound appeared in Lin Chuan's mind.
Congratulations, host, you have successfully played Slack and have received the reward, Villain's Eye. As the notification sound appeared, a warm and moist sensation instantly enveloped his eyes and even his brain. Lin Chuan felt as if his eyes and brain had been instantly immersed in a warm ocean. When he came to his senses from that subtle feeling, the world before him seemed a little different. Villain's Eye, a must-have for villains. Once activated, it allows you to view the favorability and loyalty of those around you, leaving no room for traitors to hide. The system's notification bar contains a specific message like this. Upon seeing this, Lin Chuan immediately activated his villainous eye on a Biao. A Biao, male, loyalty 85. Click here for details. Click for details. The sign read, loyalty 85, extremely high loyalty. Even if threatened or tempted by the enemy, it is almost impossible for them to betray you. This perfectly matches Lin Chuan's assessment of a Biao. This tough man, who had received special forces training and had been following him for several years, seemed to have remained loyal to his duty until the moment he died in the original novel. No matter what method Shen Feng used, he never wavered. Lin Chuan nodded slightly. Then, he turned his gaze to Zhang Xuan, the traitor standing to the side. A line of information immediately appeared in his field of vision. Zhang Xuan, female, loyalty 50. Click here for details, affection 50. Click here for details. No way? Lin Chuan's first reaction was that the system had made a mistake. With a loyalty level of 50, according to the tier classification in the detailed description, this person is considered a standard insider and already possesses a certain degree of loyalty. A favorability rating of 50 indicates that the person already has some feelings for you, but is more than friends but not quite lovers. Adding about 10 more points will bring them to the level of liking you. How is that possible? Zhang Xuan is Shen Feng's staunch confidant, a traitor sent by him to infiltrate his inner circle. How could she possibly be loyal to me, especially with a 50% favorability rating? System, are the scan results from the Villain's Eye really reliable? Lin Chuan asked the system a question. The system's response made Lin Chuan fall into deep thought again. In reply to the host, the accuracy of the Villain's Eye scanning results is usually 100%, with an error rate of no more than 1 in 10,000. So where exactly did the problem lie? Zhang Xuan was clearly brainwashed by Shen Feng not long ago, thinking that he was some heinous villain, and he only came to my side today, right? How could someone have such high loyalty and affection for me? Besides making her wash her smelly socks today, it seems like all I did today was rudely assault her and put my hands on her thighs. Could it be that because of this, she developed feelings for me and became loyal to me? This section has been deleted. As Lin Chuan considered this possibility, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards Zhang Xuan's thigh. This section has been deleted. Chapter 45. How can I face anyone now? On the other side, Zhang Xuan felt her cheeks burn again when she heard Lin Chuan's thoughts. This section has been deleted. Her loyalty and goodwill stems solely from Lin Chuan showing her Shen Feng's despicable nature and from seeing in him the possibility of uncovering the mystery of her origins. But I don't know how this guy's brain works. By analyzing the wrong appearances, he actually managed to draw the correct conclusion. No, that's not right either. This section has been deleted. After being slapped by Lin Chuan, she behaved herself. It was just that she saw Shen Feng coming and forgot to move her leg. When Zhang Xuan thought of this, his face flushed, and he felt somewhat indignant. She was about to break free from Lin Chuan's clutches again and pull her leg back. But Lin Chuan didn't know whether it was intentional or not. Noticing her movement, he immediately raised his hand again and slapped her thigh with a smack. Hiss! Zhang Xuan gasped in pain. This section has been deleted. She was stunned, and for a moment she didn't even know how to react. Just then, Lin Chuan's thoughts resurfaced in her mind. Goodness, it seems I was right after all. This section has been deleted. Steam immediately began to rise from Zhang Xuan's head. Lin Chuan has completely misunderstood. So embarrassing. If word gets out, how will I ever be able to face anyone again? Why don't we just kill Lin Chuan and then quickly move to another planet to live? Her brain suddenly felt hot. But at that moment, another thought from Lin Chuan came through. But something strange? The original novel seems to have described this woman as having superhuman strength and being a child with a great disgrace, or something like that? Could it be that I accidentally missed something when I was reading the book? Let me think about her plot. Zhang Xuan quickly composed himself and listened attentively to Lin Chuan's thoughts. But what she heard next made her expression change involuntarily. Oh, I remember now, it seems there was a subtle hint about it in the original work. In one scene, Shinfeng gets aroused by a beautiful woman. When he returns to his residence, Zhang Xiuan happens to come to report to him. As a result, he becomes lustful and forces himself on her. Zhang Xiuan initially strongly refused, but after being slapped by Shinfeng, she gradually turned into a docile little lamb, and even tried to please him in every way afterward. When Lin Chuan finished speaking, he seemed to feel some sympathy for Zhang Xiuan, and suddenly paused to glance at her. Although this passage is not explicitly stated, upon closer examination, it is actually a kind of hint.
Otherwise, how could someone who has suffered such atrocities not feel intense hatred for the perpetrator?
As Zhang Xiuan listened to these words, he felt trembling all over in broad daylight, and his whole body was covered in cold sweat and his hands and feet were ice cold in the hot weather. Having gone through a series of events to verify her claims, she was now completely certain that Lin Chuan's words were 100% credible. Now that he said that, it means that in the near future, such a tragic story will really happen to me. She was violated by that beast Shinfeng, and what's even more disgusting is that after being violated, she would be corrupted by it. Although she knew that her constitution might be somewhat special and that she might have a slight preference for being abused, she still felt nauseous when she rationally learned about this experience beforehand. Consequently, she grew increasingly disgusted with and even hated Shinfeng.
Lin Chuan, lost in his memories, failed to notice Zhang Xiuan's unusual behavior.
Thinking of how Zhang Xiuan had been so hasty in losing her virginity and how she had been completely won over by Shinfeng, he could only sigh inwardly. Speaking of which, this girl's fate is really quite tragic. It's one thing to be deceived by Shinfeng during the background setting stage before the story even begins, and another to have your first time taken away by Shinfeng in a hasty and brutal manner.
But even until the final ending of the story, you still don't understand that you were actually played by Shinfeng and his apprentice. Her biological mother is pitiful.
She's right here in Zhongjiang, and all these years she's been searching for her, almost bankrupting her family. But because Shinfeng felt the time wasn't right, the mother and daughter haven't been able to meet.
My mother is in Zhongjiang? On the other side, Zhang Xiuan heard Lin Chuan's thoughts and was shocked.
After that, from Lin Chuan's inner voice, she heard that her mother's name was Zhang Xiulan and that her home was number 021, Shangyang Village, Jiangnan District, Zhongjiang City.
She quickly memorized some key information.
That evening, after accompanying and serving Lin Chuan to celebrate, he immediately hailed a car and headed there. Chapter 46. I'm afraid my daughter won't be able to find her way home when she comes back.
Shangyang Village in Jiangnan District of Zhongjiang City is not too far from the Shangri-La Hotel Zhongjiang branch.
When Zhang Xiuan arrived there by car, he thought his mother's house might be a little hard to find. But to my surprise, when I asked someone in the village that was already in ruins, they pointed to a dilapidated two-story house in the darkness.
You're looking for Zhang Xiulan, right? Look, it's the house that's blocked by a bunch of thugs.
Now, almost all the villagers in Shangyang Village have moved away because of the demolition, but she is the only one who insists on living here and refuses to leave. Young lady, if you don't have something urgent to discuss with her, you'd better wait until tomorrow, after those hooligans have left.
Zhang Xiuan sensed something was amiss and quickly inquired, "Why, sir? Is there any special meaning behind this? Did Aunt Li get into trouble?"
The old man seemed quite happy to chat with such a young and beautiful girl, but upon hearing this, he immediately shook his head, saying, "It's not that she caused trouble, but that she refused to leave and offended the real estate developer. Those thugs blocking her door now are sent by the real estate developer to do her a favor."
Once this group of people arrives, it won't be as simple as reasoning with you.
If a real conflict breaks out, physical violence will be the least of your worries. If you go to Zhang Xiulan at this time, you might get caught in the crossfire.
I've seen this kind of thing many times before.
Previously, there was a holdout in our village who refused to leave. This group of people came to the house with sticks, smashed and beat the house, forcing the holdout to move.
Oh dear, he was beaten so badly, it was truly a pitiful sight. Zhang Xiuan was still puzzled. Then why doesn't Aunt Li want to move away? Doesn't she know that offending real estate developers is no good?
The old man shook his head again, sighed, and said, "The demolition compensation this time is quite fair. What else could it be for? It's all for her daughter who disappeared more than 10 years ago. Speaking of which, she was a pitiful person. She used to be a teacher at a nearby middle school. Her job was easy and her social status was high. She lived a very comfortable life. But ever since my daughter went missing, I've lost my job while searching for her, I've become haggard, and my family has fallen on hard times." As he spoke, his gaze drifted intentionally or unintentionally to the utility poles to the side, and to the walls of some houses with the word demolish painted in large red characters. Zhang Xiulan searched for her daughter for more than 10 years, and now that she has found her daughter, it has become her lifelong obsession. The reason she refuses to move is very simple: her daughter was too young when she went missing. She feels that if her daughter had any memory at the time, her only memory would be that her home was in this area. She was afraid that if she moved away, her daughter might not be able to find her way back home someday. Zhang Xiuan followed his gaze and then noticed that there were many missing person notices posted intermittently on the lampposts and walls along the dimly lit roadside. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly a photo of a little girl along with some basic information.
Missing person notice.
Name: Zhang Xiuan, 22 years old this year, 3 years old when she went missing, wearing the little dress shown in the photo at the time. After only a brief glance at some key information, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Then, he quickly ran towards Zhang Xiulan's house.
Zhang Xiulan, I'm asking you one last time, will you sign this demolition agreement or not?
In Zhang Xiulan's home, a bald man with a scar was leading several burly men, surrounding a hunched old woman who looked to be over 70 years old. He looked as if he was about to hit her at the slightest provocation. Even so, Zhang Xiulan firmly held the thick stack of missing person posters and refused, saying, "I can't sign.
Your resettlement housing is built too far away.
I'm afraid my daughter might come back one day and not be able to find her way home."
Then don't blame us,
the scarred man said, waving his hand suddenly.
Let's do it.
Hold her down, grasp her hand, and press your fingerprint directly onto the paper. Several burly men, familiar with the situation, immediately took action and restrained Zhang Xiulan. They lifted her up like a chick and carried her to the table, pressing her hand down to prepare for her to put her fingerprint on the demolition agreement. When Zhang Xiuan arrived at the door, he saw Zhang Xiulan struggling frantically, but he was powerless to help her and could only plead desperately, "Please, don't force me to sign this.
Once we move away, if my daughter comes back one day, she will never be able to find her home again.
Please, please, just consider it an act of kindness and let me stay here." The scarred man and his gang burst into wild laughter, forcefully grabbing her hand and making a move to press her fingerprint on it. Zhang Xiuan was immediately filled with heartache and extreme anger.
Son of a bitch.
He transformed into a whirlwind and rushed directly into it.
Bang bang bang. One punch, one kill.
Those burly men were blasted away like ragdolls. After blasting those burly men away, to prevent them from being ungrateful, he snatched the solid steel bar from the scarred man's hand and, right in front of him, crushed it into a flat iron disc with one hand.
If you don't want to get punched in the head, get out of here right now.
After the scarred man and the group of burly men were all trembling with fear and scrambled away, she helped Zhang Xiulan up and gently comforted her. After calming Zhang Xiulan down and learning and verifying some basic information about the Zhang Xiuan she was looking for from Zhang Xiulan, and finding that it completely matched her own situation, she did not rush to acknowledge the relationship. He simply exchanged contact information with Zhang Xiulan, telling her to contact him immediately if she encountered any more trouble. Then, carrying some hair he had taken from Zhang Xiulan, he headed straight for the First People's Hospital of Zhongjiang City.
Get a DNA paternity test done. Chapter 47. If you act recklessly, don't blame me for acting recklessly in return. When doing DNA paternity testing, in order to get the results as soon as possible, Zhang Xiuan even gave the chief physician of the testing department a red envelope.
And it was thanks to this red envelope that a detailed paternity test report was released just 1 hour later. Upon receiving the report, Zhang Xiuan immediately turned his attention to the assessment results section. The document clearly stated, in this identification, the DNA test results between the mother and child showed a 99.999% match, which is a high match. According to the standards of genetic biology, the DNA comparison results confirm a parent-child relationship.
Confirmed. Zhang Xiuan was instantly shaken.
Zhang Xiulan, who lives in a dilapidated house at number 021 Shangyang Village, Jiangnan District, is indeed her biological mother. Lin Xuan's wish has come true once again.
I found my family after searching for more than a decade. After quickly thanking the chief physician, Zhang Xiuan hailed a car as fast as he could and headed to Shangyang Village in Jiangnan District. When she returned to this place, it was already around 11 p.m. In Shangyang Village, which was almost emptied out, the streetlights had long been turned off, and the whole village was shrouded in darkness. But only one light was still on in front of Zhang Xiulan's house. When Zhang Xiulan walked over quickly, he saw that Zhang Xiulan had already cleaned up the mess in the house and was carefully stacking a thick stack of missing person notices on the coffee table. As she arranged the missing person posters, she muttered to herself, "Xiaoan, don't worry. As long as Mom is still here, I won't let you lose your way home. May God protect you and keep you safe and sound. Next to the pile of missing person posters was a porcelain bowl that had faded a bit. The bowl contained only some plain noodles in a thin broth. Forget about meat and eggs, there wasn't even a speck of greens or oil in sight. Zhang Xiuan felt a surge of heartache and anger. Especially when she noticed that her home was now bare, and that her mother, who was only in her early 40s, looked as old and hunched as a woman in her 60s or 70s, and was also somewhat mentally unstable. Her anger almost overflowed. Ancestor Tianji. Shun Feng. Zhang Xiuan clenched his fists. According to previous inquiries, Zhang Xiuan was living a very happy life. He works as a teacher at a public middle school in Gangnam district. His job is easy, his social status is high, and his future is bright. In addition, she also owns a house in Xiangyang village, so her life is definitely considered well off even in big cities. But because he was abducted by the celestial ancestor more than 10 years ago, all of this was rewritten. Zhang Xiuan had to train hard in the coldest and hottest winters and in the hottest summers for more than 10 years, enduring the pain and torment of being an orphan. Zhang Xiulan embarked on a search for her missing daughter that lasted for more than a decade, ultimately losing her job, becoming haggard, and even ruining her family. The culprit behind all of this is none other than the celestial ancestor. And Shin Feng too. Knowing the truth and knowing how miserable her mother's life is, she has kept it from her for her own selfish reasons. Zhang Xiuan had never felt so good before. Since you're doing the first day of the month, don't blame me for doing the 15th. Thinking of all the deception Shin Feng and the heavenly mystery ancestor had inflicted on her, and then of the irreconcilable relationship between Lin Chuan and Shin Feng, she unconsciously clenched her fists holding the paternity test report, and a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. From this day forward, I will do everything in my power to make you pay back tenfold or 100-fold. The moment she made up her mind, Zhang Xiuan took a few deep breaths. After calming down a bit, he smoothed over the paternity test results and gently knocked on Zhang Xiulan's door. Meanwhile, at the Lin family villa, Lin Chuan was still unaware of all this. So the next morning, when Zhang Xiuan gently woke him up, he sat up groggily and was a little stunned when he heard Zhang Xiuan confess that she was actually an undercover agent that Shin Feng had placed next to him. In a daze, I wondered if I was still half asleep, or if I got up the wrong way. Young Master Lin, I meant everything I said. Zhang Xiuan seemed to see his confusion and repeated herself with a firm look in her eyes. When repeating, her two little fists were clenched tightly. Lin Chuan was still a little confused. After carefully examining her from head to toe, he asked, "Why are you telling me all this?" "Because something happened unintentionally last night. I finally realized that he is not only a complete liar, but also a beast worse than a pig or a dog," Zhang Xiuan said, pulling out a pre-prepared explanation. "After celebrating at the Shangri-La Hotel last night, I happened to see some missing person notices, and the information on them looked very similar to me. I followed the contact information on the missing person notice and, unexpectedly, I found my biological mother by chance. It was from my mother that I learned that I was actually tricked into going up the mountain by Shin Feng's sixth master. And my mother has given almost everything to find me over the years, almost making herself unrecognizable. I hate Shin Feng's sixth master, the heavenly mystery ancestor, and I also hate Shin Feng. They have ruined my mother and me, making us like this." Lin Chuan didn't think much of it. Hearing Zhang Xiuan's words, I was instinctively startled. I accidentally saw a missing person ad and ended up finding my birth mother? This passage isn't in the original work, is it? What happened? Could it be that my actions towards Lu Bingquan and Shin Feng affected the story's timeline? It wasn't until a moment later, when he thought about the special nature of Zhang Xiuan's character, that he regained his composure. No, this shouldn't have much to do with me dealing with Lu Bingquan and Shin Feng. The part where Zhang Xiuan finds his birth mother through missing person notices does not happen in the original novel, but it has no impact on the main storyline at all and should just be a minor accident. As for her sudden betrayal, revealing her true identity to me, wanting to switch sides and help me deal with Shin Feng. Lin Chuan glanced at Zhang Xiuan again. Although the little maid was still dressed in a maid outfit, and her hair and makeup were meticulously done, there were some bloodshot eyes. His mental state and complexion were also slightly poor. Having inherited Hua Tuo's medical skills, he could tell at a glance that the patient hadn't slept well last night, and might even have cried a lot. This does match what she just said. She found her birth mother, Zhang Xiulan, and the characteristics of the mother and daughter after they reunited. Scan again with the villain's eye. Zhang Xiuan, female, loyalty 70. Click here for details. Loyalty also surged by 20 points. This also aligns with what she just said.
Since that's the case, then this young maid with the childlike face who suffered such a great humiliation.
It's fine to accept it. Chapter 48. Zhang Xuan's loyalty is maxed out. Loyalty level 70.
High loyalty. It's almost impossible for them to betray you unless the other party uses extreme measures.
Lin Chuan checked the detailed description of the loyalty level of 70.
Zhang Xuan is highly trustworthy at this moment.
However, it's still not high enough.
If Shin Feng uses some extreme measures, he may still be able to make her betray him.
It's not very safe.
Moreover, this little maid, no matter what, was originally sent by Shin Feng to be an undercover agent by his side, so her motives were not pure. Even though he was prepared, he didn't let her find out any useful information, and even made her suffer a lot. But if we so easily overlook her actions and accept her now, it would be far too simplistic.
Lin Chuan's thoughts drifted away.
After hearing his thoughts, Zhang Xuan gently bit her lip, as if she had made up her mind, and said, I know that my previous actions have made you resentful. But at this moment, I truly hope to join your ranks and work with you to tear Shin Feng and his sect to pieces. For this, I am willing to pay any price and do everything in my power to make amends for what I have done.
Are you willing to pay any price? Are you sure?
Lin Chuan looked at her pretty face and suddenly had a brilliant idea. To walk the path of a destined protagonist and carry on the villainous role to the very end.
Without hesitation, Zhang Xuan nodded seriously, confirmed.
As long as young Master Lin is willing to give me a chance to turn over a new leaf, I'll do anything and give anything for him.
Okay.
Lin Chuan didn't waste any words and patted the person next to him. In that case, come and take a nap with me.
You woke me up so early in the morning, I'm really angry right now. You can help me cool down too.
Ha!
Zhang Xuan clearly understood Lin Chuan's implied meaning.
Looking at his muscular upper body and the playful expression on his face, her cheeks turned bright red, and she felt completely at a loss.
What? Didn't you just say you'd do anything?
Lin Chuan's expression remained unchanged.
Why are you being so hesitant now that I'm only asking you to do this little thing?
No, Zhang Xuan was at a loss for what to do.
If you think you can't even do this little thing, then forget about helping me deal with Shin Feng, Lin Chuan sneered.
If you're unwilling to follow instructions on such a small matter, I can't believe you'll perform well in other important matters.
No.
Zhang Xuan panicked as he pressed her step by step, and quickly closed the door to Lin Chuan's bedroom. Then she quickly drew the curtains for him.
This section has been deleted. This part has been deleted.
Congratulations, host.
Zhang Xuan's loyalty plus 30, favorability plus 40. Zhang Xuan's loyalty is 100. Click here for details. Zhang Xuan's favorability is 100. Click here for details.
2 hours later, as Zhang Xuan completely transformed into a kitten and pleaded with Lin Chuan, a system notification sound also appeared. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing the sound.
This section has been deleted.
I didn't expect her loyalty and favorability to increase so much all at once.
While gently stroking Zhang Xuan, Lin Chuan clicked to view the detailed descriptions of loyalty and favorability. Loyalty 100%, the highest level of loyalty, truly loyal, would rather die than betray, 100% trustworthy. Affection level 100, the highest level of affection, truly unwavering, willing to give everything for the host and grant any request. This section has been deleted.
Just as his thoughts were drifting, Zhang Xuan, whether by coincidence or not, shyly punched his chest with her little fist from under the covers. However, this movement seemed to aggravate her wound, and she couldn't help but hiss softly. Lin Chuan immediately slowed down his stroking of her back, a sigh escaping his lips. Speaking of which, although this woman is one of the female protagonists in this novel, it is absolutely not an exaggeration to call her the most tragic female protagonist in the book. Besides her tragic background, even after finally reuniting with her mother and parents, she still lived in the lies carefully woven by Shin Feng and his disciples, never knowing the truth about how she was abducted to the mountain by Shin Feng's sixth master.
What's even more tragic is her role in the book.
In the original work, she was clearly reduced to a tool for Shin Feng to vent his lust, as well as a useful tool for Shin Feng to achieve his own success. It seems that in the original work, apart from her biological father being introduced in the middle of the story and being relatively important to Shin Feng, and having a brief period of stronger presence, she was just someone Shin Feng used for sexual gratification and manipulation. Shin Feng never treated her as an important person from beginning to end. He only thought of her when he was lonely or needed to assign some tasks. Even if her character were removed from the original work, it would hardly affect the plot. By taking her in now, I can say that I'm helping her to abandon darkness and embrace the light.
In his arms, Zhang Xuan, who was already frowning, frowned even more deeply after hearing these thoughts.
She had initially thought that Shinfeng was just deceiving her and fooling her about her biological parents.
I never expected this person to be so beastly and heartless. This section has been deleted. They are worse than pigs and dogs, and deserve to die.
Unconsciously, Zhang Xuan looked up at Lin Chuan and said, Master, I'm finding Shinfeng, that bastard, increasingly disgusting.
When are you going to make your move? I can't wait to kill this bastard with my own hands. Chapter 49. A rare find even with a lantern.
Lin Chuan had no idea what Zhang Xuan was thinking. Upon hearing Zhang Xuan's statement, he immediately patted her on the back again, saying, I understand how you feel, but the time is not right yet.
Zhang Xuan, however, couldn't wait to see Shinfeng suffer. Hearing this, she added, Have you forgotten? I was one of Shinfeng's former confidants. I know a lot about his dirty deeds. I can tell you all about his great achievements. With those things, we can make him suffer a few times.
That's not what I meant, Lin Chuan smiled. What I meant was, now is not the time to launch an attack on him. In short, I must kill this person, but I will wait until the time is right.
Don't be impatient.
As he smiled at Zhang Xuan, a sudden tremor ran through him. Shinfeng is the destined protagonist of this world, while I am the first major villain in this world. It is bound to be a fight to the death between us. But the current situation is that, firstly, if we start targeting Shinfeng now, it may change the direction of the plot and cause some opportunities to farm rewards from the idle plot to disappear. Secondly, the original author was afraid that the protagonist of a novel about a master descending the mountain like Shinfeng was not invincible enough. So in addition to equipping him with a series of cheat-like skills such as martial arts, medical skills, treasure appraisal, and physiognomy at the beginning, he also equipped him with 7 heaven-defying senior sisters and 9 legendary masters. If we were to launch an attack on Shinfeng at this time, whether from the perspective of racking up rewards or from the perspective of self-preservation, it would clearly not be a wise move. The smartest choice is to take advantage of the early stages of the story, before the hatred between myself and Shinfeng has accumulated to the point where we have to fight to the death, and to take advantage of Shinfeng as much as possible and farm rewards while I'm still idle. Once we've racked up enough rewards, Shinfeng has lost his value, or we're confident we can handle his senior sisters and even his masters, then we'll launch our attack. Zhang Xuan, upon hearing Lin Chuan's heartfelt words, immediately understood his good intentions and far-sighted plans. She nestled obediently into Lin Chuan's arms, pressing her warm, full body against him, and whispered like a kitten, Okay.
This section has been deleted. So good.
Lin Chuan felt a sense of satisfaction as he sensed her obedience.
This section has been deleted.
Speaking of which, I don't know how Shinfeng's eyes are formed.
He doesn't even know how to cherish such a cute little maid. What a great figure, what a beautiful face, what a well-behaved and obedient personality. To use her only as a tool for sexual gratification is a complete waste. Such a beautiful maid is hard to find even with a lantern, okay?
He had no idea that Zhang Xuan was overjoyed to hear these thoughts.
This section has been deleted.
However, just as the two were lost in their own thoughts, a slight vibration of a cell phone suddenly came from the window. Upon hearing the noise, Zhang Xuan almost instinctively poked her head out of the covers and looked toward her maid outfit scattered on the floor.
What's wrong?
Lin Chuan asked, puzzled.
My phone got a text message.
It must be Shinfeng or Hong Bao calling me.
Zhang Xuan crawled out of bed, enduring the pain, and quickly grabbed her maid outfit along with her phone.
Then, after getting back into bed and snuggling into Lin Chuan's arms, she unlocked her phone screen and looked at the messages with him.
Shinfeng, report back on the situation in Lin Chuan yesterday. Upon seeing that it was indeed a message from Shinfeng, Zhang Xuan immediately looked at Lin Chuan. What should we do? How should I reply? That's easy. Lin Chuan smiled and said, just answer truthfully. I'm such a useless person.
All I did yesterday was eat, drink, have fun, and chase girls.
While you're answering, you might also curse at me a couple of times. I don't want to.
Zhang Xuan squirmed in Lin Chuan's arms.
I don't want to scold you. It's not even acceptable to deceive Shinfeng.
I'll just report what you said earlier. After saying that, he quickly typed in what Lin Chuan had said and sent it over. On the other end of the phone, Shinfeng, upon seeing these messages, was clearly disdainful and immediately replied, This guy really is a piece of trash. If it weren't for having a good father, this kind of good for nothing wouldn't be worth our time.
You're the one who's useless. Zhang Xiuan said indignantly upon seeing this.
He raised his hand to type a curse into the input field. Lin Chuan grabbed her arm and said, "Don't be impulsive.
Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, arrogance is. Let him continue to be arrogant.
The more arrogant he is, the greater our chance of turning the tables." Zhang Xiuan immediately obeyed and withdrew his hand. Shin Feng, unaware that Zhang Xiuan was currently lying in Lin Chuan's bed, continued sending messages with smug satisfaction. "Keep an eye on things over there for a while longer."
Yesterday, through Yi Weiwei's connection, I got to know Han Buchuan, the head of the Han family, one of the 3 major families in Zhongjiang.
This guy was impressed by my appraisal skills and now he respects me immensely.
And through his connections, last night I unintentionally did Li Youlan's assistant and best friend a small favor.
I estimate that it won't be long before we have many distinguished guests in Zhongjiang, and we won't have to treat Lin Chuan like a vegetable anymore.
Seeing this, Zhang Xiuan turned to Lin Chuan again. "What should we do? God is unfair, how could such a beast have such a bullshit of luck?"
In just one night, not only did he become a guest of honor in the Han family, but he also indirectly got involved with Li Yulan.
Lin Chuan smiled in response. "It's all right. Let the bullets fly for a while."
Zhang Xiuan was puzzled by the sound. Lin Chuan pinched her and laughed. "Anyway, don't worry, just follow my instructions."
This section has been deleted.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully shied away from the series of events in which Shin Feng meets Han Buchuan, and have received the reward, perfect looks. New author, new book, urgently needing various data support. I would appreciate it if all you handsome men and beautiful women could send gifts to support me if you have money, or click on the free gift at the end of the chapter if you are short on cash, and also add it to your bookshelf and give it a 5-star review. The author, currently munching on a cornbread bun with not a drop of oil in their food, thanks you so much. Oh. Chapter 50, I'm so handsome, the female lead's affection for me is off the charts. As the system notification sounded, a tingling sensation began to sweep across Lin Chuan's entire face. An invisible force seemed to be kneading and shaping his face. Once he recovered from that subtle feeling, a refreshing sensation emerged.
Lin Chuan's clutches immediately froze. Perfect looks? What kind of reward is that?
He quickly clicked into the system page to view the detailed description of the rewards. Perfect appearance. Upon acquisition, the host's appearance will be elevated to a perfect male state, granting them maximum attraction to the opposite sex and increasing the ease of gaining favor with the opposite sex by 100%.
It looks pretty impressive, doesn't it?
Lin Chuan's mind was shaken. He quickly picked up his phone and took a look at the front-facing selfie camera.
Then, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap."
Because after being blessed with perfect looks by the system, he was practically transformed from the basic version of Lin Chuan into Lin Chuan with level 10 beauty enhancement and level 10 soft light filter. Her face was smooth and fair, with well-defined features, clear eyebrows and bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and exquisitely shaped lips. Those features and skin were so striking that not only women would find them incredibly approachable and easy to like, but even Lin Chuan himself, a man, thought they were ridiculously handsome. It's simply the most exquisite and perfect work of art created by God.
Is this reward really that incredible? With someone this handsome, won't my kidneys be in great danger in the future?
I wonder if the system will give a reward in the future, like a bronze waist or iron kidneys or something.
Just as Lin Chuan was feeling a bit lost in thought, Zhang Xiuan in his arms suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Master, is it just my imagination? How did you become so handsome?"
As she exclaimed in surprise, she couldn't help but swallow hard while staring at Lin Chuan's face, perhaps because she was craving something. Even through the thick layer of fat on her chest, Lin Chuan could clearly feel her heart pounding wildly. He quickly composed himself, thinking, "Perhaps it's because I've been nourished by you, and beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Then I can't help but want to nourish you again." Zhang Xiuan's voice was incredibly sweet and charming. The moment she finished speaking, she even took the initiative to cling to Lin Chuan, as if she couldn't wait to devour him completely. Although Lin Chuan also wanted to fight again, he quickly pressed Zhang Xiuan back down, thinking about her current physical condition.
"Don't mess around, your body can't handle it right now. If you do it again, you'll be completely ruined." Zhang Xiuan was clearly out of his mind.
Even after Lin Chuan pressed her back down, she still clung tightly to his arm, her voice so soft it seemed to draw him in. "Master is so handsome, I'd accept being played with like this." The moment she finished speaking, she broke free from Lin Chuan's control with heavy breathing and once again entangled herself with fiery passion.
"What should we do?"
More than an hour later, seeing Zhang Xiuan completely exhausted and fast asleep beside him, Lin Chuan smoked a cigarette afterward, his brow furrowed with worry. There's a rumor online that being ugly is hard on your hands, while being handsome is hard on your kidneys. He initially thought it was a joke. But looking at it today, it couldn't be more real. Zhang Xiuan just now was completely different from her well-behaved and cute appearance in public. The side effects of such perfect looks are simply too exaggerated. How much suffering will my kidneys have to endure after this? I dare not think about it, I absolutely dare not think about it. As he puffed out smoke, Lin Chuan's previously empty mind gradually regained its ability to think. With He Weiwei's help, Shen Feng successfully got to know Han Buchuan, the head of the Han family, and also helped Li Youlan's best friend and assistant. Following the main plot of the original work, it seems that a major plot is about to begin. It was because of this major plot that I completely forged a grudge with Shen Feng, becoming his irreconcilable enemy. What was the beginning of the story again? Oh, I remember now, this story starts with Li Youlan's mother, Chen Shooting. In the original novel, although Li Yulan always disliked the sycophant Lin Chuan, her mother Chen Shooting was single-mindedly trying to climb the social ladder by marrying into the Lin family. Chen Shooting and her mother Jiang Yuyan in this book are both figures in the Zhangjiang social circle, and the two are also old mahjong partners. It seems that her mother Jiang Yuyan has always felt sorry for her unrequited love for Li Yulan. When she met Chen Shooting while playing mahjong today, she casually mentioned her relationship with Li Yulan. As a result, Chen Shooting immediately came up with an idea to go through the whole system of arranged marriages. And her mother, Jiang Yuyan, also thought it was feasible. The two hit it off immediately and she called her right away. Tonight, my two elders will arrange a meeting to invite me and Li Yulan to sit down and have a good chat, and to discuss our marriage. After hearing her mother's decision at the scene, Li Yulan seemed extremely dissatisfied and reacted very strongly, showing great resistance to the marriage between her and her mother. But Chen Shooting insisted on arranging a marriage between the two families with Jiang Yuyan. As a result, in a fit of anger, Li Yulan set the wheels of fate in motion, and a series of stories based on her anger and her desire to annul the engagement unfolded. In short, tonight's meeting between the two parties is the most important plot point in this book at this stage. Many of the later plot developments in the original work are based on the conflict that occurred tonight. If this had happened before, given Li Youlan's extremely poor sensory perception, Lin Chuan would have been almost certain to succeed as long as he performed normally and didn't affect the plot. But now, for some unknown reason, Li Yulan has suddenly become proactive towards him. And I've suddenly become so handsome. Thinking about Zhang Xiuan's reaction when she saw his stunning good looks, Lin Chuan felt inexplicably flustered. Could it be that Li Yulan will also get drunk tonight? At this crucial moment, we absolutely cannot allow anything to go wrong. Chapter 51. Something's wrong, something's very wrong. Ring ring. As Lin Chuan's thoughts drifted, the phone rang. The caller ID clearly displayed the two large characters Empress Dowager. Sure enough, Jiang Yuyan, Zhang's mother, called. Lin Chuan glanced at Zhang Xiuan, who was sleeping soundly beside him, then immediately got up, threw on a piece of clothing haphazardly, and went to the bathroom to answer the phone. What's wrong, Mom? Why are you calling me so early in the morning? What do you mean, early morning? Did you stay up late again last night? It's almost noon. Although Jiang Yuyan is a wealthy woman in public, she is just like most mothers in front of Lin Chuan. She dotes on Lin Chuan and cares a lot about his daily life. Mom has told you so many times, don't stay up late. If you want to play, try to play during the day. Staying up late is bad for your health. Okay, Mom. Lin Chuan felt a little embarrassed. He spent the whole morning fighting with Zhang Xiuan. Before I knew it, the whole morning had passed. No wonder there was an ancient saying that, from then on, the emperor no longer held morning court. If he were surrounded by little devils like Zhang Xiuan, let alone an old cadre, he wouldn't be able to handle it, even if a Tang monk came along. It seems I should be more restrained in the future. This is also good for your kidneys. Thinking of this, Lin Chuan quickly interrupted Jiang Yuyan's rambling. You're calling me at this hour, you must have something to tell me, Mom, just get to the point. You think Mom's nagging again? Fine, then Mom will get straight to the point. Jiang Yuyan sighed helplessly, then cut to the chase. When Mom was playing mahjong today, she ran into your Aunt Chen. She said she thought you were quite nice and a good match for her daughter Yulan. It just so happens that she and I have been mahjong partners for many years and know each other well, so she thought she could play matchmaker for you and Yulan. Mom had always remembered that you seemed to really like her little girl, so when she heard her say that, she simply agreed.
Remember to come to the VIP room at Zhongjiang First Banquet at 6:30 tonight. Then, your Aunt Chen, Yulan, and I will sit down together and have a chat. If there aren't any major problems, let's just settle the marriage now." Just like the original plot, Lin Chuan immediately agreed, "Okay, I'll definitely be there tonight." Around 6 p.m., as agreed, he asked a bio to drive him to the Zhongjiang First Banquet restaurant. As Lin Chuan had predicted, Biao, even though he had witnessed Lin Chuan's transformation at noon, still couldn't help but steal glances back every now and then after getting on the bus. Lin Chuan noticed these things and couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. He's so handsome that he's irresistible to both men and women. He's genuinely worried that Li Yulan might not be able to resist him for long. If this aloof CEO suddenly agreed to get engaged to me, I'd be completely dumbfounded. Once she agrees to the engagement, a long stretch of the original story, along with numerous smaller plot points, will completely fall apart. By then, the storyline will be in a completely different state, and the difficulty of farming the retreat rewards will definitely increase significantly. But what you fear most is what happens. As soon as Lin Chuan entered the top-tier private room of Zhongjiang First Banquet, his heart skipped a beat when he saw Li Yulan, who had already arrived. Because Li Yulan is behaving very strangely right now. She actually put on exquisite makeup and even got her hair done specially for tonight's dinner. She wore a light green polka dot suit dress, paired with mysterious and sexy Valentino black stockings, exquisite high heels, and a perfectly placed Hermes belt. This not only accentuated her cool and sophisticated aura but also made her already perfectly proportioned figure look even more sexy and alluring. She had full breasts, a slender waist, and long legs. A standard S-shaped body curve. In addition, she possesses a naturally aloof and sophisticated aura. Absolutely a weapon to seduce men, the epitome of mature and sophisticated women. Holy crap, God, please don't mess with me. Lin Chuan secretly cursed. Before he came to keep the appointment today, he carefully recalled all the details of this plot. This part didn't exist in the original storyline at all. According to the original plot, Li Yulan had heard her mother, Chen Shooting, explain the purpose of the meeting between the two families before she came. She should have been very resistant and disgusted by the dinner. If it weren't for Chen Shooting's insistence, she wouldn't have wanted to come at all. To express her dissatisfaction and resistance, in the original story, she deliberately wore her work clothes and appeared haggard after a busy day at the company when she met Lin Chuan and Jiang Yuyan. But now, she has actually dressed up carefully. Something's wrong, something's very wrong. Xiao Chuan, you're here. Come and sit down. Just then, Jiang Yuyan and Chen Shooting, who were in the private room, saw him and immediately invited him to sit down. Lin Chuan could clearly sense that as he sat down in the only empty seat next to Li Yulan, the aloof and beautiful CEO whom his original self had once tried to woo but could not have, a hint of amazement flashed in her eyes. Then, as if she had misunderstood something, she said softly with a touch of gentleness, "I'm quite happy to see that you've specially done your makeup and styling for this dinner. It seems that my impression on you is not so bad as to be beyond redemption." Lin Chuan was speechless for a moment. "Also, I have to say, your makeup and styling are really cool. He's a whole level more handsome than any of the male celebrities I've ever seen before." Li Yulan was still whispering, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Lin Chuan was somewhat speechless. "What makeup? I'm just naturally handsome, okay? I even did my makeup and styling specially for seeing you tonight. Sister, can you please put on too much of a show? I still prefer your previous unruly attitude. Please try to get back to that. I'm really panicking when you're like this. What if Aunt Chen tells my mom that she wants to finalize our marriage on the spot, and you don't firmly refuse like in the original story? Then I'll be ruined." He didn't notice that while he was screaming wildly in his heart, Li Yulan, who had initially shown some surprise in her eyes, suddenly froze for a moment. Then, looking at the silent Lin Chuan, a flash of shame and anger and resentment crossed her face. "Lin Chuan, I'll prove it to you properly after we get engaged. I, Li Yulan, am second to none. The reason you hate me so much is simply because you're influenced by your past life's memories and have a deep-seated prejudice against me." Chapter 52 Li Yulan, behave yourself. At the same time that Lin Chuan fell silent and Li Yulan's expression changed. Chen Shooting, who was in the private room, had clearly misunderstood something. Seeing that Li Yulan had spoken a few words to Lin Chuan but Lin Chuan remained silent throughout, Li Yulan's face showed a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. She quickly coughed lightly to break the silence. "Oh dear, what's going on with this Zhongjiang First Banquet? Why haven't they started serving the dishes yet after all this time? Yulan, come with me to hurry up with the vegetables." By the way, let's chat for a bit too.
As if afraid that things would get too tense between Li Yulan and Lin Xuan, he stood up without saying another word and pulled Li Yulan away. Before leaving, she didn't forget to apologize to Lin Xuan with a slightly ingratiating tone. Sorry, Xiao Chuan, please excuse me for a moment.
You and your daughter can chat first. Yulan and I will be right back. Okay.
Lin Xuan replied with a smile. After watching the two figures leave, I had to recall the details of the following plot in the original work once again. Zhang Yuyan suddenly sat down and lowered her voice. Xiao Chuan, tell Mom the truth, are you still having a tiff with that girl Li Yulan? Mom heard from the servants that the girl returned all the gifts you gave her, and then your attitude towards her completely changed after that.
Lin Xuan looked up at his mother.
Zhang Yuyan looked at her with tenderness and heartache. When Mom heard about those things before, she was also very angry, so it's normal for you to have some negative feelings towards her because of that. Our Xiao Chuan is so outstanding. He's handsome, highly educated, and comes from a top-tier family in Zhongzheng. Given these conditions, other girls would kill for them.
Why is Li Yulan treating you like this?
Lin Xuan knew that all of this was preparation.
That's how adults communicate.
Let's use a few words to get to know each other better before getting down to business. In order to eliminate barriers and make it easier for the other party to accept one's point of view.
And things turned out exactly as he predicted.
After saying all that, Zhang Yuyan changed the subject. However, Mom also knows that your feelings for that girl Li Yulan are genuine.
Emotions are one thing, but so many years of friendship can't be completely destroyed by something like this. If you really have the chance to win her over, you certainly won't let it slip away. Upon hearing this, Lin Xuan already understood what his mother meant. But in order to set the stage for what he was going to do next, he still asked impatiently, after all this beating around the bush, Mom, what exactly do you want to say? Can't you just say it directly? Okay, then Mom will be frank with you.
Zhang Yuyan wasn't annoyed, but she glanced intentionally or unintentionally in the direction of the private room door. After confirming that Chen Shooting and her daughter Li Yulan had not returned, she lowered her voice and continued, what Mom said earlier was mainly to say that your Aunt Chen likes you very much.
She really wants you to get engaged to Li Yulan.
As long as you put aside your little emotions and treat Li Yulan a little better, and with her helping to matchmake you, you'll have a sure thing in winning her over. Although Lin Xuan wanted to say in his heart, please don't be so sure, or I'll be in big trouble, he still outwardly appeared both excited and conflicted.
Won't something go wrong? Li Yulan used to dislike me quite a bit.
If I go back to being nice to her as before, and she gives me the cold shoulder in return, I'll lose face big time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuyan was even more certain of her previous guess that Lin Xuan's unusual behavior towards Li Yulan some time ago was due to a mood swing. She quickly smiled and said, no, absolutely not this time.
Your Aunt Chen will definitely try every possible way to persuade Li Yulan.
And Mom can also tell that Li Yulan's attitude towards you is different now than before.
Didn't you see that she just took the initiative to talk to you? This has never happened before, has it?
Lin Xuan only realized what was happening after hearing this.
Damn, it seems that's really the case.
In the original novel, Li Yulan always harbored extreme resentment towards the original owner of the body. Let alone taking the initiative to talk to her, even when the original owner of the body took the initiative to talk to her, it usually only resulted in being met with indifference.
Li Yulan is acting really strange today.
I'll have to be careful in the coming moments.
Don't let her ruin your plan to give up. Remember to seize this opportunity when it comes.
Seeing Lin Xuan fall silent, Zhang Yuyan assumed he was weighing the pros and cons, so she gently reminded him again before returning to her seat. Not long after she returned to her seat, Chen Shooting and her daughter Li Yulan came back from outside. The two of them talked about something while they were outside. When they returned, not only was Chen Shooting all smiles, but Li Yulan also glanced at Lin Xuan a few times as soon as she entered the room. Then, a table full of delicacies and fine dishes was served, and the four of them began to eat and chat. After they had eaten and drunk their fill and the conversation had been set up enough, Chen Shooting suddenly changed the subject. Xiao Chuan, what do you think of our Yulan? Lin Xuan immediately became alert, glanced at Li Yulan beside him, and replied, it's fine. She is beautiful, has a good temperament, and is also very talented in business. In the business community of Zhongjiang City, almost everyone knows him.
Such high praise?
Chen Shooting beamed and continued, in that case, your mother and I will make the decision and arrange your marriage with Yulan.
What do you think? Your mother and I have discussed this before.
You and Yulan are both at the age where you should be getting married, you know each other well, and you also have a foundation of love between you.
This is simply a match made in heaven. Following the original script, Lin Chuan naturally wore an expression of overjoyed, saying, "Of course I'd be more than happy to do so." As he spoke, he quickly turned to look at Li Yulan and subconsciously said, "But, I don't know if Yulan would be willing." But before he could even utter the word intention, his expression froze. Because after seeing Lin Chuan praise her repeatedly and happily agree to their marriage, a blush and a hint of shyness appeared on Li Yulan's usually cool face. A huge question mark immediately appeared on Lin Chuan's forehead. "Li Yulan, are you running a fever? At a time like this, why are you blushing like a teapot? Do you know how scared I am when you're like this?" New author, new book, urgently needing various data support. I would appreciate it if all you handsome men and beautiful women could help support me by sending gifts if you have money, or click on the free gift at the end of the chapter if you are short on cash, and also add it to your bookshelf and give it a 5-star review. It's so tough being a young author. I used to work at a terrible company where I was exploited and manipulated by an unscrupulous female boss every day. I couldn't take it anymore, so I quit in a fit of anger. As a result, she found various excuses to deduct my last month's salary. Now, let alone Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day, I don't even have money to pay next month's rent or Alipay bills. I'm counting on this book to fill my stomach. So please, everyone, have mercy and save the child. If this book is cancelled, the young author may be forced to work in nightclubs. I really don't want to go to such a dirty environment. Oh. Chapter 53. The sky is cleared, the rain has stopped, and I, Lin, am back to normal. Li Yulan initially felt a surge of sweetness upon hearing Lin Chuan's praise and his overjoyed acceptance of their marriage agreement. She thought the sky still had some lingering feelings for her. But hearing Lin Chuan's thoughts at this moment felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. She instantly regained her senses, and a hint of embarrassment and annoyance quickly resurfaced in her eyes. That bastard is absolutely disgusting. How could he use such shameful words to describe himself? What do you mean being a slut? You're the one who's a slut. However, this hint of embarrassment and annoyance only lasted for a moment before quickly disappearing. After so many interactions, she had come to understand that Lin Chuan simply harbored deep prejudice against her because of his past experiences. This guy is incredibly talented, comes from a prestigious family, and is so handsome he's practically irresistible. It's perfectly normal for him to feel a bit disgusted with me. If you really want him to get rid of his prejudice against you, you need to take more concrete actions to show him your attitude and changes. Thinking of this, she suppressed her anger and turned her gaze to the two elders, Chen Shuding and Zhang Yuyan. Before this, I had a lot of prejudice and misunderstandings about young Master Lin, thinking that he was just a spoiled rich kid. But after getting to know them recently, I realized I was wrong. Young Master Lin is not some so-called playboy at all, but a low-key, luxurious, and cultured person who doesn't show off in his daily life. I would like to take this opportunity to apologize to young Master Lin for some of my inappropriate actions in the past. I've been misunderstanding him all along. At the head of the table, Chen Shuding and Zhang Yuyan, upon hearing this, vaguely sensed something amiss and immediately beamed with joy, saying, "It's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester." It's good that the misunderstanding has been cleared up. We'll learn from this experience in the future. Lin Chuan's heart was in his throat, and he couldn't help but turn his gaze to Li Yulan, muttering to himself. "Big sister, at this crucial moment, you mustn't do anything rash. You're Li Yulan, the proud Li Yulan, the famous and aloof CEO of Zhongjiang. How can you let someone else dictate your marriage so casually?" However, Li Yulan looked over at this moment and stared directly into his eyes. "Mom, what you and Aunt Jiang said is right. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, I will learn from this experience in the future. From now on, I will fulfill my responsibilities as a fiancé and try my best to understand young Master Lin in a comprehensive and in-depth way. I only hope that young Master Lin can put aside past grievances and give me such an opportunity as well." Lin Chuan's mouth dropped open. Li Yulan actually agreed to the engagement. And this woman actually handed over the final decision-making power to herself? Holy crap! Lin Chuan was completely dumbfounded. "Big sister, you're really trying to drive me to my death. Do you know that once you agree to the engagement, all the main storylines in the next 100 chapters of the original work will fall apart? Will all my chances of tanking disappear like this? Will Shinfeng also become my mortal enemy ahead of time? This is no joke, it concerns my life and happiness, and could even be a matter of life and death. No, I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. Li Yulan must disagree with this marriage. Not only do you disagree, you also have to be unhappy.
Then you try to persuade your mother, Chen shooting, but when you can't get through to her, you become extremely distressed. Finally, encouraged by your best friend and assistant, you resolutely decide to call off the engagement. In this way, many subsequent plot points can unfold normally, and my plan to give up will not be affected in any way. Thinking of this, and seeing that Jiang Yuyan and Chen Shooting were overjoyed and almost about to start drinking to celebrate, he ignored the look of confusion that suddenly appeared on Li Yolan's face and simply began his acting.
Lin Chuan's face showed a mixture of surprise, astonishment, and delight.
He firmly grasped Li Yolan's slender white hand.
Really, Yulan? Are you really willing to marry me? Very good. I knew that one day you would understand my feelings.
While grabbing Li Yolan's small hand, he deliberately touched it a few times in a slightly lewd manner. As expected, Li Yulan, who had always been chaste and self-disciplined, especially resisting any physical contact with the opposite sex, noticed his movements and her body unconsciously leaned away from him. Her hands, whether intentionally or unintentionally, were also trying to break free from Lin Chuan's clutches. Lin Chuan seemed completely unaware of Li Yolan's resistance. He not only held her hand tightly to prevent her from breaking free, but also looked overjoyed. Suddenly, he grabbed her shoulder and forcefully pulled her body into his arms. Then, he kissed her pink and moist lips fiercely.
In that case, let's start this relationship right away. You.
Li Yulan was completely dumbfounded. She only realized what had happened after Lin Chuan stole her first kiss, and suddenly pushed him away. At the same time, he broke free from his clutches.
He glared at him and said, "What are you doing?"
Lin Chuan could clearly sense her anger, as well as the surprise of his mother and Chen Shooting, but on the surface he still acted as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Kiss you.
Aren't you my fiancé now? Let's not waste time. A moment of passion is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Why don't you just come back with me later? At that time, I will pass on all my ancestral genes to you. You. As expected, Li Yolan's face immediately turned ashen, and she looked extremely angry. I never expected you to be this kind of person.
I think I need to reconsider our marriage. As he spoke, he made a move to turn and leave.
Orchid.
Seeing this, Chen Shooting was clearly a little anxious and quickly went to pull her away.
Jiang Yuyan quickly winked at Lin Chuan, signaling him not to say anything out of line. Lin Chuan indicated that he knew.
Then, seeing that Li Yulan was being held back by Chen Shooting, he quickly tried to persuade her to stay, saying, "I'm sorry, Yulan, I was too hasty."
Then, I'll do whatever you say whenever we want to do that.
I'll go find another woman to relieve my pent-up desire later, is that alright?
You.
This time, not only did Li Yulan glare at him with a frosty expression, but Jiang Yuyan and Chen Shooting also widened their eyes, seemingly completely unexpected that he would add fuel to the fire at this moment.
I absolutely will not agree to this marriage.
After glaring fiercely at Lin Chuan, Li Yulan broke free from her mother's hand and strode out of the private room. Lin Chuan immediately smiled with relief. Great, we've finally made this woman determined to break off the engagement. The sky has cleared and the rain has stopped. I, Lin, am back to my old self.
Chapter 54. It would be a real shame if the Oscars didn't give me an award. Was this guy doing it on purpose?
Outside the private room, Li Yulan, who had only walked a short distance from the door, paused noticeably upon hearing these thoughts. Lin Chuan, however, was completely unaware and continued to mutter to himself.
To be honest, it's really not easy to play a sleazy guy.
With a performance like this, if the Oscars don't give me an award, they might as well stop running.
I'm so clever. Even if Li Yulan suddenly has a problem, I can still manage to turn the plot back on track. Upon hearing the sound, Li Yulan stopped in her tracks.
Behind her, Chen Shooting, who had rushed out, thought she had been stopped by her and quickly ran after her.
Xiaolan, don't be angry yet. We've known young Master Lin for quite some time now.
There might be some misunderstandings surrounding what just happened. Li Yulan ignored him, focusing instead on listening to Lin Chuan's thoughts.
Now this woman angrily turned and left.
It ends exactly the same as the original story.
Let me think, what's the story going to be like next?
Oh, I remember now, the next part of the plot takes place after this big-breasted, brainless idiot gets angry. At that time, Chen Shooting tried to persuade her, and it seemed that she said some outrageous things to her, which aroused her anger again and made her rebellious mentality, making her more determined to break off the engagement. After leaving the first banquet in Zhongjiang, she was furious and aggrieved, so she called her friend Jiang Shishir and went to a bar to drown her sorrows. As it turned out, Shinfeng happened to run into them. Speaking of which, Shinfeng is indeed quite capable. Based on the intelligence his trusted subordinates had gathered, combined with Li Youlan's behavior while drunk at the time, and his expertise in physiognomy, he immediately guessed the reason why Li Youlan was drinking late at night. Later, thanks to his connections and abilities, he eventually gained Li Youlan's trust and told her about the engagement.
What happened next was simple. Li Youlan desperately wanted to annul the engagement but had no way to do so.
Shinfeng saw an opportunity, volunteered, and proceeded step by step. Finally, 7 days later, at Li Youlan's birthday banquet, when Chen Shooting disregarded Li Youlan's objections and resolutely announced her marriage to him, Shinfeng appeared out of nowhere and helped her terminate the engagement in one fell swoop.
Never mind, I'll stop thinking about these things for now. Anyway, this woman is determined to break off the engagement, so that's fine.
The plot is back on track, and the main storyline of the original work will not fall apart. My chances to sabotage the plot have returned. I think it's better to take this opportunity to farm more of the slack-off rewards. Otherwise, given the abnormal and terrifying nature of Shinfeng's sect, I'd probably still be finished at Li Youlan's birthday banquet in 7 days.
Damn it, the original author is inhuman.
He gave the protagonist, who is a master descending the mountain, too much of a cheat code.
He's practically leaving no way for us villains to survive. Li Youlan's mind was immediately shaken. Was Lin Chuan doing this on purpose so that he could survive 7 days later? That seems quite reasonable.
Through this period of contact and by repeatedly eavesdropping on Lin Chuan's thoughts, she had roughly figured it out. According to the original novel, this guy will be killed by Shinfeng at his birthday party 7 days later. And now he seems to be getting some rewards by constantly messing up the original plot. This was his only hope of defying fate after 7 days. Speaking of which, the relationship between Shinfeng and his apprentice is indeed a bit outrageous. Thinking of the phone call her second uncle, Li Jianguo, made not long ago, Li Youlan's eyes also became serious. After she went to ambush Shinfeng last time, and Shinfeng managed to take down all the bodyguards and leave, she told her second uncle about Shinfeng and his master. Unexpectedly, her second uncle called her at noon today and told her to stop investigating Shinfeng and his apprentice. He, the deputy director of the Zhongjiang City Public Security Bureau, checked Shinfeng's information through the bureau's internal system and discovered that the guy's information was actually classified as confidential. Moreover, the level of confidentiality is very high. Even he, as the deputy director of the agency, does not have the authority to view it directly. Furthermore, what's even more outrageous is that Li Jianguo received a warning from the provincial government as soon as he tried to apply for access to the files yesterday. The Zhongjiang drug network case was cracked, Lu Bingkuan was arrested, and Shinfeng was also taken to the police station for investigation because of large amounts of unexplained financial transactions with Lu Bingkuan, and he also received a phone call from a high-ranking official in the provincial police department. Clearly, Shinfeng, who looks like an ordinary, unassuming man, has an extraordinary background. Lin Chuan knows the specifics of Shinfeng and his apprentice's situation, so he's probably under countless times more pressure than I am. He wanted to survive, and was forced to resort to this method, which seems understandable. Thinking of this, Li Youlan's anger at being violated by Lin Chuan suddenly subsided considerably. Especially when she thought about what she had learned from Lin Chuan that Wang Xiaodao, the only person who knew the truth about her father's murder, was still missing. Her anger was even more intense. Currently, there's no way to investigate the situation of Shinfeng and his apprentice.
There has been no news from Wang Xiaodao either.
All their hopes for avenging their father's death rest on Lin Chuan. If Lin Chuan is dead, then the investigation into his father's killer will be completely dead. Alright, since that's how it is, then to avenge my father's death, I'll just go along with Lin Chuan's wishes and play along.
However, she really dislikes Shinfeng, so she definitely won't follow the original story in many details.
Li Youlan made up her mind, and her eyes gradually regained their light. At this moment, she finally noticed her mother Chen Shooting's words again. Chen Shooting, probably because Li Youlan remained unmoved after all that talking, became much more blatant in her persuasion.
Xiaolan, you should think this through.
The Lin family is one of the 3 major families in Zhongjiang, and young Master Lin is the only future heir of the Lin family. For someone like him to take a liking to our family is a stroke of good luck that our ancestors must have been blessed with.
Many people would beg for such a thing. Perhaps young Master Lin is a bit sleazy and lustful, but those things are not important at all. It's normal for wealthy men to have multiple wives and concubines. We just need to understand one thing: we're after the Lin family's resources. As long as we successfully form a marriage alliance with the Lin family, those resources will naturally flow in continuously, and our Li family will surely rise to prominence as a result.
How fancy Lin Xiao is his business, it doesn't affect our profits.
Chapter 55. He's here, he's arrived.
Li Youlan's anger, which had just subsided, suddenly flared up again.
Mom, so in your eyes, all you care about is the Lin family's resources? Your daughter's happiness doesn't matter at all?
Shen Shooting probably hadn't realized that her words had offended her daughter, and continued to earnestly advise, it's not that it's not important, but Mom has been through it all and knows that all those so-called romantic feelings are just temporary. Only benefits that are already in hand are permanent. The smartest thing a woman can do is to find someone willing to pay the highest price during the best years of her life and sell her youth. Feelings may fade, people may change, but the benefits you gain will not. You may think what Mom is saying is nonsense now, but when you look back in 10 or 20 years, you will know that these are absolutely golden words of wisdom.
Mom is telling you all this and making you do these things, it's all for your own good.
Li Yulan could not accept such values, and her face immediately turned even uglier. What you said may apply to some women, but I, Li Yulan, am definitely not among them.
I can earn the resources and the life I want through my own abilities. I, Li Yulan, can live a beautiful life without relying on a man. You little brat.
Shen Shooting's face darkened when she saw that the girl was unyielding.
Why is he so grumpy? So, you're saying you're not going to listen to your mother?
Yes. Li Yulan said decisively, let whoever wants to get engaged do it, I will absolutely not agree to it. After saying that, she looked furious and left without giving her mother a chance to speak or try to stop her. Shen Shooting, however, was also clearly angered by her.
He immediately shouted at her, retreating back, you don't agree?
It was arranged by my parents and the matchmaker, but I'm going to stick to this arrangement anyway. 7 days from now, at your birthday party, I will announce it in front of all the guests.
You decide what to do. Li Youlan's performance was somewhat of an act.
But hearing his mother's words now, his anger was truly ignited.
A strange feeling of grievance welled up inside me.
Back in her Maserati, she couldn't help but slam her fist on the steering wheel before picking up her phone and calling Jiang Shishir. Shishir, come out and have a couple of drinks with me.
You pick a place for me.
Once Jiang Shishir sent the address, Li Yulan started the car and drove the Maserati directly there.
What's wrong, darling?
Why did you suddenly decide to drown your sorrows in alcohol?
You never used to do this. Did something upset you?
A dozen minutes later, when Li Yulan arrived at the entrance of a charming little tavern, Jiang Shishir immediately came to greet her. She was dressed in casual clothes and had no makeup on. It was obvious that she had rushed over as soon as she received Li Yulan's call, without even having time to tidy herself up.
Upon seeing this, Li Yulan was immediately moved. She forced a smile at Jiang Shishir and said, it's a long story. Let's go inside and have a drink while we talk about it.
Okay, no matter what happens, I will unconditionally support you and stand by your side. Jiang Shishir smiled at her. Then, with a heartwarming gesture, I took her arm and led her inside to a window seat, where we quickly ordered drinks and snacks.
Li Youlan's thoughts drifted away.
Lin Chuan's inner thoughts about his mother, Shen Shooting, saying things that would further provoke his anger and rebellious nature have already come true. However, he said he would run into Shen Feng when he went to a quiet bar to drown his sorrows, but he didn't specify which bar. Furthermore, Shen Feng had been surrounded and ambushed by him and his men before.
Now that I've come to the quiet bar that Jiang Shishir chose, will I really run into this guy again?
As her thoughts drifted, the drinks and snacks from the bar arrived.
After setting them out, Jiang Shishir asked again, darling, what exactly happened? She's asking me to come out and get drunk in the middle of the night. This isn't the Lan Lan I know. Something must have happened, right?
Tonight, despite my strong objections, my mother directly arranged the marriage between Lin Chuan and me with the Lin family.
Li Yulan said concisely and calmly.
Jiang Shishir's eyes widened suddenly.
What? Has Aunt Chen gone mad? How could she do such a thing? Didn't she already know that you've never been fond of Lin Chuan and even disliked him? What happened? How could this be? As she spoke, she immediately stood up. No, where is Aunt Chen now? I have to go find her and have a good talk with her on your behalf. Marriage is a major event in your life. How can you make decisions for me without considering my feelings at all?
That's incredibly inconsiderate and irresponsible of you.
Don't waste your energy. Li Yulan quickly pulled her back.
If I could communicate with her, I would have convinced her long ago. It's because she insisted on doing things her own way that I felt really uncomfortable, so I asked you to come out and have a drink with me. My mom just gave me an ultimatum, saying that at my birthday party in 7 days, she will announce my engagement to Lin Chuan in front of all our relatives and friends.
How could Aunt Shin do this?
Jiang Shishir was still indignant.
What kind of spell did the Lin family cast on her? I remember she wasn't like this before.
Let's not talk about that anymore, come drink with me. Li Yulan picked up her wineglass, clinked it with Jiang Shishir's, and then drank it all in one gulp.
After downing a glass of wine, a burning sensation spread from my mouth down my throat and into my abdomen.
A delicate blush quickly appeared on her face, but it also made her mind go blank. The anger that my mother's words had previously stirred up seemed to have been somewhat extinguished. Seeing this, Jiang Shishir was still indignant, but she quickly drank a glass with her. After finishing his drink, just as he was about to continue defending her, a commotion came from the direction of the bar entrance.
Holy crap, this is Patriarch Han? The renowned head of the Han family actually visited such a small, quiet bar? What's going on? Also, who is that unremarkable young man beside him? How is he able to walk side by side with the Han family head and even chat and laugh with him? I don't think I've ever seen or heard of such a person in Zhongjiang before. A powerful dragon crossing the river from out of town? Chapter 56 Li Yolan's alertness.
Jiang Shishir looked in the direction of the sound and saw a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing, dressed in a tang suit, walking into the bar surrounded by several burly bodyguards. Beside the middle-aged man stood a plainly dressed young man with a frivolous smile.
Patriarch Han, Mr. Shen?
The words she was about to say, ready to continue speaking up for Li Yulan, suddenly turned into surprise and doubt.
Li Yulan also saw Han Buchuan and Shin Feng.
She was initially feeling somewhat conflicted, as Lin Chuan's prediction had come true once again. However, upon hearing Jiang Shishir's address, she suddenly became alert.
Mr. Shen? Shishir, when did you start calling Shin Feng so affectionately? When you first met him, didn't you tell me that he looked sleazy and greasy?
Li Yulan looked at Jiang Shishir.
Jiang Shishir, however, acted as if it were the most natural thing in the world, saying,
"That's because I didn't know him well before, and I had some preconceived notions about him, which led to a misunderstanding.
However, after yesterday's encounter, I realized I was wrong.
Although Mr. Shin is not particularly handsome, he is actually quite capable."
Whom?
Li Yolan's eyes were very alert.
Have you had contact with him privately? It was an accident. Jiang Shishir didn't hide anything.
Yesterday at the Yuzilan restaurant in the Shangri-La Hotel, I ran into some trouble, and Mr. Jiang happened to be there at the time. He helped me out of that predicament. And then, it was around that time that I found out he was quite capable. Not only is he highly valued by Yi Weiwei, the daughter of the Yi family, and has excellent medical skills, but he is also very skilled in appraising antiques.
Li Yulan continued to watch her quietly.
Jiang Shishir continued, "Patriarch Han, you are also very familiar with Lan Lan. She is a well-known collector in Zhongjiang City, and her level of antique appraisal is quite high.
Last night, he was only saved from being fooled by a fake antique thanks to Mr. Shen's discerning eye. And it is precisely because of that incident that Mr. Shen has become a figure that the Han family head greatly respects. So that's how it is." After listening to Jiang Shishir's explanation, Li Yulan finally understood why the following plot was going to happen. Han Buchuan, though often appearing virtuous and upright on the surface while engaging in shady dealings in private, is known in Zhongjiang as a hypocrite.
However, he is the true head of the Han family, one of the 3 major families in Zhongjiang, and also a renowned antique collector in the city.
The Han family also holds absolute dominance in the entire medicinal materials market of Zhongjiang City.
Therefore, everyone who sees him must treat him with utmost respect. Especially for businesses like Li Yolan's, which rely solely on their family for medicinal herbs, they need to be treated with extra care. If Han Buchuan is to mediate between them, then no matter how big the conflict is between her and Shin Feng, she cannot disrespect him. In addition, his best friend and confidant Jiang Shishir now owes Shin Feng a favor. If he were to continue to make trouble for Shin Feng, he might end up in a completely isolated and helpless situation.
Patriarch Han has already entered. Should we go and greet him, Lan Lan?
Just as Li Yolan's mind was racing, Jiang Shishir spoke again. Officially, the Han family head controls the lifeline of medical materials and is a major client that everyone in the healthcare industry respects.
Privately, the Han family head is also the patriarch of one of the 3 major families in Zhongjiang.
Now that they have seen him, it would be quite impolite not to greet him. Upon hearing this, Li Yulan, though unwilling, immediately nodded and stood up to greet Han Buchuan, saying, "Patriarch Han." Jiang Shishir followed closely behind, holding a wine glass and smiling broadly. Master Han, Mr. Shen.
Oh, Mr. Li, Assistant Jiang, what a coincidence. Han Buchuan smiled warmly, looking like a Maitreya Buddha. Yes. Li Yulan forced a smile.
Jiang Shishir nodded repeatedly. President Li and I were just looking for a place to have a couple of drinks, but we were so lucky to run into Patriarch Han and Mr. Shen.
Ha ha.
Han Buchuan was clearly pleased by this subtle flattery, and immediately laughed heartily again.
Then, as if realizing something, her curious gaze shifted between Jiang Shishir and Shen Feng. Judging from what Assistant Jiang said, you know Brother Shen? What a small world. The friend I just made is actually a friend of an old friend.
Jiang Shishir was about to nod again when Shen Feng suddenly interrupted. It's more than just knowing each other.
I was specially recruited into Li's pharmaceutical group by President Li before. However, it seems that Mr. Li has some misunderstandings about me, so I had no choice but to leave. As he spoke, he looked at Li Yulan with a smile on his lips. Jiang Shishir was somewhat surprised. Even Han Buchuan looked at Li Yulan with a slightly probing expression. Li Yulan sneered inwardly, and her expression turned cold. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, it's not something you can just cover up with your own words. Mr. Li, what exactly is going on? Han Buchuan clearly intended to speak up for Shen Feng.
After glancing at Shen Feng, he took the initiative to say, I know Brother Shen's character and conduct.
A young talent like him is unlikely to do anything too outrageous. If there's something about him that makes you uncomfortable, why not take advantage of everyone being here and speak frankly about it? Maybe it's just a misunderstanding, and once it's laid out in the open, the misunderstanding will be cleared up?
Li Yulan certainly had to give him face, so when he asked about it, she could only say tactfully, I encountered some problems, and after investigating, the clues eventually pointed to Shen Feng's master. Upon hearing this, Han Buchuan was clearly confused and immediately turned to look at Shen Feng. Before he could speak, Shen Feng immediately said, then it must be a misunderstanding. My masters have been in the deep mountains for at least 10 years. During this time, it is absolutely impossible for them to be tainted by worldly karma.
The clues you found are definitely wrong. Ha!
Li Yulan chuckled coldly, remaining non-committal. Mr. Li, I know you may still have some prejudice against me, but please believe me, I have absolutely no ill intentions towards you.
Not only do I have no ill intentions, but I might even be able to help you a lot.
Shen Feng, however, looked sincere, his gaze fixed on Li Yulan's cold and beautiful features. Li Yulan felt uncomfortable under that gaze and immediately prepared to take her leave of Han Buchuan. But before he could even speak, Shen Feng suddenly said, besides medicine, martial arts, and antique appraisal, I also know a little about physiognomy. I can tell at a glance that you're in big trouble, Mr. Li. If I'm not mistaken, the reason you're here tonight is to drown your sorrows in alcohol. Chapter 57 Interrupting the protagonist's spellcasting. Li Yulan had no intention of paying any attention to Shen Feng. Hearing his words now, she naturally wouldn't respond. But behind her, Jiang Shishir heard this and a look of surprise flashed across her face. She blurted out instinctively, Mr. Shen, how did you know? Only after the words were spoken did she realize her mistake, quickly covering her mouth and looking at Li Yulan with a hint of apology, saying no more. However, even so, her words clearly revealed that Shen Feng's judgment was correct. Upon seeing this, Shen Feng couldn't help but curl a wicked smile into his lips. Even Han Buchuan, who was walking alongside him, had a slight change in expression, and a hint of curiosity quickly appeared in his eyes. Physiognomy? I've heard some experts in the collecting circles say that there are indeed some extraordinary people in this world who are proficient in physiognomy and can make accurate predictions. However, such people are often hard to come by. I never thought that Brother Shen would actually be one. Shen Feng nodded slightly. I know this technique sounds mysterious and hard to believe, but it does actually exist. If Brother Han and President Li don't believe me, I can prove it to you right now. As he spoke, his gaze suddenly turned to Jiang Shishir, staring at her features, and his hands began to rapidly calculate as if making hand seals. Mr. Shen Jiang Shishir seemed a little uneasy under his gaze. Not only did she unconsciously loosen her grip on her mouth, but her eyes also began to flicker uncontrollably. However, Han Buchuan, who was standing to the side, and the other diners who were also focused on the scene all looked on with curiosity. Some diners even whispered among themselves, hey, do you think that young man is really that amazing? Can a person's past and true situation be deduced just by looking at their face? I always felt it was fake. I've heard some popular science programs say that so-called fortune-telling and face reading are actually the application of psychology and behavioral science.
Those fortune tellers are very cunning.
By observing a person's words, actions, and temperament, they can make a preliminary judgment about a person's background. With the help of some guiding words and phrases during the fortune-telling process, they can thoroughly understand a person's situation and problems. Then, they put on a show of mystery, and the final result naturally appears to be that their predictions are incredibly accurate. Anyway, I don't believe in physiognomy. It seems that most people do not believe what Shinfeng said. Upon hearing this, Li Yulan was filled with curiosity about whether Lin Xuan's thoughts would come true when she saw Shinfeng suddenly stop his divination, and the corners of his mouth once again curled into that signature wicked smile.
The calculation is complete.
I won't ask you what your question is, Miss Jiang.
I'll just say 3 points and tell me directly whether they're accurate or not.
Shinfeng stared at Jiang Shishir, looking confident and assured. First of all, Miss Jiang currently has 3 suitors around her.
However, Miss Jiang is still single and has never even been attracted to any suitors.
Although you are as beautiful as a flower and are already 25 years old, your first time holding hands, your first kiss, and your first time are all still there.
Ah, this.
Jiang Shishir blushed instantly when he pointed out these secrets so bluntly. Everyone around her, including Han Buchuan, just looked at her, waiting for her reply. Seeing this, Jiang Shishir was a little embarrassed, but she still nodded in the end. Mr. Shin is right, I do have 3 suitors around me now.
However, I haven't even told my closest friends about this, so how did you know? You don't need to know how I figured it out.
Shinfeng received her affirmative answer, but his smile deepened.
Next, I'll talk about the second point. Miss Jiang, you just need to tell me whether my calculations are accurate or not. Jiang Shishir nodded again.
Shinfeng continued, your parents must have been at odds, and your mother must have passed away many years ago.
Now, although your father is still alive, you two don't have much contact.
Furthermore, your father has always been a burden to you in some ways. This time, not only did the people around them and Han Buchuan look at Jiang Shishir, but even Li Yulan looked at her assistant and best friend. She had vaguely sensed that Jiang Shishir's family background was probably not very good, but the girl never wanted to talk to her about it. Even her only best friend wasn't entirely clear about the specifics of Jiang Shishir's family situation. But at this moment, after hearing Shinfeng's calculations, Jiang Shishir's expression turned sour for a moment, but she finally nodded and said, yes. These are also some of my personal secrets, which I have never told anyone outside the family.
Mr. Shin is right.
Li Yulan's heart stirred slightly. Looking at Jiang Shishir again, a hint of heartache unconsciously surfaced in his eyes. Shinfeng seemed completely unaware of this. After hearing Jiang Shishir admit that her deduction was accurate, his wicked smile almost turned into the shape of a crooked dragon king. He then continued, next, the third point. Although Miss Jiang came from an unfortunate family, she never complained about herself, nor did she fall into depravity or take shortcuts or evil paths because of her beauty.
On the contrary, she always insisted on self-improvement.
Now, not only is he outstanding in knowledge, but he has also won the favor of benefactors, and his career is going smoothly and triumphantly. Although he is only 25 years old this year and has only worked for a little over 3 years, his total net worth has already exceeded 5 million. Jiang Shishir only silently calculated for a moment before confirming his calculation result, yes. Over the years, thanks to Li Yulan's support, she not only secured a high salary within the Li's pharmaceutical group, but also seized the opportunity presented by the soaring housing prices, following Li Yulan's lead. As her career progressed rapidly, her total net worth also approached the 5 million mark.
Shinfeng's calculations were absolutely accurate.
In this way, all the voices that had doubted Shinfeng disappeared.
Instead, there were bursts of amazement.
My goodness, this young man actually predicted everything correctly.
I've really opened my eyes to something amazing. That's amazing.
No wonder he is so young yet has earned the respect of the Han family head.
Heroes emerge from among the young. Shinfeng's smile widened to its peak. Brother Han, President Li, you see, now it proves that what I said before was true, right?
Han Buchuan nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of approval. Brother Shin is bringing me more and more surprises.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Shinfeng spoke modestly, but his gaze then turned to Li Yulan, President Li? However, Li Yulan simply greeted Han Buchuan, Patriarch Han, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. With that, he grabbed Jiang Shishir and walked away. Chapter 58. Shinfeng was stunned. They've left? Li Yulan, she just left like that?
Shenfeng froze in place. Watching Li Yulan's figure disappear into the distance with Jiang Shishir, he was stunned for a long time. In his original plan, after he revealed such a skill, not only would the surrounding onlookers be in a frenzy, the Han family head be impressed, and Jiang Shishir be amazed, but most importantly, Li Yulan would also look at him with new eyes and even begin to see him as a lifeline.
But what's the situation now? Has someone altered the script?
His physiognomy skills were inherited from his third master, who was known in the martial arts world as Wu the Half-Immortal. His predictions were always accurate and he had never been wrong. When Shenfeng first saw Li Yulan, he was absolutely certain, based on his extraordinary physiognomy skills, that she had encountered a very difficult problem. A weak parent's palace indicates disharmony among relatives, a gloomy career palace indicates business setbacks, and a somber marriage palace indicates unfavorable romantic relationships. In addition, Li Yulan was now in the bar, smelling of alcohol, and her face was slightly flushed. This clearly shows that she is temporarily unable to solve those problems and is drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Logically speaking, under such circumstances, after seeing her own extraordinary physiognomy skills, she should have cherished this opportunity and taken the initiative to ask him for advice.
But she just left. How could this happen? Shenfeng couldn't quite understand it.
Even after Li Yulan and Jiang Shishir disappeared, his mind was still blank.
Han Buchuan, who was standing to the side, seemed to understand what was going on. He smiled slightly and then suddenly said, "Brother Shen, don't be too hasty in everything. You need to be persistent.
As the old saying goes, even a fierce woman can be won over by persistent pursuit." Shenfeng collected his thoughts, shook his head slightly, and said, "It's not that we're rushing things, but this matter is a bit strange."
Strange? Han Buchuan was puzzled.
Yes, Shenfeng explained simply, "My physiognomy skills have always been very accurate. From the moment I first saw Ms. Li, I could tell that she had a strained relationship with her family, her business had been going poorly lately, and she also had relationship problems. I originally thought that after seeing my physiognomy skills, she would seek my help. But you saw what happened just now, Brother Han.
Not only did she not ask for help, she avoided me like the plague. Something is definitely not right here," Han Buchuan echoed.
But he clearly didn't think much of it. After agreeing, he smiled again and said, "However, Brother Shen doesn't need to put too much thought into these things. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. The more you try to understand it, the less you can figure it out. Just do it, and show up when they need you." As he spoke, he patted Shenfeng's shoulder lightly and said with a smile, "Tell me honestly, have you developed feelings for President Li?"
Everyone has a love for beauty. How many normal men could remain unmoved after seeing a famous and aloof CEO like President Li in Zhongjiang City?
Shenfeng frankly admitted. "Then just listen to your elder brother and do as I say," Han Buchuan said with a warm smile. "When Ms. Li needs me, I'll be there for her and help her solve her two major problems."
"Two major problems?"
Shenfeng asked, puzzled.
Han Buchuan led him to a seat and said with a smile, "Didn't you see some clues in his face reading?
Family discord, business setbacks, and relationship problems.
These three problems are actually caused by two reasons in the final analysis." Shenfeng's eyes lit up immediately. "Brother Han, do you know the specific reason?" "Zhongjiang First Banquet is one of my businesses." Han Buchuan smiled subtly. "And my subordinates told me that tonight, the Lin family and the Li family had dinner together at Zhongjiang First Banquet."
At dinner, apart from President Li and her mother, there was only young Master Lin and his mother. Mr. Li's mother wanted to arrange a marriage between the Li and Lin families, but Mr. Li disagreed. As a result, dinner ended on bad terms, and Mr. Li and his mother had a big argument at the end.
Shenfeng now understood what Han Buchuan meant.
The so-called unfavorable relationship means that Li Yulan dislikes Lin Chuan extremely, yet she is forced to marry him. The discord in her family stemmed from her desire to annul the engagement, while her mother was determined to force her into a marriage of convenience.
There have been many rumors that Lin Chuan is Li Yulan's ultimate simp, but Li Yulan dislikes him intensely.
Even if Lin Chuan changed his attitude towards Li Yulan a few days ago, it was only because he was in a bad mood.
Now it all makes sense.
Besides the fact that I wanted to break off the engagement with Lin Chuan but couldn't, there was another issue. There were some problems within the Li's pharmaceutical group.
Han Buchuan's smile was ambiguous.
"I've heard some rumors that a new health product developed by Li's pharmaceutical group has run into some problems that haven't been resolved, which has caused some issues with the company's cash flow. If we can't find a way to break this deadlock in a few more days, the entire group may face a major crisis." These things also match up with what you predicted, Brother Yi, that her business was not doing well.
There must be some truth to this. Shenfeng collected his thoughts and looked directly at the Han family patriarch.
So, what Brother Han means is that Li Yulan is actually mainly troubled by two things right now.
Firstly, he wanted to annul the engagement with Lin Chuan but was unable to do so. Secondly, is there a crisis in the research and development of new health products within the Li's pharmaceutical group?
Han Buchuan nodded slowly and deliberately, exactly. Both of these problems are extremely painful for Li Yulan, who is naturally strong-willed. And if you can help her sort these things out, not only will you be able to change Mr. Li's attitude towards you, but you'll also have no problem winning her heart.
After breaking off the engagement with Lin Chuan, will you still help her solve the problem of developing new health products in her company?
Shenfeng made a mental note of these two things, planning to have Hong Bao and Zhang Xuan investigate and find out more about them later. He quickly composed himself, regaining his composure, and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Han."
By the way, Brother Han, didn't you say that a friend of yours is coming over tonight, and he also has a treasure that he needs my help to appraise? Where is everyone? I almost forgot, old Song does seem to be a bit late. I'll make a call and ask.
Han Buchuan said, taking out his phone and dialing a number. However, once the call connected and he heard the noise from the other end, his expression immediately changed. Before the call even ended, he jumped up and grabbed Shenfeng's arm, saying,
"Brother Shen, old Song had an accident on the road. Aren't you quite skilled in medicine? Hurry up and come with me."
As she spoke, she made a move to pull Shenfeng outside.
Chapter 59, the little head was filled with big question marks.
Meanwhile, just as Han Buchuan and Shenfeng were rushing to a certain place, inside a Maserati Quattroporte in the parking lot of a bar,
Jiang Shishir looked at Li Yulan with great confusion. "Why did you pull me away just now, Lan Lan? Isn't that Mr. Shen quite amazing? His physiognomy is really accurate."
He immediately figured out two secrets I had never told anyone before, and he also immediately saw that you came here tonight to drown your sorrows.
Perhaps he can help you find a solution. Why are you avoiding him? Li Yulan didn't immediately answer her best friend's question. Instead, she took a deep breath and calmly asked, "How much do you think you know about Shenfeng? How much do you know?"
A hint of confusion flashed in Jiang Shishir's eyes, but she still answered honestly, "I don't think so. After all, we've only met 3 times. However, I can confirm that Mr. Shen is an extraordinary person, and a very capable one at that. If he's willing to help, Lan Lan, there might be a chance for your decision to annul the engagement." Li Yulan remained silent, only offering a slightly sarcastic smile.
"Why are you laughing like that, Lan Lan? Do you think what I said is wrong?" Jiang Shishir asked. "It's not that it's wrong, it's that you've been completely blinded by Shenfeng's appearance."
Li Yulan shook her head, a flash of disgust crossing her eyes.
"You probably don't know this, but the first time we dealt with Shenfeng, those talent scouts who harassed us at the barbecue stand were arranged by Shenfeng, right? Moreover, those so-called talent scouts are not talent scouts at all, but members of the Scorpion Gang."
"Huh?" Jiang Shishir was clearly stunned when she heard this. The little head was covered with big question marks.
"Were those talent scouts members of a gang sent by Shenfeng to harass us? What's in it for?"
"Create an opportunity, play the hero to save the damsel in distress, and get closer to us in the process."
Li Yulan glanced at her best friend. "These were all people arranged by my second uncle. After interrogating those talent scouts, they confessed on their own."
Jiang Shishir was speechless.
"So, when you arranged for those bodyguards to lie in wait, and even contacted your second uncle in advance to have him send someone to be on standby nearby, you actually knew all along, Lan Lan?"
Li Yulan nodded, half-jokingly saying, "Someone did warn me at the time, but I was still a little skeptical until the results of my second uncle's interrogation came out."
"Shenfeng is actually that kind of person."
Jiang Shishir's face turned ugly. "In order to get close to you, Lan Lan, he didn't hesitate to plot such a despicable scheme in private, and he even colluded with the Scorpion Gang."
"Didn't you ask me before why I arranged for Shenfeng to be my bodyguard even though I disliked him a lot?"
"Actually, the person who reminded me told me that this guy had other plans besides deliberately arranging for someone to trick me. I thought it would be easier to supervise him if I placed him under my watchful eye, so I did it on purpose."
Li Yulan added another sentence. Jiang Shishir's expression darkened again.
"That guy was fired after only 2 days on the job, just because you discovered his scheme?" "No," Li Yulan shook her head again, "but I discovered something 10,000 times more serious than that."
"Something 1,000,000 times more serious than our tricks?"
Jiang Shirshi's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief.
I can't tell you the specifics right now, Li Yulan took another deep breath.
But one thing is for sure, Shinfeng is definitely not a good guy. You've probably heard about the big news in Zhongjiang City yesterday. A drug trafficking network that had been lurking in Zhongjiang was wiped out by the Zhongjiang City Public Security Bureau. The mastermind behind the drug trafficking network is Lu Bingquan, chairman of the East China Chamber of Commerce, president of the East China Charity Foundation, and former leader of the Scorpion Gang. He is Shinfeng's sworn brother and the guy who helped Shinfeng arrange his men to assist him in rescuing a damsel in distress.
Wow!
Jiang Shirshir was truly speechless this time. Lu Bingquan, the leader of the Scorpion Gang and the mastermind behind the drug trafficking network in Zhongjiang, is a truly notorious and unforgivable criminal in Zhongjiang City. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the list is too long to list. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. It's astonishing that Shinfeng could become sworn brothers with such a person, and even had such a person arrange for his subordinates to cooperate with him in pretending to be a hero and save a damsel in distress.
His character is beyond comprehension.
After hearing what you said, Lan, I suddenly realized that I was really deceived by Shinfeng's appearance. Judging from what this guy has done, he's a completely scheming man, and a terrifyingly scheming man whose character is likely extremely despicable.
I need to stay away from him from now on, lest I get sold out and end up counting the money for him. Li Yulan nodded slightly. That's what I think too.
So when I heard Shinfeng trying to talk to me, I just ignored him and left with you.
You did the right thing.
Jiang Shirshir was completely convinced by her best friend at this point. If I had known Shinfeng this well earlier, I would have done the same.
The best way to deal with this kind of person is to keep your distance and be extremely careful. Li Yulan was about to nod again. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the phone suddenly vibrated.
As soon as the call connected, a weary and guilty voice came from the other end. I'm sorry, Mr. Li.
Upon hearing this, Li Yulan immediately understood what the other person meant.
The caller was Chen Hansheng, head of the research and development team for Li's Pharmaceutical Group's latest flagship health product. Previously, due to problems in the development of new products, he had made a solemn pledge to Li Yulan that he would overcome the difficulties before the end of today, otherwise he was willing to take full responsibility. At this moment, the fact that he called and said these words in this tone makes it obvious that the breakthrough has failed and the problem of developing a new product is still unresolved.
Li Yulan's expression suddenly changed.
Without having time to explain further to Jiang Shirshir, he simply said to her, "Drive back to the company immediately." He then said in a deep voice to the other end of the phone, "Report the details immediately.
Furthermore, answer me honestly, how long will the funds I've invested in you last? If you want to continue developing new products, how much more time and funds will you need?"
Jiang Shirshir, realizing the situation was amiss, figured that the two of them had only had a sip of alcohol and it shouldn't count as drunk driving. She quickly fastened her seatbelt, started the car, and headed straight for Li's Pharmaceutical Group.
Chapter 60 Generous Rewards, Winning Like Crazy.
Meanwhile, just as Li Yulan and Jiang Shirshir were rushing to Li's Pharmaceutical Group, Lin Chuan, at the Lin family villa, once again experienced the benefits of his perfect looks. As soon as she finished washing up and returned to her room, Zheng Xuan, who had slept all day, pounced on her again. The entire night gave him a profound experience of what true, fiery passion really meant. The next morning, when he woke up feeling refreshed, Zheng Xuan had already fallen into a deep sleep again, exhausted.
Lin Chuan immediately shook his head.
If this trend continues, even if I were made of steel, I'd probably be squeezed into a needle. I need to hurry up and farm more of the system's passive rewards, hoping to get some amazing skills like a copper waist and iron kidneys or indestructible body. Just as his thoughts were drifting, a familiar system notification appeared in his mind. Congratulations, host.
You have successfully slacked off for 1 day.
You have gained 1 random attribute point and your charm has increased by 1. A subtle feeling began to sweep over his entire body again. It made him feel as if his whole body was soaking in nutrient solution. When he finally emerged from that subtle feeling, he was completely refreshed, having shaken off the fatigue he had felt from being overworked by Zhang Xuan the night before.
Charm +1?
Lin Chuan was a little curious about what specific effects this thing would have, so he immediately put on a coat and went into the bathroom. When he saw himself in the mirror, he wondered if it was just his imagination, but besides being struck by his own good looks, he vaguely felt that he did have a certain inexplicable charm about him.
Does it seem to have more depth, be more approachable, and make it easier to gain people's favor? But before he could think further, another system notification sounded.
Congratulations, host.
You have successfully abandoned a part of the male and female lead storyline.
You have received the reward, master-level physiognomy skills, and 1 point for abandoning the storyline. After that, countless pieces of knowledge and tips on Botzi 4 pillars of destiny analysis, feng shui, and physiognomy were poured into his mind as if he had been given a divine revelation.
It even includes some lost physiognomy techniques from Biguzi, Lu Bowen, and Zhuge Liang.
When Lin Xuanzhong regained consciousness from that subtle feeling, his physiognomy skills had already reached their pinnacle.
The third and fourth system notification sounds followed.
Congratulations, host. You have reached the required points for playing it safe.
The system has been upgraded to level 2.
The daily reward for playing it safe will now be either a guaranteed random increase of 2 attribute points or a guaranteed profit of 200 million. The system has detected that the host has mastered the villain's eye. Master-level physiognomy can merge with it to create a new all-seeing eye.
Host, would you like to consider merging with it?
Lin Chuan's eyes flickered slightly, and without hesitation, he said, merge. As a seasoned bookworm who has read countless online novels, he is all too familiar with the power of the fusion function. If the ability of a master-level physiognomy is 1, and the effect of the villain's eye is also 1, then the combined effect of the two is definitely 1 + 1 greater than 2. And things turned out exactly as Lin Chuan had predicted. Congratulations, host. You have successfully fused the villain's eye and master-level physiognomy to obtain the omniscient eye. Clicking on the detailed description next to Eye of Omniscience reveals that it states, once activated, in addition to loyalty and favorability, you can also see the target's past and future.
It's definitely a killer weapon.
You no longer need to worry about forgetting the details of the original work or some unimportant characters and plot points. After a brief familiarization and a general understanding of how to use it, Lin Chuan's mind immediately began to work quickly. According to the original plot, after he and Li Yulan had a falling out last night over the engagement, Li Yulan should have run into Shinfeng while drowning her sorrows in alcohol. Then, because of Han Buchuan, Shinfeng unintentionally saved Song Kersen's father's life. Li Yulan, on the other hand, suffered a double setback in both her career and love life due to the poor research and development of her company's R&D team. Today should be the main storyline of the annulment of the engagement, with Li Yulan's troubles erupting all at once. This is the first plot point in the original novel where Shinfeng wins her trust and favor. It seems that due to repeated failures in the research and development of new health products, Li's pharmaceutical group has fallen into a huge financial crisis.
It needs 400 or 500 million in cash flow to avoid a major crisis in the group's operations.
At that time, Li Yulan was in a state of panic, so she began to make 2 preparations. On the one hand, she issued a call for heroes and offered a large reward to find talented people who could help solve the problem of the group's new health products. On the other hand, she raised funds from all sides to avoid the group falling into crisis. And the first target she thought of when raising funds was her own original self, the sycophantic young master of the Lin family.
Back then, my Genshin Impact gameplay seemed pretty flashy.
Knowing full well that Li Yulan doesn't like him, and that they had a falling out last night over the engagement, he still took the opportunity to threaten her. He forced Li Yulan to submit by borrowing 500 million yuan, which only made Li Yulan more disgusted with him and more determined to break off the engagement. As Lin Chuan was thinking about these things, he was wondering if he should replicate the original owner's actions when Li Yulan came over, so that the woman wouldn't continue to act lewdly, when a Biao walked over with a pained expression.
Young Master Lin. What's wrong?
Lin Chuan asked, immediately pulling himself together.
Well, Mr. Li is here again. He said he wants to see you.
Biao's expression was conflicted, as if he was unsure whether he should continue to follow Lin Chuan's previous orders to stop him or let him pass directly.
So what if she's here? Why are you making that face?
Lin Chuan shook his head when he saw his expression.
Biao said somewhat awkwardly, isn't it because the relationship between you and President Li is too difficult to understand?
Although you gave an order before that Mr. Li should not be allowed to come in without your permission, I heard last night that the Li family wanted to form a marriage alliance with you. The brothers all think that your previous orders, including asking President Li to return the gifts, were probably just words spoken in anger. It's easier to change mountains and rivers than to change one's nature. Boiling sheep is still boiling sheep after all.
You son of a bitch.
Lin Chuan felt a tightness in his chest again.
If you can't speak properly, then shut up. Go and bring Li Yulan in right now.
Also, compile a list of those who privately spread rumors that I am boiling sheep, and punish them all by making them clean toilets.
Ha! Biao was a little taken aback.
Lin Chuan, however, kicked him directly.
What are you standing there for? Get to it. Oh. It was only then that the straight-laced man, Biao, realized what was happening, and he hurriedly went outside to bring Li Yulan in. As she ran outside, she rubbed her bottom and muttered under her breath, still not licking. The way she's rushing me shows she doesn't want Mr. Li to wait any longer outside. Chapter 61. This woman is definitely lusting after me. Lin Chuan simply took off his shoe and threw it over. Ouch! A wail immediately came from the direction of the door, and Biao's rambling voice came to an abrupt end. In just a short while, he appeared somewhat disheveled and comical, rubbing the back of his head, and led two beautiful figures in. It was Li Yulan and her best friend and assistant, Jiang Shishir. Young master, the person has been brought in. After bringing the people in, he quietly left, leaving the space entirely to Lin Chuan and the other two. Lin Chuan looked up at Li Yulan and Jiang Shishir. Li Yulan was still wearing the same outfit as last night, a light green polka dot suit dress, paired with mysterious and sexy Valentino black stockings, exquisite high heels, and a perfectly placed Hermes belt around her waist. However, his eyes were bloodshot, his hair, which he had carefully styled yesterday, looked dry, brittle, and messy, and his face looked very haggard. It's obvious that he didn't go home at all last night and stayed at the company all night. Beside her, Jiang Shishir, though petite and charming, was also dressed in home clothes and looked quite haggard. Why did you come looking for me again? Lin Chuan, trying to gauge the emotions of someone who had just been jilted the night before, deliberately ignored Li Yulan and Jiang Shishir's haggard appearance and simply asked a dry question. Jiang Shishir, who had previously been critical of Lin Chuan, was clearly more cautious this time. After hearing such impolite words, she moved her lips slightly and glanced at Li Yulan beside her, but surprisingly, she didn't say anything to criticize him. Li Yulan looked at Lin Chuan with a complicated expression, and after hesitating for a moment, said, "Our group has encountered some problems and urgently needs a large amount of funds for turnover." So? Lin Chuan asked with a straight face and his tone remained dry. But deep down, I couldn't help but feel a surge of complaints. This plot twist is just too outrageous. A cold and aloof CEO, who yesterday firmly rejected the arranged marriage between her family and the Lin family, still rushed to the Lin family the moment she ran into trouble today. How much of a sycophant must Lin Chuan have been before to give you such confidence that he would help you regardless of past grievances? I strongly suspect that the original author deliberately included this plot point to highlight Shin Feng. Li Yulan was sent to find Lin Chuan, but Lin Chuan used the opportunity to blackmail her, making Li Yulan even more angry and disgusted. At this moment, Shin Feng appeared out of nowhere and helped her without asking for anything in return, which immediately made him stand out from the crowd. After that, Shin Feng provided 500 million yuan to help the Li Group alleviate its crisis and also help the Li Pharmaceutical Group solve its new product development problems. It's completely understandable that Li Yulan's attitude towards Shin Feng changed, and she even developed feelings for him. This author is utterly inhuman. He's going to such lengths to help Shin Feng show off, slap faces, and pick up girls. They managed to portray the top-tier, rich, and handsome Lin Chuan as a foolish sycophant. I think I'll just continue to slack off for a while. Using this as an excuse to blackmail Li Yulan into marrying me is just too ridiculous. He was completely unaware that, just as his thoughts were racing, Jiang Shishir noticed his incredibly handsome features, and a look of amazement flashed uncontrollably in her eyes. Li Yulan seemed to understand something, and after a slight movement of her eyes, she said, "I would like to ask young Master Lin for help. Could you lend me 500 million yuan for temporary use? I can calculate the interest rate based on the highest financing interest rate on the market, with a 5% interest rate for a 3-month turnaround. Furthermore, if young Master Lin is willing to lend a helping hand, our Li's Pharmaceutical Group will owe you another favor." Ha! Lin Chuan sneered, "You think your actions at the Zhongzheng first banquet yesterday weren't bad enough in terms of embarrassing me, right? When they don't need me, they embarrass me in public. When they do need me, they come running to borrow money, asking for 500 million right off the bat. What do you take me for? A backup plan?" "That's not what I meant," Li Yulan quickly explained. "Young Master Lin, if you have any personal issues with me, I will speak to you in my capacity as the president of Li's Pharmaceutical Group. As proof of the loan, I'll offer you 10% of the shares of Li's Pharmaceutical Group as collateral." Is that acceptable? No way. Lin Chuan waved his hand. A moment of silence settled over me. What's wrong with Li Yulan? I've been so aggressive, yet she's still begging me in such a humble way? Could it be that this woman really has a fever and is craving her body? Luckily, I was quick-witted enough not to blackmail her into marrying me by threatening to lend her 500 million, otherwise, she might have agreed on the spot. While he was complaining, he was gesturing to Li Yulan that if she had nothing else to do, she should get lost.
Unexpectedly, a hint of embarrassment and annoyance seemed to flash in Li Yulan's eyes, and then she suddenly spoke up. If young Master Lin is willing to lend me this 500 million, then I can agree to the marriage between us.
What the hell?
Lin Chuan almost had his brain shut down. I predicted my prediction.
You're going to take my path and leave me with nowhere to go, aren't you?
He stared at Li Yulan, somewhat dumbfounded. Whether it was a misperception or not, it seemed that a hint of pleasure flashed in the eyes of this famous, aloof CEO of Zhongjiang City when she saw his expression at that moment. But at this moment, Lin Chuan didn't have time to think about these random things.
He just quickly calmed himself down and asked, "What did you just say? I was a little distracted and didn't hear you clearly. Could you repeat it?"
Jiang Shishir, standing nearby, clearly shared the same sentiment, turning her head to look at Li Yulan and nodding her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Li Yulan had regained her composure. She looked directly at Lin Chuan and said earnestly, "I said, if young Master Lin is willing to lend me 500 million to help my Li's pharmaceutical group overcome the current crisis, I am willing to marry him."
Lin Chuan suddenly felt another wave of oxygen deprivation in his brain. Damn, this woman seems to really be craving my body. She even learned to use a retreat as a means of advancement. After a brief moment of distraction, he was about to righteously refuse when Jiang Shishir, who was standing to the side, couldn't hold back any longer. She grabbed Li Yulan with both hands, clearly heartbroken. "Lan, although Li's pharmaceutical group is your life's work, you don't have to go to this extent for it. Marriage is a major event in a woman's life.
You should never sacrifice it for the sake of temporary peace in the group.
It's only 500 million. Even if the banks aren't willing to lend it, and even if young Master Lin isn't willing to lend it, there are always other ways to raise funds. There's really no need to sacrifice yourself like this." It seems she's even more worried than Lin Chuan that Li Yulan will agree to the marriage. Seeing this, Lin Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since someone is willing to stand up for me, that's great. However, when he thought of Jiang Shishir saying that Li Yulan's marriage to him was a sacrifice, he felt inexplicably uneasy. This sounds like he's insulting himself. Chapter 62: A really clever plan. Although this girl indirectly helped me, her words were a bit hurtful. By the way, Jiang Shishir seems to be a relatively important supporting character in the original novel, playing a significant role in the main storyline where Li Yulan resolutely breaks off the engagement. Moreover, this woman also had a very poor impression of him.
As his thoughts raced, Lin Chuan simply activated his all-seeing eye for the first time, beginning a scan of Jiang Shishir. Jiang Shishir, female, 25 years old, 165 centimeters tall, 51 kilograms, looks 88 points, figure 90 points, university undergraduate degree, local resident of Zhongjiang. My parents divorced, and I grew up relying on my mother, but she passed away the year I finished my senior year of high school.
My father was unemployed and had only two hobbies in his life: gambling and drinking.
In order to make money to support his gambling and drinking, he did all sorts of petty theft. In recent years, after Jiang Shishir started making money, he began to set his sights on Jiang Shishir's family's wealth. No history of marriage or romantic relationships. Next, because her father is unable to repay the high-interest loans he owes at the casino, he will bring debt collectors to Jiang Shishir's house in the middle of the night, causing Jiang Shishir a lot of trouble.
Favorability 0. Hidden attribute: possesses a legendary weapon. After just one scan, Lin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! Favorability 0?
This isn't just a bad impression of oneself, it's a complete self-loathing from beginning to end. It seems I overestimated my original self's image in her eyes.
Should we give her a little villainous shock?"
Seeing Jiang Shishir trying her best to stop Li Yulan, Lin Chuan was thinking hard when he suddenly remembered a piece of information that had been scanned.
Will Jiang Shishir's father try to shift the blame to her by bringing debt collectors to her house tonight? This plot point seems to be a fortuitous encounter for Xinfeng, and Jiang Shishir will also get beaten up because of it? It seems like I don't even need to lift a finger to see this little girl get thoroughly humiliated. Upon noticing this, Lin Chuan hurriedly asked the system, "If I slack off during this opportunity with Xinfeng, will I receive a reward?" However, to his surprise, the system's response was a huge disappointment. Jiang Shishir is not the female lead.
This plot is not related to the main storyline of the male and female leads.
There will be no reward for the host slacking off. If you're not the female lead, there's no reward, and that's no fun.
Lin Chuan subconsciously shook his head. But then, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the last line of the omniscient eyes scan results, and his breath caught in his throat for a moment.
Hidden attributes? A legendary weapon? TSK, suddenly this woman seems much more pleasing to the eye.
It would be such a waste if Shinfeng took her away from her. Forget it, I'll just be the philanthropist and arrange for someone to step in at the crucial moment tonight. Anyway, it won't affect my ability to just give up.
Let's not let this girl fall for Shinfeng.
Lin Chuan quickly made up his mind. After making Jiang Shishir suffer a setback tonight, I snatched Shinfeng's opportunity.
Of course, this was mainly because he disliked Shinfeng, and definitely not because he coveted Jiang Shishir's hidden attributes.
Speaking of which, Jiang Shishir's character in the original novel also had a rather tragic story. As a supporting female character, her main role in the book is almost entirely to encounter one disaster and setback after another, providing opportunities for the destined male protagonist, Shinfeng, to show off and slap his face. Finally, she was taken advantage of by the destined male lead, who then took advantage of her completely. He even whispered something in Li Youlan's ear at a crucial moment, and that was her glorious end.
With this kind of treatment, you might as well be with me.
Lin Chuan muttered to himself. Completely unaware, Li Yulan looked at Jiang Shishir with a hint of sympathy after a moment of surprise. As for Jiang Shishir, she was still holding her arm, trying to persuade her, Lan, think it over again.
500 million is not a small amount, but we can always find a solution.
But once you really agree to marry young Master Lin, there will be no going back. My mind is made up, there's no need to persuade me anymore. Li Yulan broke free from her arm.
Then, his gaze fixed on Lin Chuan again. I wonder what young Master Lin thinks. Lend me 500 million, and I'll agree to marry you. Are you satisfied with this additional condition?
Lin Chuan had no choice but to pull himself out of his thoughts and refocus his gaze on the aloof and beautiful CEO in front of him.
Is this woman trying to turn her own troops against her?
By lending her 500 million and then marrying her, I was essentially letting her take all the benefits, and it directly caused a major plot hole, preventing me from shirking my responsibilities.
It was all harm and no benefit. I'm not going to do something like that loses money.
We need to find a reason to make her give up. Seeing Li Youlan's determined gaze, Lin Chuan pondered for a moment and then came up with a plan. He met Li Youlan's gaze, composed himself slightly, and then revealed a mixture of mockery, disdain, and anger. It seems you don't understand me at all.
I really want to marry you, but that's only if you're willing.
I'd rather not accept charity like this, which is taken advantage of in my time of need. He shook his head, waving his hand with a look of disappointment, and said, all right, you can go now. Based on what you just said, I would never interfere in the affairs of the Li's Pharmaceutical Group again.
Young Master Lin. Li Yulan was clearly surprised by Lin Chuan's answer, and her eyes immediately showed a hint of emotion.
She quickly tried to continue to persuade him.
Why would you need to ask me for anything? Wasn't my attitude clear enough?
The matter of the Li's Pharmaceutical Group was entirely an opportunity arranged for Shinfeng by the original author. This guy earned 500 million last night and is also proficient in medicine. After learning about the Li's Pharmaceutical Group's invitation today, he would immediately go to their door.
I'm not going to miss such a great opportunity to just give up.
Lin Chuan inwardly scoffed, but outwardly waved his hand again, saying, there's no need to say anything more. There's no room for discussion on this.
You can leave now. Li Yulan seemed to still have some lingering resentment.
But Jiang Shishir, who was standing to the side, seemed to have reached her limit. Seeing this, she immediately grabbed Li Youlan's arm again. Let's go, Lan. Although there are bound to be some people in this world who are blind to talent, there will always be those who have the discerning eye to recognize talent.
If they won't help us here, let's find someone who will.
As she spoke, she glared at Lin Chuan before leaving.
Hey, this little girl. This isn't over yet. Lin Chuan was immediately annoyed and glared back at her.
Just you wait until I steal those opportunities from Shinfeng and you, then I'll make you scream in pain.
Chapter 63 Holy crap, this young man.
After watching Jiang Shishir and Li Yulan leave, Lin Chuan immediately beckoned to Biao and whispered a few words to him. Immediately after Biao took his men to make the arrangements, they prepared to go have breakfast first.
But just then, deleted here, Xing Xuan came downstairs with her phone.
Although she was still dressed as a maid, she must have just gotten up, as her hair was simply tied loosely at the back of her head.
Coupled with her slightly languid posture, she surprisingly exuded the charm of a young married woman. What's wrong?
Lin Chuan asked, stopping immediately upon seeing this.
Shinfeng messaged me again, asking me to report on what you did yesterday.
Zheng Xuan handed the phone to Lin Chuan with both hands. In addition, he said he was very lucky last night, saving the life of an important figure in the Song family. Not only did he gain the Song family's friendship, but he also made 500 million. Also, he said he heard about a great opportunity.
Li Yulan of the Lee's Pharmaceutical Group wants to break off your engagement.
He asked me to not only report your actions to him every day, but also to pay close attention to the situation between you and Li Yulan. Lin Chuan glanced at the text messages on Zhang Xiuan's phone, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. This Shinfeng is really like a dog, his nose is so sensitive.
In just one night, I found out that Li Yulan wanted to break off our engagement.
It seems that he will soon find out that Lee's Pharmaceutical Group is issuing a call for heroes, seeking talented people to help with the research and development of new health products. God is so unfair, giving this bastard so many opportunities and always managing to meet benefactors so easily, Zhang Xiuan said with some dissatisfaction. It's only been a few days. First it was Yi Weiwei from the Yi family, then Han Buchuan, the head of the Han family, Jiang Shishir from the Lee's Pharmaceutical Group, and last night, an important figure from the Song family. In the blink of an eye, he has almost won over 2 of the 3 major families in Zhongjiang. If you add his 7 extraordinary senior sisters and 9 invincible masters, no one else can compete with him.
It's all temporary.
Lin Chuan rubbed her little head.
Let the bullets fly for a while. I believe in your master, he will definitely help you avenge yourself.
I believe in master. Zhang Xiuan nodded, squinting her eyes and rubbing against Lin Chuan's large hand like a docile kitten.
Then he continued, Master, how should we reply to Shinfeng's text message?
A hint of mockery flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes.
That's easy.
We'll just keep throwing out smoke bombs to lull Shinfeng into a false sense of security. Just tell him that last night at the first banquet in Zhongjiang, Li Yulan's mother, Chen Shuting, wanted to arrange a marriage with the Lin family, but Li Yulan strongly opposed it, which caused the banquet to end unhappily, and Li Yulan and her mother also had a conflict. Then, you tell Shinfeng that Li Yulan Group's internal cash flow is also in trouble, and it needs about 500 million yuan in working capital.
This morning, she brought Jiang Shishir to borrow money.
As a result, I was very despicable and shameless. I actually took this opportunity to use the 500 million yuan as a threat to force Li Yulan to marry me. As a result, Li Yulan hated me even more and became more determined to break off the engagement. Zhang Xiuan took the phone and quickly began typing a reply as Lin Chuan had instructed.
After editing and sending the message, she looked at Lin Chuan with a strange expression and asked, Master, do you really like Miss Li that much?
I have heard many rumors from the outside world. They all say that you did many irrational and even absurd things in order to pursue Ms. Li. Even the recent rumors of you and Ms. Li falling out were just a temporary emotional outburst between you and her. They didn't actually affect your feelings for her at all.
When Lin Chuan heard her ask, he thought she was jealous, so he teased her, half jokingly, why did you think of asking this? Are you afraid she'll threaten your position? Unexpectedly, Zhang Xiuan shook her head and obediently said, it's not this. What I mean is, if the master is interested in her, Xiuan, I might be able to help you think of a way. Although Miss Li is aloof and elegant, she is still a girl after all. Xiuan is also a girl, and she will definitely understand women's thoughts and needs better than master in many ways. If master needs anything, Xiuan should be able to offer some advice. Lin Chuan was immediately taken aback. Holy crap, this little maid. She's absolutely the perfect wife.
Upon hearing rumors about me and Li Yulan, my first reaction wasn't jealousy or suspicion. Instead, I was thinking about how to help me win her over if I were truly interested in her.
With such a maidservant, what more could a husband ask for?
Shinfeng actually treated her merely as a tool and a useful pawn. Before he wasn't just a beast, he was utterly wasting her potential.
This section has been deleted. He felt a surge of joy.
Unbeknownst to them, Zhang Xiuan's face was practically overflowing with happiness and sweetness at that moment. Looking up at Lin Chuan's perfect features, she couldn't help but tiptoe over to him.
Ha!
Lin Chuan was caught off guard.
This section has been deleted.
But after Xiaoan had teased him, her eyes were full of happiness and joy, and she said directly, Xiaoan is serious about what she said.
Lin Chuan nodded blankly.
Zhang Xiuan continued, this part has been deleted.
This section has been deleted. Lin Chuan? This is a great option. Just as Lin Chuan was hurriedly and seriously starting, deleted here.
On the other side, Shinfeng sighed. Upon seeing the latest news sent back by Zhang Xiuan, a wicked smile appeared on his lips.
As expected, my physiognomy was right.
Li Yulan was indeed facing a triple crisis, setbacks in her love life, career, and family. That idiot Lin Xuan didn't know how to offer help in this time of need, and instead took the opportunity to threaten me.
Great, my chance has finally come.
While muttering to himself, he put away his phone, put away the bank card given to him by Song Kerson's father, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for Li's pharmaceutical group.
Li Yulan, you will soon bow your noble head before me. Chapter 64. It seems like this is a sure thing.
Arriving at the Li's pharmaceutical group building by taxi, Shin Feng tidied his hair slightly and strode over to the impressive and beautiful group building.
Stop.
But as soon as they arrived at the company's entrance, an impolite shout came from the side. Looking in the direction of the sound, I saw a haughty security guard walking over, carrying a baton and a walkie-talkie.
What are you doing? This is the office building of the Li's pharmaceutical group. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter.
I came here specifically to help your group solve its problems after seeing the invitation from your CEO, Mr. Li. Shin Feng frowned slightly, expecting the familiar scene of the security guards mocking him to unfold. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, the security guard paused for a moment before immediately putting on a smiling face, his attitude changing completely.
Oh, so this is the extraordinary person that Mr. Li is looking for. I'm so sorry, I don't know what came over me just now.
When I saw you, I suddenly wanted to stop you and make a sarcastic remark.
It was like I was under some kind of brain-dead aura. I'm really sorry. Since this is the extraordinary person that Mr. Li is looking for, please come in quickly. Shin Feng was immediately surprised. Is your CEO Li so eager to find talent?
I don't know anything about what's going on up there, but Mr. Li specifically instructed us today to give the highest honors to all the extraordinary people who come here, the security guard said with a smile.
So that's how it is.
Upon seeing this, Shin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile.
It seems Li Yulan is truly anxious now. They didn't even bother to check the backgrounds of those who came to receive the invitation, letting them all pass.
It's like they'd rather make 1,000 mistakes than let go of the slightest opportunity.
I've arrived at the perfect time. This is definitely a sure thing. Miss Pan, this gentleman is here to receive a hero's invitation. He's looking for General Manager Li.
The security guard beside him had already made way and gave the instructions into the walkie-talkie. Soon, a charming and mature young woman in professional attire walked out of the company building and smiled at Shin Feng, saying, "Hello, sir.
I don't know how to address you. I am the receptionist of Li's pharmaceutical group. My surname is Pan.
Please come with me, and I will take you to see our general manager Li." Shin Feng's eyes lit up as he looked at the beautiful young woman's collar, which was about to burst open, and her almost fully ripe figure.
He smiled too. What a coincidence, Pan Jinlian. My surname is Shiman.
The beautiful young woman was clearly startled upon hearing this.
Shin Feng smiled slightly and strode into the Li's pharmaceutical group. Ah, just kidding. Actually, my surname is Shin. Shin Feng.
Proficient in medicine. The beautiful young woman then realized what was happening and, while leading the way, laughed and said, "Mr. Shin is so witty." It wasn't exactly witty, it was just a sudden inspiration after seeing Miss Pan's physical condition. Shin Feng glanced at the beautiful young woman with a somewhat ambiguous look in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, Miss Pan has been suffering from indigestion for the past few months.
She gets diarrhea whenever she eats seafood, ice cream, or watermelon.
And every time her period comes, she experiences unbearable lower abdominal pain, accompanied by heavy bleeding, right? The beautiful young woman's eyes flickered, and her breath caught in her throat.
How did Mr. Shin know? Shin Feng smiled knowingly and said, I already said, I am an expert in medicine.
I could tell at a glance that Miss Pan has an excess of yin energy, which is the result of a long-term imbalance of yin and yang.
Yin-yang imbalance?
The young woman probably didn't quite understand the meaning of these technical terms. Shin Feng glanced at her again, a knowing smile playing on his lips.
Didn't you understand? Then I'll put it in simpler terms. Have you been feeling unbearably lonely and craving comfort every night these past few months?
The young woman's cheeks were slightly flushed this time. However, even with Shin Feng staring at her like that, she still nodded.
You could even tell that? I can see more than that.
Shin Feng stared straight at her. Besides what I said before, I can also see that if this situation continues, your body will be in serious trouble in 10 days to half a month at most. At that time, not only will you be unable to touch anything cold, but you will also experience excruciating pain and even prolonged bleeding once your period begins.
Mr. Shin, what should I do to make things better?
Upon hearing this, the beautiful young woman turned pale with fright and unconsciously grabbed Shin Feng's wrist. Seeing this, Shinfeng slowly pried open her hand that was tightly gripping him, then lightly scratched her palm twice, saying ambiguously, since it's an imbalance of yin and yang, then just add some yang energy to restore the balance. I am a doctor, and a healer should have a compassionate heart. If Miss Pan doesn't mind, call me tonight. I'm willing to use myself as medicine to completely cure your chronic illness. The beautiful young woman probably fully understood Shinfeng's meaning at this point. Feeling Shinfeng's blatant gaze, her face flushed slightly, and a hint of anticipation stirred within her. After a long while, as if making up her mind, she whispered, "Then Mr. Shin, please leave me your contact information. I'll contact you after I get home from get off work." "Okay, then we can discuss your condition in more detail later." Shinfeng felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Seeing that no one was around, he left his contact information with the beautiful young woman and then boldly touched her from behind. The beautiful young woman noticed this, and although she felt a little hot-faced and pushed him away, she didn't resist too much. Ha, it seems this trip to Li's pharmaceutical group will kill two birds with one stone. Shinfeng felt a surge of joy in his heart, and he couldn't wait to ride off with the beautiful young woman in front of him after he had resolved the troubles of Li's pharmaceutical group today. He was completely unaware that Li Yulan had witnessed the entire process of him flirting with the beautiful young receptionist, including his physical advances towards her. At this very moment, in the president's office of Li's pharmaceutical group, Li Yulan was watching the monitoring screen on her computer, her fists clenching involuntarily. Is this the kind of thing the world wants me to fall in love with? I can't resist beautiful women, and I want to sow seeds with anyone who's even remotely pretty. Go eat shit. Seeing Shinfeng and the beautiful young woman at the front desk get into the elevator together in the surveillance footage, Li Yulan quickly turned off the computer monitoring and took a deep breath. Although we have important business to attend to and the problems of the Li's pharmaceutical group to solve, we must also give that Ms. Shin a little shock. Otherwise, I'd be doing a disservice to my blood pressure, which has been rising all this time. Chapter 65 Zun Du is fake? Lan Lan. Just as Li Yulan's thoughts were drifting, there was a gentle knock on the office door. Jiang Shishir walked in with a somewhat worried expression. It seems that I underestimated the difficulty of raising 500 million yuan. Those guys at the bank are disgusting. They all provide umbrellas on sunny days and take them away on rainy days. When our Li's pharmaceutical group was not short of money, they rushed to give us loans and offered very low interest rates. Now that we are really short of money, they are avoiding us like the plague. It's really hurtful. Li Yulan was not surprised at all by the result of her best friend contacting the bank. She composed herself and said, "That's how they are. They only add flowers to brocade, never offer charcoal in the snow. Alright, stop making trouble. I've already found solutions to the group's cash flow problems and the development of new health products." Found a solution? Jiang Shishir's eyes lit up. Zun Du, fake Du? So sudden? While I was just talking to a few banks, my Lan Lan really showed off her amazing skills? It's hard to explain to you in a short time. Just watch and you'll see. Li Yulan didn't offer much explanation. This made Jiang Shishir even more curious. His big eyes were filled with a thirst for knowledge. Lan Lan. However, before she could finish speaking, there was another knock on the door of the president's office. A familiar and pleasant female voice then came in. "Mr. Li, Mr. Shin, whom I just mentioned, has been brought up." Surprisingly, the beautiful young woman at the front desk had arrived with Shinfeng. "Alright, go and make tea for Mr. Shin." Li Yulan replied immediately in a cold tone. The reason she started watching the surveillance footage so early was because she received a call from the beautiful young woman at the front desk, and she opened it out of curiosity about Shinfeng. She wasn't surprised at all when she saw the beautiful young woman leading Shinfeng to arrive. But Jiang Shishir, who was initially curious about how she would resolve the crisis of the Li's pharmaceutical group, seemed to understand something when she saw Shinfeng arrive and her current reaction. His pupils suddenly dilated. With his back to Shinfeng, he couldn't help but ask Li Yulan through lip reading, "Lan Lan, the solution you mentioned, it wouldn't be Shinfeng, would it? Didn't you just tell me last night how disgusting this guy is, and say that we should stay away from him?" Li Yulan did not explain anything. He simply looked up at Shinfeng, who was standing at the door with a wicked smile on his lips, and said in a businesslike tone, "Mr. Shin, please come in and have a seat." When Shinfeng saw that Li Yulan hadn't lost her temper when she saw him, and had even invited him into her office, his smile deepened considerably. It seems that President Li is indeed a woman of great courage and decisiveness. They have a very clear understanding of matters of principle. Unlike many women, who only know how to act on their emotions. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shishir's gaze visibly shifted between Shin Feng and Li Yulan.
Its posture was just like that of a badger in a melon field.
Li Yulan remained unfazed.
You don't need to flatter me.
Just tell me how you plan to solve the research and development problem of our group's new health products.
If the problem is solved, you will receive every penny of the benefits you are entitled to, but if the problem cannot be solved, then there is nothing we can do but ask you to go back to where you came from.
Ha, Mr. Li is indeed a straightforward person, I like him.
Shin Feng appeared very confident. In that case, let's begin now.
Please take me to your group's research and development department, Mr. Li.
Let me see your group's new health product development process. Li Yulan was prepared.
Upon hearing this, instead of getting up to take him to the RD department, she picked up her phone and made a call. Soon, the head of the RD department arrived with a report of the latest failed product and formula for a new type of health supplement.
Mr. Shin, please take a look.
This is the latest finished product of our new type of health supplement. One problem that has always been insurmountable is that although health supplements can achieve the expected effect of improving gastrointestinal health after they are produced, they can never eliminate their series of side effects on the liver and gallbladder.
No matter what we do, we can't improve the situation.
The head of the RD department immediately sent Shin Feng a failed sample of the new health product.
Shin Feng is also very good at showing off.
He took the black, pill-like substance with one hand, squeezed it casually, and as the aroma of the medicine spread, he simply inhaled and closed his eyes. 1 part hawthorn, half a part atractylodes, half a part cyperus, half a part dried tangerine peel, half a part agastac, 1 part immature bitter orange, 1 part costus root, half a part amomum villosum, half a part licorice root.
Is your new health product derived from the traditional Chinese medicine formula Xiangsha Yangwei Feng, which focuses on improving digestion and overall health?
In an instant, he stunned the head of the RD department, who was filled with admiration and nodded vigorously, saying, Mr. Shin is very knowledgeable. They were able to identify the main medicinal ingredients of our health supplement and their proportions just by smelling them.
Such knowledge and ability are absolutely unprecedented in my life. It's nothing more than trivial tricks.
Shin Feng smiled faintly, casually brushing off the remaining medicine residue from his hands. Then he looked at Li Yulan again and said, President Li, you should now believe in my abilities and be willing to let me solve the problem of developing new health products for your group, right? Although Jiang Shishir was already very wary of Shin Feng, she couldn't help but be impressed when she saw him display such superb medical skills.
But Li Yulan's expression remained calm.
After thinking for a moment, he said to the head of the RD department, Show Mr. Shin the formula for the new health product. Take this opportunity to describe to him in detail the problems that we have been unable to overcome during the research and development process. The head of the RD department immediately responded and handed the product formula to Shin Feng for review. At the same time, he quickly informed Shin Feng of all the problems encountered during the research and development process, no matter how small.
It's just a minor issue.
After reviewing the formula and listening to the head of the RD department describe the problems, Shin Feng simply shook his head dismissively. Then, he looked at Li Yulan with a hint of amusement and said, As long as you do as I say, these problems will be solved immediately. Li Yulan deliberately feigned disbelief, saying, If Mr. Shin has the ability, he might as well show it to you.
Making such big promises again and again without ever delivering results is really testing people's patience.
Sure enough, after her provocation, Shin Feng immediately showed his true abilities. He made a mark on the formula and said directly, Have the RD department remove this ingredient, and then add half a portion of lotus seeds and half a portion of lily bulbs to try it out.
Dear brothers and sisters, Yanzu and Zuxian, happy Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day.
If you have money, please support me financially. If you're short on cash, please click on some free gifts and give me more 5-star reviews. This is a holiday when I'm alone and can't go home, and I have to endure the freezing cold to keep writing.
I need some comfort. Oh. Chapter 66 My best friend is simply a genius.
After saying that, Shin Feng took the tea that Pan Jinlian the beautiful young woman at the front desk surnamed Pan had just brewed and drank it slowly.
It's all about looking pretentious.
So much so that the beautiful young woman's eyes involuntarily became glazed over upon seeing this. Shin Feng felt quite relieved. Even though Li Yulan's expression showed some doubt after she asked the head of the RD department to try it, she didn't care at all. Speaking of which, Mr. Li's office is quite stylishly decorated.
He casually looked around.
Seeing that Li Yulan didn't respond but just tapped her fingers on the table, seemingly waiting impatiently for the result, he immediately smiled confidently.
When I, Shin Feng, take action, I never miss.
Mr. Li, there's no need to worry too much.
The problem with health supplement formulations will definitely be solved. Li Yulan remained silent. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward.
Seeing this, the beautiful young receptionist, clearly intending to help, quickly added, I wonder who Mr. Shen studied under?
How can someone so young possess such profound medical skills? Shen Feng was very satisfied with the beautiful young woman's reaction.
He glanced at her with a slight smile and said, My master's name needs to be kept secret for now, but you only need to know one thing, there is no intractable disease in this world that I, Shen Feng, cannot solve.
I've looked at that recipe just now, and there's something wrong with the root of it. Now that I've fixed the problem, you'll soon see health supplements with absolutely no side effects.
As he spoke, his gaze fell once again on Li Yulan, who was aloof and beautiful, like a flower on a high mountain, arousing men's desire to conquer. Li Yulan, I know you still harbor resentment towards me. But what will your reaction be when, a little while later, the head of the R&D department brings good news, telling you that the problem of developing a new health product that has been troubling your group for many days has been completely solved? I really look forward to the scene when you, such a cold and beautiful flower, bow your noble head before me.
Shen Feng felt a surge of anticipation.
At that moment, as if confirming his thoughts, the head of the R&D department rushed over again at almost the speed of a 100-meter sprint, his face full of joy. Miracle doctor, Mr. Shen is truly a miracle doctor.
He excitedly grasped Shen Feng's wrist.
Then, as if realizing what was happening, he handed Li Yulan a brand new report and a newly produced health product.
President Li, great news. Fantastic news.
The problem with the formula of health supplements has been completely solved. The side effects of the health supplements on the liver and gallbladder have been completely eliminated after Mr. Shen modified the formula.
Moreover, after Mr. Shen's improvements, the stomach strengthening, digestion aiding, and health-preserving effects of our health products have been increased by at least 20%.
Hearing this, Li Yulan's best friend and assistant, Jiang Shishir, showed obvious joy on her face and quickly moved closer to Li Yulan to look at the test report. Li Yulan, who had maintained a cool and aloof demeanor until now, also showed a visibly intense change in her expression, then her breath hitched as she began to look through the test results of the health supplements. Shen Feng immediately and subtly tidied his clothes and hair so that he could face Li Yulan in his most handsome form later.
Here it comes. Next, the scene you've been dreaming of is about to appear.
Seeing that the problem that had troubled her for many days had been solved, and considering the many misunderstandings she had had with me before, Li Yulan must feel both guilty and grateful.
At this point, if I just act a little more gentlemanly and generous, I can easily win her favor.
Unexpectedly, after quickly reviewing the test results of the new health product, Li Yulan stood up abruptly and hurried towards the R&D department, saying, Quick, take me to the R&D department and test it a few more times.
We must ensure that the test results for the new product are absolutely accurate. Why is this happening so differently than I expected? Is she so excited that she's forgotten she was the one who made the great contribution? Shen Feng was a little taken aback.
Only after seeing Li Yulan reach the door of the president's office did he hurriedly remind her, President Li, I'm still sitting here. He meant to remind Li Yulan to focus her attention on herself first.
At least lower your noble head before you leave.
Unexpectedly, after being reminded by him, Li Yulan stopped and paused for a moment before seemingly understanding something. That's right, I almost forgot about Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen has solved the problem for our Li's pharmaceutical group. According to the message we sent out before, the compensation and benefits that should be given cannot be reduced. So, the original compensation we set was 20% of the profit sharing from the new health product project, but considering how well Mr. Shen handled things this time, I'll take the initiative to increase the compensation and change it to a cash reward of 100 million.
Before Shen Feng could reply, she turned to Jiang Shishir and said, Shishir, it seems our group is facing a tight cash flow situation lately.
Arrange a contract for Mr. Shen later.
We'll owe him the 100 million cash reward for now.
We'll pay him back with interest when we have more money in the bank. Shen Feng's brain was still a little slow to process what was happening. However, Jiang Shishir, who was pointed out by Li Yulan, immediately understood Li Yulan's plan. She almost burst out laughing.
My boss and best friend is a genius.
The idea that Shen Feng's solution to the new health product formula problem was so brilliant that his compensation was increased, turning the 20% project profit share into a 100 million yuan cash bonus, is utter nonsense. Li's Pharmaceutical Group's new health product project is expected to generate over 2 billion in market revenue.
A 20% share of project profits is worth at least 400 million.
However, Li Yulan clearly saw that Shen Feng was clueless and deliberately tricked him by changing the generous reward into a cash prize of 100 million yuan.
Moreover, the 100 million yuan in cash was issued with an IOU. This is absolutely a trap to kill Shin Feng.
Clear. Suppressing a laugh, Jiang Shishir replied to Li Yulan and then quickly went to her workstation to prepare the contract. Shin Feng, at this point, was completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem. When he heard that Li Yulan had increased the reward for him, but made no mention of the past grievances between them, he thought that Li Yulan had not understood his meaning. Seeing that Li Yulan was about to leave after saying these words, he quickly said, "President Li, let's talk about the reward later. Actually, the main reason I came here today is to make you understand that everything that happened between us before was a misunderstanding. I really have no hostility towards you, and I sincerely want to help you." Chapter 67, I can almost smell the scent of a great traitor.
Li Yulan did not respond immediately. Shin Feng quickly added ingratiatingly, "So, your group is currently facing a tight cash flow situation, right? Perfect timing.
I saved someone yesterday, and that person gave me a bank card with 500 million yuan in cash inside.
The password is 66s.
This money is of no use to me, so just consider it a loan to your Li's Pharmaceutical Group. You can use it for short-term purposes." As he spoke, he took out the black gold card that Song Kersen's father had given him the night before and handed it to Li Yulan with a smile on his face. "Now, even if you, Li Yulan, are a 1,000-year-old iceberg, you'll melt for me. I'm here today to solve your two biggest problems at once, the group's cash flow issue and the difficulties in developing new health products. Given this situation, I wouldn't be surprised if you got so excited that you immediately ran over and gave me a big kiss."
In Shin Feng's mind, what followed was a scene where Li Yulan was overjoyed, then moved to tears of gratitude, and perhaps even overwhelmed with emotion.
He guessed the beginning correctly, but the ending was wrong.
Li Yulan was overjoyed to hear him offer her a bank card. But what followed made his heart sink. That's wonderful. Mr. Shin's 500 million is indeed a timely help for our Li's Pharmaceutical Group.
Sure, quickly take the bank card Mr. Shin is giving you, thank him properly, and then prepare an extra loan contract.
The loan interest rate on the contract should be based on the bank's highest lending rate.
Li Yulan seems to be completely ignoring my earlier statement that I came to clear up the misunderstanding and let her see my feelings. I helped her solve her immediate problem, but she acted like it was all business.
Was I not clear enough?
Shin Feng tried to emphasize again, "President Li, these are all secondary.
The main reason I'm here today is..."
But before he could finish speaking, Li Yulan said again, "Sister Pan, Mr. Shin has been a great help to our Li's Pharmaceutical Group this time. He is a distinguished guest of our Li's Pharmaceutical Group. Here's what you'd like to do, go to the second cabinet under my desk and get that box of premium Biluakan tea to brew Mr. Shin another pot of tea. Also, while I'm away for a while, do your best to keep Mr. Shin company, and remember to arrange a lavish thank you dinner for him at noon." As she spoke, she simply nodded at him and quickly added, "Mr. Shin, you can always tell Sister Pan if you need anything. I need to go to the RD department to confirm some things, so I'll have to leave now."
President Li.
Shin Feng wanted to persuade him to stay again and make more of a fuss over the matter. Li Yulan, however, acted decisively and quickly left the president's office with the head of the RD department. With her leaving, Jiang Shishir, who was working on contracts in the office, seemed to lose her composure. She covered her mouth, made an excuse, and temporarily left the president's office as well.
What the hell is going on? Why is the whole thing unfolding so differently from what I expected?
I came to Li's Pharmaceutical Group to help solve the research and development problems of new health products and even offered 500 million yuan, and all I got in return were 2 loan agreements and a pot of tea? Looking at the only remaining beautiful young woman at the reception desk in the president's office, Shin Feng inexplicably felt as if he could smell the scent of a great traitor. However, before he could think further, the beautiful young woman at the front desk lowered her voice and said, "Mr. Shin, it seems that you hold a very high position in President Li's heart now."
Ha? Shin Feng was a little puzzled.
You may not know this, but Mr. Li had never specifically instructed me to receive someone with such care before. As the beautiful young receptionist spoke, her gaze kept drifting towards the door of the president's office, as if afraid of being overheard. "And there's that box of premium Biluakan tea in the second cabinet under her desk. That's her private collection, something she doesn't even dare to drink herself, let alone use to entertain guests."
Is that so? Shin Feng's eyes lit up. So, it's not that Li Yulan's behavior was too abnormal, but rather that I didn't understand her well enough before? Her instructing the beautiful young receptionist to treat her well and offering her her treasured tea were subtle indications of her growing affection and a change in attitude towards her? Yes, that must be it. I misunderstood before. How could such a cold and aloof female CEO possibly be too emotionally expressive?
Such restraint, revealed through subtle details, perfectly suits her character. Furthermore, her deliberate avoidance of direct contact with me at this time is likely due to her feeling helpless and unsure how to interact with me, as well as the fact that she is currently being kept in the dark about being Lin Chuan's fiancée. The whole thing proceeded exactly as planned. She still developed feelings for him. This pot of tea, the special instructions before leaving, and the previously agreed upon higher compensation, along with the contract stipulating the highest bank loan interest rate, all of these are sufficient evidence.
I'm a veteran in the company, I know these things very well, I definitely won't make a mistake.
The beautiful young receptionist lowered her voice and nodded repeatedly. Mr. Shen, the new product development problem you solved this time, as well as the 500 million yuan that came to our aid, are exactly what President Li needs most right now.
This series of punches would melt even if President Li, who is usually known as the iceberg president, were truly an iceberg. Looks like I've really won big this time. Shenfeng couldn't help but reveal his signature wicked smile again. What are you chatting about? You seem so happy?
At this moment, Jiang Shishir walked in with 2 contracts.
Miss Jiang.
Shenfeng immediately turned his gaze over.
I now fully understand what Mr. Li is thinking.
How about this, you modify the contract terms slightly, and don't calculate the loan interest based on the highest bank interest rate.
Just don't pay any interest at all.
Jiang Shishir was still wondering what was wrong with him, and was immediately stunned when she heard the voice.
You're not even asking for interest? Shenfeng still smiled and said, yes, no interest required. I don't want to add any extra burden to Mr. Li.
You should revise the contract terms. Jiang Shishir was still a little confused.
You're already being scammed and made a fool of, but you actually went for it? Don't you know that the highest loan interest rate from banks, which sounds impressive, is actually quite low?
Previously, when Li Yulan borrowed money from Lin Chuan, she paid interest at the rate of usury. Please tell Ms. Li that no matter what the situation, I will definitely help her.
Even if it means fighting the whole world for her. Shenfeng then issued a domineering declaration.
He then downed the tea in one gulp, didn't even glance at the contract, signed his name on it in a flamboyant manner, and got up and left.
Chapter 68 The iceberg female CEO's heart is fluttering?
No, once we know Shenfeng's true colors beforehand, seeing him make such childish remarks is just so cringeworthy it'll make us dig our toes out of our homes. Lan, although we've been best friends for years, you absolutely can't push all the blame onto me in this situation in the future, unless you offer to pay more.
You have no idea how embarrassing Shenfeng's secret operation was before he left. Even after Li Yulan returned from the RD department, Jiang Shishir was still somewhat unable to recover. I don't know how this guy's brain works. He inexplicably said something like, I understand your feelings, and even offered to waive any loan interest. Judging from his expression, it seems he misunderstood and interpreted some of your previous actions as something else.
He seemed particularly satisfied and happy when he left.
Li Yulan was unaware of the specifics. He quickly had Jiang Shishir report the details.
Shenfeng's attitude changed after she and Jiang Shishir left the president's office, leaving only the beautiful young woman at the front desk and Shenfeng in the office.
She quickly summoned the beautiful young woman at the front desk. Sister Pan, what did you say to Shenfeng after Assistant Jiang and I left?
The young woman at the front desk was suddenly called over and was clearly flustered. Hearing Li Yulan's question, he stood there stunned, at a loss for what to do. Seeing this, Li Yulan frowned immediately.
What are you standing there for? Is my question so hard to answer?
The beautiful young woman at the front desk hesitated for a moment. This time, Li Yulan put on a serious face and showed her a previously saved surveillance video on her computer. If I remember correctly, you have been working at Li's Pharmaceutical Group for more than 5 years. I didn't intend to pursue the matter because you've been with the company for 5 years, even though you did these things.
But now it seems you're not appreciating the opportunity one gave you?
As she opened the surveillance videos and saw the footage of her flirting with Shenfeng, the beautiful young woman at the front desk turned deathly pale. According to the regulations of the Li's Pharmaceutical Group, her behavior, which is morally offensive and especially damaging to the group's image, is not only a serious violation of the group's regulations, but also carries corresponding legal responsibility. If Li Yulan wanted to handle things strictly by the book, she could not only fire her on the spot, but also immediately arrange for a lawyer to sue her. In that case, the impact of this action on the reputation of Li's Pharmaceutical Group would make it extremely easy for her to lose everything.
I'm sorry, Mr. Li. It wasn't that I didn't want to answer, but I hadn't thought of how to phrase it yet.
The beautiful young receptionist quickly bowed her head and explained in detail what she had said after Li Yulan and Jiang Shishir left. After you and assistant Jiang went out earlier, I noticed that Mr. Shen seemed to have some misunderstanding about you, feeling that you had neglected him, so I helped to explain that you actually value him quite a bit.
With her explanation, Li Yulan understood why Shen Feng was suddenly so excited. After listening to the beautiful young receptionist's description with a slightly dark expression, she said in a deep voice, "You are a senior employee of the company, and you should be very clear about many of the company's rules." The young female receptionist was clearly terrified at this moment, repeatedly saying, "I know I was wrong, Mr. Li. Please, give me a chance. I promise I'll never do it again. Go write your resignation letter yourself." Li Yulan waved her hand.
As for the legal responsibility, I can temporarily waive it for the sake of our years of friendship.
However, I will reserve your rights and interests. We'll see how you perform after that.
The beautiful young woman vaguely understood Li Yulan's meaning, her face pale as she thanked her, and then walked out with her head down. Jiang Shishir couldn't help but shake her head at this moment, so Shen Feng mistakenly thought you were interested in him.
No wonder he was so energetic when he left. This is a huge problem for Lan Lan. They might actually be prepared to fight the whole world for you. Li Yulan gave a cold laugh. What's so troublesome about that? No matter how much he wishes he could, it wouldn't change my disgust for him. Even if someone like him conquered the whole world, I wouldn't give him a second glance.
Upon hearing this, Jiang Shishir seemed to realize it as well. That doesn't seem unreasonable.
This guy has some skills.
As long as we stay true to our original intentions and operate properly, we can completely reap the benefits without giving him any opportunity to take advantage of us. Just like today, Lan, you only used a cup of tea to solve the Li's Pharmaceutical Group's cash flow problem and new product development problem at the same time.
Li Yulan nodded slightly, indicating her agreement.
At the same time, thinking of what Lin Chuan had said in his heart, that Jiang Shishir would encounter trouble tonight, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to her. Jiang Shishir suddenly raised her voice as if she had thought of something. Lan, you said before that you found a way to solve the group's cash flow shortage problem. Could it be Shen Feng?
Wow, Lan, how did you know? By the way, judging from the pre-saved surveillance footage, it seems you already knew Shen Feng was coming?
Someone told me all this in advance, Li Yulan said, glossing over the fact that, just like when we went out for barbecue and Shen Feng arranged for thugs to harass us so he could play the hero and save the day, someone important told me all of that beforehand.
A distinguished person?
Jiang Shishir's eyes blazed with gossip.
Male or female? TSK, Lan, you wouldn't be secretly having a relationship, would you? A secret relationship?
Li Yulan's heart skipped a beat when she thought of Lin Chuan. But on the surface, she lightly patted her best friend and assistant, saying, "Don't talk nonsense, it's not even close to happening yet."
Oh, Jiang Shishir laughed even more exaggeratedly. So from what you're saying, that important person is a man, and you actually have a thing for him? Big news. Our famous Ice Queen CEO of Zhongjiang City has fallen for someone.
If this news gets out, countless young talents in Zhongjiang City will be heartbroken, especially that young master of the Lin family, who will probably jump up and down in despair on the spot.
Stop talking nonsense. Li Yulan covered her mouth. I already said it's not even close to happening. Let's get down to business. It's rare to solve two big problems today.
Let's go to your house to celebrate after get off work. Although Lin Chuan's inner voice indicated that he would arrange for someone to help Jiang Shishir resolve her troubles tonight, for safety's sake, she still planned to go there herself, just in case. Jiang Shishir didn't think much of it. Seeing that she was unwilling to talk about that important person, she immediately agreed.
Chapter 69 Song Kursen feels a sense of crisis. Meanwhile, in a special care ward at the First People's Hospital of Zhongjiang City.
Shortly after Shen Feng left Li's Pharmaceutical Group, Song Kursen, who was waiting by her father's bedside for the latest test results, received the news. After learning this news, Song Kursen quickly sent a message, find out exactly what happened to Li's Pharmaceutical Group, especially the matter between Li Yulan and brother Lin.
Get back to me as soon as you find out.
Shortly after she sent the message, Zhang Yaoshan finished the examination and said to her and her father, Song Shudi, who was lying in the hospital bed, Mr. Song, Miss Song, I have examined you carefully, and Mr. Song's health is fine. It seems that the young doctor Mr. Song mentioned earlier is quite skilled. Such a serious car accident, with his life hanging by a thread, was cured with just a few silver needles. Such medical skills are almost comparable to those of my master, young Master Lin.
When talking about these things, Zhang Yaoshan seemed quite emotional and sentimental.
Recently, Zhongjiang has seen a surge of talented young people, with the younger generation surpassing the older one. For a time, even a senior like me felt immense pressure. Upon hearing this, Song Kursin was filled with curiosity, wondering which young doctor was so skilled, almost comparable to her brother Lin, when suddenly there was a commotion outside the ward.
Wow, it's actually Old Master Song. Old Master Song actually came in person. Is he here to see Mr. Song? After all, he's his only son. Then, Old Master Song walked in, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, accompanied by some attendants and bodyguards. Grandfather. Father. Old Master Song. Song Kursin quickly got up to greet them.
Meanwhile, Song Shui, who was lying on the hospital bed, was greeted by Zhang Yaoshan, who was standing next to him. Old Song greeted the three of them with a warm smile, then his gaze fell on Song Shui on the hospital bed.
Medicine Master Zhang, I wonder how Shui is doing now. Zhang Yaoshan quickly repeated the results of his examination. Mr. Song is completely out of danger, and his injuries are recovering very well. Based on the current test results, if I rest for another day, I will be fully recovered by tomorrow. Old Song breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, thank you for your help, Medicine Master Zhang. As she spoke, she walked over to Song Shui and Song Kursin, looked Song Shui up and down, and said softly, "You'd better be more careful when you go out to do things in the future. We must not be careless." Last night, in order to prepare a gift for Old Master Song's 70th birthday, Song Shui specially asked someone to get him an antique. However, he was not sure about its quality, so he decided to find someone to take a look. Upon hearing that Han Buchuan had recently met a young man with profound knowledge of antiques, he got excited and drove over there himself. Unexpectedly, he was involved in a car accident on the road and almost lost his life. Seeing his elderly father and daughter worried about him, Song Shui felt a pang of guilt. I understand, Dad. I'll be more careful from now on. Old Song didn't say much, but after confirming that he was alright, he nodded slightly and continued, Tomorrow night is my 70th birthday. I have already spoken with your elders in the family, and we will officially pass the position of head of the Song family to you at that time. I'm getting old and my health isn't what it used to be. From now on, the Song family will have to rely on you and Kursin's generation. Father. Song Runi was completely taken aback by the fact that Old Master Song would suddenly choose to pass on the throne, and he made a move to try to persuade him. Old Song waved his hand, you don't need to say anything more. These are all the results of my careful consideration. Moreover, your uncles and aunts have all agreed. That's settled then. Just be more mature in your actions in the future, think things through more thoroughly, and make sure that something like last night never happens again. Song Runi fell silent for a moment. Song Kursin was also taken aback. Logically speaking, the succession of the Song family patriarch is a major event that requires a very complicated process. Normally, before the formal succession, my grandfather and his family would communicate with the people below in advance. But this time, neither she nor her father received any prior warning. Her father was the new head of the Song family appointed by Old Master Song. However, before she could think too much about it, the test results from the First People's Hospital of Zhongjiang City came out. Data from various Western medical instruments also showed that Song Runi was completely out of danger, and all of his vital signs were excellent. She no longer needs to worry about her father. Then, a complete intelligence report about Li Yulan and Lin Chuan was also sent to her phone. Young miss, reliable information. Last night, Madame Chin of the Li family intended to arrange a marriage between the Li and Lin families, but this was strongly opposed by Li Yulan, ultimately leading to an unpleasant end to the banquet. Today, Li Yulan's Li's pharmaceutical group ran into cash flow problems. Li Yulan immediately went to Lin Xiao for help, but Lin Xiao took the opportunity to blackmail her into marrying him, which further escalated the conflict between Li Yulan and him. Song Kursin didn't have time to think about the change of the head of the Song family. Instead, a strong sense of crisis arose in her heart. Chen Shooting wants to form a marriage alliance with the Lin family? Brother Lin hasn't objected yet? Could it be that Brother Lin still has feelings for that white lotus flower? Chapter 70 Men are all big pigs. A sense of crisis welled up in Song Kursin's heart. Although there were rumors that Lin Chuan was going to give up on Li Yulan, and that he had made Li Yulan return all the gifts. However, Lin Chuan had been infatuated with Li Yulan for so long. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Li Yulan has become a cinnabar mole on Lin Chuan's chest. In addition, Li Yulan's mother, Chen Shooting, took the initiative to arrange the marriage. It would be hard for any normal man not to be tempted. Men are all big pigs.
Thinking of how Lin Chuan had coerced her before, Song Kersen felt a sense of crisis, but also a strange sense of resentment.
Isn't your silver tongue enough for you? What's so great about that Li Yulan? Does she know how to persuade people as well as I do?
No, I have to go to the Lin family myself and see what brother Lin is thinking. Let's see if he still has feelings for that stupid woman Li Yulan, or if he has some other ulterior motive. With this thought in mind, and seeing that there was nothing more for her to do in the special care ward, Song Kersen quickly said goodbye to her father and grandfather and left. Meanwhile, at the same time that Song Kersen rushed over in a hurry, inside the Lin family villa. Congratulations, host! You have successfully sabotaged a plot involving the male and female leads. You have received the reward, Master Level Appraisal Mastery. A familiar system notification sound popped into Lin Chuan's mind again. After the system notification sounded, a familiar, subtle feeling began to envelop his brain. Countless pieces of knowledge about the classification, identification, techniques, and tips of antiques were then poured into his mind. Once he emerged from that subtle feeling, he was no different from some true master appraisers. However, before Lin Chuan could even test his skills, the system notification sounded again. The system has detected that the host already possesses the all-seeing eye and master level appraisal mastery can be fused with it.
Host, would you like to fuse with it? Another entity that can be fused? Then we must fuse with it. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan chose to merge.
Congratulations, host! You have successfully merged Master Level Appraisal Mastery and Omniscient Eye, and obtained Omniscient Eye 2.0, but unlock new features. After activating the All-Seeing Eye, in addition to scanning a person's past and future, you can also scan everything.
Scan everything? This feature sounds pretty awesome.
Lin Chuan tried scanning the coffee table in front of him.
A line of information immediately appeared.
This exquisite Wanwali wood coffee table, crafted from century-old Wanwali wood, was designed and supervised by renowned craftsman Lu Zixin of Unju Group, a well-known furniture company in China, 3 years, 6 months, and 8 days ago. It is valued at approximately 5.8 million Chinese yuan.
Try scanning a fruit bowl on the coffee table. A line of information then appeared.
An exquisite gold fruit platter, the same style as that used by the British Empire's royal family, crafted from 24K gold, designed by renowned Italian designer Assalambic, and forged by the British Empire's royal family 3 years, 6 months, and 6 days ago, valued at approximately 560,000 Chinese yuan. Try scanning the black garbage bag that Zhang Xuan was clutching tightly as he walked past.
Another line of information then appeared.
A plain black garbage bag contains a pair of white Valentino stockings. The stockings were manufactured 105 days ago and were exquisitely crafted when they left the factory, but now they have been violently damaged and are stained with some unidentified stains.
Host, would you like to scan the stains for their composition? Lin Chuan immediately couldn't help but cough. Stop scanning immediately. Need not. Their gaze fell on Zhang Xuan. Right now, this cute and obedient little maid seems to be looking for a secluded place to destroy the black garbage bag in her hand and its contents to cover up the crime. Turn left after exiting the main gate of the Lin family villa, and there is a public trash can about 150 meters away. Lin Chuan offered a reminder.
Zhang Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, quickly thanked him, and then, carrying the trash bag, stealthily avoided the other people in the villa and hurried to the trash can. No sooner had she left the living room than Ah Biao came in, scratching his head and holding an invitation. Young Master Lin, I just saw your new maid sneaking out of the house. Her behavior seemed a bit suspicious.
Should I send someone to keep an eye on her secretly? Mind your own business.
Lin Chuan waved his hand, too lazy to explain further.
Spit out any other farts you have. Oh. Ah Biao didn't ask any more questions and handed the invitation to Lin Chuan with both hands.
The Song family sent an invitation, saying that it's Old Master Song's 70th birthday tomorrow, and they would like to invite you to the Song family's birthday banquet.
The address is at the Song family villa, and the time is 6:30 tomorrow night. Old Master Song's birthday banquet?
Lin Chuan took the invitation and glanced at it, a slight thought stirring in his heart.
Isn't this just another lucky break and a face-slapping moment for Shin Feng?
In the original novel, it seems that Shin Feng also received an invitation in this section, and then, catering to Song's interests, went to the antique market to choose a gift for Old Master Song. He ended up finding a bargain at the antique market, which happened to be seen by Song Kersen, who was also there picking out a gift for her grandfather. He then showed off in front of her.
Then, thanks to the bargain gift she found, she shone brightly at Grandpa Song's birthday banquet, and so on. Another great opportunity to tank. Chapter 71. Why did she come? Although I just got a reward for slacking off, I could easily go to the antique market to snatch a bargain, steal Shin Feng's opportunity, and show off in front of Song Kursen, but there's absolutely no need for that. Nothing beats the satisfaction of just giving up and doing nothing. Besides, there's no need for me to put on airs in front of Song Kursen anymore. I already have her body and heart firmly under my control. Lin Chuan's brain started working at lightning speed. Biao asked for instructions. Yes, it's a grand event for the entire Zhanghai area, such as Old Master Song's birthday banquet.
Young Master Lin, aren't you and Miss Song quite close? The head of the family and your mother want you to choose a gift carefully, and take this opportunity to strengthen the relationship between the Song family and the Lin family. The head of the family and your mother reminded you that Mr. Song has a fondness for antique collecting, especially calligraphy and paintings.
You can start from this aspect.
Lin Chuan knew all of this perfectly well without him even needing to remind him.
Among large families, interests come first. For many people, Song Lao's birthday banquet was an excellent opportunity to build relationships. Catering to their preferences is absolutely the most beneficial approach.
Having thoroughly read the original novel, Lin Chuan even knew what Old Master Song's favorite gift was, and he could use his family's resources to get it before Shin Feng.
However, he still firmly chose to tank.
Then please help me choose a gift, just as my father and mother said.
Also, don't forget about Jiang Shishir's situation.
Understood. Biao quickly replied, and after asking Lin Chuan for some details, he immediately went to carry them out.
Shortly after he left, Zhang Xuan, who had destroyed the evidence, returned.
Lin Chuan thought for a moment, then, realizing there weren't any other important plot developments today, he immediately said, I'm looking for some fun.
Do you have any good ideas?
Although Zhang Xuan had met him frankly, she still maintained respect for him in public.
To answer young Master Lin, these days the popular ways for rich people to have fun are just those few. Tourism, golf, art collecting, snow sports, racing, parties. Which of the above are you more interested in? I'm not really interested in any of them.
Lin Chuan shook his head.
Are there any forms of entertainment suitable for lazy people, purely for enjoyment? Suitable for lazy people? Zhang Xuan thought for a moment before answering. How about camping in the wild?
Enjoy the beauty of nature amidst green hills and clear waters, leaving all the trivial matters to the servants.
That's a good idea. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up. Then let's find a place with mountains and water to camp. Go and buy 2 more sexy swimsuits. Zhang Xuan's cheeks immediately turned red.
Sexy swimsuits, in a place with mountains and water, in the wild.
So, are we going camping or hunting?
However, thinking about that unique experience, she also felt a little bit of anticipation. So after blushing for only a moment, she lowered her head and replied, okay.
I'll arrange it right away. Before she could even turn and leave, the butler, Afu, knocked on the villa door.
Young Master Lin, Miss Song has arrived.
Miss Song? Which Miss Song?
Lin Chuan didn't react for a moment. It wasn't until I smelled a fragrant breeze and looked in the direction of the sound that I saw an incredibly familiar face. The woman had a pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed to hold the promise of spring, and her bright and delicate features were accompanied by a captivating smile. The custom-made cheongsam hugged her hot figure, making her fuller curves even fuller and her slimmer features even slimmer. She swayed gracefully as she walked, like a naturally alluring serpentine beauty. The fragrant breeze was so enticing that it was impossible to look away.
Who else could it be but Song Kursen, that troublesome little devil? Holy crap, why is she here?
Lin Chuan was stunned when he saw this.
According to the original plot, tomorrow is Old Master Song's birthday banquet. Shouldn't this pesky little devil be at the antique market picking out a gift for him?
At this moment, Shin Feng also went over there. After Shin Feng won the game, she happened to run into him, allowing him to show off in front of her while he was completely overwhelmed with victory.
Isn't that in line with the basic structure of a wish fulfillment novel? What's she trying to do, coming to my house now? Is she going to leave Shin Feng to perform a one-man show all by himself? Could it be that my intervention in saving Old Master Song's life has ultimately altered the course of the plot, causing Shin Feng to lose the Song family's protection? Come to think of it, that seems to be the case.
The original novel didn't include the part about Uncle Song Shuyi's car accident, but this time it just happened to be included.
It seems best not to change the main storyline too easily, otherwise unpredictable accidents could easily occur.
He was completely unaware that, just as he was slightly dazed, a strange glint flashed in Song Kursen's eyes.
In the original story, my father was not involved in a car accident? So, does that mean my father's car accident was entirely caused by Shinfeng? Did the world's corrective forces forcefully arrange this to reverse the original plot and reconnect Shinfeng with our Song family? And is Grandpa's sudden abdication, allowing father to take over the Song family, also due to this? Did they go to South Korea overnight for plastic surgery? Chapter 72. Song Kursen's mind raced, and her aversion to Shinfeng skyrocketed. It wasn't until her gaze fell on Lin Chuan again, and she saw that Lin Chuan's face looked as if it had been enhanced with 10 layers of beauty filters and soft lighting, making him incredibly handsome, that she was once again taken aback. My goodness, did my Lin brother go to South Korea for plastic surgery overnight? How can he be so handsome? Her heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't help but sit on Lin Chuan's lap, gently poking his chest with a hint of resentment. What, which Miss Song? You big jerk, you've already forgotten me after just a short time apart? Lin Chuan could clearly feel her body temperature and the smoothness of her skin, especially the fullness pressing against his chest, but his expression remained unchanged. How could that be? I'm not just curious. Grandpa Song is about to celebrate his 70th birthday with a banquet. His beloved granddaughter should be busy preparing a gift for him right now. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be coming to my place, right? Song Kursen's little hand was still drawing circles on his heart, but a sly glint flashed in her eyes. Actually, that's why I came here. Grandpa should have sent someone to deliver an invitation to you, Brother Lin, right? Brother Lin went to the antique market with someone to pick out a gift for Grandpa. Lin Chuan instantly became alert. Trying to trick yourself into going to an antique market? Going to the antique market is impossible, absolutely impossible in this lifetime. That's a scene where Shinfeng shows off in front of the female lead. With her ability to attract the male lead's hatred 100%, going there would definitely affect the playing dumb situation. He asked casually, "Why are you calling me over there?" "I have important things to do later. Besides, I've already arranged for my trusted confidants to prepare the gifts." Song Kursen simply softened her circling motions even further. "Deleted here, good brother, please come with me." "It'll be so boring if I go there alone." "Being coquettish won't work." Lin Chuan remained unmoved. But then a flurry of thoughts raced through my mind. According to the plot of the original novel, when Song Kursen arrives at the antique market to select antiques for Grandpa Song, she should just happen to run into Shinfeng haggling with a stall owner. The vendor sources his goods from Pinduoduo, specifically targeting inexperienced newbies. However, one of his items is an anomaly. Shinfeng happened to see this, so he tried to trick the stall owner, insisting on getting the best deal and haggling with him. Song Kursen was quite curious at the time, so she secretly observed for a while. Only after Shinfeng finally bought the calligraphy and painting for half the stall owner's asking price of 5,000 yuan did she go over to chat with him. As a result, Shinfeng successfully showed off. In front of the stall owner, he opened the hidden compartment of the calligraphy and painting, and pulled out a Qianlong Qianshou one worth nearly 100 million. Not only did this cause the stall owner to collapse, but it also allowed him to show off in front of Song Kursen. To be honest, the plot is pretty corny and cliché, but getting into the protagonist's perspective is still incredibly enjoyable. The author of this story is quite adept at using familiar tropes. A sudden realization flashed in Song Kursen's eyes. Seeing that her test of the waters had succeeded, she simply wrapped her arms around Lin Chuan's neck again, bringing a fragrant breeze to his ear. "Deleted here." Lin Chuan's breath caught in his throat upon hearing this series of eye-opening terms. "This section has been deleted." Threatening me? Do you really think you have the right to threaten me now? "This section has been deleted." No way. Song Kursen was the epitome of saying one thing but meaning another. But Lin Chuan broke through her defenses with just one sentence: "If you don't want to, I won't force you. I'll just go find Ru Yan instead." Anyway, she should be quite happy to. Song Kursen was speechless. After giving Lin Chuan a slightly resentful look, she finally gave in. "You know how to manipulate people. You big bad guy." Lin Chuan smiled without saying a word. Song Kursen knew that she had already lost completely, so she simply stopped dwelling on the matter. He then continued to probe. "I heard that Li Yulan and you didn't have a good time last night at the first banquet in Zhongjiang?" Chapter 73. The jealous little Song Kursen. Lin Chuan glanced at Song Kursen. "What are you trying to say?" Song Kursen gave him another resentful look. "Don't you know perfectly well what I'm trying to say? I heard that Aunt Zhang wanted to arrange a marriage between her and the Li family last night, and you didn't seem to object too much, Brother Lin." On the contrary, that Li Yulan, with some inexplicable confidence, actually strongly opposed it. I just can't understand it. What's so good about Li Yulan?
Lin Chuan thought about it seriously for a moment. This part has been deleted. One of you is cold and aloof, and the other is a passionate and fiery beauty, each with your own merits.
Then why do you still think about her, brother Lin? Song Kersen felt sorry for Lin Chuan. Have you forgotten how this woman treated you before?
He rejected your advances and refused you in front of others time and time again, without giving you any face, and even making you lose face.
What's the point of staying with a woman who doesn't care about you? That's what I think too.
But since she's the main female lead in the original story, many of my own slacking off storylines revolve around her. If I had strongly opposed the engagement last night, the entire storyline would have collapsed, and my chances of giving up would have been greatly reduced. When the time comes, once the fateful battle between Shinfeng and myself begins, I'll be 100% going to die.
Lin Chuan really wanted to tell her that he actually disliked Li Yulan quite a bit too.
However, the current circumstances do not allow him to disrupt the main storyline between him and Li Yulan. He also wanted to break off the engagement. The rewards for abandoning your job in the abandonment system are just too much.
None of this can be told to Song Kersen.
He could only gently pat Song Kersen's shapely buttocks. Don't worry, even if my body is given to her, my heart will always be with you.
There are too many unspeakable schemes involved in this marriage and in Li Yulan. You will understand when the time is right. Song Kersen understood everything from the voice in her heart.
Deleted here, her cheeks flushed again, and she said, "Alright, since you say so, Brother Lin, then I won't ask any more questions."
I believe Brother Lin is definitely not the kind of confused person.
As she spoke, she sat up from Lin Chuan with a seductive look in her eyes. Brother Lin is becoming more and more alluring.
This section has been deleted.
Once my packages arrive and my relatives have left, we'll fight again.
Okay, then it's a deal.
Lin Chuan, deleted here.
He nodded slightly and said no more. I'm going to the antique street to pick out a gift for Grandpa. See you at home tomorrow. Song Kersen turned and said goodbye. Lin Chuan nodded again. That's more like it. Let's head to the antique market right away.
In this way, Shinfeng will not lack an audience, and the plot will return to normal. He snagged a bargain, showed off, and incidentally slapped the face of that unscrupulous stall owner who tried to back out after seeing the Qianlong Qinshuowen in the calligraphy and painting. He also managed to impress the female lead, Song Kersen.
Perfect. Now I can just lie back and farm the play it safe rewards again.
His thoughts were stirred. It wasn't until Zhang Xiuan returned furtively with a bag of clothes, and after packing some equipment and necessities at the villa, that they went camping and hunting in the wild together. Meanwhile, on the other side, while Lin Chuan and Zhang Xiuan were camping and having fun, a Maserati Quattroporte was on its way to the antique market. Hearing Lin Chuan's last words before leaving, Song Kersen regained her aura as a young lady of the Song family. As she drove to the Zhongjiang antique market, she took out her phone and made a call. Shadow, bring a team of bodyguards and get to the entrance of the Zhongjiang antique market within half an hour.
Then, come with me to the antique market. What does chapter 74 have to do with you? Half an hour later. Song Kersen drove to the antique market, stopped at the entrance, and got out of the car. If Brother Lin's thoughts are correct, that lewd and despicable bastard should already be here.
If that's the case, I have to get that Qianlong Qinshuowen no matter what.
I absolutely can't let that guy get it for free.
Just as Song Kersen was about to take out her phone to check if the shadow had arrived, a clear, cold female voice sounded behind her.
Miss, everyone is in position. Please give instructions. Song Kersen didn't even turn her head.
You'll come with me into the antique market, but you mustn't attract anyone's attention.
You can only take action after I give the signal. Do you understand what I mean?
Understood, Shadow replied firmly.
Song Kersen nodded in satisfaction, stepped into the market, and headed straight for her destination.
As for the bodyguard Shadow, after conveying Song Kersen's request immediately, he quickly and quietly followed behind. During this process, none of the passers-by in the market noticed her or her colleague's presence. Before long, Song Kersen spotted a stall of moderate size in the distance. In front of the stall, a young man was half squatting, haggling with the elderly stall owner. That young man was none other than Shinfeng.
As Lin Gich predicted. Humph. Luckily I arrived in time, otherwise Shinfeng would have really succeeded.
I absolutely must get this Qianlong 1000 longevity text. With that thought in mind, Song Kersen casually approached the stall and overheard Shinfeng arguing with the stall owner.
Sir, when we go out to do business, we have to be honest, right?
Xin Feng held up 2 fingers.
Besides, 200 yuan is already a very reasonable price. I'm only giving you a discount because of your age. The old stall owner feigned disdain. Young man, don't try to fool me. I've eaten more salt than you've walked roads. That's because you have a heavy taste.
Xin Feng said sarcastically. Before the old stall owner could react, he held up 5 fingers and changed the subject. 500.
That's the most I can give. No way. At least 1,000 yuan, the old stall owner insisted. Xin Feng's face turned cold.
Sir, one should know how to be content.
At this rate, this deal is off. I really won't buy your calligraphy or painting.
The old stall owner understood the implication in Xin Feng's words, but forced himself to remain calm, saying, It doesn't matter, there are plenty of people who want good treasures anyway. I don't need one blind customer like you.
Upon hearing this, Xin Feng abruptly stood up, making a move to leave. He sneered inwardly. You old geezer, the junk on your stall is obviously from Pinduoduo. You might fool some newbies, but trying to take advantage of me? No way.
On the other hand, among this pile of junk, only this calligraphy and painting seems to have some merit. Seeing that Xin Feng seemed to be about to leave, the old stall owner couldn't hold back any longer.
Wait. Young man. Let's talk this out.
Xin Feng revealed what he thought was a wicked smile, turned to face the old stall owner, and said, 250. The old stall owner paused for 2 seconds, then flew into a rage. Who are you calling an idiot?
Xin Feng remained calm and slowly shook his head. Don't misunderstand, sir. I was just making a price offer. What?
You just said 500, the old stall owner said irritably.
Xin Feng laughed heartily. That was just now, and now is now. Sell it or not, it's up to you.
The old stall owner gritted his teeth in anger, glaring at Xin Feng's smug face. After much hesitation, I thought about how I had already spent several hundred yuan on the goods, and how I had finally managed to find a sucker. Song Kersen silently watched the two who were still pulling at each other. Recalling the so-called original plot revealed by Lin Chuan's inner thoughts,
I couldn't help but mutter to myself. I must say, these two guys are truly birds of a feather.
One person knew they were ripping people off with counterfeit goods but still tried to push their luck. The other person got a huge advantage but still wanted to annoy the other. At the same time, the old stall owner deliberately feigned a reluctant expression, saying, All right, young man, you win, I'll answer. Before the other person could finish speaking,
Song Kersen quickly spoke up, I'll pay 1,000 yuan.
The old stall owner was stunned at first, then overjoyed. Turning to Song Kersen, he agreed without hesitation, All right.
Miss, this painting is yours. Xin Feng was stunned for a moment, then his face turned gloomy.
He was even more furious.
The duck that was almost in our mouths just flew away like that. Damn it!
Who's the blind fool who dares to steal my thunder?
Believe me or not.
Xin Feng cursed as he turned to look. When they saw that the person who came was a stunning beauty with bright features and a hot figure wrapped in an expensive cheongsam, they were surprised. The foul language that was about to be uttered was immediately swallowed back down. Xin Feng instantly put on what he thought was a calm and composed smile.
I instinctively struck up a conversation. Hello, beautiful lady, my name is Xin Feng, nice to meet you. Wait a minute, are you Miss Song? Ha ha. What a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here.
Xin Feng recognized Song Kersen, and his smile grew even brighter. Song Kersen looked disgusted and took a few steps to the side, making no attempt to hide her rejection and dislike of Xin Feng. His expression and demeanor were as if he had seen a dung beetle rolling a dung ball. Xin Feng's cheek twitched slightly. Forcing a smile, he said, For Miss Song's sake, you can have this calligraphy and painting.
Let's just consider this a fulfillment of our destiny. It would be a beautiful story.
As he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth turned up, revealing what he thought was a cool and wicked smile to Song Kersen. Song Kersen grew increasingly disgusted, her expression of disdain deepening.
He immediately replied coldly, The highest bidder wins, that's only fair, what's it to you? Chapter 75 The Ultimate Sucker. Before Xin Feng could react,
Song Kersen took out her phone, scanned the QR code to pay, and paid 1,000 yuan directly. The old stall owner beamed with joy when he heard the phone notification, his wrinkles deepening around his eyes. As he picked up the calligraphy and painting, he didn't forget to promote it. Young lady, would you be interested in looking at the other treasures?
These are all things I worked so hard to acquire. Song Kursin interrupted, "Excuse me, I'm not interested in these treasures. Bring me the calligraphy and paintings now."
The old stall owner looked regretful and handed over the calligraphy and painting, saying, "All right, take it.
This calligraphy and painting is yours."
Song Kursin reached out and took the calligraphy and painting, carefully examining them as if she were taking care of a fragile baby. The old stall owner saw this and couldn't help but mock Song Kursin in his heart. As expected of that brainless idiot, she actually treated junk as a treasure. Shin Feng glanced at the old stall owner and said, seemingly in good faith, "Miss Song, if I may be so bold, you've acted a bit impulsively. You know, no matter where you are, antique markets are never short of people trying to pass off fakes as genuine." The old stall owner's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce glare at Shin Feng.
"You brat! Who are you calling a fraud? Who's trying to pass off someone else as a genuine product?"
"I'll curse anyone who tries to talk to me," Shin Feng retorted. The old stall owner was so angry his face turned red and his neck bulged. You! Song Kursin ignored the two who had fallen into another argument and repeatedly checked the calligraphy and painting, finally discovering something unusual. "This painting is indeed strange. There are subtle traces of glue used to attach it along the edges. Next, we need to figure out how to peel back the layers of the calligraphy and painting. We must be extremely careful. There can be no carelessness throughout the entire process."
Thinking of this,
Song Kursin's eyes darted around.
I took out my phone and opened the tutorial video I had found online.
The sound, neither too loud nor too soft, reached the old stall owner's ears perfectly.
"Hey! What are you doing?"
The old stall owner couldn't help but get nervous.
"Get out of here right now, don't get in my way of doing business." "Did you hear me?" Song Kursin glanced at the old stall owner. "It's just watching an educational video about antiques and calligraphy. Why are you so nervous? Could it be that the painting you sold me is a fake?"
The old stall owner immediately jumped up and started to argue, "Even if that painting is a fake, it has nothing to do with me. Listen carefully, according to our rules, once the money and goods are settled, there are no refunds or exchanges."
Hearing the old stall owner's blustering but cowardly shouts and sophistry, Song Kursin remained unmoved and continued watching the video.
Soon after, she made another phone call and gave a few instructions to the person on the other end. Meanwhile, a few onlookers were drawn over by the old stall owner's shouts. They were regular customers of the antique market. One of them noticed the calligraphy and painting in Song Kursin's hand and understood. Turning to the old stall owner, he said, old ghost, it's only been a few days, and you're already ripping people off again?" The old stall owner immediately waved his hand, gesturing to drive them away. "Get out.
Stop spreading rumors and causing trouble here." "I'm spreading rumors? Everyone here knows what kind of person you are,"
the man said with disdain. The old stall owner turned his head away, whistled, and looked completely unfazed. The other person looked at Song Kursin and slowly shook his head. "She's so pitiful, she was fooled by that old ghost.
By the way, does anyone know how much money she spent? 1,000 yuan.
I heard it clearly, the payment has already been made."
Someone immediately responded.
The group of people who rushed over to see what was going on were all speechless.
"What did you say? 1,000 yuan? Good heavens! This can't just be called a scam, it's like finding an absolute sucker you can't find anywhere else. Hey girl! If you like this kind of thing, you should come to our shop. We guarantee you'll be satisfied. That's right, look at this sucker, it's really too much."
Faced with the whispers and undisguised ridicule of those around him,
Song Kursin ignored it, put away her phone, and remained silent.
A moment later, several figures carrying tables and chairs walked over, pushed through the crowd, and came to Song Kursin's side. They quickly set up the long table and placed the chairs behind Song Kursin. Song Kursin gracefully sat down and handed the calligraphy and painting to a man in a long robe, saying, "Be careful not to break it, or you'll be in big trouble."
"Understood, just you wait and see," the man in the long robe said solemnly.
After saying that, he turned around and went back to the long table, laid the calligraphy and painting flat on the table, and quickly took out a whole set of tools. The people around looked at each other, puzzled by what was happening, and curiously gathered around to watch. Shin Feng, on the other hand, possessed exceptional appraisal skills and instantly realized the specific purpose of the tools the man in the long robe was using.
I couldn't help but feel something was off. He immediately teased Song Kursin, "Miss Song, is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? Have you really discovered some treasure?"
There are plenty of people in this world who deliberately use inferior goods to cover up the existence of rare items.
Do you think you are one of the lucky ones?
At this point, she deliberately glanced at the man in the long robe. I see this fellow is covered in sweat, and his hands are trembling. He seems very nervous.
How about this? I'll help you peel off the lining of that painting in calligraphy. What do you think? Song Kursen knew that Shin Feng was testing her.
Once he got his hands on the calligraphy and paintings, who knew what would happen? Thinking of this, he still maintained his attitude of not bothering to pay attention to the other party. He stared intently at the man in the long robe sitting at the long table. She wasn't questioning Lin Chuan's true feelings, but rather worried that the man in the long robe might accidentally damage the Qianlong longevity text inside. After a moment, the man in the long robe stopped what he was doing and carefully picked up the paper hidden among the calligraphy and paintings. He turned back to Song Kursen and said, "The items are intact. Please take a look." Song Kursen reached out and took it, then looked down and immediately saw the same character written densely and neatly on the paper: longevity.
Chapter 76. The stall owner's mentality collapsed. Before Song Kursen could even show a hint of joy, suddenly, an old male voice rang out from the crowd, "Young lady, may I borrow the item in your hand for a look?"
Song Kursen frowned slightly and looked in the direction of the sound. She saw an old man with a full head of silver hair, dressed in a tang suit, walk out of the crowd. The man in the long robe recognized the person at a glance and blurted out, "Isn't this the appraisal judge, Senior Zhou Qi? This person is a renowned expert in the antique world. Not only can they tell the authenticity of ancient paintings and calligraphy at a glance, but they can also identify the forger.
That's where their nickname comes from."
The onlookers also recognized the old man and rushed forward to greet him. With a smile on his face, old Zhou responded to each question and soon came to Song Kursen's side, his gaze falling on the Qianlong Emperor's longevity scroll in her hand. Song Kursen understood immediately and handed over the things in her hands, saying, "Since Elder Zhou has come in person, this junior naturally has no reason to refuse.
Thank you for your trouble in taking the time to look at it."
Old Zhou nodded slightly, held the paper in both hands, and began to examine it carefully. Unbeknownst to them, everyone around them unconsciously held their breath, as if afraid of disturbing old Master Zhou. The next second, old Zhou suddenly looked up at Song Kursen. Without hiding his envy, he said, combining the paper's material, feel, and color, as well as the different handwriting on the character for longevity. "I can assure you, this is the legendary Emperor Qianlong's 1000th birthday script. Young lady, you are truly lucky." These words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, and everyone except Song Kursen and Shin Feng looked astonished.
What? That seemingly unremarkable piece of paper is actually the legendary Emperor Qianlong's 1000 longevity scripture? Emperor Qianlong's 1000 longevity inscription? What is that? Is it very valuable? You call yourself an antique dealer? You don't even know this? You should just go back and close down your business. Mr. Zhou, if I may ask, since it's something that's only been rumored, how did you manage to identify it? Song Kursen glanced subtly at the person who asked the last question. He turned to look at Elder Zhou and said, "Elder Zhou, I also have this question. Please answer it for me." Mr. Zhou pointed to the first character of the Qianlong Emperor's longevity inscription. "I was fortunate enough to see the original calligraphy and painting of Emperor Qianlong in the Palace Museum. This character of longevity is exactly the same as his original. More importantly, there are several stamps on this birthday inscription that read Treasure of Emperor Qianlong. But as everyone knows, that emperor was a notorious stamping maniac. Whenever he saw a painting or calligraphy he liked, he couldn't resist the urge to stamp it." Upon hearing the last sentence, everyone, including Song Kursen, couldn't help but chuckle. Old Zhou looked at Song Kursen and said, "As for the value of this longevity scroll, to be honest, its artistic value is not high." "Old Zhou, what do you mean by that?" Song Kursen asked, puzzled. As he handed the 1000 longevity scroll back, old Zhou began to explain, "You should have heard about the history of the 1000 longevity scroll, right?" Before Song Kursen could reply, it is said that the Qianlong Emperor was fond of grand achievements and, imitating his grandfather, held a grand banquet. The invited guests were all elderly people over 70 years old from all over the country. Because there were as many as 1,000 people attending the banquet, it was called the Banquet of 1,000 Elders, and the 1000 longevity writing was a process in which the elderly people attending the banquet wrote the character for longevity on the same piece of paper. The reason why it is said to have low artistic value is because the literacy rate was not as high as it is now, and many elderly people wrote it haphazardly. Of course, there are many learned celebrities and writers among them, but the overall number is definitely not large. Song Kursen couldn't help but ask suspiciously, Old Joe, to be honest, in your opinion, how much is this 1,000 years essay worth?
Old Joe smiled and raised one index finger. Conservatively speaking, this genuine Qianlong birthday inscription is worth at least 100 million. Upon hearing this, everyone was speechless with astonishment, and some even gasped in shock.
Song Kursen remained outwardly calm,
but a secret joy welled up inside him.
Great! It's definitely genuine. I've gotten a fantastic deal. This is all thanks to Brother Lin.
I must repay him properly when we get back. The old stall owner was clearly unwilling to accept this fact.
He questioned, you just said it didn't have much artistic value, how come you've changed your mind now?
Mr. Joe laughed and said, I only said that its artistic value is not high, but I didn't say that it has no historical or collectible value. On the contrary, the reason it is worth at least 100 million is because it has extremely high historical and collectible value.
Who would have thought that the priceless Qianlong Emperor's 100th birthday inscription was hidden inside a fake painting in calligraphy?
This must be what they call the white dragonfish robe.
I heard the last sentence.
The old stall owner's face turned deathly pale.
My mental state completely collapsed.
Unable to contain himself, he yelled at Song Kursen, I'm not selling that painting.
Give it back to me. Song Kursen turned her head and glanced at the man in the long robe. The latter understood immediately.
He picked up the tattered calligraphy and paintings on the table and threw them in front of the old stall owner. The old stall owner was so angry that his face turned red. They tore the calligraphy and paintings to shreds.
He roared again, stop playing dumb.
I want the Qianlong Emperor's 1,000-year scroll, not this piece of junk.
Song Kursen slowly took out her phone.
A recording was played, containing the old stall owner's previous statement that payment was made in full and no refunds or exchanges were accepted. She immediately turned off the recording and retorted without hesitation, money and goods settled, no refunds or exchanges, you said that yourself. The old stall owner's face flushed red and then turned pale, looking quite embarrassed. He glanced at the longevity scroll in Song Kursen's hand. With a heavy heart, he thought, fine, very well, since that's how it is, then don't blame me for being impolite.
No matter what, you're not allowed to take that longevity scroll with you.
After saying that, he took out his phone and started calling for backup, shouting, you all come here.
Someone's here to cause trouble. Chapter 77 This advantage is mine.
A moment later, several men and women with fierce expressions came over, carrying various tools, including but not limited to bricks, stools, and carrying poles. Not only that, but behind them was a group of passers-by who had come to join the fun, their faces full of gossip. Shinfeng glanced at the men and women who looked menacing and clearly not to be trifled with. Just as he was about to step in to protect the situation, a new idea suddenly came to him. Making a move now wouldn't showcase my abilities, I'll wait a bit longer. Once the two sides are completely at odds, I'll come to the rescue.
That way, Song Kursen's favorability rating will skyrocket.
Thinking of this, Shinfeng quietly took a few steps back.
They blended perfectly into the crowd of onlookers behind them.
At the same time, the men and women approached the old stall owner, their expressions softening slightly. The burly man at the head of the group asked, Uncle,
what happened?
The old stall owner whispered a few words to the man and quickly explained the whole story. Finally, he pointed to the Qianlong Emperor's birthday inscription in Song Kursen's hand. The middle-aged man's face showed understanding, and a greedy glint appeared in his eyes. He turned to Song Kursen, gripping the brick in his hand tightly.
Little sister, don't blame your big brother for bullying you. Be a good girl and return my uncle's treasure. Otherwise, your little face will be in trouble.
The man in the long robe approached Song Kursen, his expression somewhat unpleasant. She glanced at the burly man and lowered her voice, Miss Song, these people are all relatives of that old stall owner. Whenever someone is cheated or taken advantage of and comes to reason with them, these people will intimidate and threaten that person like this. If the other party still doesn't back down, they'll resort to violence, so... Before Song Kursen could speak, old Joe, standing to the side, looked displeased and said, these people are absolutely lawless. It is because of the existence of such scoundrels that the reputation of the antique market has been ruined.
It is simply outrageous.
As soon as he finished speaking, a brick slammed down at old Joe's feet and shattered into several pieces.
Old Joe trembled, looking at the middle-aged man with a mixture of shock and anger. Do you know who I am?
The burly man sneered, I don't care who you are. You old codger, you'd better shut your mouth. If you dare spout nonsense here again, I'll blow your head off.
When old Joe first encountered such a rogue, he was so angry that his eyes widened and his shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Song Kursen reacted quickly and caught old Joe just in time. Turning to the man in the long robe, she said, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take old Joe to your shop to rest." The man in the long robe then realized what was happening and quickly helped old Joe up. He hurriedly spoke again, "Miss Song, my few employees." Song Kursen waved her hand and said in a calm tone, "Let them go, and while they're at it, move the tables and chairs back to make room here." "Miss Song, are you really okay on your own?" the man in the long robe couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, Song Kursen's lips curled into a slight smile, and combined with her bright and gentle face, she appeared exceptionally beautiful. "Don't worry about me. A few thugs are not worthy of my attention." At this point, he seemingly casually snapped his fingers. "All right, Mr. Zhang, you should take old Joe away now. This is none of your business." The man in the long robe nodded repeatedly, "Yes, Miss Song." "Well then, good luck." As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly left with old Joe and several employees, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Shin Feng, who was in the crowd, saw this scene. He began to have doubts. What's going on here? Why did she actively drive away those henchmen? Wasn't she afraid of getting beaten up? Never mind, the current situation is in my favor anyway. At the same time, the middle-aged man and his accomplices surrounded Song Kursen, their faces revealing sinister smiles. "You look so delicate, but I didn't expect you to be so bold." The burly man laughed as he weighed the new brick in his hand. The shorter man beside him chimed in, "That's right, Brother Lang, I think it's not just her guts, but also those things in front of her." Before he could finish speaking, the short man was suddenly sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The middle-aged man looked surprised and turned to look at him. "Dunzi, are you all right?" The next second, several cries of pain rang out in succession, and the man's accomplices collapsed to the ground one after another in agony. The middle-aged man hurriedly turned around and saw that behind Song Kursen, there were dozens of tall, burly men in black suits standing. Song Kursen remained calm as she looked behind the middle-aged man. "Make him kneel down, Shadow." As soon as he finished speaking, the burly man immediately felt a hard kick to the back of his knee and involuntarily knelt down on the ground. Song Kursen slowly stepped forward, looking down at the other person. "Were you just about to hit me with a brick?" "No, it's me," the middle-aged man tried to deny. Smack! A man in a black suit bent down, took the brick, and smashed it directly onto the man's head. The middle-aged man didn't even have time to utter a sound. He immediately fainted. At the same time, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from the crowd. "I remember now. It's her, Song Kursen. The daughter of the Song family, one of the three major families in Zhongjiang City. I felt like I recognized her earlier, but I never expected to run into her here. This is a very important person." Those who had first come to join the fun, or even ridiculed Song Kursen, immediately changed their expressions. "Really? She's actually the eldest daughter of the Song family? Good heavens! Am I dreaming? Oh no, I was just mocking her for being a sucker, but I'm totally wrong." "Don't panic. Even if that Miss Song wants to settle scores, she'll have to find Old Ghost first." "That's right. Old Ghost really kicked a hornet's nest this time, he deserves what he got." Chapter 78 Rewards. Hearing the exclamations of those around him, the old stall owner initially didn't take it seriously, but soon he turned pale with fright. I glanced at the ruthless man in the black suit, and the other men in black suits who were also tall and imposing. With a thud, the old stall owner knelt down on the ground, begging for forgiveness repeatedly. "I was blind. I was greedy and blinded by greed. Miss Song. I'm so sorry, I deserve to die. But please, have mercy on me and consider my advanced age, cough cough. Give me and my nephews and nieces a chance to turn over a new leaf. Old man, I assure you, cough. I will learn from this lesson, turn over a new leaf, cough cough. And operate with integrity." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, staining his beard and making him look quite pitiful. If it were someone else, they might have been softened by the old stall owner's miserable appearance and words, and then let him go. However, for Song Kursen, who had been in the business world of Zhongjiang City for some years, this kind of moral blackmail was completely ineffective. Song Kursen glanced silently at the shadow of her bodyguard. The latter understood immediately, took out his mobile phone, dialed the police station, and quickly informed them of the situation. He quickly hung up the phone. "Miss, someone from the police station will be here soon."
Upon hearing the words Public Security Bureau, the old stall owner felt as if struck by lightning, his face turning deathly pale. He immediately stood up, rushed into the crowd, and started yo-yoing. He completely forgot that his nephews and nieces were still lying on the ground. Song Kurson sneered and turned to look at the Shadow. Spread the word that if that old bastard dares to set up a stall in the antique market to cheat people again, I guarantee he'll be in big trouble. Yes, miss, Shadow replied respectfully. Song Kurson immediately turned around and walked straight toward the market entrance, with Shadow and her bodyguards following closely behind.
At the same time, without the bodyguards having to say anything, the onlookers instinctively made way for Song Kurson. Without turning her head, Song Kurson led her group of bodyguards and gradually walked out of everyone's sight. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, realizing there was no more excitement to be had, and could only disperse.
A moment later, only Shin Feng remained in the same spot.
I never expected that Song Kurson, who looked so delicate and weak, would have such a strong and decisive side.
Shin Feng gazed in the direction Song Kurson had left. A broad smile graced his face. The unpleasantness of being outmaneuvered seems to have vanished.
Interesting. I have to win over a woman as interesting as her,
Shin Feng said with a determined expression. Unfortunately, her bodyguards arrived just in time, wasting a chance for a hero to save the damsel in distress. At this point, Shin Feng shook his head. They turned and headed to other stalls. He muttered to himself, never mind, the most important thing right now is to pick out a gift for old Master Song.
What's that? Entrance to the antique market.
Song Kurson returned to the car and saw the police car arriving, with one constable after another jogging into the antique market.
Not bad, they got back pretty quickly this time.
Looks like we don't have to worry about those guys waking up and escaping,
Song Kurson muttered casually. He then reached out and opened the car door, bent down and sat in the passenger seat, leaned back in the seat, and stretched out a big yawn. Shadow got into the driver's seat, started the car, and asked, Miss, where to next?
Song Kurson raised her hand to her smooth chin, looking thoughtful.
He glanced down at the Qianlong Emperor's birthday inscription on his leg.
She then took out her phone and dialed someone's number.
It's me, Song Kurson.
Yes,
do you know which framing artist in the city has the best reputation and skill? Okay, thank you. Don't forget to attend my grandfather's birthday banquet later.
After saying that, he hung up the phone and gave Shadow an address.
Let's go.
Take care of the rest before sunset. I finally got this treasure, so I have to make sure it's perfect. After explaining his intentions, Shadow immediately drove away from the antique market and headed towards the Mounter's residence.
Song Kurson rolled down the car window.
I listlessly looked out the window at the street scene. But a different thought was running through my mind.
Once I've fully recovered, I really need to thank Brother Lin properly. I wonder what he's doing now. Should I give him a call and ask?
Never mind, it wouldn't be good if I disturbed him while he was doing his business.
At the same time. Field. This section has been deleted.
Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Lin Chuan's mind.
Ding.
Congratulations, host. You have successfully abandoned a scene involving the male and female leads.
You have received the following reward, strengthened abandonment points +1.
Lin Chuan immediately felt incredibly excited, as if he had inexhaustible energy.
Deleted here. This section has been deleted. It's like a pillow coming right out of my sleep. This section has been deleted. Nighttime.
Jiang Shishir's home.
Inside the living room.
Li Yulan sat on the sofa with a solemn expression, her right hand unconsciously gripping her phone. Jiang Shishir strolled in slowly, wearing a semi-transparent camisole that revealed glimpses of her fair skin, paired with casual shorts. A pair of pristine white golden gonghams were thus exposed to the air.
Under the light.
The surface shimmered with a dazzling white light.
Jiang Shishir approached Li Yulan and asked, Lan, why do you suddenly want to stay overnight at my house? Li Yulan hesitated for a long time before revealing the truth. A doorbell rang.
Jiang Shishir turned and walked towards the door, muttering softly, why are there still guests visiting at this hour?
Chapter 79 He.
A moment later, as soon as Jiang Shishir opened the door, a pair of hairy hands reached in and rested on the doorframe. Jiang Shishir was startled and instinctively took a few steps back, but unexpectedly, this gave the owner of the large hand an opportunity to take advantage of her vulnerability. The door was opened wide from the outside, and 6 figures filed in, arriving at the entrance hall. The owner of the large hand, who was also the leader, had a face full of scars and a knife scar on his right cheek. He was clearly not a kind person. Not only that, but behind him stood 4 henchmen of similar build and fierce-looking faces. "Ha, it's really not easy, you've finally found a chance to get in." The scarred man grinned maliciously. Jiang Shishir recognized the voice instantly. "It's you. The guy who called me a few days ago. I told you that man's debts have nothing to do with me." "Wait, how did you guys find my way here?" The scarred man laughed. "This is all thanks to your good father. Don't hide in the back like a coward, come out here." At the scarred man's command, his 4 henchmen took turns dragging a thin, withered, and haggard middle-aged man closer. "Shishir, you're doing really well now, aren't you? You live in such a beautiful house." The middle-aged man smiled obsequiously. Jiang Shishir recognized the person at a glance, and was both angry and annoyed. "What's it to you? Get out of here right now, I don't want to see you again. You must never show your face in front of me again. Otherwise, I'll call the police and have you arrested." The middle-aged man, Jiang's father, suddenly became assertive. Pointing his finger at Jiang Shishir's nose, he cursed, "You brat, no matter what, I'll always be your father. How dare you talk to me like that? You've really gone too far." Jiang Shishir was furious. "You divorced my mother a long time ago. I've been raised by my mother since I was a child. And you? Have you fulfilled even the slightest obligation as a father? No. Not only have you not given a single penny of child support, but you've also taken most of the money my mother worked so hard to save, and even the money I was supposed to spend on school has been gambled away by you." Faced with Jiang Shishir's barrage of criticism and reprimands, especially in front of so many debt collectors, Jiang's father immediately blushed and stammered, this. Scarface suddenly interrupted, "All right. That's enough of your family drama. We didn't come here for that." Jiang Shishir turned her head and said irritably, "Of course I know what you're here for." Before Scarface could reply, he said, "However, this man's life or death is none of my concern, and his debts are naturally none of my business either." Scarface's face darkened, and he grabbed Jiang's father by the neck. "Is that so? Then I'll kill him right now." "Ah. No. Brother son. Let's talk this out." Jiang's father was so frightened that he wet himself, and all his previous shame vanished. He hurriedly turned to Jiang Shishir for help. "Shishir, I know I was wrong before, but for the sake of our father-daughter relationship, blood is thicker than water. Please save me. I promise I'll only do it this once, I'll never gamble again." Scarface grinned maliciously. "Yes, as the saying goes, the son pays for the father's debts, it's only right and proper." Before Jiang Shishir could speak, a woman's voice suddenly rang out, "That's all ancient history. There's no such provision in our country's law that children should pay for their parents' debts. Unless Shishir inherits her father's assets, she will not need to repay any of her father's debts at all." Jiang Shishir paused for 2 seconds, then turned around and saw Li Yulan. She was deeply moved. Scarface glanced at Li Yulan, a smile of interest spreading across his face. Turning back to his underlings, he said, "Brothers, tonight is truly a double blessing, another gorgeous girl." "Boss, how about we have some fun first?" one of the underlings couldn't help but ask. Scarface laughed heartily, "You little rascal, you really dare to dream." "No problem, but I have to be the first to drink the first soup." The 4 henchmen burst into laughter, repeatedly thanking Scarface for his magnanimity, creating an eerie atmosphere. Li Yulan realized something was wrong and immediately raised her phone. "Let me tell you. I've already called the police station. They'll send someone over soon, you." Scarface interrupted, "Don't even mention the police station, I'm not afraid of the Heavenly King himself." At this point, he looked at Jiang Shishir and said, "Let me put it this way, your father has already mortgaged you to our casino. If you don't pay back his debt, we'll take you and this beautiful girl who is standing up for you back to the casino. Personally, I'd actually prefer you not to pay me back, so I could, he. Jiang Shishir looked astonished and turned to look at her father. You. Jiang's father raised his hand to cover his face, turned his back, and tried his best to avoid Jiang Shishir's furious gaze. He didn't forget to defend himself, saying, "I was forced by circumstances. If I didn't agree, I wouldn't even be able to leave the casino. Shishir, listen to your father's advice. If you don't want to drag your friends down with you, then..." Jiang Shishir trembled with anger and interrupted sharply, "Shut up. I don't have a father like you, a beast in human form, worse than a pig or a dog. Li Yulan walked to Jiang Shishir's side, put her arm around her shoulder, and offered her support with her actions. He turned to the scarred man and said, like I just said, this kind of debt is not supported by law at all.
You'd better get out of here. Scarface chuckled and slowly pulled out a baton. We're debt collectors, we don't care about the law. Even if we are all arrested by the police, there will be another batch. When that happens, they won't be so nice to you anymore. Today you only have two choices, pay up or give us the people. Chapter 80 Abiao's crazy ranking up.
As Scarface finished speaking, the four henchmen pulled out batons at the same time, their faces contorted in a sinister grin.
He was about to pounce on Jiang Shishir and Li Yulan in the next second. At this critical moment, suddenly, a series of synchronized footsteps came from outside the door. Scarface mistook them for official businessmen and was about to order them to put away their batons to avoid giving others cause for criticism. The next second, one of the henchmen suddenly flew sideways toward the wall, his head slamming hard against it. In an instant, blood flowed from his head, staining the exquisite and elegant wallpaper red. At the same time, a deep, gruff male voice rang out, "Hey monkey, what are you doing? You've dirted someone's wallpaper."
"I'm sorry, Captain, I promise it won't happen again," another male voice rang out.
A deep, gruff male voice interrupted, "No, next time. Get back in line, and leave the rest to others."
As they were talking, several strong men rushed in and subdued the debt collectors almost instantly. Scarface lay on the ground, face pressed against the floor, and managed to speak with difficulty, "You're not government officials.
Who are you people? How dare you interfere with our good deed? Do you even know who we are?"
Before he could finish speaking, a large foot stepped on his head, pressing down slightly and forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. Once Scarface fell completely silent, the owner of Bigfoot looked at Jiang Shishir and Li Yulan and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Jiang, I'm sorry to have startled you."
"Don't worry, we'll handle the rest." Jiang Shishir recognized the person and exclaimed in surprise, "You're A Biao. Lin Chuan's bodyguard captain. Wait a minute, why are you at my house? What's going on?"
Biao remained in the same position, his tone serious. "Young master sent us to help you." Jiang Shishir's eyes widened, making no attempt to hide her astonishment.
"How is this possible?"
At this moment, Jiang Shishir didn't have time to investigate how Lin Chuan knew she would be harassed by debt collectors. "My heart is filled with gratitude, emotion, and deep remorse."
Li Yulan, standing to the side, secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
At the same time, I felt both fortunate and ashamed. I can't believe Lin Chuan actually sent people to rescue Shishir. I have to say, he's much better than that despicable Shen Feng. I underestimated the shamelessness of these guys involved in the shady business side. We almost got caught. Thinking of this, she looked at Abia with a serious expression. "Please tell your young master that I, Li Yulan, am extremely grateful."
Biao paused for 2 seconds, then subconsciously asked, "Miss Li? What are you doing here?" Li Yulan's face stiffened. So the other party only just noticed her presence? How bad could their eyesight be?
Biao glanced at Li Yulan, then at Jiang Shishir, and immediately looked enlightened.
He couldn't help but sigh softly, once a boiling sheep, always a boiling sheep.
Young master's methods of pleasing people are truly ever-evolving.
Even I have to admire the young master.
Upon hearing this, Li Yulan and Jiang Shishir reacted differently. The former looked helpless, while the latter blushed, perhaps thinking of something. The monkeys nearby realized that their captain was making a fool of himself in front of everyone again.
He quickly interrupted, "Captain, let's get down to business. Don't forget the young master's instructions."
Biao grunted in response, moved aside, and reached out to grab Scarface. He said, enunciating each word clearly, "Whether you want to collect a debt or demand someone back, you are not allowed to harass Miss Jiang again from now on."
Scarface feigned disdain, "You think you can just say whatever you want? Who do you think you are?"
Without saying a word, Biao slapped him across the face, making Scarface spit out 2 or 3 teeth covered in blood. "Those words weren't spoken by me, but by my young master, and that slap was also on his orders." Before Scarface could react, he slapped him again with his backhand, saying, "This slap is mine." Scarface instantly turned into a pig's head, and hurriedly begged for mercy, "Big brother.
Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me.
I surrender, I surrender.
Please let me go." Unmoved, Biao spoke again, "Do you remember what my young master said?"
The scarred man nodded repeatedly, I remember.
"Don't you know your young master's surname and given name?" Biao's eyes turned cold. "What? You want to take revenge on my young master? Scarface sensed the intense killing intent emanating from Ah Biao.
I was so scared that I almost wet my pants. He hurriedly clarified, don't misunderstand.
Sir, I just wanted to have something to report back to. Ah Biao released the scarred man and said, enunciating each word clearly, listen carefully. My young master's name is Lin Chuan of Zhongzheng. Scarface was immediately dumbfounded, realizing that he had provoked a powerful figure that even his own boss dared not provoke. Without hesitation, he knelt on the ground, pointed to the sky and swore, please rest assured, young Master Lin, when we get back I promise to persuade my boss to forgive and forget about this debt. Ah Biao slowly shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with Scarface's handling of the situation. Brother, does young Master Lin have any further instructions? Scarface asked with a wry smile. Ah Biao silently pointed to John's father, who was cowering to the side. What kind of person is Scarface? He instantly understood Ah Biao's intention. He immediately stood up, grabbed Zhang's father by the collar, and shouted, you old bastard, the beating my brothers and I got today is all thanks to you. Whether you sell your blood, your organs, or sell them overseas, you can't escape this debt. Zhang's father looked on in despair and frantically looked at Zhang Shishir, daughter. Save me. Save me. Zhang Shishir gave a heavy snort.
I turned my back, not wanting to look at it even once more. Before Zhang's father could speak again, the scarred man slapped him hard across the face.
Shut up and come with me.
After saying that, he dragged Zhang's father out, and his younger brothers hurriedly endured the pain and followed.
Chapter 81 Void searching is unacceptable. After Scarface and his henchmen left with Zhang's father,
Ah Biao began to call for his team to retreat. Turning to Zhang Shishir, he said, Miss Zhang, about the bloodstains on the wall.
Zhang Shishir quickly waved her hand, it's all right. I'll find someone to clean it up later. Thank you all so much for tonight.
At this point, he turned to look at Li Yulan beside him and reached out to hold her hand.
Also, Lan, it's good that you're here with me tonight. Otherwise, I might.
Li Yulan gently patted Zhang Shishir's hand. He gently comforted her, silly girl, we're good friends.
Besides, I didn't really help you at all.
He looked at Ah Biao and said, please tell your young master that you thank him for saving us this time.
Zhang Shishir quickly chimed in, I will always remember your kindness today. As long as it doesn't violate my conscience or public order and good morals, I will do my best to do whatever young Master Lin asks me to do in the future.
As he finished speaking, he deliberately glanced at Li Yulan beside him, a mischievous smile on his face.
Li Yulan blushed and nudged her best friend with her elbow, what are you looking at me for? Don't you dare have any bad ideas. Zhang Shishir giggled, I didn't say anything, why are you reacting so strongly? Still talking? I'll beat you up. Li Yulan pretended to throw a punch.
Zhang Shishir laughed heartily and started playfully fighting with Li Yulan as if no one else was around, all the gloom in her heart vanishing.
Ah Biao, unusually sensible, left the room. Finally, he didn't forget to close the door behind him. A moment later,
Ah Biao and his men left Zhang Shishir's house.
Everyone was just about to get on the bus.
The monkey noticed a Santana parked not far away, with the engine still running. Suspicion arose in his heart, and he couldn't help but speak up, Captain, there's something strange about that Santana over there.
Could it be that those bastards are planning a surprise attack? Ah Biao's face darkened.
There was no time to investigate further. He strode over to the Santana car. He raised his hand and knocked on the car window. The car window rolled down, revealing the face of a young man who was slightly handsome, but whose brows and eyes exuded a lewd and vulgar air.
The young man recognized Biao at a glance and said irritably, Lin Chuan's lackey? What are you doing here?
Ah Biao also recognized the young man and asked in return, Shin Feng.
What are you doing here? Shin Feng laughed in exasperation, is it any of your business? I can stay wherever I want.
Ah Biao was silent for 2 seconds, then said, then you can stay here. After saying that, before Shin Feng could react, she turned around and went back to the car. He immediately called all the team members to get in the car and drove off.
Shin Feng looked bewildered.
He stared blankly in the direction Ah Biao had left.
I couldn't help but wonder, what the heck? They started talking to me out of nowhere, then just left without saying or doing anything?
I get it, it must be that Lin Chuan again, deliberately ordering his men to play tricks on me. Just you wait, Lin Chuan, I'll settle all my old and new scores sooner or later. If Lin Chuan were present and heard Shin Feng's words, he would definitely exclaim that using the void searching technique is unacceptable. Shin Feng calmed down and regained his composure. Let's take a closer look at Jiang Shishir's home. He muttered to himself, that kid Hong Bao told me that Jiang Shishir's gambling-addicted father is heavily in debt and will be coming over tonight with his loan shark gang to cause trouble. Seriously, I wonder when those bastards got here. If they don't show up, how can I gain Jiang Shishir's favor and then use her to better win over Li Yulan?
The Lin family villa.
After Lin Chuan and Zhang Xiuan finished their camping trip and returned home, the latter quickly immersed herself in the daily chores of the maid, while Lin Chuan ignored the servants who bowed to him along the way and went straight into the living room. Just as he sat down on the sofa, Uncle Fu came in and said respectfully, "Young master, hot water and midnight snacks are ready." Lin Chuan waved his hand, "Let's leave it for now, I'll enjoy it later." Uncle Fu bowed and turned to leave the living room, just in time to run into Ah Biao, who was leading his team back.
Ah Biao greeted him.
He quickly signaled to the people behind him to disperse.
He walked into the living room alone.
"Young master, I have not failed you. The birthday gift you asked me to prepare has been arranged." Lin Chuan adjusted his posture.
Very good. What's the other thing?
Ah Biao paused for 2 seconds and then reported everything, including but not limited to his chance encounter with Shin Feng and Li Yulan.
Lin Chuan remained calm upon hearing Shin Feng's name.
After all, in the original storyline, it was Shin Feng who just happened to appear, then played the hero and saved the damsel in distress, resulting in Jiang Shishir throwing herself into his arms.
Normally, with such a satisfying combination of moves, winning over female characters becomes incredibly smooth.
But when she heard that Li Yulan happened to be at Jiang Shishir's house, Lin Chuan frowned.
I was slightly surprised. What's going on? How did she end up at Jiang Shishir's house? Her existence isn't mentioned at all in the original novel. Won't something unexpected happen again? But then I thought about it again.
He felt that this minor change shouldn't be a big problem. After all, this is just a side story, not even worth the reward of slacking off from the system.
Judging from the current situation, the advantage is in my hands.
Lin Chuan muttered to himself.
Ah Biao couldn't help but ask, "Young master, what are you muttering about?"
Lin Chuan cleared his throat.
Nothing. Is there anything else to report? If not, go and rest.
Ah Biao suddenly remembered, yes, Miss Li expressed her gratitude to you and asked me to convey it to her. Miss Jiang also said that as long as it does not violate one's conscience, public order, and good morals, she will do her best to do whatever you ask her to do in the future.
Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. All sorts of creative ideas kept popping into my head. He cleared his throat. I understand. You can go and rest now. Uncle Fu has prepared a late-night snack, but I don't feel like eating it. You and your teammates can go and have some.
Thank you, young master.
Ah Biao's face lit up with joy. Lin Chuan waved his hand casually. He got up and walked out of the living room.
She murmured to herself, after taking a shower, I'll get a good night's sleep.
There's a big show waiting for me tomorrow. Chapter 82. Another beautiful day. The next day.
Lin Chuan slowly woke up, and in his dazed state, he vaguely sensed that something was amiss.
Lift the blanket. Then Zhang Xiuan was seen.
Noticing Lin Chuan's gaze, she quickly stopped what she was doing, looked up, and greeted him with a charmingly innocent expression.
Good morning, master. Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. What's this?
Zhang Xiuan said in a serious tone, this is a morning greeting I learned from several teachers.
How was it? Was my gift of appreciation thoughtful enough? Lin Chuan smiled enigmatically, very thoughtful, but isn't this a bit too much work?
It's not hard work, it's all part of my job. Zhang Xiuan immediately straightened up. Lin Chuan hummed in agreement.
Alright, since you're so persistent, let's continue.
You'd better hurry, I have important business to attend to today.
Zhang Xiuan nodded obediently, yes, master.
As soon as he finished speaking, the act of comforting and consoling continued. Lin Chuan looked relaxed and put his hands behind his head. Looking up at the ceiling, she sighed leisurely, another beautiful day.
Half an hour later.
With Zhang Xiuan's help, Lin Chuan got up, washed up, and quickly changed his clothes.
Walked through the corridor and arrived at the entrance. Just then, they saw Uncle Fu and Ah Biao waiting nearby.
Good morning, young master, Uncle Fu said with a smile.
Lin Chuan nodded in response, noticing the exquisitely crafted brocade box in the other person's arms.
Before he could speak, Uncle Fu handed over the brocade box, saying, "Young master, this is the birthday gift that you asked Abayo to prepare. This child is too careless and doesn't even know how to prepare the packaging. Please take a look." Lin Chuan habitually used his all-knowing eye 2.0 to scan the area and immediately saw a bunch of useful and useless information. The only noteworthy information includes exquisite materials, made by a renowned artist, superior quality, excellent container, and easier to win the favor of the recipient. Lin Chuan solemnly handed the brocade box to Abiao. He looked at Uncle Fu seriously and said, "Thank you for your trouble." Uncle Fu chuckled, "I dare not accept such praise. It is my honor to serve the Lin family." "All right, young master, it's getting late, you should head out. Be careful on the road." Lin Chuan hummed in agreement, stepped out of the door, and walked straight outside. Biao, carrying the brocade box, ran cautiously to keep up with Lin Chuan's pace. At the entrance of the Song family's residence, several members of the Song family greeted one invited guest after another with smiles on their faces, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. One of the guests suddenly stopped. Turning to a receptionist, he said, "I heard that Mr. Song was unwell a few days ago, and even the renowned medicine Dr. Zhang was helpless. I was worried about Mr. Song." The receptionist smiled and said, "Yes, fortunately the old man was blessed with good fortune and was saved by a benefactor." A guest then inquired, "Could it be that talented man who saved Song Shui?" The receptionist slowly shook his head. No, it's someone else." Before the guests could ask any further questions, he suddenly beamed with joy, "Look over there, that must be the person who has arrived." The guests followed the gaze of the receptionist. A convoy of luxury cars drove up in a grand procession and soon came to a neat stop in front of the Song family's house. The surrounding guests witnessed this scene. They couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "What's going on here? What a grand display! I wonder whose convoy this is, they're so arrogant. Are they here to cause trouble? How could that be? Today is the Song family patriarch's birthday. Who would dare to cause trouble here? Look! There's a rare Maserati in the middle of the convoy, it's definitely the real deal." At the same time, a handsome figure in an expensive suit stepped out of the rare Maserati, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The murmurs ceased abruptly, and the receptionist stepped forward respectfully, "Young Master Lin. Welcome. Please come in. The old master, Uncle Shui, and the young lady are all waiting for you inside." Lin Chuan smiled back and stepped inside, ignoring the stares from those around him. After Lin Chuan left, everyone came to their senses. Unable to contain themselves, they spoke up again. "No wonder there was such a grand display. It turns out it was the eldest young master of the Lin family who came in person." "That makes no difference. That's right. That's more in line with the Lin family's status in Zhongjiang City. It's a pity I didn't have a chance to go up and talk to them. What's the rush? There will be plenty of opportunities once the birthday banquet starts." As expected of the eldest son of the Lin family, he is indeed extraordinary in demeanor and appearance, exuding an aura that cannot be underestimated. The receptionist suddenly interjected, "Ladies and gentlemen. Just now, a guest asked me which benefactor saved my old man. To be honest, the young master of the Lin family who just walked in is my master's savior." The guests all looked astonished. "What? It's actually young Master Lin. Unbelievable. Rumor has it that the young master of the Lin family is just a good-for-nothing playboy, but I never expected that he would possess such superb medical skills. There's a saying, don't judge a book by its cover. I'll have to have a good chat with young Master Lin later, at least to make him a familiar face." The guests exclaimed in admiration, and some even rushed into the Song family home, intending to catch up with Lin Chuan. The receptionist watched the direction in which the group had left. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. "Young Master Lin, no need to be so polite. Please accept this generous gift of connections." If Lin Chuan knew the sincerity of the reception staff, they might turn back. Then, from the bottom of my heart, I slapped the other person across the face. "Even a nameless minor character like you dares to betray me? I just want to give up, okay?" Chapter 83. Li Yulan, you have a fever again? Inside the lobby, Lin Chuan looked around and saw that it was bustling with people. He walked to the long table and casually picked up a bowl and chopsticks. Biao stood beside him, constantly alert to their surroundings, lest any fool disturb his young master. Lin Chuan glanced at Biao, nodded in satisfaction, and was about to begin enjoying the food on the table. The next second, several well-dressed men and women gathered around, their faces bearing either fawning or respectful smiles. Lin Chuan frowned slightly. He turned his head and glanced at Ah Biao beside him. He gestured with his eyes to the other party to coax the male and female guests away. Ah Biao gave me a knowing look, silently moved a few steps to the side, making room for the men and women. Lin Chuan paused for 2 seconds, cursing inwardly at himself for choosing such an unlucky bodyguard captain. Before he knew it, the male and female guests had arrived and greeted him.
Greetings, young Master Lin.
I was so sorry I didn't have a chance to greet you at the door earlier. I've long heard that Lin Xiaofeng is handsome and has an extraordinary demeanor. Seeing him today, I can confirm that his reputation is well deserved.
Young Master Lin, my name is Yu Jiahan.
My family mainly runs a grand restaurant called Changsheng Restaurant.
You are welcome to visit us anytime. Young Master Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you here. Listening to everyone's noisy self-introductions.
Lin Chuan remained expressionless throughout.
Always remember the true meaning of giving up. That is refusing to operate.
No matter how friendly or clever the other person is, or how many ways they try to find topics to talk about, I always maintain my unwavering stance. However, considering the current environment and as the representative of the Lin family, Lin Chuan still had to occasionally chime in with a few words, in order to avoid affecting the Lin family's image in the outside world.
But that's all. Gradually,
the guests who came to greet him finally realized Lin Chuan's intentional aloofness and cold attitude. They both gave each other awkward smiles and wisely made excuses to leave, preventing the embarrassing conversation from escalating into an irreparable situation. After everyone left, Lin Chuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, I tried my best to keep a low profile. As he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. Ah Biao, I remember telling you not to make a big fuss when attending a banquet, right?
Ah Biao nodded, speaking in a matter-of-fact tone. Yes, young master, I did everything you instructed. Lin Chuan's face darkened. 5 luxury cars leading the way, and 3 behind, you call that being low-key? Isn't that right?
Ah Biao looked puzzled, his voice tinged with confusion.
Young master, we usually start our car trips with double-digit fares.
Lin Chuan raised his hand to interrupt. All right, you don't need to say anything more.
Just pretend I didn't ask anything. Ah Biao, don't let outsiders disturb my meal anymore, understand?
Ah Biao didn't understand, but he still nodded. I understand, young master.
Lin Chuan nodded slightly.
They moved to a long table in a more secluded location.
They began to feast.
From this moment on, no one is allowed to disturb my slacking off, I said it.
We must persevere in being inconspicuous. Lin Chuan was enjoying his meal immensely. They even got a little carried away. A familiar female voice suddenly rang out. Lin Chuan? So you're here. I've been looking for you everywhere.
Lin Chuan was so startled by the sudden female voice that he choked. After pausing for a moment and looking over, her expression became complicated.
How could it be you? Li Yulan. Just as I expected. I knew it would be like this. Whenever you encounter the female lead, nothing good ever happens. This is outrageous.
They were already hiding in this secluded corner, why did they still come knocking on our door? Lin Chuan subconsciously looked around.
We still couldn't find that idiot, Ah Biao. Li Yulan listened silently to Lin Chuan's innermost thoughts.
He explained in a timely manner. Captain A Biao went to rest elsewhere, saying he didn't want to disturb our time together.
Lin Chuan's expression was strange. I clearly told him not to let outsiders bother me. Li Yulan smiled and said seriously, maybe he thinks our marriage is promising and is planning to give it a push.
That way, I won't be an outsider, but your fiancée, the future young mistress of the Lin family. Lin Chuan's expression became increasingly subtle. My heart was filled with mixed feelings.
If I buy that idiot a one-way ticket to the Philippines now, I wonder if it'll be too late?
Forget it, with that idiot's fighting prowess, plus the excellent matchmaking system in the Philippines, he might just make a name for himself there.
The question now is, how should I deal with this big-breasted, brainless woman? Should I take the initiative to steer the conversation?
No, that doesn't align with my playing it easy philosophy, and might even be misunderstood as me still having feelings for her.
I've got it.
Ignore her, and make this woman give up and leave with a grudge.
Thinking of this,
Lin Chuan immediately put on a world-weary expression, as if someone owed him hundreds of millions of dollars.
He turned away on his own. They continued eating. They completely ignored Li Yulan. Li Yulan was taken aback at first, then felt displeased. He was about to leave in a huff. Just then, I overheard Lin Chuan's inner thoughts.
The slight displeasure in my heart vanished instantly. It's strange, I was determined to make Lin Chuan look at me in a new light.
Why do I always find myself unconsciously angered by Lin Chuan's words? Fine, I can't worry about that now. Since you want me to back down, I'm going to face it head on. Li Yulan naturally walked to Lin Chuan's side.
In a gentle tone, she said, Lin Chuan, you have excellent taste. This dish is not only delicious and visually appealing, but also very nutritious. Lin Chuan remained unmoved.
Spit out the food in your mouth. He then picked up other food.
At the same time, he secretly observed Li Yulan's reaction. The latter still had a smile on her face, looking at him with affection and gentle eyes.
Chapter 84 What a joke!
The two sides remained deadlocked for quite a while.
During this time, Li Yulan would occasionally move closer to Lin Chuan, awkwardly trying to make some slight physical contact.
Lin Chuan adhered to the principle of playing dumb, skillfully dodging Li Yulan's offensive time and time again. Li Yulan was very frustrated, but she persevered and tried her best to create opportunities for herself. Lin Chuan thought for a moment, then suddenly took a step and walked towards the area with more people.
Didn't you want to get closer to me?
Humph. I'd like to see if you dare to be so forward in front of so many guests.
I have to admit, I'm incredibly clever. That's what I was thinking.
A smug smile involuntarily appeared on Lin Chuan's face.
At the same time, Li Yulan keenly sensed Lin Chuan's inner thoughts.
With a determined heart, she followed him again, even taking the initiative to hug Lin Chuan's arm. Lin Chuan felt his arm sinking deep into a gentle embrace. A ripple of emotion stirred within me. Just as he was about to get absorbed in it, he suddenly realized what was happening and quickly pulled his arm away. Immediately afterwards, he quickly distanced himself from Li Yulan. Miss Li, I'm sorry, but men and women shouldn't touch each other. Please respect yourselves. Lin Chuan said seriously.
That was close.
I almost got completely lost in that world of pleasure.
Is this the destructive power of the main female lead? Just intimate contact almost shattered my Dao heart. It seems we still need to keep our distance. When Li Yulan heard Lin Chuan's thoughts, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Chuan looked suspicious. Miss Li, is what I said really that funny? Li Yulan said with a hint of mockery, the notorious playboy of Zhongjiang City actually dares to be so inappropriately intimate with me. Isn't that ridiculous?
To avoid arousing Lin Chuan's suspicion, he quickly changed the subject. However, what really made me laugh out loud wasn't what you said, Lin Chuan.
Then what is the reason? Lin Chuan asked curiously.
Li Yulan's smile remained unchanged, because our group's financial and formula issues have been completely resolved. At this point, he told Lin Chuan the whole story, including the generous donation from a certain Mr. Shin, who was taken advantage of. Lin Chuan listened silently. His expression remained unchanged. But inside, he was overjoyed.
TSK.
This is what you call the convergence of world lines. After Xin Feng's actions, Li Yulan's feelings towards him will definitely increase, and she will become even more resistant to her mother's forced marriage.
Excellent.
As long as I keep up the good work and persevere in this tanking approach, the dawn of a new future is just around the corner. Li Yulan listened to Lin Chuan's heartfelt speech, which sounded like popping champagne at the halfway point of a party. He suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth.
Are you kidding me? I would never have any feelings for that kind of hypocrite. Since he wants to be the sucker, I'm naturally happy to oblige. As for feelings of goodwill? Sorry, I've completely blacklisted him. Don't even think about it. Regarding Li Yulan's true thoughts,
Lin Chuan naturally had no way of knowing. They assumed that the other party had already developed a strong liking for Xin Feng. His wariness of Li Yulan decreased significantly. I was just about to respond to this topic. The next second, a stunningly beautiful figure gracefully passed through the crowd and arrived. The newcomer was Song Kersen, wearing a fiery red, gold-trimmed, expensive cheongsam with a slit that revealed her shapely, fair thighs.
Song Kersen noticed Li Yulan's presence at a glance.
The smile on his face faded. She naturally stood next to Lin Chuan. She spoke leisurely, I'm sorry, Brother Lin, please forgive me for not being able to greet you immediately. Before Lin Chuan could respond, she turned to look at Li Yulan, feigning surprise at having just noticed her.
He deliberately spoke apologetically, so it's Miss Li. I'm so sorry, I didn't expect to see you here. Li Yulan smiled enigmatically. Really? Perhaps there's something wrong with your eyesight.
Our group happens to sell medicines that have a calming and vision improving effect, Miss Song.
Would you like me to have someone send you a batch? Song Kursen giggled. Miss Li is so kind-hearted. However, I appreciate your kindness. After all, I've heard that your group has been experiencing cash flow problems lately, and even major banks in the city are unwilling to lend to you.
Li Yulan snorted heavily. We solved this problem a long time ago, Miss Song. Your intelligence is really outdated.
Is that so?
That's a real shame, Song Kursen said casually.
Li Yulan frowned. What do you mean by that?
Song Kursen suddenly linked arms with Lin Chuan and said sarcastically, I heard that to solve your financial problems, you were willing to agree to a marriage alliance if Brother Lin would lend you money.
And what was the result?
He was still firmly rejected by Brother Lin and had no choice but to leave in a sorry state.
Li Yulan's eyes widened in astonishment.
He gave Song Kursen a deep look.
It's as if they're asking how you found out about this? Song Kursen didn't care at all and hugged Lin Chuan's arm even tighter. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? I've never seen anyone like you, who's always been so proud and arrogant, actually ask for such a price. It truly broadens my horizons. Li Yulan's face flushed red, her breathing unsteady.
She turned to look at Lin Chuan, her wet eyes pleading for help. Lin Chuan was momentarily dazed. But he quickly regained his composure. He then turned his head away, pretending not to notice Li Yulan's gaze, and continued his path of giving up. Li Yulan paused for 2 seconds, her face showing dismay, realizing deeply that she still hadn't tried hard enough.
Song Kursen, who was standing to the side, took in everything.
He felt increasingly smug. She looked at Lin Chuan again, her voice tinged with apology. I'm so sorry, Brother Lin, I completely forgot about your apology. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood on tiptoe and suddenly kissed Lin Chuan's cheek, leaving a clearly visible lip print.
Li Yulan's eyes widened. An overwhelming surge of jealousy and anger welled up within me. He turned and left resolutely. Chapter 85. This Cheongsam is of really good quality.
After Li Yulan left in a huff, her figure completely disappeared into the crowd. Song Kursen withdrew her gaze and looked at Lin Chuan with a smug expression.
Brother Lin, someone helped you get rid of that annoying guy, shouldn't you show your appreciation? Lin Chuan smiled and replied, well done. Thanks to you, I no longer have to be bothered by that Li Yulan.
Don't worry, once things are completely over here, I promise I'll reward you handsomely. At the end of his sentence, he deliberately glanced at Song Kursen's face, his gaze gradually moving downwards before quickly returning to her face. Faced with Lin Chuan's almost blatant scrutiny,
Song Kursen showed no displeasure whatsoever. Instead, they became even more excited.
She even deliberately adjusted her posture to accentuate her enviable curves. Lin Chuan couldn't help but glance at it a few more times. To be honest, the quality of her Cheongsam is really impressive, even stretched so tightly, the seams didn't come undone.
As expected, expensive things are expensive. Song Kursen listened to Lin Chuan's heartfelt words. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Chuan looked suspicious. What are you laughing at all of a sudden?
It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of a joke, Song Kursen said with a smile, changing the subject.
On another note, Brother Lin, it must be so boring for you to be here all by yourself. Our pianist is about to take the stage, why don't we come with him to listen to his performance?
Lin Chuan instinctively wanted to refuse, but he was afraid of arousing unnecessary suspicion.
He could only nod in agreement.
Okay, I'll do as you say, just to pass the time.
Song Kursen giggled and immediately grabbed Lin Chuan's arm.
They walked straight toward the stage that stood in the center of the hall.
A moment later, under Song Kursen's leadership, Lin Chuan approached the stage.
Looking up, one could see a well-dressed pianist playing a piece with deep emotion, drawing praise from the surrounding guests.
Brother Lin, how are you feeling? Song Kursen asked with a smile.
Lin Chuan casually replied, not bad, it's melodious and pleasant to the ear, like listening to celestial music that temporarily brightens the ears. As expected of Brother Lin, he even uses poetry to praise people.
He's truly talented. Song Kursen flattered him.
Before Lin Chuan could reply, a male voice suddenly rang out, Miss Song, you'd better be careful, don't be fooled by some people who are all show and no substance.
Song Kursen's face immediately darkened, and she looked around. Who was talking just now? What kind of skill is it to talk badly about people behind their backs?
I'm sorry, Miss Song, I was indeed rude in that respect. The male voice came again. As soon as he finished speaking, a handsome man in a white suit walked over slowly. He was holding a folding fan in his hand. It made him stand out. Lin Chuan glanced at the newcomer indifferently. Recognized the other party's identity. I immediately recalled that person's role and screen time in the original work. Too lazy to argue with the other party, he turned around and continued to enjoy the performance on stage. However, Song Kursen would not let it go so easily. She immediately spoke up in displeasure. Zhao Zikong, apologize to me right now. Zhao Zikong, completely oblivious, continued, Miss Song, those were my heartfelt words. Where did I go wrong? Song Kursen sneered, do you know who this person next to me is? I don't know, and I don't want to know. Zhao Zikong said with an arrogant and disdainful expression. Excuse my bluntness, but as the daughter of the Song family, one of the 3 major families in Zhongjiang City, you should stay away from certain shady characters. Besides, Miss Song, I, Zhao Zikong, have put my heart into this, so why are you unwilling to accept it? Song Kursen rolled her eyes. Don't give me that, Zhao Zikong. I've told you before, my heart belongs to someone else. At this point, he deliberately glanced at Lin Chuan, who was turned away from him. Zhao Zikong was instantly filled with inexplicable anger. He strode to the side of Lin Chuan. Raise your hand and press it against your shoulder. He was about to deliver a passionate speech. The next second, Lin Chuan looked up and spoke softly, is there something you need? Zhao Zikong instantly recognized Lin Chuan's identity. Startled, he blurted out, Young Master Lin? You, how did you get here? Lin Chuan glanced at the other person's hand indifferently. In a nonchalant tone, he said, Get your paws off me. Zhao Zikong quickly withdrew his hand. His expression became quite tense. Her body trembled slightly. Lin Chuan lightly brushed his shoulder before casually asking, Am I not allowed to come? Do I need your permission? No, Mr. Lin, that's not what I meant. At this moment, Zhao Zikong lowered his posture and became cautious, no longer displaying the arrogance and disdain he had shown earlier. The reason is simple, Zhao Zikong's family, like Li Youlan's family, belongs to the second-tier families in Zhongjiang City. The difference is that the latter at least has the opportunity to climb the social ladder by marrying into the Lin family. Lin Chuan recalled the Zhao family's situation once more. He nodded slightly. If that's the case, what are you still doing here? Zhao Zikong felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He didn't even have time to say goodbye to Song Kursen. They hurriedly fled from here. Song Kursen glanced in the direction Zhao Zikong had fled. My initially unpleasant mood instantly improved. She smiled and hugged Lin Chuan's arm tightly. Brother Lin, thank you for helping me solve a problem. That guy Zhao Zikong always tries to bother me whenever he gets the chance. If it weren't for the fact that the Song and Zhao families have a fairly good relationship, I would have definitely given him a huge embarrassment. At this point, she changed the subject, her tone light and flirtatious. Brother Lin, my period will be over in 2 days. More importantly, those great deals are coming soon, aren't you excited? After saying that, Song Kursen leaned close to Lin Chuan's ear and gently blew a breath into his earlobe. At the same time, he raised his right hand and placed it on Lin Chuan's abdomen. Lin Chuan's breathing unconsciously became heavy. I was caught in a mental struggle. In the end, reason prevailed. He subtly grabbed Song Kursen's wrist to prevent her from doing anything outrageous that could affect the rest of the story. Chapter 86, I'll show you the consequences of offending me. Before Song Kursen could even open her mouth to tease him, Lin Chuan said in a serious tone, Be honest, this is your grandfather's birthday banquet. What? You're afraid of being discovered? Song Kursen said teasingly. Besides, Brother Lin, don't you think this is more exciting? Lin Chuan sighed helplessly. He glanced in the direction Zhao Zikong had left. She muttered to herself, I'm just afraid of provoking Zhao Zikong to break down and leave the scene prematurely. I couldn't help but mutter to myself. In the original novel, if the original owner of this body was the number 1 sycophant, then Zhao Zikong was definitely number 2. The difference is that this guy is fawning over Song Kursen and likes to pretend to be refined and well-mannered. Every now and then he would write a few sentimental poems and send them to Song Kursen, along with all sorts of random, expensive gifts. Unfortunately, Song Kursen wasn't buying it at all. On the contrary, she disliked him even more. To be honest, this guy is a coward at heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so eager to step forward and stomp on the face of the crudely dressed Chin Fong, thinking he could show off in front of the Song family. The result was quite the opposite. Instead of stepping on someone's face, they got beaten up themselves, and Shinfeng even used the Song family to deliver a severe slap in the face from behind. If he finds out now that I'm hooking up with Song Kursen, he'll be both ashamed and angry, but he won't be able to do anything about it and will just have to leave in a huff. That won't do, otherwise the plot will change and it will affect my ability to slack off.
I have to guard against this. On another note, Shinfeng is quite outrageous.
Attending a formal occasion like a birthday banquet, he dressed so casually, and the Song family didn't even seem angry.
Sigh, this is what they call the chosen one. No matter how rude they do, they're still accepted. Forget it, my role is over anyway. Now it's Shinfeng's time to shine. I can just relax and do nothing.
Lin Chuan released Song Kursen's wrist.
With a big smile, he walked towards the dining table not far away.
Little did he know that Song Kursen had overheard all of his inner thoughts and complaints. Song Kursen narrowed her eyes, her face showing displeasure.
So there was such a thing. Humph. That Shinfeng is really unscrupulous. You think you can use the Song family to save face for him? Dream on. Just you wait, Shinfeng, I won't let you have your way.
At the entrance of the Song family's residence, several staff members greeted the last group of guests on the list.
He was about to turn around and go back inside.
Before leaving, he didn't forget to give instructions to the 2 security guards standing by the door. One of the security guards nodded emphatically, "Don't worry, although we were transferred from elsewhere, we guarantee we will complete the mission." After the receptionist left, a brand new Porsche slowly pulled up in front of the 2 security guards. The car door opened, and a slightly handsome young man stepped out, wearing a vest and cheap, wrinkled trousers. The young man threw a spitting dagger at the woman in the driver's seat. Only then did he walk triumphantly towards the Song family's door. As expected, the 2 security guards simultaneously reached out to stop him, saying in unison, "Excuse me, sir, you cannot go in."
The young man's face immediately darkened, and he said with displeasure, "I can't go in? Why can't I go in? My name is Shinfeng. Do you know what this name means?"
The security guard on the right slowly shook his head. "I'm sorry, we were transferred from other places because of a shortage of manpower. According to the instructions from above, outsiders who are not properly dressed and do not have an invitation are not allowed to enter.
Please cooperate with my work." Shinfeng immediately spat. "Pa. What do you mean by not properly dressed? Does one have to wear a full suit to be considered properly dressed? Let me tell you, this is what you call looking down on people. Listen up, if you don't let me in, you'll face the consequences."
The security guard remained unmoved, speaking in a measured tone, "I'm sorry, sir, this is our job. Please go back and change your clothes, and take your invitation with you.
Otherwise, I really can't let you in."
Shinfeng was so angry that his face turned red. His shoulders trembled repeatedly.
Pointing his finger at the security guard's nose, he gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know what will happen if you piss me off?"
The security guard on the left repeated, "Sir, please change your clothes and show your invitation." Shinfeng snorted heavily. He subconsciously clenched his right fist. It is already poised to launch. He quickly remembered the purpose of his trip.
A conflict breaking out here would inevitably disrupt the entire birthday banquet. At that point, all my elaborate plans will have been for naught. This thought came to mind.
Shinfeng suppressed his anger and murderous intent.
He glanced at the 2 security guards and said, "Very well, you're quite diligent. You'll learn the consequences of offending me soon enough."
As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his phone and dialed Song Kursen's number.
At the same time, inside the lobby,
Song Kursen was having a pleasant conversation with Lin Chuan, her face full of a happy smile.
The next second, an incoming phone call interrupted their conversation. Song Kursen took out her phone and looked at it. Why is there a call from an unknown number? Could it be from the company? "Excuse me, Brother Lin, I need to take this call."
Lin Chuan didn't take it to heart, waved his hand, and gestured for the other party to go ahead.
Song Kursen pressed the answer button, turned her back, and asked, "Who is this?"
"It's me." Kursen Shinfeng's cheeky voice came from the other end of the phone.
Song Kursen's face darkened. He immediately hung up the phone.
Do not give the other party a chance to speak. Soon, Shinfeng called again, "Don't hang up, Kursen, I'm in trouble."
Song Kursen said indignantly, "You surname Shin, you better show me some respect." "Alright, Miss Song, I was wrong,"
Shinfeng said helplessly.
Song Kursen gave a soft hum. I'm too lazy to find out why the other person has my phone number.
His tone was utterly cold.
Just tell me already, what trouble have you run into? Chapter 87's plot development seems a bit off. I came here to attend Old Master Song's birthday banquet, but guess what? I was stopped by 2 guard dogs. Shin Feng's angry words came from the other end of the phone.
Song Kursen looked puzzled.
2 guard dogs? What are you talking about? My family doesn't keep dogs.
They're just those 2 idiot security guards at the gate.
They look down on people.
Shin Feng said irritably.
Song Kursen was displeased. Shin Feng, you'd better watch your mouth. That's an employee of the Song family.
Shin Feng didn't care at all and said to himself, anyway, it's the same thing. Miss Song, you should come over here and teach these 2 blind fools a lesson. Song Kursen frowned slightly, recalling Lin Chuan's thoughts, and knew that the 2 security guards refused to let Shin Feng go because of his inappropriate attire. In other words, it was Shin Feng's fault to begin with. The 2 security guards were just following the rules.
Humph. They're the ones who broke the rules, yet they have the nerve to accuse our security guards of being condescending?
I must say, Shin Feng is truly shameless.
You want me to come and back you up? Sorry, no way. Song Kursen gave a barely perceptible hum. I was just about to refuse. A thought suddenly popped into my head.
No, Shin Feng dares to act so recklessly because Dad must have invited him. If I just reject Shin Feng like this, he will definitely call his father to intervene, which will only make him more smug.
Song Kursen sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to agree. Okay, I'll go find you at the door right now.
But listen to me carefully, you are not allowed to get into a conflict with our security guards. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Chuan, who was standing nearby, noticed the change in Song Kursen's expression.
Out of curiosity, I asked, what's wrong? You don't look too good. Song Kursen sighed, don't even mention it, it's all that wretched Shin Feng's fault. Lin Chuan understood immediately, but feigned confusion. Shin Feng? That guy's here too? What's he doing here? Song Kursen glanced at Lin Chuan, don't you know?
My dad was in a car accident and he saved his life. So, my dad invited him to his birthday banquet, but he was stopped by security guards outside, and I had to go and help him out.
Lin Chuan paused for 2 seconds, slightly surprised. This plot development doesn't seem quite right. When did Song Shui get into a car accident? How did things turn out like this? Song Kursen smiled faintly, Brother Lin, your expression is off too. Don't you want to see that scoundrel Shin Feng?
Lin Chuan coughed lightly and quickly changed the subject. It's nothing, you should go quickly, don't delay important matters. This way, the birthday banquet storyline can proceed smoothly, and I can better slack off.
Song Kursen listened silently to Lin Chuan's thoughts.
A new plan immediately formed in his mind.
3 or 4 minutes later.
At the entrance of the Song family's residence,
Shin Feng paced back and forth. Because Song Kursen had not arrived yet. Anxiety gradually appeared on his face. What's going on here? That woman, Song Kursen, clearly promised me, why hasn't she come out yet? The birthday celebration is almost here, what on earth is she up to?
Shin Feng grew increasingly anxious, and finally, unable to suppress his impulse, he stepped forward to force his way into the Song family's gate.
The 2 security guards reached out to stop him again, saying, Excuse me, sir, you are not allowed to enter. Get out of my way.
Shin Feng said irritably. The security guard on the right remained unmoved. Sir, I'm so sorry, please cooperate with our work.
As long as you change into formal attire and present your invitation, we will let you through immediately. Shin Feng was furious.
I'll say it again, my name is Shin Feng, and I'm Song Shui's savior.
Don't tell me you don't even know Song Shui.
The 2 security guards looked at each other, and the one on the left said in a serious tone, Of course we know President Song.
Shin Feng's expression softened slightly. Since that's the case, why don't you let me in?
The security guard who had spoken earlier chuckled, Well, this is the first time I've heard of the name Shin Feng.
To be frank, I've seen far too many nobody like you trying to climb the social ladder.
Towards the end, he was no longer as polite as he had been at the beginning, and his tone revealed undisguised contempt and disdain.
Shin Feng's face darkened. Believe it or not, I'll call your young lady, Song Kursen, right now.
The security guard on the left scoffed, From the beginning, you've been saying you called the young lady.
And then? Did the young lady come out? Listen up, you little punk, if you keep dawdling, we'll call the police and have you arrested. He heard the security guard call him a nobody. Shin Feng could no longer suppress his anger. He suddenly lunged at the security guard. He swung his right hand in a wide arc and delivered a slap to the face. The man was beaten until he saw stars and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. You think you're worthy to look down on me, you mere watchdog? Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the Song family. As soon as he finished speaking, he delivered another kick to the chest of the rude security guard. The foul-mouthed security guard felt a sharp pain in front of him. A sweet taste immediately rose in my throat. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Chapter 88. I think you're just deliberately trying to make a fool of yourself. He watched as his colleague was beaten until he vomited blood. Without saying a word, another security guard immediately pulled out a rubber baton and smashed it against Shin Feng's shoulder. Shin Feng didn't even turn his head, but raised his leg and kicked, his toe hitting the security guard's shoulder accurately. With a cracking sound, the security guard's shoulder blade split open, and he involuntarily let out a painful groan. The next second, Shin Feng turned his body and unleashed a spinning kick with lightning speed. The security guard had no time to react. A shoe print appeared in front of him, and he was sent flying backward. Bang! The security guard slammed hard against the doorframe, spitting out a mouthful of blood as well. You actually dare to act so violently in front of the Song family's gate. You are incredibly audacious. The security guard, who was the first to cough up blood, managed to say. Shin Feng looked down at them with a superior air, saying, even if I beat you both to death, the Song family won't do anything to me. I told you, I am Song Shuyi's savior, and you two are nothing but Song's watchdogs. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen men in security guard uniforms ran out one after another, obviously having heard the fighting outside. The middle-aged man in the lead wore dark-colored clothes and a blue armband with gold trim on his left arm, signifying that he was of higher status than ordinary security guards. What happened? The middle-aged man asked seriously. The bodyguard lying by the door hurriedly responded, Captain Wang. This man is a master. He injured old he. Team leader Wang turned his head and glanced at the security guard with a shoe print in front of him. He instantly judged that the guard's injury was not serious, and his face turned grim. He quickly looked at Shin Feng, who was the only one standing. His tone was now tinged with anger. No matter who you are or what your reasons are, daring to injure someone in front of the Song family's gate, don't think you can get away with this. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed toward Shin Feng, with the security guards following closely behind. In an instant, the crowd surged forward with ferocious momentum, like a herd of raging bulls launching a death charge. Shin Feng was already seething with anger. I'm too lazy to waste my breath. Instead of retreating, they advanced. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Captain Wang. Team leader Wang snorted coldly. He threw a straight punch at Shin Feng's head. This punch was powerful and heavy. If it landed on anyone else, they would surely be seriously injured. However, in Shin Feng's eyes, whose strength was close to the mid-stage of dark force, Wang's offensive and movement were as slow as a tortoise. Shin Feng tilted his head slightly. He easily dodged Captain Wang's straight punch. He then raised his palm and struck the other person's chest. Team leader Wang was caught off guard and felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, causing him to involuntarily stagger back dozens of steps. Fortunately, the security guards behind him provided timely support, which allowed him to stop in his tracks and barely regain his balance. Team leader Wang didn't have time to express his gratitude to the people behind him. Staring at Shin Feng in astonishment, she exclaimed, Peak of Ming Jin? You're actually a Peak Ming Jin expert. Shin Feng chuckled, you have some discernment, but unfortunately, it's not enough. What did you say? Captain Wang couldn't help but ask. As Shin Feng launched his attack, he corrected him, listen up. I'm not at the peak of Ming Jin, but rather close to the mid-stage of Ming Jin. Before the words were even finished, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, instantly routing Captain Wang and the security guards behind him, leaving them in complete disarray. In an instant, cries of pain and screams of agony rang out one after another. Gradually, the air filled with the smell of blood. Bloodstains were scattered on the ground. A moment later, Shin Feng stopped what he was doing, his expression utterly cold, a few drops of blood still clinging to his hand. Meanwhile, the Song family's security team lay scattered on the ground, their painful groans echoing throughout. Shin Feng snorted and lifted his foot to walk towards the Song family's gate. The next second, Wang, who was on the ground, suddenly raised his right hand. He grabbed Shin Feng's ankle. With difficulty, he began, "No, you are not allowed to trespass into the Song family unless I die."
Shin Feng's face grew increasingly grim.
He looked down and said, "Let go of me. Don't think I won't kill someone."
Listen carefully, my patience is limited. Team leader Wang remained unmoved and resolute, saying, "I have served the Song family for decades, and I will never allow a thug like you to disrupt the old master's birthday banquet."
Shin Feng remained silent for 2 seconds.
Suddenly I looked up and gazed at the back of the doorway. Suddenly raising her voice, she shouted, "Don't hide in there.
Come out. Song Kurson."
Captain Wang looked flustered and hurriedly turned around. "Miss.
No.
This person is very dangerous, please don't come out." As she spoke, Song Kurson walked out slowly, her expression calm and composed, showing no fear whatsoever.
Shin Feng pointed at Song Kurson and questioned her, "I've noticed your breathing since just now. You're already here, why don't you step forward and explain for me?" Song Kurson said calmly, "Of course, it's to confirm." "Confirm? What are you talking about?" Shin Feng frowned and asked.
Song Kurson glanced at the security guard who had been knocked down first.
With the same tone, he said, "Just like you said, this guy did make the mistake of judging by appearances and didn't treat the guests with enough respect." Shin Feng's expression softened slightly, and he was about to reply. Unexpectedly, Song Kurson changed the subject. "However, Mr. Shin, you were in the wrong first in this matter." Shin Feng's eyes widened. "Are you kidding me? It was clearly the security guard who spoke rudely to me. Besides, look. I've carefully prepared a birthday gift for old Master Song." At the end of his speech, he moved the backpack behind him to the front and took out an ancient scroll. Song Kurson interrupted, "That's not what I meant. You said my security guards didn't respect you enough, but what about you? She came to my grandfather's birthday banquet dressed like this, and before you knew it, she had seriously injured my bodyguard. Don't you realize your mistake?" Shin Feng's face instantly darkened, and he said irritably, "Song Kurson, I think you're just deliberately trying to make a fool of me. Otherwise, why didn't you stop these watchdogs immediately?" Song Kurson said coldly, "I have already answered this question. Now it is your turn to answer mine. Has no one taught you not to answer questions with questions? Or do you simply not know what proper upbringing is?" Chapter 89. They really don't know their own limitations. Faced with Song Kurson's undisguised disdain, Shin Feng became increasingly annoyed. Yet, I couldn't help but feel guilty. The reason he couldn't wear a decent suit to the banquet was because he spent the whole night pulling radishes with a rich woman and almost forgot about today's birthday celebration. In the very end, I had no choice but to bring the birthday gift and rush over. Shin Feng certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to tell Song Kurson about such a thing. He decided to play the rogue to the end, saying, "Miss Song, no matter what, these security guards' injuries cannot be attributed to me." Song Kurson narrowed her eyes. "If it can't be attributed to you, does it have to be attributed to me?" Shin Feng nodded subconsciously, "That's right. If you had come out sooner, they would have avoided this beating from me." Before Song Kurson could reply, he changed the subject. "However, don't worry, I know a little about medicine, their injuries are nothing to worry about. However, if you want me to condescend to treat these watchdogs, Miss Song, you'll have to show some sincerity first." At the end, Shin Feng winked at Song Kurson repeatedly, practically screaming, "You're begging me." Song Kurson snorted lightly, "No need for you to worry, I will arrange for them to be the best doctors in the city." Shin Feng's face darkened. He grew increasingly displeased. He raised his right foot and stomped hard on Captain Wang's ankle, replying in a sinister tone, "Is that so? I'd like to see which medical expert in Zhongjiang City can cure a cripple with severed meridians." After saying that, he gradually exerted force with his foot, and Captain Wang let out a shrill scream of pain. Song Kurson's expression changed slightly, and she said angrily, "Shin Feng, you bastard. Stop right now." Shin Feng laughed heartily, "Miss Song, you're really joking. Where did I lay a hand on you? I only kicked you." You. Song Kurson said through gritted teeth. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, many guests arrived upon hearing the news, their faces full of gossip. Zhao Zikong happened to be in the crowd. They sensed a great opportunity to shine. He immediately stepped forward from the crowd and stood in front of Song Kurson. Song Kurson paused for 2 seconds, her expression strange. "Zhao Zikong? What are you doing?" "Miss Song, don't worry," Zhao Zikong said, looking straight ahead without turning his head. "As long as I'm here, I will never let this thug harm a single hair on your head." Before Song Kursin could reply,
Zhao Zikong suddenly raised his folding fan.
it points towards Shenfeng from afar. You villain!
With Zhao Zikong here today, I will not tolerate your rampage. If you don't want to suffer, leave now to avoid being embarrassed in front of everyone.
Song Kursin realized that the situation was not good.
Considering the close relationship between the Song and Zhao families, he immediately spoke up to persuade him. Young Master Zhao, this matter has nothing to do with you, you should hurry up and... Zhao Zikong raised his hand to interrupt. Don't worry about Miss Song.
I don't even consider a brute like that a threat.
Alright, I'm making this clear today. With me here, I will absolutely not let these violent elements set foot in the Song family's gate. Faced with Zhao Zikong's smug and boastful words, Shenfeng narrowed his eyes, his anger turning into a mocking laugh.
Make me suffer? I'd like to see how you embarrass me.
Zhao Zikong snorted, truly stubborn and incorrigible. After saying that, he put away his folding fan and took out his phone. Don't blame me for not reminding you, Li Jianguo, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, is my father's closest friend. As long as I make one phone call, the Public Works Department will immediately send a group of elite officers.
You'll be in big trouble then.
Before he could finish speaking, a loud slap rang out. Shenfeng slapped Zhao Zikong across the face, knocking him to the ground. Zhao Zikong fell to the ground. She raised her hand to cover her instantly swollen cheek. He looked up at Shenfeng. His eyes were filled with confusion.
You barbarian, how dare you hit me?
Shenfeng reached out and grabbed Zhao Zikong by the collar. He slapped her again with his backhand.
The difference is, this time it hit the other cheek.
The two sides are perfectly symmetrical. What a piece of trash. I thought he was some kind of expert, but he's just a pretty face with no substance. Shenfeng seized the opportunity to make a sarcastic remark. Before Zhao Zikong could reply, he continued, listen carefully, even if it's the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, or even the director himself, I'm not afraid. After saying that, he slapped Zhao Zikong several more times, the sound loud and clear, reaching the ears of everyone present. For a moment, Shenfeng made no attempt to hide his arrogance, domineering nature, and unbridled behavior, leaving a deep impression on the onlookers and shocking them.
Zhao Zikong was filled with both fear and anger.
They no longer cared about maintaining a gentle and refined image. He hurriedly shouted at the top of his lungs, his words slurred, how long are you all going to keep watching this show?
Hurry up and report it all.
Shenfeng remained unmoved. He raised his hand and slapped her again. He interrupted Zhao Zikong again.
He scoffed, trying to show off, huh? You really don't know your place. Saying this, she glanced back at the guests. Now you expect those cowards to help you?
That's wishful thinking. The guests' faces flushed red, then turned pale, then flushed again, their hearts burning with rage. Immediately, everyone started chattering, who is this kid?
He's so arrogant. So rude. Call the police. We must call the police.
Get the constables here, arrest him, and detain him for a few days.
Isn't this inappropriate? Today is old Master Song's birthday. What kind of business is it to summon the constables? What else can we do but call the police? That kid looks tough, he even took down the Song family's security team.
That's right, this guy is definitely sent by the Song family's rival to cause trouble.
We're helping the Song family out of their predicament. That makes sense.
You're the most proactive one, you should call the police right away.
Oh, my phone's dead, you guys can make the call. Chapter 90. How could there be such a domineering guy?
Just as the guests were passing the buck and no one wanted to be the first to speak up, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly rang out, Master Shen, I'm so sorry, please calm down. Shenfeng stopped what he was doing and looked up at the source of the sound. Then a middle-aged man in a gray suit with a respectable appearance strode out the door.
It was none other than Song Shui. He glared at Song Kursin with annoyance. Is this how you handle things when you're asked to entertain guests?
Before Song Kursin could speak in her defense, he walked straight up to Shenfeng and said, Master Shen, please be lenient and spare my nephew Zikong for my sake. Shenfeng snorted, fine, for your sake, but he has to apologize to me first.
Zhao Zikong's eyes widened in astonishment. I was the one who got beaten up.
He actually had to apologize himself. How can there be such a domineering person in this world?
Shenfeng glanced at him indifferently. What? You're not convinced? All right, in that case, let's continue.
Zhao Zikong hurriedly said, I'm sorry.
Boss, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have spoken so rudely to you. Please forgive me and let it go. Shin Feng sneered. Only then did he release Xiaozakong. He turned to look at Song Shui. He instantly adopted a humble demeanor. Uncle Song, please excuse my rudeness. Song Shui didn't even glance at Xiaozakong on the ground. She reached out and grabbed Shin Feng's shoulder. He smiled warmly and said, "It's all right, come with me, I'll introduce you to some friends. If you have the chance in the future, you should make more contact with them. Having more friends means having more options." Shin Feng nodded repeatedly. "You're right, thank you for your introduction." Song Shui laughed heartily. He then led Shin Feng directly toward the group of guests who had come to watch the spectacle. "Everyone, let me introduce you. This young man is named Shin Feng. As you all probably know, Mr. Song was unfortunately involved in a car accident a few days ago, and it was thanks to Master Shin that he survived." Shin Feng smiled and said, "Uncle Song, I really can't accept the title of master. Just call me Xiao Shun." Song Shui shook his head repeatedly. "This won't do. Your medical skills are superb, and you deserve the title of master." The guests looked at each other, slightly surprised. They hadn't expected that this domineering young man would be so highly regarded by Song Shui. One of the guests reacted quickly, changing his tune. "Indeed, he has an extraordinary bearing. You can tell at a glance that he is an outstanding person. Master Shin, please be sure to visit my club after the birthday banquet." Seeing that someone was leading the way in flattery, the other guests naturally did not want to be left behind. Change your attitude accordingly. In an instant, the guests who had previously looked down on Shin Feng began to vie for his favor. Shin Feng was immediately in a great mood. He then walked into the Song family's gate while chatting and laughing with Song Shui and the guests. Before leaving, he didn't forget to glance back at the security guards on the ground. A mocking smile flashed across his face when Shin Feng's figure completely disappeared from sight. Song Kursen looked away. He reached out and helped Captain Wang up. With an apologetic tone, he said, "I'm sorry, Captain Wang, I've made you and your brothers suffer." Captain Wang slowly shook his head. "Protecting the Song family is our duty, and getting injured is inevitable. However, miss, I have a question, but I'm not sure if I should ask it." "Are you trying to ask me why I'm targeting Shin Feng?" Song Kursen asked with a smile. Captain Wang said solemnly, "As you can see, that Shin Feng is quite capable, and now he is very close to the master. In my opinion, you have no reason to oppose him, both emotionally and logically." Song Kursen slowly shook her head. "No, Captain Wang, Shin Feng is far more dangerous than you imagine. Sai, here's what happened." Captain Wang listened silently, then his eyes widened. "To put on a hero saves the damsel in distress act in front of you, he actually hired someone to harass you? Damn it, what a scoundrel. I'll go tell the master right now." Song Kursen raised her hand to stop them. "No need, I'll handle Shin Feng's matter. You all go and rest first." "I'm sorry, miss, it's my incompetence." Captain Wang looked ashamed. Song Kursen waved her hand, indicating that the other party should not take it to heart. He immediately turned and walked towards the gate. A moment later, Song Kursen returned to the hall. "Look around." They were unable to find Shin Feng. "Strange, where did that guy go?" As soon as she finished speaking, Shin Feng's voice suddenly came from behind her. "Miss Song, were you looking for me?" Song Kursen quickly turned around to look. At some point, Shin Feng changed into a smart black suit, making him look much more handsome. "Where did you get this suit?" Song Kursen frowned. Shin Feng's smile faded, and he said apologetically, "Miss Song, I must apologize to you." "What?" Song Kursen asked, puzzled. Shin Feng said solemnly, "Uncle Song has already explained it to me. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful as to prepare a suit for me in advance." Song Kursen instantly understood. His expression turned ugly for a moment. He glanced at the stage not far away out of the corner of his eye. "An idea came to me immediately." He smiled in response. "Mr. Shin, I wonder if you can play any piano dance music?" Shin Feng followed Song Kursen's gaze toward the stage. He immediately understood and replied with a smile, "What a coincidence. I happen to know one of those songs. Let me let you hear it, Miss Song." After saying that, he strode over, went up on the stage, and sat down at the piano. A melodious piano dance tune slowly began to play.
It instantly attracted the attention of all the guests in the hall.
Song Kursin gave a half smile. He walked straight through the crowd.
They approached a young man who was looking down at his phone.
She smiled and said, "Brother Lin, would you mind dancing with me for a while?"
Lin Chuan looked up at Song Kursin.
After much hesitation. Finally, she nodded. "All right, it's a deal, just for a little while." Song Kursin's smile deepened. Chapter 91. I feel like even God is on my side.
In the center of the hall, the guests danced gracefully to the piano music, each with a smile on their face, clearly enjoying themselves. Song Kursin was the same, smiling as she looked at Lin Chuan in front of her. While cooperating with Song Kursin's actions, Lin Chuan asked in confusion, "Why are you looking at me like that?"
Song Kursin didn't say anything, but pretended to twist her ankle and fell into Lin Chuan's arms.
Lin Chuan froze, looking at Song Kursin in surprise.
"What are you doing?"
"Excuse me, Brother Lin, I think I twisted my ankle." Song Kursin pretended to be delicate. While speaking, she kept leaning against Lin Chuan, seemingly unintentionally rubbing against the inside of his thigh. The next second, she leaned close to Lin Chuan's ear and whispered, "Why don't we find a quiet place so you can take a good look around for me?" Lin Chuan's breathing unconsciously became heavy. My instinct was to nod in agreement.
The next second, I suddenly felt an incredibly intense gaze fall on me.
Lin Chuan immediately felt a jolt of alarm. I subconsciously turned my head to look. They happened to be there when Shin Feng was playing music on stage.
Holy crap! What's going on? When did the pianist on stage get replaced by this guy?
Goodness, no wonder Song Kursin suddenly invited me to dance. I was so careless. No, we have to find a way to extricate ourselves. Now is not the time to completely break ties.
That's what I was thinking.
Lin Chuan then helped Song Kursin up, but subtly distanced himself from her. In that case, let's not jump anymore.
Let me help you sit down over there.
After saying that, without giving Song Kursin a chance to speak, he forcibly led her to an empty seat to the side. The next second, Lin Chuan spoke up again, "I'm going to find someone to get some liniment. You wait here for me, I'll be back soon."
Song Kursin suppressed a laugh. "Okay, Brother Lin. You'd better hurry, the banquet is about to start."
Lin Chuan gave a few perfunctory replies.
He decisively turned and fled. As for the so-called traumatic injury medicine? Of course, I won't go looking for it. Lin Chuan isn't stupid. How could he not see that Song Kursin was just pretending, most likely despite Shin Feng? Honestly, I just wanted to slack off, so why does something always go wrong? God help me, please don't bother me anymore while I'm slacking off. I'll keep my distance from Song Kursin for now. That spot over there looks good. I shouldn't be bothered if I sit there. Song Kursin gazed with great interest in the direction Lin Chuan had left. The next second, Shin Feng's voice came from behind, "Miss Song, are you alright?" Song Kursin's smile vanished instantly.
She turned to look at Shin Feng, her face expressionless.
"I'm fine, Mr. Shin. You don't need to worry about me. Speaking of which, shouldn't you be playing the piano on stage?" Shin Feng casually replied, "Isn't the banquet about to start? I'm coming down to find a seat."
Changing the subject, "By the way, I think I just heard something about liniment for bruises and sprains.
Are you injured?"
As he spoke, he leaned closer to Song Kursin and said, "How about I take a look for you?"
Song Kursin decisively refused, "No need, I'm already better."
Before Shin Feng could speak, she continued, "Excuse me, I need to touch up my makeup, so I'll take my leave now." After saying that, she got up and walked towards the restroom, leaving Shin Feng with a proud and slender back view. Shin Feng hesitated for 2 seconds. She turned her head to look in the direction Lin Chuan had left. He snorted heavily, "You, surnamed Lin, you're really something, trying to take advantage of a weakness, huh?
Just you wait and see. When it comes to the gift-giving part, I'll make you lose face completely."
As soon as he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye.
Shin Feng's eyes lit up immediately. "It's Li Yulan. I didn't expect her to come too."
Song Kursin went to the restroom. "I can take this opportunity to get to know her better."
This is amazing. I feel like even God is on my side.
On the other end, Lin Chuan sat alone at the round dining table,
drinking top-quality wine. He listlessly surveyed the guests in the hall.
The next second, 2 familiar figures appeared not far away and walked towards them. Before Lin Chuan could react, the 2 figures had already arrived close. It was Li Yulan and Shin Feng. The conversation between the two reached Lin Chuan's ears. Shin Feng said smugly, "Miss Li, the fact that we can meet again here is enough to prove the fate between us. Mr. Shin, please speak with some respect and don't say things without any evidence." Li Yulan's tone was harsh, making no attempt to hide her distant attitude. Shin Feng feigned helplessness. "Miss Li, I've done you a great favor, so why are you keeping me at arm's length? Actually, I have many new ideas about the formula for your company's new products. As long as you follow my approach and make improvements, I guarantee that both the efficacy and yield will be perfect." Li Yulan completely ignored the bait Shin Feng had thrown out. She noticed Lin Chuan out of the corner of her eye. Overjoyed, she immediately changed the subject. "Ah.
Lin Chuan.
So you're here.
I've been looking for you everywhere."
After saying that, he sat down in the empty seat to Lin Chuan's right. Old Master Song's birthday banquet is as lively as ever. Before Lin Chuan could speak, she continued, "Not only that, but there are also a few unfamiliar faces here who like to be friendly, which is really a headache." After saying that, he deliberately glanced at Shin Feng, whose expression was uncertain.
Chapter 92. Li Yulan is exhausted. After a brief silence, Shin Feng then noticed Lin Chuan standing to the side. He wore an expression of complete understanding. Looking at Li Yulan, his tone was filled with gratitude. "Miss Li, I understand your kindness. Thank you, but you also have to believe in my abilities." Li Yulan paused for 2 seconds. "Good intentions? Mr. Shin, what exactly are you talking about?" Shin Feng glanced at Lin Chuan indifferently. "Miss Li, I now understand why you are distancing yourself from me and ignoring me. It's also my fault for being slow to react. I'm sorry it took me so long to realize." Li Yulan widened her almond-shaped eyes and interrupted, "Enough. Shin Feng, what nonsense are you spouting?" Shin Feng revealed what he thought was a deep smile. "You're afraid that Lin Chuan, this young master, will hold a grudge against me, so you're using that cold attitude to protect me, right? After all, Lin Chuan pursued you relentlessly for a period of time, and that fact is already widely known. If he sees us being on good terms, he'll surely turn his love into hatred and exact revenge on me without any limits." Li Yulan revealed a subtle expression. The way he looked at Shin Feng became somewhat strange. "Are you kidding me? How narcissistic is this guy? Unless someone's completely out of their mind, who would want to defend a hypocrite like you, a scoundrel and a disgrace? Get out of here right now." Thinking of this, Li Yulan didn't have time to refute Shin Feng's nonsense. She turned to Lin Chuan and said, "Lin Chuan, let me explain." "It's not what he said. I didn't have that thought at all." Lin Chuan took a sip of wine. "Always maintain an expression that says keep away, strangers. Listen, Li Yulan, what you and Shin Feng have to do with me, and I don't care what you two think. So either you go somewhere else to continue your conversation, or you better keep quiet." "Ha ha ha." Li Yulan, this great female protagonist, ultimately couldn't resist the corrective power of the world's will and has begun to take a solid step towards becoming brain-damaged. "My efforts to slack off and refuse to offer help were finally worthwhile. We're finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Although the trope of repaying a debt of gratitude is outdated, it's undeniably effective." Li Yulan listened to Lin Chuan's series of heartfelt expressions of joy. He felt both anxious and angry. She stood up abruptly, turned her head and glared at Shin Feng. "Enough, stop talking nonsense." Shin Feng didn't care at all, turned his head and glared at Lin Chuan. "Listen carefully, you have to take responsibility for your own actions. You'd better not take your anger out on Miss Li because of her kindness to me, or I guarantee you'll pay the price." Lin Chuan slowly put down his wineglass. I looked up and met his gaze. "Can't you understand human language? I don't care about the two of you at all, so you'd better get out of my sight right now." "Damn it. It's clearly Li Yulan causing trouble. What does it have to do with me? Couldn't these two have gone somewhere else to argue? If it were that simp original owner, they probably would have started fighting right there. This is utterly baffling." Li Yulan listened to Lin Chuan's inner thoughts. My anxiety grew. Suddenly, he grabbed a wineglass. It was splashed towards Shin Feng. He kept shouting, "Get out! Didn't you hear Lin Chuan? Disappear right now!" Facing the incoming drinks, Shin Feng slightly turned to the side. Easily dodged it. He then gave the furious Li Yulan a deep look. He nodded solemnly to the other person. It was as if they were saying they would never forget this kindness. Then he turned and left. Li Yulan raised her hand and rubbed her slightly swollen and uncomfortable brow. He let out a long, leisurely breath. He turned to look at Lin Chuan. I was just about to speak up and clarify. The next second, Lin Chuan's inner voice rang out again. Good heavens, the world's will has actually forced the usually aloof Li Yulan to sacrifice her image to protect Shinfeng. It's truly terrifying. It seems the storyline involving Li Yulan and Shinfeng is getting back on track. Good, good. Now all that's left is the engagement. Judging from the current situation, Li Yulan will definitely take the initiative to refuse the marriage in a few days. The situation is starting to improve. Li Yulan quickly listened to Lin Chuan's thoughts. I don't know how many times I've felt mentally exhausted. He raised his hands to cover his head. He slumped back into his seat. He lay directly on the table. Lin Chuan was in a great mood. They immediately lowered their guard. Curious, she asked, What's wrong, Ms. Li? You seem to be feeling unwell. Do you need me to take a look at it for you? Li Yulan remained silent for 2 seconds. Suddenly turning to look at Lin Chuan, she said quietly, Lin Chuan, who do you think this is thanks to? Lin Chuan chuckled, Don't worry, I'm not that petty. I won't trip up someone like that. After all, I don't like you anymore, so I won't waste my energy, manpower, and time on this kind of thing. Li Yulan felt as if she had been stabbed several times with a knife. Lin Chuan noticed that Li Yulan's complexion had become even more unpleasant, and he became even more curious. Miss Li, your complexion is really not right. Could it be that you have an upset stomach? Li Yulan took a deep breath. He slowly vomited it out. Try to adjust your mindset. He then stood up, his tone somewhat complicated. Excuse me, Lin Chuan, I might have to excuse myself for a moment. Lin Chuan had no suspicions. He waved casually. With a bright smile on his face, he said, Take care, and don't come back to see me off. Oh, by the way, the gift-giving session is in a few minutes, don't miss it. Li Yulan pursed her lips, feeling inexplicably wronged. He quickly recalled what he had done to the original simp in the past. He could only sigh helplessly and turn to leave. In Chapter 93, I am a supporting character. After a while, Grandpa Song, leaning on his cane, slowly walked into the hall. At the same time, Song Shuti and several other members of the Song family of the same generation stood on either side of him, smiling. Old Master Song looked around, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, Thank you all for taking the time to attend my birthday banquet. The surrounding guests couldn't help but chuckle. Sir, you flatter us. It's our honor to have the opportunity to attend your birthday banquet and share in your good fortune. Excellent. The old man is in great spirits and vigor, we can't help but admire him. Grandpa, do you take some kind of magic pill? You're so healthy. May Mr. Song enjoy boundless happiness and longevity, living to be 100 years old. After listening silently to everyone's flattery, Old Master Song's smile grew even brighter. Very well, thank you all for your kindness. After he finished speaking, one of the guests couldn't help but say, Old man. Anyone can say nice things, but the important thing is whose heart is more sincere. Before Old Master Song could reply, someone immediately chimed in, That's right. I think everyone here wants to see what kind of birthday gifts are being given this year, so that everyone can have a good look. That makes sense. I've prepared a very special gift, the old man will definitely like it. Another person chimed in. For a time, the hall was noisy and bustling. Grandpa Song remained calm and unconcerned. As he stroked his beard and raised his right hand, the noise abruptly stopped. Then he turned to Song Shuti and said, We can't refuse your kind invitation, so let's start reading the gift list. Song Shuyi nodded earnestly. He immediately pulled out a list with a red cover. Open it and then begin loudly reciting the names of the gifts and the givers listed on the gift list. The guests whose names were called either acted with pride and self-satisfaction or with shame and inferiority, each behaving in their own way. Before long, Song Shuyi called out a name, Lin Chuan, the eldest son of the Lin family, presents a birthday gift, a white jade ruby. As soon as he finished speaking, a waiter appeared slowly in front of everyone carrying a large red tray. The surrounding guests looked on with curiosity. They all looked up. The white jade ruby on the tray was fully visible. One of the knowledgeable guests exclaimed, Crystal clear, smooth and delicate, with a pure white color like solidified fat. This mutton fat jade is absolutely top grade. The workmanship is exquisite, and the shape seems to be naturally formed. It must have been made by a master craftsman. A jade ruby of this caliber would fetch at least $1 million at an auction house. Furthermore, young Master Lin put a lot of thought into choosing this gift.
Su Shen, a scholar from the Eastern Han Dynasty, mentioned in his book Shuashujiezi that jade has 5 virtues: benevolence, righteousness, wisdom, courage, and purity. Furthermore, the word Rui itself represents good fortune and happiness, making it an absolutely perfect birthday gift.
After listening to the guests' insightful praise,
the other guests immediately began to murmur among themselves, as expected of the Lin family of Zhongjiang.
Their ingenuity and generosity are something we can't compare to. That's right. Now it seems that all the gifts we sent were just for show. Young Master Lin is so generous. When you have some free time, I might as well come over for a visit. Judging from this, no one should be able to steal young Master Lin's thunder at today's birthday banquet.
Lin Chuan remained calm, slowly stood up, picked up the wine glass on the table, and faced old Master Song. To be honest, Mr. Song, this gift was actually prepared by my bodyguard. As long as Mr. Song doesn't mind, no matter the value or how much money it costs, it's worth it.
The guests looked at each other in bewilderment. They whispered amongst themselves, who would have thought that the legendary playboy would have such a humble and polite side? Yes, rumors are just rumors, they shouldn't be taken seriously. Just think about it, how could a bodyguard know these things? He must have been personally handpicked by young Master Lin. That's right, young Master Lin is too modest.
Even though the guests were trying to keep their voices down, Lin Chuan could still hear it perfectly clearly.
He immediately sighed silently. He sat down expressionlessly.
Li Yulan, standing beside him, praised, "Lin Chuan, I never expected you to have the ability to appraise treasures.
It's truly unexpected." Lin Chuan glanced at Li Yulan indifferently. "Even you think I picked that gift? Isn't that right?" Li Yulan asked with a smile. "Besides, everyone is praising you, so why do you still seem so indifferent?" Lin Chuan slowly shook his head, not answering Li Yulan's question, but couldn't help but mutter to himself. Why not care about their compliments? Isn't that obvious?
Because their praise wasn't for me at all, but rather to set the stage for Xin Feng's upcoming show-off act. The higher I'm elevated as the villain, the better the slap in the face effect for Xin Feng, the protagonist.
That's why I didn't choose the gifts myself. Who would have thought that Biao, that brainless idiot, would actually find such a treasure for me? Fortunately, I've already made up my mind to give up completely.
After listening silently to Lin Chuan's thoughts, Li Yulan subconsciously offered words of comfort. "Lin Chuan, I think Grandpa Song really likes the gift you gave him."
Lin Chuan glanced at Li Yulan with suspicion. They quickly turned their attention to old Master Song. Then we saw old Master Song slowly reach out, pick up the jade rui, and play with it with great interest. This is a treatment that has never been given before for any birthday gifts.
Lin Chuan's eyes widened. I had a strange, ominous feeling.
Fortunately, Xin Feng's disdainful voice rang out at the right time. The eldest son of the prestigious Lin family actually gives away such ordinary things? This is truly disappointing. Chapter 94. Are they really pushing their luck? Hearing Xin Feng's undisguised arrogance, many guests' expressions changed slightly. Just as they were about to lash out, they quickly recognized Xin Feng's identity and had no choice but to fall silent. After the battle with the security team at the gate, Xin Feng's name was already known to everyone, so naturally no one would dare to be the first to stick their neck out. You should know that the last unlucky guy who tried to stick his neck out was beaten to a pulp by Xin Feng. Song Shuyi realized that the atmosphere was not good.
He quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "Please don't mind him, Master Xin was just trying to liven things up."
Everyone understood immediately and chimed in. So that's how it is. Master Xin is truly humorous. That's right, that jade rui is a top-grade item, how could it be an ordinary thing?
I must say, Master Xin's joke was really funny.
Unfortunately, Xin Feng paid no attention to everyone's good intentions. He suddenly stood up. He slowly walked out of his seat.
His tone remained unchanged. "I appreciate your kindness. However, what I just said was not a joke, but the whole truth, without the slightest falsehood.
In my opinion, the jade rui that Lin Chuan gave me is utterly vulgar and not worth mentioning."
As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell into an extremely awkward silence.
Li Yulan couldn't help but stand up and glare at Xin Feng. "Stop talking nonsense. Apologize to Lin Chuan right now.
And apologize to old Master Song.
This is old Master Song's birthday banquet, not a place for you to act recklessly." Xin Feng readily accepted good advice.
He turned to face old Master Song.
He replied with a smile, "I'm sorry, Mr. Song, for causing you trouble. I apologize to you." Grandpa Song smiled and said, "It's all right. Young people are bound to speak without thinking sometimes. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Song.
Shin Feng immediately accepted the offer.
But she quickly looked at Lin Chuan again.
They resumed their previous disdainful attitude.
Apologize to him?
I'm sorry, Ms. Li, I've never heard of having to apologize for telling the truth.
Li Yulan's eyes widened. What did you say? Shin Feng ignored Li Yulan.
He immediately raised his right hand.
Snap your fingers lightly.
A servant from the Song family, carrying a tray, quickly approached Old Master Song.
Old Master Song glanced at the scrolls on the tray. Looking at Shin Feng curiously, she asked, Master Shin, what is this object?
Shin Feng replied with a smile, reporting to Elder Song, this scroll is a birthday gift that I have carefully prepared.
Please open it yourself. Old Master Song pondered for 2 seconds.
He handed the jade rui and walking stick to Song Shui beside him.
Only then did he pick up the scroll. Slowly open. This is a bamboo painting. Wait a minute, this isn't an ordinary bamboo painting.
His brushstrokes are vigorous yet smooth, free and flowing, with varying shades of ink and contrasting solid and void, creating a delightful and interesting effect. More importantly, the bamboo in the painting is proud and vigorous, which is one of the signature characteristics of Zhang Banqiao, a painter from the Qing dynasty.
This bamboo painting is actually an authentic work by Zhang Banqiao. After listening to Grandpa Song's comments on the bamboo painting,
the guests instantly erupted in excitement.
The reaction was even more intense than with the jade rui from before. They exclaimed in surprise, it's actually a bamboo painting by Zhang Banqiao.
It's said that this painter's bamboo paintings are unparalleled, with average auction prices reaching tens of millions. I must say, today was truly an eye-opening experience, and the trip was definitely worthwhile.
That's right.
It was only at Elder Song's birthday banquet that we had the opportunity to see such a treasure.
You two move aside, don't block my view, I also want to appreciate that bamboo painting. As expected of Master Shin.
To be able to acquire such a high-level treasure is truly admirable. For a time, the guests' praises and exclamations rose and fell, never ceasing.
Shin Feng took in everyone's reactions. He couldn't help but show a smug expression. Turning to face Lin Chuan, she said, Young Master Lin, what do you think? Wasn't I right? Compared to my birthday gift, isn't the jade rui you gave to Old Master Song insignificant?
Li Yulan, standing to the side, looked anxious. I wanted to say a few words in defense of Lin Chuan,
but I don't know how to start the conversation.
He turned to look at Lin Chuan. Unexpectedly, Lin Chuan remained expressionless and sat motionless, as if the chaos before him had nothing to do with him.
Li Yulan paused for 2 seconds. Unable to resist asking, Lin Chuan, aren't you going to say anything?
Lin Chuan gave Li Yulan a strange look.
What's there to say?
Li Yulan raised her hand and pointed at Shin Feng.
His tone was somewhat urgent. He slanders you in every way and speaks rudely to you, don't you feel angry?
Lin Chuan picked up the wineglass on the table. He took a leisurely sip.
He said calmly, let him say whatever he wants, I don't care. Anyway, I've already decided to give up completely. Just ignore it, it's not like he's barking like a dog.
Getting a few words out of him won't hurt him.
The biggest loss would be to accidentally miss out on the play it safe reward.
Unfortunately, Lin Chuan's attitude of giving up not only failed to calm Shin Feng down, but also provoked his anger. Shin Feng glared at Lin Chuan, who remained expressionless and silent, his anger burning fiercely within him.
Damn it!
My gift completely outshone this guy's, yet he's still so arrogant.
No! We absolutely cannot let him get away with this.
This bastard's face must be completely crushed.
Thinking of this, Shin Feng deliberately raised his voice, what? Young Master Lin, everyone has expressed their opinions, aren't you going to say a few words? Or do you feel my gift wasn't impressive enough, and you're still dissatisfied? It's alright, please feel free to speak up. I think everyone would be happy to hear young Master Lin's insightful opinion. Lin Chuan instantly understood the trap in Shin Feng's words. Whether or not I respond to the conversation, they've already fallen into a dilemma. Either admit publicly that your judgment is inferior to Shin Feng's. Either admit your narrow-mindedness. Whichever it is, this will severely damage the reputation of Lin Chuan and the Lin family. Chapter 95 Song Curse and Ad Scenes. After recognizing the current situation,
Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly.
He stared thoughtfully at Shin Feng's repulsive face.
The next second, an unexpected old man's voice rang out. The value of a gift lies not in its essence, but in whether it reflects the giver's feelings for the recipient. There's an old saying in our country, a small gift carries great meaning.
Moreover, I feel that both of these gifts are filled with considerable sentiment. Master Shin, do you think what I said is correct?
Shin Feng, who was confident of victory, was immediately stunned.
Because the person who spoke was none other than the host of today's birthday banquet, Old Master Song.
Shin Feng looked surprised.
I instinctively wanted to ask more questions.
They quickly realized what was happening.
I couldn't help but feel indignant inside. What a blunder! This old man was seriously ill before, and it was that bastard Lin Chuan who saved him. We were too hasty. We finally got this chance to kill Lin Chuan. That damned old man.
However, no matter how indignant he was inside, Shin Feng still had to maintain a smile on the surface.
Nodding in agreement, he added, Mr. Song is right.
It was my rudeness. After saying that, he returned to his seat without waiting for Old Master Song's reply. Lin Chuan glanced at Shin Feng, who had returned to his original position.
He glanced again at Grandpa Song, who was smiling at him. I couldn't help but chuckle softly. Continue to enjoy your wine in a leisurely manner.
At the same time, all the guests breathed a sigh of relief, and the atmosphere returned to its initial state. Song Shuyi continued reciting the gift list, but at a noticeably faster pace, as if afraid that someone would imitate Shin Feng and use this as an excuse to make a fuss.
In no time at all, Song Shuyi finally read out a name that made Lin Chuan's spirits lift. Next, my daughter, Song Kursen, will present the final birthday gift of the day.
After she finished speaking, Song Kursen slowly walked in from the right aisle, followed closely by several Song family servants who were helping to carry the birthday gifts.
Grandpa Song looked kindly at me. Child, what gift are you planning to give me this year? Song Kursen smiled charmingly.
He then turned to the side, revealing the carefully framed birthday gift behind him. Smiling, she introduced, Grandpa, the gift your granddaughter is presenting today is none other than the legendary, the authentic Qianlong Emperor's 1,000 longevity scroll. Upon hearing this, apart from Lin Chuan and Shin Feng, all the other guests were dumbfounded and speechless.
What? A genuine copy of the Qianlong Emperor's longevity inscription from the Qing dynasty? I can't believe my ears. How is this possible? The 1,000 longevity scripture is in the Imperial Museum. Where did Miss Song get this 1,000 longevity scripture from? You're ignorant. There's never been just 1,000th birthday essay. Besides, Miss Song presented Emperor Qianlong's 1,000th birthday essay. Good heavens, is that 1,000-year scripture really an original? Or could it have been fooled by some expert forgers? It's possible. Our Zhongjiang City Antique Circle has never lacked experts in this field, and their level of expertise is enough to pass off fakes as genuine. Song Kursen was not annoyed at all by the guest's words of surprise or suspicion.
She said casually, Grandpa, I know you must have similar questions in your mind.
In front of all the guests, I, your granddaughter, can guarantee with my honor that this 1,000 years text is absolutely genuine. Grandpa Song smiled and asked, You are my own granddaughter, of course I believe in your intelligence and ability. However, such words won't convince outsiders. Tell me, where does your confidence come from? Song Kursen smiled in response, as expected, Grandpa understands his granddaughter best. Here's what happened.
He then recounted how he acquired the authentic Qianlong Emperor's longevity inscription and his chance encounter with the treasure appraiser Zhou Qi. The guests, including Mr. Song and Song Shui, were all taken aback, never expecting that this birthday gift would involve such a complicated history. Grandpa Song reached out and took the framed Qianlong 1,000-year scroll, his face beaming with a bright smile, clearly quite fond of it. At this moment, Song Kursen suddenly turned to look at Shin Feng. Not only that, Mr. Shin Feng was also present that day, and he witnessed the whole process. Grandpa Song paused his actions, then turned to look at him, asking curiously, Master Shin, is my granddaughter right? Shin Feng immediately nodded, Miss Song is not lying. Before old Master Song could look away, he continued, in fact, I was the first person to see the clues in this longevity inscription, but however, I am deeply moved by Miss Song's filial piety and sincerity, so I had no choice but to reluctantly part with her. The surrounding guests all looked on with sudden realization. Song Shuyi cast a deeply grateful look at Shin Feng. Song Kursen remembered that the other party had just used this as an excuse to almost trick Lin Chuan, but she blurted out, to be honest with Grandpa and all the guests here, the reason why I went to the antique market to hunt for treasures is because I had a master to guide me. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention returned to Song Kursen. At the same time, Lin Chuan had a bad feeling. As expected, Song Kursen began to recount her story in a leisurely manner. Before heading to the antique market, I made a special visit to the Lin family. The original intention was to invite the head of the Lin family to your birthday banquet, Grandpa, but unfortunately the head of the Lin family is not here, so I gave the invitation to young Master Lin. When young Master Lin learned that I was preparing a birthday gift for you, Grandpa, he gave me a hint, which is how I ended up finding the unscrupulous vendor who mistook the 1,000 longevity scroll for a fake. To my shame, my granddaughter even suspected Lin Xiao at the time, thinking he was playing a prank on me. At this point, she paused deliberately for a few seconds, turned to look at Lin Chuan, and a look of shame naturally appeared on her face. Looking back now, my granddaughter really was judging others by her own petty standards. If it weren't for young Master Lin's guidance, how would my granddaughter have had the opportunity to receive this wonderful birthday gift? So, strictly speaking, this generous gift should be considered a gift from young Master Lin. Chapter 96. You little brat, you're starting to backstab me now, aren't you? In an instant, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence, followed by a deafening roar. Everyone, including the elderly Mr. Song, turned their attention to Lin Chuan. What? It was actually young Master Lin who gave you guidance. How is this possible? Why not? Do you suspect that Miss Song would lie to deceive old Master Song? That's right. Besides, even Master Shinfeng himself admitted that Miss Song bought it from that unscrupulous vendor. So, it seems that young Master Lin knew about the existence of this Qianlong birthday poem all along, but instead of having it bought in advance, he offered it to Miss Song as a birthday gift. His vision, his demeanor, his character, they truly inspire admiration. That's right. I never expected young Master Lin to be this kind of person. It turns out those rumors about him being a good-for-nothing playboy were just nonsense. Young Master Lin is truly generous. He even gave away the Qianlong Emperor's birthday scroll, which is priceless. Impressive, truly impressive. Grandpa Song smiled and looked at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, thank you very much for your generosity. I will remember this birthday gift. In an instant, everyone showered Lin Chuan with praise, as if he were surrounded by stars, instantly highlighting his presence to the fullest. They had completely forgotten about Shinfeng, who had originally been the center of attention. Shinfeng looked completely bewildered. He looked at Song Kursen with a strange expression. How could this be? Putting aside why she would give the credit to that bastard Lin Chuan, why would she tell such a lie? No, that's not right. This might not be a lie, it could be true. In that instant, Shinfeng recalled Song Kursen's various behaviors in the antique market. That attitude can only be described as resolute. He almost couldn't wait to buy the Qianlong Emperor's birthday inscription hidden in the fake painting at a high price. Now it seems that only this explanation makes sense. Just as Song Kursen said, her goal from the very beginning was the Qianlong Emperor's longevity scroll in the hands of that unscrupulous vendor. Lin Chuan told her all of this. More importantly, the treasure was right in front of him all along. It was so close to being mine. Thinking of this, Shinfeng glared at Lin Chuan again. His face was contorted with rage. No wonder this bastard remained calm throughout. He had already secured an invincible position. Very good. Mr. Lin, I admit I underestimated you a bit before. Just you wait, we'll settle our scores sooner or later. At the same time, faced with everyone's praise, and Shinfeng's undisguised hatred in his eyes, Lin Chuan also looked completely bewildered. I felt even more confused. Holy crap! What's going on here? When did I ever hint to Song Kursen that we should go to the antique market? When did this happen? How come I don't know about it? This plot is so badly messed up it's unbearable to watch. A pure deus ex machina. Song Kursen, even you, this pretty, beautiful, and capable girl, are starting to betray me, aren't you? You even sound ashamed, and your voice is trembling with tears. Where did you learn such excellent acting skills? Just you wait. I'm going to teach you a lesson. Thinking of this, Lin Chuan glared fiercely at Song Kursen, who was not far ahead. Unexpectedly, the latter didn't care at all, and even took the initiative to throw a charming and flirtatious wink. Lin Chuan snorted heavily. I looked away. Pretend you didn't see anything. Li Yulan, standing to the side, lowered her gaze. A pang of sadness welled up in my heart. It's just a wink, is it really that big of a deal? I can do this too. Thinking of this, Li Yulan reached out and tugged at Lin Chuan's sleeve. Lin Chuan looked puzzled.
Turning his head, he asked, "What's wrong now?" Li Yulan wore a charming smile.
He then winked and made faces at Lin Chuan.
Lin Chuan remained silent for 2 seconds.
He placed the back of his hand on Li Yulan's forehead.
"Has she run a fever again?" Li Yulan snorted in annoyance.
He immediately raised his hand and slapped Lin Chuan's hand away. To Lin Chuan and Li Yulan, these were just normal interactions, but to someone else, they were a completely different story.
Shen Feng was furious.
His face contorted with jealousy. He cursed, "That damned Lin Chuan. How dare he flirt with Miss Li in front of so many guests?"
"Very well, another debt has been added between us. Once the chanting of the prayer list is completely finished."
The birthday banquet soon came to a real close.
After calming down, Mr. Song reappeared before all the guests. Unlike before, this time his face looked more serious. He looked around at everyone present.
Then he spoke solemnly, "I would like to thank you all again for coming.
Since everyone is here, I would like to make an announcement."
Perhaps it was Mr. Song's unprecedented seriousness that infected the atmosphere at the scene.
This silenced the guests who had initially been eager to agree. Grandpa Song took in everyone's reactions.
He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Thank you all for your respect, but I am getting on in years. Therefore, I hereby solemnly announce that, effective today, I am stepping down from my position as head of the Song family." The moment he finished speaking, he caused a stir among the guests present, and an uproar ensued.
"What? Old Song is stepping down? That's so sudden. Who will be the next head of the family? If we're talking about seniority, could it be second Master Song? You idiot! With old Master Song's only son standing right next to him, how could it possibly be second Master Song's turn? Today has been full of exciting news. It was definitely worth the trip."
It must be admitted that Elder Song has indeed reached the age to retire.
I wonder if the new head of the family can lead the Song family ship to continue sailing? Chapter 97, Examining Song Karen's Body.
Compared to the other guests' anxiety about the Song family's future, Lin Chuan, on the contrary, appeared much calmer, and even subconsciously let out a long breath.
Li Yulan, standing to the side, looked suspicious. "Lin Chuan, you don't seem surprised by this result?" Lin Chuan quickly retorted, "Who said that? I was surprised too. Old Master Song has been in charge of the Song family for many years, and he is still in good spirits. It's too early for him to retire now."
Li Yulan slowly shook her head. "While he may be full of energy, no matter what, Old Song is already in his 50s or 60s.
Lin Chuan smiled and said, "So, his announcement of retirement now is a good thing, both morally and logically.
Besides, Uncle Song is not an incompetent person. I believe he can definitely manage the huge Song family well."
At this point, I couldn't help but mutter to myself. What happens to the Song family in the future is none of my business.
The most important thing right now is that, although the plot has changed a lot, at least the story has returned to the original source material. I was initially worried that saving Elder Song would affect the overall plot. Unexpectedly, Shen Feng saved Song Shuyi by a twist of fate. Furthermore, with old Master Song now stepping down, it's highly likely the Song family will remain part of Shen Feng's support group. Alas, the corrective power of the world's will is truly formidable. Before Lin Chuan could gather his thoughts,
old Master Song's voice suddenly came, "Lin Chuan, could you please come over here for a moment?" Lin Chuan suddenly came to his senses.
They came to stand before Grandpa Song and Song Shuyi.
"Mr. Song, what are your instructions?" Old Master Song smiled and said, "I wouldn't call it giving any orders. I just hope that the Song family and the Lin family can work together in the future." As he spoke, he patted Song Shuyi on the shoulder. "My son is good in every way, but sometimes he's too stubborn. If this kid ever says or does something wrong and accidentally offends your father, I'll have to trouble you to put in a good word for him." Hearing old Master Song's seemingly scolding words, which actually contained a hidden defense, Lin Chuan smiled and replied, "I wouldn't dare say I'd go through fire and water, but as long as it's within my capabilities, I'll do my best to prevent the two families from becoming enemies." Grandpa Song laughed heartily, "That's enough. Shuyi, help me back, I'm feeling a bit tired." Song Shuyi dared not delay and hurriedly helped his elderly father, carefully leaving the hall. Lin Chuan watched the departing figures of old Master Song and Song Shuyi. He completely forgot that Song Kursen was standing next to him. I subconsciously recalled the plot in my mind. Speaking of which, if I remember correctly, there will be more trouble involving the Song family in the next few days. Song Kursen's expression changed slightly.
He gave up the idea of striking up a conversation. They remained silent. By the way, that's the second most important person in the Song family, second only to Old Master Song in status, power, and prestige, the second master of the Song family. Soon, he'll likely encounter an accident, and then, as usual, Shinfeng will timely intervene.
TCH, as for the accident, it's still inextricably linked to that guy Shinfeng.
Having gained the friendship of second master Song, and with Song Shuyi succeeding as the head of the Song family, Shinfeng naturally had greater support within the Song family. If things continue like this, the entire Song family will eventually be gradually devoured by Shinfeng and the forces behind him, until they are completely usurped.
Should we remind the Song family? Forget it, let's just continue to slack off and try to get more rewards. Wait until you've accumulated enough power before thinking about these things. Song Kursen listened silently to Lin Chuan's thoughts. My feelings are very complicated. I unconsciously clenched my fist.
That despicable Shinfeng.
I knew you were up to no good.
Song Kursen calmed down and felt better. He turned to look at Lin Chuan.
He smiled. I plan to probe indirectly. Let's see if we can get any useful information out of them. The next second, a servant from the Song family rushed over. Young miss.
Young miss.
Song Kursen turned around and looked back.
His voice was tinged with displeasure.
What's wrong?
The Song family servant said cautiously, Miss, the master has asked you to properly entertain the guests who are on good terms with the Song family.
Song Kursen glanced at Lin Chuan beside her. He said calmly, I'm already receiving them. The Song family servant was silent for 2 seconds.
Master said that your previous words might have made Master Shin feel uncomfortable.
Therefore, the master hopes you will go.
Song Kursen suddenly clutched her chest. With a pained expression, he said, I suddenly feel discomfort in my chest.
As she spoke, she grabbed Lin Chuan's sleeve. Brother Lin, your medical skills are amazing, could you examine me?
As she spoke, she subtly winked at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan reached out and supported Song Kursen's lower back. Turning to the Song family's servant, she said in a serious tone, Your young lady's condition is not good. I need to examine her carefully. Before the servants could react, Lin Chuan, supporting Song Kursen, quickly walked out of the hall.
A moment later. The Song family's backyard. After confirming that no one had followed,
Lin Chuan was about to let go.
Unexpectedly, Song Kursen took the initiative to hug Lin Chuan's arm.
Her smile widened. Brother Lin, I love the feeling of you holding me around the waist, it makes me feel so safe.
Song Kursen didn't wait for Lin Chuan's response.
Shinfeng's voice suddenly came from behind, Finally found you, you surnamed Lin. Lin Chuan's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly pushed Song Kursen into the bushes nearby. Raise your hand and place it in front of your mouth.
Make a shushing gesture. Song Kursen immediately understood. He obediently hid in the bushes. Chapter 98. I'm very angry right now. Once everything is arranged.
Lin Chuan then turned around to look at the source of the sound. Shinfeng strode up to them, looking furious, with veins bulging on his forehead.
Oh, it's you. What can I do for you? Lin Chuan asked calmly.
Shinfeng snorted heavily. Suddenly, he stretched out his index finger and forcefully jabbed it at Lin Chuan's front.
He said irritably, Hey Lin, did you threaten Miss Li again?
Lin Chuan remained silent. He silently tensed all the muscles in his body. Shinfeng's expression changed slightly. It felt as if my finger had struck an impenetrable wall of bronze and iron.
Before Shinfeng could react,
Lin Chuan raised his hand to push his hand away and casually dusted off his clothes. Shinfeng, let me give you a piece of advice, don't resort to violence.
Nobody here will be afraid of you, understand?
Shinfeng instantly forgot about the strangeness he had just experienced. His eyes were fixed on Lin Chuan. He said, enunciating each word clearly, You surnamed Lin, if I wanted to kill you, it wouldn't take much effort at all. Lin Chuan acted as if he didn't care at all.
He then cleverly changed the subject. You followed me all the way from the birthday banquet just to tease me about coughing?
Shinfeng snorted, Of course not.
I'm not that bored. No. I'm here to warn you.
Lin Chuan looked puzzled.
Warning me? What do you mean?
Shinfeng stared at Lin Chuan. Just now, I was planning to have a good talk with Miss Li, but I was told that she had already left the Song family ahead of schedule.
So what? What does this have to do with me?
Lin Chuan was even more puzzled. Shinfeng gritted his teeth. If there weren't special circumstances, how could Miss Li, given her character, possibly do something so rude? Lin Chuan, listen to me carefully, someone like you is not worthy of Miss Li at all. For Miss Li's future and happiness, I will spare no effort to ensure she does not fall into your clutches. Lin Chuan maintained a blank expression throughout.
In a calm tone, he asked, "Are you finished?"
Shinfeng paused for 2 seconds.
Unexpectedly, Lin Chuan's reaction was so indifferent.
Suddenly, I felt a sense of powerlessness, as if I had punched cotton.
He then let out a heavy snort. He turned and left decisively.
When Shinfeng's figure completely disappeared from sight, Lin Chuan withdrew his gaze. He turned to look at the bushes. He spoke up to remind her, "All right, come out now."
Song Kersen then stepped out of the bushes.
He brushed the leaves off his clothes with a displeased expression.
As she walked to Lin Chuan's side, she complained, "Honestly, we're in our own home, why do we have to deliberately avoid that guy?"
At this point, she suddenly looked at Lin Chuan, her face full of resentment. "Brother Lin, given our relationship, it's too formal for you to call me by my full name." As she spoke, she snuggled close to Lin Chuan, saying, "You can call me Kindheart or Little Heart, I don't mind either way." Lin Chuan rolled his eyes.
"Come on, you'd better be careful, lest someone else comes later."
Song Kersen's eyes darted around. She suddenly smiled charmingly. She then tiptoed and whispered in Lin Chuan's ear.
He whispered, "In that case, why don't we find another place to continue our conversation? Change your location? Where are you planning to go?" Lin Chuan asked in confusion. Song Kersen glanced in the direction of the hall.
She quickly looked at Lin Chuan again. At this time, the guests are probably still in the mansion drinking and chatting.
"If we're talking about the only place without anyone else, then it's only." Lin Chuan blurted out, "You're not planning to take me to your boudoir, are you? That won't do. I'm a gentleman, what if people misunderstand me?" Song Kersen's cheeks instantly turned bright red.
I couldn't help but roll my eyes.
She said coquettishly, "You're so annoying, Brother Lin. You just love making fun of me. The place they're referring to isn't the bedroom, it's the parking lot.
There's definitely no one there at this time of day, so you won't be disturbed." Towards the end, his tone became more ambiguous, with a slight upward lilt at the end, making it sound like he was flirting.
Lin Chuan hesitated for 2 seconds. He asked meaningfully, "Are you sure you won't be disturbed?" Song Kersen replied with a smile, "I'm absolutely, positively, and definitely sure." Lin Chuan nodded, "All right, let's set off then." A moment later. Semi-enclosed parking lot.
Lin Chuan and Song Kersen strolled leisurely and soon arrived at the location where Lin Chuan's rare Maserati was parked. Lin Chuan looked around.
After confirming that no one was around, I checked that. Then he looked at Song Kersen and asked, "Speak, what do you want to tell me?"
Song Kersen chuckled softly.
"Raise your left hand. Place it on Lin Chuan's breasts." In a leisurely tone, she said, "Brother Lin, I helped you make a big splash and even gave that Shinfeng a good slap in the face. Shouldn't I get a small reward, both morally and logically?" This section has been deleted. Lin Chuan, you still have the nerve to take credit? And you're asking me for a reward? Did I give you permission to act without my consent?
Faced with the suddenly powerful Lin Chuan,
Song Ke felt a kind of inexplicable excitement.
He subconsciously replied, "No, nothing."
"Do you know that because you acted on your own, you almost ruined my grand plan, which has made me very angry right now?" This section has been deleted. From now on, you must do as I say. This part has been deleted. Chapter 99 Shinfeng's seventh senior sister makes her appearance. After a long while,
Lin Chuan exclaimed sincerely, "You really are a vixen." Song Kersen gathered up several strands of her hair that had fallen down. With a smug look on his face, he said, "I'll just take this as a compliment."
This section has been deleted.
Lin Chuan coughed lightly.
Just as he was about to speak, the next second, my ears twitched slightly, and thanks to my excellent 5 senses, I could just hear 2 men talking from the parking lot exit in the distance. "Old Zhao, have you heard?" "What?
What did I hear?" the man called Old Zhao asked in confusion. The first male voice to speak said irritably, "Of course it's the fate beef waffle stall."
Old Zhao asked, puzzled, "Fate-based beef waffle? What's that? No way, you live in this neighborhood and you don't even know such a famous stall?" The man's tone was filled with surprise and disbelief. "That's enough, Lao Wang, stop showing off your superiority. Lao Zhao said irritably.
The man called Lao Wang laughed and said, "All right, then I won't keep you in suspense any longer. This destiny beef waffle dish has quite a history." The words that followed gradually faded as the two moved, until they were completely inaudible. Lin Chuan didn't care at all. A look of reminiscence crossed his face. If I remember correctly, there seems to be a special opportunity, or rather, a side story, for Shinfeng tonight. And that side storyline is precisely related to this fateful beef waffle.
Yuanfen beef waffle is undeniably famous, but just like its name suggests, it's a mobile stall, so its main selling point is fate. It's possible the owner prefers to set up their stall randomly, although they're always in this area, the location isn't fixed. Speaking of which, his family's beef waffle is truly exceptional, attracting many people who come specifically for it, including Shinfeng's seventh senior sister, little fairy doctor Ji Xingxian. After all, she's a foodie, so it's not surprising that she'd be drawn to the renowned Yuanfen beef waffle. Song Kersen, who was standing to the side, didn't care much at first, but when she heard that Shinfeng's senior sister was involved, she became very attentive. At the same time, I subconsciously lowered the sound of my breathing. As expected, Lin Chuan's thoughts became more and more extensive, and he gradually recalled more detailed information from the original work. This little fairy doctor is truly remarkable. She possesses a sweet appearance and exceptional medical skills, having developed her own unique style, in no way inferior to Shinfeng or her mentor. Therefore, he quickly accumulated enormous power, eventually growing into a hidden tycoon comparable to the three major families in the province. More importantly, despite her immense power, she is a very kind person, a typical harmless individual. However, it is precisely because of this personality trait that one is often easily manipulated or deceived, as seen in the upcoming side storyline involving Fate beef waffle. Song Kersen's heart stirred.
I subconsciously became more focused.
Write down all the information about Ji Xingxian.
Meanwhile, he continued to listen silently to Lin Chuan's thoughts. Lin Chuan raised his hand and pinched his chin. His brows furrowed slightly. He showed an expression of trying hard to recall. If I'm not mistaken, that side storyline involves Ji Xingxian finding the awful stall alone, and then being targeted by a rich, idiotic jerk. That idiot rich kid arranged for one of his underlings to play the role of a bully, deliberately provoking Ji Xingxian while they were queuing.
Just when Ji Xingxian felt deeply wronged, the rich second-generation heir jumped out to play the hero and save the day. However, in the original story, Shinfeng arrived in time, recognized the thug's identity, and thoroughly humiliated him, causing the thug to turn against him. Song Kersen immediately recalled her previous experiences. She subconsciously pursed her lips. He muttered to himself, "Seriously, all scumbags are the same. They're disgusting and nauseating."
After saying that, he continued to listen to Lin Chuan's thoughts. Lin Chuan raised his hand and rubbed his temples.
"Quickly organize your thoughts. Oh, right, I almost forgot, that rich kid who got slapped in the face was followed by a dozen or so thugs. The result was as expected. Once again, Shinfeng swiftly and decisively swept him aside, reducing him once more to a mere tool for winning over Ji Xingxian's favor. In short, this entire plot is designed specifically to showcase Shinfeng's arrogance, his humiliation, and his ability to pick up girls." Thinking of this, Lin Chuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought once again. So, should I get involved in this plot and try to win over Ji Xingxian before Shinfeng does?
Never mind, although Ji Xingxian is Shinfeng's senior sister and a powerful figure herself, her personality poses no threat to me.
Even if Shinfeng asked Ji Xingxian to deal with me, an outsider, I don't think she would agree. After all, this little fairy doctor believes in benevolence and has a unique and eccentric style. It's still more cost-effective to choose to stagnate. After figuring this out,
Lin Chuan pulled himself together and turned to look at Song Kersen, who looked thoughtful.
"What's wrong? Are you thinking about something?"
Song Kersen coughed lightly. "I was just thinking about what issues need to be addressed after my father officially takes over as the head of the family."
Lin Chuan nodded slightly. "Without a second thought," she said, "being prepared is a good habit, isn't it?" Chapter 100 If Heaven Hadn't Gave Birth to Song Kersen.
At the same time, Lin Chuan heard footsteps approaching from afar. A thought struck him, and he slowly walked back to the car. Then a burly man with a buzz cut wearing a black suit came towards them. It was none other than bodyguard Captain A Biao. When A Biao saw that Lin Chuan was safe and sound, he subconsciously showed a relieved expression. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly saw Song Kersen walk out calmly and casually flick her hair. A Biao's eyes widened immediately, and he blurted out, "Young master.
No wonder I couldn't find you anywhere.
So you were here having a secret rendezvous with Miss Song.
If I had known it would be like this, I should have come later. Hopefully I didn't disturb you. Song Kursen gave Biao a deep look.
Turning to look at Lin Chuan, she said with a playful tone, "Brother Lin, your bodyguard really knows how to talk." Lin Chuan sighed helplessly. He threw a punch directly at the other person's front, saying irritably, "Don't talk nonsense.
This is the Song family's place."
Before Biao could apologize, he immediately changed the subject. "How's the birthday banquet going?"
Biao quickly replied, "They're all starting to leave and are coming this way." "Young master, shouldn't we head back now?" Lin Chuan nodded slightly in affirmation.
He then turned to look at Song Kursen.
Song Kursen immediately understood.
She smiled gently.
He lifted his foot and walked outside. At the same time, I made up my mind.
Since you're not going to get involved, Brother Lin, I'll take care of it for you.
No matter what, I must firmly grasp this connection and opportunity. Anyway, we can't let Shin Feng get away with this. A moment later.
When Song Kursen returned home, she saw her father, Song Shui, seeing off the last group of guests.
"Kursen, where did you go just now?" Song Shui asked in confusion.
Song Kursen replied with a smile, "I'm going on a secret rendezvous with Brother Lin."
Song Shui paused for 2 seconds.
He shook his head helplessly.
He clearly took Song Kursen's words as a joke.
He skipped over the previous topic, saying, "The Song family might get very busy from now on, so you'd better be prepared." Song Kursen put away her smile and replied seriously, "Of course, Dad, I will help you manage the Song family well." At the end, he silently added in his heart, "I will never let go of a scoundrel like Shin Feng who has ulterior motives and covets the Song family's wealth."
Song Shui smiled with relief. "That's good. By the way, are you free tonight?" Song Kursen immediately became wary. He tentatively asked, "Dad, what can I do for you?"
Song Shui cleared his throat, feigning ease. "You and Master Shin are about the same age, so you should get closer to each other in the future. This will also benefit our Song family."
Song Kursen immediately understood the true intention behind her father's words.
She instinctively spoke up in rebuttal, "Dad, compared to that Shin Feng, I think we should be trying to win over Brother Lin.
After all, their family is the head of the 3 major families in Zhongjiang City."
Song Shui interrupted, "But the Lin family has already planned to form a marriage alliance with the Li family, and holding an engagement ceremony is only a matter of time. Therefore, we must plan ahead and win over Master Shin, this high-quality stock."
Song Kursen sighed deeply.
His face showed helplessness, knowing full well that his father had been deceived by Shin Feng's seemingly humble, gentle, and talented appearance. Her resolve to seize Shin Feng's opportunity grew stronger. She replied with a smile, "No problem, Dad, I will get along well with Shin Feng.
You've just recovered, so you shouldn't overexert yourself. You should go back to your room and rest.
I'll take care of the rest of the work."
Song Shui smiled with satisfaction once again. After Song Shui turned around and went upstairs to rest, Song Kursen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Looking around, he suddenly whispered, "Shadow?" As soon as she finished speaking, a familiar female voice came from behind her, "Young miss, what are your orders?" Song Kursen couldn't help but chuckle, "Why do you always appear out of nowhere behind me?"
The shadow replied firmly, "Because I am your shadow, I will appear behind you whenever you need me, protecting you from any danger from behind." Song Kursen paused for 2 seconds, then said, "Come with me tonight to find Fate Beef Waffle.
There's something very important there that needs to be done." The shadow did not ask for further details.
He immediately nodded and said, "Yes, miss, I will go and gather all kinds of information about Destiny Beef Waffle right away."
Song Kursen smiled with satisfaction, "Very good, I can rest assured that you've got things done."
As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately felt the breathing behind him suddenly disappear. Clearly the shadow had quietly left once again.
Song Kursen smiled and shook her head. "I really don't know how she developed this habit."
"Never mind, these are all minor matters. The most important thing is to win over Ji Xingxian before Shin Feng does."
Time flies. Night fell. The Song family. Inside the living room, Song Kursen sat alone on the sofa, leisurely sipping wine while flipping through a fashion magazine.
The next second, a steady voice came from behind, "Young miss, I have found the exact location of Destiny Beef Waffle." Song Kursen immediately put down the wine and fashion magazine in her hands.
He suddenly stood up. "Wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes first, so as not to arouse the target's suspicion."
After saying that, without waiting for Shadow's reply, he quickly walked upstairs.
A moment later,
Song Kursen returned to the living room. He had already changed into a dark-colored hooded jacket, pair with matching colored athletic pants. While pulling on his hood, he casually said, "Alright, everything's ready, let's go."
Chapter 101 Little Fairy Doctor Ji Xingxian. After a while,
guided by the shadow, Song Kursen quickly arrived at her destination and saw a uniquely designed mobile food truck in the distance. A long queue had formed in front of the food truck, with men, women, and children of all ages, making it quite lively. The shadow came to Song Kursen's side and lowered its voice, "Miss, if you would like to try it, I'll go and queue up right away." Song Kursen silently observed the crowd in line and soon noticed a graceful woman with long hair, wearing a pale yellow dress. The person turned their head to the side, raised their hand to brush aside their bangs, revealing a fair and jade-like profile with rosy cheeks, making them look quite adorable. Just by seeing that profile, Song Kursen instantly made a judgment. That person was her target for tonight. Little Fairy Doctor Ji Xingxian.
Following Song Kursen's gaze, Ingzi also noticed the long-haired woman and felt a sense of confusion. Unable to resist asking, "Miss, is there something wrong with that girl?" Song Kursen curled her lips and turned to look at the shadow. "What do you think of that girl?" Shadow paused for 2 seconds, then subconsciously replied, "He's very good-looking, exudes an extraordinary aura, yet he doesn't seem unapproachable." Song Kursen nodded slightly. "Not bad, your observation skills are still as sharp as ever." "Then, I'll give you a task now." Shadow immediately became serious. "Young miss, please give your orders." While looking around, Song Kursen said solemnly, "Find me 2 men who are also paying attention to that girl, but whose behavior is suspicious." Before Shadow could respond, he quickly added, "One of them is obviously from a wealthy family. Once you find that person, report to me immediately." Shadow nodded emphatically, turned and walked away to conduct a rapid investigation. Song Kursen glanced at Ji Xingxian's location again. A smile of complete control appeared on his face. At the same time, behind the green belt not far from the Yuanfen beef offal mobile food truck, 2 men were talking in hushed tones. One of them was dressed smartly and was clearly a rich young master. He first smoothed his hair before looking at the sleazy-looking man opposite him. "Hey Chaozi, what do you think of my look?" The man called Chaozi gave a thumbs up. "Brother Dong is so handsome. If I were a woman, I would definitely fall in love with you." Su Jidong curled his lip. "Come on, with your looks, even if you were a woman, I wouldn't be interested in you." Chaozi chuckled twice. That's right. The only one worthy of a talent like you, Dong Ji, is that young lady over there." Su Jidong showed a pleased expression and turned to look at the queue in front of the food truck, or more accurately, at Ji Xingxian in the crowd. "I never expected that going out for some beef offal would lead to meeting such a stunning beauty." Su Jidong grinned, revealing a greedy smile. "By the way, Chaozi, do you remember what I just told you?" Chaozi nodded repeatedly. "I remember. We'll do it the old way. I'll play the villain and make that beautiful girl suffer a bit, and then." Su Jidong grunted in response and casually waved his hand, indicating that the other party would begin the operation immediately. Little did they know, their conversation had been silently recorded by a shadowy figure lurking in the dark, word for word. A short while later, in front of the Yuanfen beef offal mobile food truck. Seeing that the number of people in line ahead was getting shorter and shorter, and that it would soon be her turn, Ji Xingxian couldn't help but show a look of excitement on her face. "I couldn't help but sniff. The aroma of beef wafting in the air then entered my nostrils." Drooling involuntarily trickled from the corner of his mouth. Ji Xingxian swallowed, her face showing delight. "Ah, this smell is so wonderful. You can tell it's made with plenty of ingredients just by smelling it." As expected, his reputation is well deserved. "It seems my trip tonight was worthwhile." As soon as she finished speaking, a commotion suddenly broke out behind her. Before Ji Xingxian could react, a tall man forcefully pushed her aside. Ji Xingxian staggered a few steps to the side. He almost got separated from the group. He hurriedly turned around to look at that person. He instinctively blurted out, "You, how could you be like this?" The man turned his head, his face fierce. It was Chaozi, who had just conspired with Su Jidong. He then glared fiercely at Ji Xingxian, his tone unfriendly. "What did I do?" "You lost your balance. What does it have to do with me?" "Hey beautiful, you're not trying to scam me out of a car accident, are you?" Ji Xingxian's eyes widened, her voice filled with indignation. "What do you mean I'm trying to stage an accident? You were the one who cut in line first." You're the one who's accusing others first. Chowzi scoffed dismissively, looking around at the crowd of people queuing in front and behind.
Suddenly raising his voice, he said, "This lady said I cut in line.
Could you please tell me if any of you saw it with your own eyes?"
As he spoke, he deliberately raised his thick arm, revealing the knife scars and tattoos hidden under his sleeve. For a moment, everyone fell silent, turning their heads away in unison, not daring to meet his gaze.
However, Ji Xingxian was no ordinary person. She didn't take Chowzi's threats seriously at all.
"You're clearly in the wrong.
Give me back my seat. If you want beef waffle, you have to follow the rules and queue up." Chowzi remained unmoved. He said irritably, "You shameless woman. Don't push your luck. I'm not afraid to tell you, my nickname is Hyena Super. I'm a gangster, you know the Scorpion Gang? They're our gang's mortal enemies. Just a few days ago, the Scorpion Gang leader was arrested. Our gang now dominates the underworld of Zhongjiang City. I love cutting in line, so what can you do about it?" Bah! At the end, Hyena Chow deliberately spat near Ji Xingxian's shoe, displaying his arrogance and domineering attitude. Chapter 102. This girl is so cool. Facing the extremely arrogant and domineering Hyena Chow,
Ji Xingxian was so angry that her shoulders trembled. Suddenly, he pulled out a phone with a pink casing.
Hyena Chow felt a chill run down his spine.
A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he quickly called out, "Hey!
You bitch, what are you doing with your phone?"
Of course, call the police." Ji Xingxian held up her phone, her fingers pressing the number keys.
"A bad person like you should be arrested by the police." Hyena Chow threatened, sounding somewhat intimidating. "Don't blame me for not warning you, the gang behind me has a lot of power, they don't even care about the police. You'd better think this through. Are you really going to ruin your future over something as trivial as cutting in line?"
Unexpectedly, Ji Xingxian replied resolutely, "You don't need to worry about that.
Anyway, I'm going to fight this evil force to the end today."
After saying that, he quickly pressed the number for the Public Security Bureau and was about to press the call button.
Hyena Chow's expression changed drastically in an instant. He quickly snatched Ji Xingxian's phone. Unable to contain his anger, he roared, "I see you really won't learn your lesson until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his phone high, as if to smash it. Ji Xingxian's face turned pale instantly, and she exclaimed in shock, "No.
That's the limited edition trendy phone case I finally managed to buy." Little did anyone know, the seemingly tough Hyena Super was actually terribly panicked inside.
He kept shouting in his heart, "Brother Dong! Hurry up and come out, I can't hold on much longer." In the crowd, Su Jidong was about to lose his composure when he saw the hyenas.
He knew the time was ripe to be a hero and save the damsel in distress.
He was about to speak and stop him. Unexpectedly, another strong female voice rang out first, "Stop it."
At the same time, a hint of joy flashed across Hyena Chow's face. He felt a huge weight lifted off his shoulders.
He breathed a sigh of relief almost imperceptibly.
They didn't even realize at first that the voice didn't belong to a man. Ji Xingxian looked in the direction of the sound and saw a tall figure wearing a hooded jacket walk out of the crowd and come closer.
Who are you?" Ji Xingxian asked curiously.
The tall figure removed her hood, revealing a delicate and bright face, with full, luscious lips holding a confident smile. Ji Xingxian was stunned for 2 seconds, and Hyena Chow, who was standing next to her, was also stunned, not understanding what was going on. The tall figure slightly raised his chin.
He raised his hand and pointed at Hyena Chow.
With an unyielding commanding tone, he said, "Return that phone to this lady immediately."
Ji Xingxian's eyes immediately lit up with admiration. I couldn't help but admire it in my heart. Wow! This girl is so cool. So stylish. Hyena Chow's lips twitched. Forcing himself to remain calm, he said, "You think you can just pay me back like that? How am I, Hyena Super, supposed to survive in the underworld after this? Besides, who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you?"
The tall figure narrowed his eyes slightly.
"You're not going to listen, are you? Then don't blame me. Shadow, take him down."
As soon as he finished speaking, Hyena Chow suddenly felt someone kick him hard from behind.
He involuntarily knelt down on the ground.
He immediately clutched his knee and let out a piercing scream of pain.
Ah! My knee.
Seeing this sudden scene, The surrounding crowd was stunned and speechless. They all turned to look at the figure that had suddenly appeared behind the hyena. The man didn't care about the stares of the crowd. He then took the phone from Hyena Chow's hand, walked up to the tall figure, and respectfully handed it over. The tall figure reached out and took it. He then placed it in Ji Xingxian's hand and said with a smile, "Miss, you'd better be more vigilant next time." Ji Xingxian blushed. He quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your help." She quickly introduced herself. My name is Ji Xingxian. Ji is the same as Kaiwenji, and Xingxian is the Xingxian from Journey to the West.
May I ask your name? If I have the chance someday, I will definitely repay you.
The tall figure smiled slightly.
Hello, Miss Ji. My name is Song Kurson.
As soon as the words were spoken, several exclamations arose from the crowd. That beautiful woman is actually Song Kurson.
No wonder she looked so familiar.
Yes. I thought it was some big celebrity. I never expected it to be the eldest daughter of the Song family.
This is the first time I've ever seen one in real life.
I've only ever seen them in various financial and fashion magazines. This is a renowned talented woman and a great beauty in our Zhangjiang city, truly a woman of both wisdom and beauty. I have to say, she's even prettier in person than in photos. I never expected to run into her here.
I remember the Song family mansion is located nearby.
I never expected that the eldest daughter of the Song family would be interested in roadside stalls.
In an instant, as someone recognized Song Kurson's identity, the scene became even more sensational.
Ji Xingxian was both surprised and bewildered.
He winked at Song Kurson.
They looked incredibly cute and adorable. Song Kurson inexplicably felt an urge to pull the other person into her arms, as if she had seen a delicate and adorable rag doll. He coughed lightly and turned to look at Hyena Chow, who was kneeling on the ground.
His tone instantly shifted to coldness. "Speak, who ordered you to do this?" Ji Xingxian was even more bewildered. "What? Instructed? What's going on here?" Song Kurson glanced at Ji Xingxian, who was completely bewildered. With a half smile, he said, "Didn't you think this person's behavior just now was a bit too deliberate?" Before Ji Xingxian could react,
the hyena on the ground changed its expression drastically.
He quickly denied it. "Don't talk nonsense here. No one instructed me."
Before he could finish speaking, a cracking sound rang out. A spider web-like crack suddenly appeared in the space between the hyena's legs. At the same time, Shadow silently lowered his right arm, his sleeve falling down to perfectly conceal the launcher from which the projectile had just been fired.
Song Kurson pointed to the crack on the ground. He glanced coldly at Hyena Chow.
In a detached tone, he said, "You'd better not test my patience. You know, I wouldn't feel the slightest bit guilty about getting rid of social scum like you."
Chapter 103. Do you still think you have any shame? Faced with Song Kurson's unequivocal warning, the hyena's body was trembling uncontrollably. His complexion grew increasingly grim.
But he managed to suppress his panic and looked up at Song Kurson. I
have no idea what you're talking about. Even if you are the eldest daughter of the Song family, it doesn't mean you can say whatever you want. If you back down like this, how am I supposed to face the world in the future?" Song Kurson glanced at the shadow beside her. The shadow nodded slightly. He raised his arm without thinking. The launcher hidden in his cuff was aimed at the hyena's most crucial part, his manhood. Hyena Chow's eyes widened immediately, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He quickly begged for forgiveness. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'll talk. I'll talk right now. Everything that just happened was all ordered by Su Jidong. I didn't mean to make things difficult for that beautiful woman."
As he spoke, he cowed out repeatedly, afraid that if he spoke too slowly, his good brother would be in danger.
Song Kurson nodded slightly. "That's right. Confess and you'll be treated leniently, resist and you'll be treated severely. Now, tell Miss Ji everything you know."
Hyena Chow hurriedly looked at Ji Xingxian. "Beautiful lady. The reason I cut in line and spoke rudely to you just now was all because of Su Jidong's plan."
Ji Xingxian frowned. "A plan? Who exactly is this Su Jidong you're talking about? Why is he targeting me?"
Thinking about this, an idea popped into my head. I heard that junior brother Shinfeng recently went down the mountain and caused quite a bit of trouble.
Could it be that Su Jidong is after him? That's not right. Even junior brother Shin doesn't know I'm in Zhongjiang City, so how could Su Jidong possibly know? Never mind, let's hear what this person has to say first. Hyena Chow forced a smile. Su Jidong is the only son of the Su family, a well-known family in this city. He's a spoiled brat. I was coerced by him. Before he could finish speaking, he heard Song Kursen cough and quickly changed his tune. I'm sorry. I actually followed him voluntarily because I'm just a nobody in the gang. Only by following young Master Su can I have a chance to make some money. Of course, the premise is that I help young Master Su complete his womanizing plan. Ji Xingxian revealed a subtle expression, a plan to pick up girls? Hyena Chow chuckled dryly. Yes, that's where I play the villain and bully the girl that young Master Su has his eye on. Then young Master Su stepped in and beat me up, playing the hero to save the damsel in distress. Before Ji Xingxian could react, Song Kursen suddenly interjected, you and that Su Jidong colluded, and that's really all you did? Listen carefully, if you don't behave, you should understand the consequences, right? Hyena made a tough decision. He decided to tell the whole story. Of course, there's more than that. If young Master Su gets tired of a girl, and that girl starts clinging to him, then my brothers and I will have to share the burden for young Master Su. Whether it's verbal intimidation or violence, the point is to make that girl back down. Sometimes, when young Master Su's allowance runs out, he'll team up with us to trick girls who admire him into working at our gang's entertainment club. Ji Xingxian's eyes widened and her face flushed red upon hearing this. His face showed an expression of disbelief. What do you guys take girls' feelings for? How could people's hearts be so wicked? At the same time, the people around them all glared angrily at Hyena Chow, some of them wishing they could beat him up. What a complete scoundrel! That's right. Call the police immediately. Get the police to come and arrest him. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I just can't stand it anymore. Faced with Ji Xingxian's angry rebuke and the indignant onlookers, the hyena hurriedly lowered its head. I'm sorry. I promise I won't do that again. Also, from now on, I will no longer work for that Su Jidong. Ahem. Don't be so quick to draw a line between yourself and others. Song Kursen suddenly spoke up again. Tell me, where is Su Jidong now? Without hesitation, Hyena pointed to the crowd. He's right there. The one in the white suit with the slicked back hair. With a whoosh, the crowd parted instantly, revealing Su Jidong, who hadn't had time to escape. Su Jidong glared fiercely at Hyena Chow. The latter lowered his head again, not daring to meet his gaze. Su Jidong took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Barely managed to maintain composure and dignity. He slowly approached Song Kursen. He spoke in a seemingly polite manner. Good evening, Miss Song. It's a pleasure to meet you here. We heard that your father has become the new head of the Song family. We are truly sorry that our Su family was unable to send our congratulatory gifts immediately. Before Song Kursen could speak, he quickly added, but don't worry, our Su family will definitely make up for it and will absolutely not be impolite. Song Kursen understood the deeper meaning in Su Jidong's words. He clearly intended to give her a gift afterward in exchange for her help. He immediately shook his head slightly. He said with a half smile, Su Jidong, you should know better than me why your Su family didn't celebrate immediately. Su Jidong heard the disdain and sarcasm in Song Kursen's words, and his face instantly turned even uglier. He instinctively retorted, your Song family may be wealthy and powerful, but that doesn't mean you can humiliate our Su family at will. Song Kursen chuckled lightly. To humiliate the Su family? You're exaggerating. I was just stating the facts. Before Su Jidong could speak, he said, besides, the one who truly brings shame to the Su family is none other than you, young Master Su Jidong. He then pointed at Hyena Chow and said, associating with scum like that and doing such despicable things, Su Jidong, do you still have any shame? Chapter 104 My adorable little sister. Su Jidong's expression changed repeatedly. His hands were sometimes clenched tightly, and sometimes loosened. In the end, he still didn't dare to offend Song Kursen. He had no choice but to forcefully change the subject. Miss Song. You heard it before, this guy who calls himself Hyena Chow is just a low-level thug. It's not surprising at all that someone like him would do bad things and then try to smear others. At this point, he glared fiercely at Hyena Chow again. Listen up, if you dare to slander me again, you'll face the consequences. Hyena Chow looked up in astonishment, instinctively using his usual form of address, Brother Dong. I've followed you for years, I've put in a lot of effort even if I haven't done anything special, how could you? Before he could finish speaking, Su Jidong took 3 steps in 2 and kicked Hyena Chow hard. The latter had no time to dodge and fell heavily backward to the ground. Su Jidong kicked and stomped on the hyena on the ground repeatedly. He continued to curse, "Shut up. You're less than a dog, a thug, and you dare to call me brother? We have absolutely no relation, I don't know you at all." The hyena rolled left and right. He pleaded repeatedly, stop kicking me, I don't know you. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made those false accusations, I'm so sorry." Su Jidong breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he reluctantly stop what he was doing. Turning to Song Kurson, he said, "Miss Song, you heard it too." This kid admitted that he made false accusations. At this point, he deliberately glanced at Ji Xingxian and said, "Miss, you must not be misled by the words of others." Ji Xingxian's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. He glanced at Song Kurson. Then I looked at Su Jidong. A troubled expression appeared on her beautiful face. Song Kurson subtly pursed her lips. He couldn't help but silently criticize Ji Xingxian in his heart. This little fairy doctor is far too easily fooled. She's clearly being tortured into confessing, yet she's still swayed. As expected, witness testimony alone is not enough. Irrefutable physical evidence is also needed to completely silence Su Jidong. However, I really should thank Su Jidong. Without his hard work, I wouldn't have won over Ji Xingxian. Thinking of this, Song Kurson's lips curved into a charming smile. He looked at Su Jidong with a playful expression. The latter immediately had a bad feeling. He said, somewhat blustering but actually cowardly, "Miss Song, why are you looking at me like that?" Song Kurson stopped smiling. His tone suddenly turned serious. "I was originally planning to give the Su family some face, but unfortunately you are stubborn and unyielding. In that case, don't blame me." At this point, he glanced at the shadow beside him, signaling the other party to produce evidence. The shadow nodded emphatically. He then took out his phone. Quickly open a video. Turn the volume up to the maximum. The conversation on the phone reached the ears of everyone present. It was Su Jidong and Hyena Chow having a secret talk behind the green belt. Su Jidong's face turned deathly pale in an instant. "So, you knew about my plan all along? You bitch, you deliberately tricked me, didn't you?" Song Kurson adopted an ambiguous expression. His tone was utterly calm. "As I always say, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it in the first place." Su Jidong immediately cursed, "Go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, Shadow struck first, firmly subduing him to the ground. Su Jidong gritted his teeth, struggling desperately. Ultimately, he was unable to break free from the shackles of his shadow. The next second, a slightly piercing siren sounded from afar, but was quickly replaced by the sound of footsteps. Immediately afterwards, Song Kurson's voice reached Su Jidong's ears again. It was as if a final verdict was being delivered. "Excuse me for troubling you all, these two people are in your care." "Oh, right, and this video. No need to praise me like that. Reporting social scum is the duty of every citizen of China." The police took Su Jidong and his henchman, Hyena Chow, away. The queue in front of the Yuanfan beef waffle mobile food truck has finally returned to its proper order and tranquility. Ji Xingxian successfully bought 4 boxes of freshly made beef waffle. I was so moved that my eyes welled up with tears. Song Kurson saw it all. Unable to resist teasing, she said, "Miss Ji, it's just beef waffle, why the exaggerated reaction?" Ji Xingxian shook her head repeatedly. No, this is not ordinary beef waffle, but beef waffle that has been carefully selected and cooked by the owner." Song Kurson was speechless. Ji Xingxian suddenly handed 2 boxes of beef waffle to Song Kurson. "Miss Song, these 2 boxes are for you and your bodyguard as a token of our gratitude for your act of standing up for justice and taking righteous action. Also, just call me Siener, don't call me Miss Ji. That sounds strangely distant." Song Kurson reached out and took the beef waffle. She replied with a smile, "I'll remember that. You can also call me Kurson." "Okay, Sister Kurson." Ji Xingxian changed her address accordingly. He then devoured the waffle while sincerely thanking her. "This beef waffle is so delicious, by the way, Sister Kurson, it's all thanks to you just now. Sigh, I finally managed to get out of here, but I never expected to run into such bad people." As she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something. "Sister Kurson, I'm calling you sister, you don't mind, do you?" Song Kurson couldn't help but chuckle. "Please, who would mind having a cute little sister like you?" After saying that, he reached out and rubbed Ji Xingxian's slightly chubby cheeks. Ji Xingxian chuckled, "I'm glad you don't mind. It's rare to meet an older sister who gets along so well with you." By the way, Sister Kursen, I just took a look for you. What? Song Kursen asked, puzzled.
Ji Xingxian replied with a smile, your blood and qi are insufficient, and you seem a little tired. These awful dishes are perfect for replenishing your qi and blood, so you should eat more of them.
Chapter 105 Song Kursen kidnaps Little Fairy Doctor. After a brief silence. While eating beef offal, Song Kursen casually asked, Sinner, from what you're saying, it seems you know medicine?
Ji Xingxian looked smug, her cheeks twitching.
Of course, this is my specialty.
I don't know how many difficult and complicated diseases I've cured.
I am currently working on ways to conquer cancer, as well as other diseases that are considered incurable.
Song Kursen took the opportunity to use her social skills, saying, conquering cancer is destined to be a long-term battle that is time-consuming, laborious, and expensive.
If you really succeed, without a doubt, you will be the savior of all mankind.
Ji Xingxian blushed, her voice tinged with shyness, the savior of all mankind.
How could I possibly bear such an honor? Song Kursen patted Ji Xingxian on the shoulder, as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Rome wasn't built in a day.
If you need help, feel free to contact me anytime, as long as it's within my capabilities.
Ji Xingxian nodded vigorously. Okay, Sister Kursen, thank you for your support. Song Kursen smiled and shook her head. You're welcome. After all, I can't let you call me sister for nothing.
Before Ji Xingxian could reply, he immediately changed the subject. By the way, Sienner, is there anywhere else you'd like to go?
Ji Xingxian looked deep in thought. Where do I want to go? To be honest, this is my first time in Zhongjiang City, and I'm completely unfamiliar with the place.
As he finished speaking, he suddenly seemed to remember something and looked at Song Kursen with anticipation.
Sister Kursen. I heard from the other people in line that you're a local celebrity. Since that's the case, you should know some local attractions, right? Could you show me around? Faced with Ji Xingxian's earnest request, Song Kursen's smile deepened. He immediately agreed, no problem, I happen to be free, so I'll take you to eat some delicious food that rivals you infant beef offal.
Upon hearing the last sentence, Ji Xingxian's eyes lit up instantly, and drool once again involuntarily tricked her lips into drooling.
Song Kursen took in Ji Xingxian's reaction.
A surge of pride welled up inside him.
This girl's reaction is so easy to understand.
However, thanks to Brother Lin's strategy guide, I was able to win this person's favor so easily.
If we keep at it and continue to focus on her interests, our relationship will definitely take another step forward. Thinking of this, Song Kursen asked, Sienner, do you like sweets? Ji Xingxian replied without hesitation, of course I like it. That's good. Next, I'll take you to taste the delicacy known as the dream dessert, Song Kursen said seriously. Ji Xingxian's eyes widened. What? Dream dessert?
Song Kursen nodded slightly. That's right, it has been at the top of the bestseller lists in various pastry shops for years, and only 100 servings are available every day.
Only 100 portions? Sister Kursen, we need to hurry up and set off.
Ji Xingxian suddenly stood up, her tone filled with urgency.
Song Kursen feigned helplessness. All right, since you said so, let's set off now. By the way, Sienner, did you drive here? Ji Xingxian shook her head. No, I came by bus. Song Kursen nodded slightly and stood up. Then let's ride in my car. It should be faster. Ji Xingxian nodded repeatedly. That's wonderful. By the way, Sister Kursen, could you wait for me for a moment? What's wrong? Song Kursen asked, puzzled.
Ji Xingxian looked helpless.
I just remembered that I arranged to meet my junior brother at Fate Beef Offal. Should we wait for him to arrive? Song Kursen pretended to be casual. No problem, I'm not in a hurry.
Although there are only 100 portions, we can still make it in time. At the end of his sentence, he deliberately stole a glance at Ji Xingxian's reaction, and as expected, the latter immediately looked embarrassed. Song Kursen pressed her advantage, saying, speaking of which, I remember many customers' most frequent comment about dream desserts was that it tastes like happiness. Ji Xingxian could no longer contain herself.
Forget it, I won't wait for him. We can just meet somewhere else. Sister Kursen. Let's get going. Song Kursen revealed a subtle smile. Great, we've successfully delayed their meeting. Next, I need to make the most of this time and try to gain more favor with Ji Xingxian.
When necessary, I also need to guide her to initiate conversation with me.
Only through back and forth dialogue can we bridge the gap between us. After some time.
When Song Kursun arrived at their destination with Ji Xingxian, she looked up and, unsurprisingly, saw a long queue in front of the pastry shop. Ji Xingxian shaded her eyes with her hand, her face showing anxiety.
So many people. It's obvious there are more than 100. Is there no hope for us?
There's no need to be so pessimistic, Song Kursun comforted with a smile. Believe me, opportunities are still waiting for us, it just depends on whether you can seize them.
See that? There's a sign next to the shop, they're holding a quiz event.
It says that you can get a dream dessert for free if you answer 5 or more questions correctly.
Ji Xingxian's face lit up with joy, and she immediately ran over. Hello? I want to sign up.
The staff member nodded, no problem. Just so you know, our questions are quite tricky.
Which aspect specifically? Ji Xingxian asked curiously.
The staff reached into the red box next to them and quickly took out 2 white balls labeled finance and medicine respectively.
The above is the scope of the questions.
Miss, are you sure you want to participate? The staff member asked with a smile. Upon seeing the word finance, Ji Xingxian immediately turned to look at Song Kursun.
Song Kursun smiled and walked to Ji Xingxian's side. Is it okay if we both participate?
The staff member nodded, of course, no problem. However, using mobile phones or other high-tech devices to search for answers is prohibited. So, the first question is.
Chapter 106. Do not move from here. 2 or 3 minutes later.
The staff member looked at the card in his hand. With a helpless sigh, she turned around and took out 2 exquisitely presented and colorful pastries from the small refrigerator. Ji Xingxian was instantly captivated by the appearance of the pastries, and her face showed an eager expression. Song Kursun accepted the 2 pastries and said with a smile, "Thank you for the prizes." The staff member shook his head. "You're welcome, you deserve this." Sigh, even though the questions we prepared were all very difficult, why did we still get them all right? Ji Xingxian put her arm around Song Kursun's arm, a smug look on her face, because the question you asked happens to be right in our area of expertise. Sister Kursun, thanks to you, I can finally enjoy this dream dessert. Song Kursun slowly shook her head. Don't say that, I don't know a single one of those medical-related questions.
Alright, here's your dream dessert, have a taste.
Ji Xingxian smiled smugly. He hurriedly took the pastries and began to enjoy them. Ah, this fluffy and smooth texture. Plus the flavor from the mix of various nuts, no wonder it's called a dream dessert.
Song Kursun smiled knowingly. He glanced at the staff member in front of him. The latter bent over slightly. A respectful expression appeared on his face.
Song Kursun smiled and waved her hand, indicating that the other party did not need to do so. They quickly turned their attention back to Ji Xingxian. To be honest, this QA activity was a spur-of-the-moment idea of mine, and I didn't expect it wouldn't be discovered. Just as Brother Lin said, this little girl is truly innocent and pure-hearted. More importantly, she hates bad people, so I have to find ways to build a good image in her mind. Thinking of this, Song Kursun took a bite of the dessert in her hand, and a pleasant smile naturally appeared on her face.
After a while, Song Kursun and Ji Xingxian finished their desserts.
Ji Xingxian licked her fingers with lingering satisfaction. As expected, I didn't get the name wrong, Sister Kursun, thank you for the recommendation. Song Kursun smiled and handed over a tissue. You're welcome.
Well, the night is still long, and we have many places to go.
Ji Xingxian reached out and took it, her face beaming with joy.
Really? There's so much more delicious food? Song Kursun couldn't help but laugh. I haven't even mentioned food yet, and you're already thinking about it. Aren't you afraid of gaining weight from eating too much?
Ji Xingxian shook her head repeatedly. Of course I'm not afraid.
I've been exercising regularly, these calories will burn off quickly. If you don't believe me, let me show you my muscles.
After speaking, he raised his fair and jade-like right arm, trying to let Song Kursun see the muscles on his arm clearly.
Song Kursun looked left and right, and finally raised her hand to pat it. Come on, muscles? You're more like flabby fat.
Ji Xingxian puffed out her cheeks. There's no excess fat at all.
I really have been exercising regularly.
My master always praised my performance of exercises like the 8 pieces of brocade and the 5 animal frolics.
Song Kursun's heart stirred. He then asked, you said your master praised your fighting skills, so were your medical skills also taught to you by your master?
Ji Xingxian raised her chin slightly, appearing quite proud.
Of course. My master is so good to me. He taught me many amazing medical skills. Song Kursun immediately pressed on, I see. I wonder what your master's name is, Siener?
Ji Xingxian was about to answer, but quickly shook her head.
No, my master forbids me to say. I'm sorry, Sister Curson.
Song Curson changed the subject. It's nothing, you don't need to take it to heart, I was just asking casually.
Alright, let's not talk about that anymore, let's go to the next location.
Ji Xingxian hesitated, but, my junior brother. Song Curson immediately reassured her, it's alright, the next place isn't far from here, I don't think your junior brother will mind.
Really? Ji Xingxian asked curiously. Song Curson nodded, of course it's true, would I lie to you?
And what's more, there's a drone light show at the next location, so we can eat while enjoying the performance.
If you arrive late, you might miss the best viewing spot. Do you want to see that happen? Ji Xingxian took out her phone without hesitation.
She sent another message to Shenfeng, changing the meeting place.
Song Curson witnessed this scene, trying hard to suppress a laugh. My heart was already bursting with joy. Ha ha ha. I bet Shenfeng is incredibly frustrated right now.
He was almost there, and now he has to change course again.
It's like a dog being walked around by its owner, completely helpless, it's so satisfying.
Ji Xingxian finished sending the message.
He immediately put his phone away. He turned to look at Song Curson. Sister Curson, what happened to your face? Song Curson quickly changed the subject. I'm fine, I just can't wait to see a great performance. Alright, let's go. A dozen minutes later, Song Curson and Ji Xingxian successfully arrived at the next tourist attraction. Ji Xingxian opened the door and got out of the car.
Immediately, you'll see a sea of people and dazzling colorful lights.
Wow! There are so many people gathered here. Ji Xingxian exclaimed. Song Curson came to Ji Xingxian's side. He raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Xiener, look over there. Ji Xingxian looked up and saw drones flying into the air, arranging themselves into various shapes, their lights flickering.
For a moment, it drew gasps of amazement from everyone present, who all applauded and cheered. Ji Xingxian's eyes lit up, this trip to Zhongzheng City was totally worth it.
Song Curson smiled and said, I'm going to buy some snacks. You stay here and don't move around. Ji Xingxian was completely unaware. Okay, Sister Curson. Chapter 107 makes it sound like I'm just a backup option. At the same time,
a taxi rushed to the viewing spot where Song Curson and Ji Xingxian were. Shenfeng paid the fare, opened the door, and got out of the car. His face was full of resentment.
She couldn't help but complain softly, what on earth is this 7th senior sister up to? Is she making a fool of me?
If it weren't for those masters and the camaraderie among fellow disciples, I would have preferred to just go back to sleep.
As he spoke, Shenfeng looked up and saw Ji Xingxian intently watching the drone show.
As she ran over, she called out, 7th senior sister.
7th senior sister.
However, Ji Xingxian remained unmoved, focusing all her attention on the performance.
He muttered to himself, what's that pattern? It looks like a butterfly? No. Shenfeng could no longer tolerate it.
He reached out and patted Ji Xingxian's shoulder. The next second, a silver needle suddenly appeared on the back of his hand, and his internal energy became disordered. Shenfeng had a bad feeling. He quickly withdrew his right hand.
Carefully removed the silver needle.
He quickly adjusted his breathing and calmed the turbulent energy within his body.
At the same time, Ji Xingxian's surprised voice came, It's junior brother Shen. When did you get here? Shenfeng's expression was subtle. 7th senior sister, so you're only just realizing it now? By the way, why did you attack me?
As he spoke, he handed the silver needle to Ji Xingxian. Look, this silver needle is yours, isn't it? Ji Xingxian reached out and took the silver needle. He carefully put away the needle pouch. Then, with an apologetic tone, he said, I'm so sorry, junior brother Shen. I thought some bad guys were going to bully me again, so I instinctively. As he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, are you alright after that injection I just received? Shenfeng clicked his tongue in annoyance. While rubbing the back of her hand, she replied, it's alright. The silver needles weren't inserted too deeply, the needle tips are still outside, which makes it easier for me to remove them. 7th senior sister, you just mentioned that there were bad guys again.
Did you run into something? Do you need me to help you deal with it? Don't worry, no matter who the other party is, I, your junior brother, guarantee that they'll regret ever being born.
Ji Xingxian was about to explain. Just then, I saw Song Kursun walking slowly towards me, carrying various snacks in her hands. They immediately ignored the question Shin Feng had just raised. He rushed to Song Kursun's side without waiting. As she reached out to take it, she said with gratitude, "Sister Kursun,
you're so kind. These snacks look delicious, shall I have some?" Song Kursun chuckled softly, "Eat slowly, don't choke." "Shin Feng? What are you doing here?"
Shin Feng glanced at Song Kursun, then at Ji Xingxian. The expression on his face became increasingly subtle.
He immediately retorted, "Please, isn't that the question I wanted to ask you, Ms. Song? Shouldn't you be staying at home?"
Before Song Kursun could answer, Ji Xingxian put her arm around his shoulder and said, "Junior brother Shin.
Let me introduce you. This is an older sister I just met. Her name is Song Kursun.
You must respect her, because she is my benefactor."
Shin Feng's eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, "What? Song Kursun is your benefactor? What exactly is going on?" Song Kursun saw that Shin Feng looked completely bewildered. He remained outwardly calm and composed.
I was already laughing to myself.
Ha ha. Shin Feng's expression is so stupid. However, based on the current feedback, my approach seems to be correct.
By using Brother Lin's inner thoughts, learn in advance about Shin Feng's various opportunities as the destined protagonist, and then intercept them all. This way, I can strengthen myself on the one hand, and help Brother Lin accumulate resources and connections on the other. Tomorrow morning I'll go find Brother Lin again and see if I can get any more clues about Shin Feng's destiny from him.
After making up my mind,
Song Kursun looked at Ji Xingxian and said with a smile, "Xiener, I never expected that the junior brother you mentioned would be Shin Feng."
It's truly unexpected. Ji Xingxian blinked. "Sister Kursun, judging from your tone, you've known my junior brother for a long time?"
Song Kursun deliberately glanced at Shin Feng, who was still in a daze.
He said meaningfully, "Yes, he left an extremely deep impression on me."
"Xiener, you probably don't know this, but your good junior brother did something with that Su Jidong." Shin Feng, who was still in a daze, vaguely realized that something ominous was about to happen.
She quickly interrupted, "Seventh senior sister. Miss Song, it's a rare occasion to witness such a grand event, wouldn't you like to take a picture to commemorate it?"
Ji Xingxian glanced at Shin Feng, "Great idea. Let's take a picture of me and Sister Kursun together."
"Xiaofeng, here's your phone. Remember to take beautiful pictures of me and Sister Kursun." Song Kursun gave Shin Feng a deep look. He clicked his tongue almost imperceptibly.
With a forced smile, he said, "Thank you, Mr. Shin." Shin Feng waved his hand, indicating that it was no trouble, and then began to take a group photo of Song Kursun and Ji Xingxian. "This angle is good, very good, hold the pose."
"Done," Shin Feng said as he took several photos in a row. Finally, she didn't forget to ask, "Seventh senior sister, would you like a few more?"
Before Ji Xingxian could reply, Song Kursun spoke up first, "Excuse me, Xiener, I have to take my leave now." Ji Xingxian looked puzzled.
"What's wrong?" "Sister Kursun, we still have so many places we haven't visited yet."
Song Kursun deliberately sighed, "I also wanted to go sightseeing with you, but I have something to do, so."
"I'm sorry."
Ji Xingxian hesitated for a long time. Finally, she waved her hand and said, "It's okay, Sister Kursun, you go ahead and do your work. Important things are more important."
"At least Xiaofeng is here with me, so I don't think I'll be too bored, right?"
Shin Feng, standing to the side, had a strange expression.
I couldn't help but mutter to myself. Seventh senior sister's words sound a bit strange, as if I'm just a backup option.
I was the one who initially agreed to go sightseeing together.
Chapter 108. Do you think I'm a dangerous element?
Farewell to Empress Ji Xing.
Song Kursun didn't even glance at Shin Feng, who was winking at her.
He turned around and got back into the car. They drove away from the drone performance venue. He then dialed Shadow's number and said, "Shadow, send someone to secretly keep an eye on Ji Xingxian's every move. I need to keep track of her movements at all times, especially when she comes into contact with that Shin Feng.
Remember, the whole process must be kept completely secret and must not attract the other party's attention." At the same time, Shin Feng watched as the drone show ended. Only then did she ask, "Seventh senior sister, how exactly do you know Miss Song?"
Ji Xingxian took a bite of a snack and said indistinctly, "Well, we met at Yunfen Beefwaffle, but I just encountered a bad guy. He actually instructed others to bully me, and then planned to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Luckily, Sister Kurson stepped in time, not only saving me but also exposing the true colors of that bad guy in front of everyone.
Xiaofeng, do you think bad people like this, with their wicked intentions, should be pierced by 1,000 arrows and struck by lightning?
Shenfeng suddenly felt as if he had been shot with an arrow.
He could only manage a dry laugh.
He quickly changed the subject. I see, we really have to thank Miss Song.
Let's put that aside for now. 7th senior sister, have you found a place to stay yet?
Ji Xingxian was about to answer.
The cell phone suddenly rang.
He had no choice but to take out his phone and see that it was a call from an unknown number.
He pressed the answer button with a puzzled look. Hello? Who is this?
Hello, Miss Ji Xingxian, this is Shadow. Shadow's calm voice came from the other end of the line. Ji Xingxian hummed in agreement.
So you're Sister Kurson's bodyguard. No wonder you have my phone number. Is there something you need from me?
Shadow then explained, my young lady asked me to tell you that she has prepared the presidential suite for you at the 5-star Mage Hotel in this city. You can move in any time you wish, and all expenses will be covered by our young lady.
Ji Xingxian hesitated. Won't this be too much of a burden for Sister Kurson?
Our young lady said that true friends don't need to care about these material things, Shadow said, her tone unchanged.
Ji Xingxian was deeply moved.
We've only met a few times, but Sister Xin is so kind to me. Please convey my gratitude to you. Okay, have a pleasant stay, Shadow replied immediately. Ji Xingxian ended the call and turned to Shenfeng. Sister Kurson has already prepared accommodations for me, so there's no need for you to trouble yourself, Xiaofeng.
Shenfeng's expression was strange. Little Feng? 7th senior sister, our ages.
Ji Xingxian put her hands on her hips.
What's wrong? I'm your senior sister. Do you have a problem with calling you Xiaofeng?
Shenfeng chuckled dryly and quickly changed the subject. 7th senior sister, although I'm not keen on thinking of Miss Song as a bad person, one should always be wary of others.
My masters and the others once taught me. Ji Xingxian interrupted, all right, I'm your senior sister. I left the mountain much earlier than you. Do you think I can't tell whether a person is good or bad, kind or evil? Even if what master said makes sense, does that mean we should judge him with our own petty minds?
After saying that, he turned and left without waiting for Shenfeng's reply. Shenfeng hurriedly asked, 7th senior sister.
Where are you going?
Ji Xingxian puffed out her cheeks and said without turning her head, of course I'm going to the hotel that Sister Kurson prepared for me.
After a while,
Ji Xingxian and Shenfeng arrived at the entrance of the 5-star hotel by car. The next second, a group of hotel staff came out to greet them, with the middle-aged man at the head wearing a sign that read General Manager.
Hello, are you Miss Ji Xingxian?
The middle-aged man asked with a professional smile.
Yes, it's me.
Ji Xingxian said calmly. The middle-aged man didn't even glance at Shenfeng standing to the side.
He then spoke, hello, Miss Ji.
I am the general manager of the hotel.
You can call me Manager Shen.
Miss Song called and instructed me to make sure you are well taken care of and that you are completely satisfied.
Ji Xingxian blinked. So that's how it is. Actually, you didn't need to call so many people to come out and greet me.
Manager Shen readily agreed, I'm so sorry, it was my oversight.
Miss Ji, please come in.
After saying that, he turned to the side and gestured towards the hotel entrance. I have arranged a senior guide for you. She will now introduce you to the various floors and facilities of this hotel.
Ji Xingxian smiled. Step forward. They seemed impatient. Shenfeng, unsuspecting, was about to follow Ji Xingxian.
The next second, Manager Shen reached out to stop him. Excuse me, sir, this hotel does not allow unauthorized personnel to enter or leave without permission. Shenfeng immediately widened his eyes. He raised his hand and pointed to Ji Xingxian, who was walking further and further away.
He said irritably, that's my senior sister. Do you understand?
I came with her. Manager Shen shook his head slowly, expressionless. I'm sorry, Miss Song only asked us to entertain one distinguished guest.
Unless you are also a customer of this hotel, we cannot let you in.
It would be irresponsible to the personal safety of other customers.
Shenfeng clenched his fists, his tone unfriendly. What do you mean by that? Do you think I'm a dangerous element? Listen, you'd better let me in right now, or you'll regret it.
Manager Shen remained unmoved.
May I take your words as a threat?
Before Shenfeng could react, Ji Xingxian's voice came from afar. Xiaofeng, it's getting late, you should go home and rest too.
Chapter 109 Zhang Xuan's plotline is brought forward. Just as Shin Feng was feeling extremely frustrated and had no choice but to turn back home. On the other side, Lin Chuan was driving his rare Maserati back to the villa. He naturally had no way of knowing that Song Kursen was outwardly compliant but inwardly defiant and acted on her own. Right now, he is focused on going home to rest. The next second, a system notification sounded in Lin Chuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully abandoned a scene related to the male and female leads. You have received a reward. Your memory has increased by 20%. Your abandonment points have increased by 2. Lin Chuan subconsciously slowed down the car. I felt my brain suddenly become much lighter, as if some invisible shackles had loosened. Then, I easily recalled all sorts of forgotten knowledge and information, including the original plot of the novel world I was in. Lin Chuan raised his hand and rubbed his temples. Is it just my imagination? I feel like I'm getting a much better grasp of the plot details. I must say, although this reward can improve my strength in a short time, it does help me plan for the future. Thinking of this, Lin Chuan felt even more pleased, while recalling his brief experience in the Song family parking lot. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. It seems that having a better memory isn't all good. Forget it, let's hurry home and let Xiaoan help cool things down. After saying that, he stepped on the gas, and the limited edition Maserati sped forward, instantly overtaking one car after another. The Lin family villa. Lin Chuan parked his car. He went straight to the living room. Looking around, he still couldn't find Zhang Xuan. Not in the living room? Could it be in the servants' quarters? Lin Chuan muttered to himself as he walked into the servants' quarters, which belonged to Zhang Xuan alone. Inside the room, Zhang Xuan was still nowhere to be seen. There were only landscape posters on the wall and various inconspicuous trinkets. Lin Chuan frowned slightly, turned around, and walked out of the room. Just then, I saw a servant walking towards me. He immediately called out, "Hey, you, come here for a second." The man hurriedly walked up to Lin Chuan. "Young master, what are your orders?" Lin Chuan pointed to the servants' room. "Where is Zhang Xuan?" The maid shook her head. "I don't know. She left the villa after finishing her work." Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. "She hasn't come back?" "Yes, young master," the servant replied immediately. Lin Chuan was slightly surprised. He remained outwardly calm and said, "Oh, okay, go ahead and get busy." The servant dared not linger any longer. He bowed respectfully to Lin Chuan. He immediately turned and left. Lin Chuan glanced back at Zhang Xuan's room. He shook his head helplessly. She sighed softly, "Never mind, I'll just wash up and go to bed." The next day. Inside the bedroom. Lin Chuan lay on the bed, fast asleep. The next second, a system notification sounded in my mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully slacked off for a day. You have received the following rewards: Intelligence +1, Stamina +1. Lin Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. I sat up. I rubbed my sleepy eyes. He let out a long, leisurely breath. While getting up and changing clothes, she muttered a complaint: "This system is even more timely than an alarm clock. It's really frustrating." At the end of the conversation, Lin Chuan suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, shouldn't Zhang Xuan be delivering the morning service at this time normally? Thinking of this, I quickly changed my clothes and hurriedly finished washing up. He quickly walked out of the bedroom. We arrived at the restaurant quickly. Lin Chuan looked around, but still couldn't see that familiar figure. The old butler, Uncle Fu, walked slowly over. He noticed Lin Chuan's unusual behavior. Curious, he asked, "Young master, what's wrong with you?" Lin Chuan waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. He replied with a smile, "It's nothing, I was just wondering where Zhang Xuan went." "Uncle Fu, have you seen her?" Uncle Fu slowly shook his head. "No, I'm sorry, young master, I have some things to attend to." Lin Chuan waved his hand again. "It's all right, Uncle Fu, you can go ahead and get back to work." After speaking, he walked to the dining table and sat down. Soon, a servant brought out a rich and delicious breakfast. Lin Chuan hesitated for 2 seconds. Only then did he pick up his bowl and chopsticks. Just about to start. I immediately heard the phone ring. He took out his phone and, sure enough, the caller was Zhang Xuan. Lin Chuan pressed the answer button and asked, "Hello? Xiaoan, where have you been? Have you forgotten your job?" I'm sorry, master, I'd like to ask for a day off. Zhang Xuan's tone was somewhat subtle.
Lin Chuan frowned slightly.
Taking leave is easy, but there's something off about your tone. Are you feeling unwell?
Zhang Xuan hurriedly denied it. No, master, I'm perfectly healthy.
Since it's not a physical problem, then it must be something on your mind.
Lin Chuan said incisively.
Tell me what happened. If you need help, just say so. Zhang Xuan remained silent for a long time on the other end of the phone.
Suddenly, her voice broke into tears. After I reunited with my mother, she prepared to accept the demolition. I don't know how it happened, but this news suddenly leaked out, and a bunch of relatives I hadn't contacted for years suddenly came to ask me for money. Even though my mother has already refused and explained the situation, they still shamelessly keep asking her for money. Lin Chuan listened silently. With her enhanced memory, she instantly recalled that this was a side story in the original novel after Zhang Xuan and her mother recognized each other.
Faced with the nagging of relatives, Zhang Xuan and her mother were naturally annoyed, but they didn't know how to deal with it. As time goes on, the mother and daughter finally couldn't hold on any longer.
They chose to seek help from Shenfeng. Later, unsurprisingly, Shenfeng overcame all obstacles with his strength, thoroughly humiliating those rogue relatives and helping the mother and daughter completely escape their entanglement. At the same time, he further won Zhang Xuan's heart.
Chapter 110 is so exciting. After recalling Shenfeng's brutal actions,
Lin Chuan hesitated for 2 seconds. Although it's just a side story, Zhang Xuan is now my person, so I have to help her no matter what. Thinking of this, he immediately replied to Zhang Xuan on the other end of the phone. Xuan, leave this to me.
I promise I won't let those people bother you again.
Zhang Xuan's tone became much lighter. Really, master? Lin Chuan said calmly, when your relatives bother you again, remember to call me immediately.
Yes, Master. Zhang Xuan was overjoyed. Lin Chuan quickly hung up the phone and put it away.
He started thinking of solutions. No matter what, I'm a decent person, so I have to solve this in a civilized way.
I've got it. Let's expose their ugly faces and let them experience what it's like to kill someone and destroy their spirit.
Thinking of this, Lin Chuan turned to the servant beside him and said, Go, and call Ah Biao over.
The servants dared not delay and hurriedly left the restaurant to look for Ah Biao.
Lin Chuan picked up the cutlery again.
Continue to enjoy the food in front of you.
A moment later, Ah Biao rushed over, his expression serious.
Young master, what are your orders?
Lin Chuan had just finished breakfast. While wiping his mouth, he calmly replied, Bring me those media outlets and reporters that we keep at home.
I have a great use for them. Ah Biao hesitated for 2 seconds, then tentatively asked, Young master, you're not planning to have them announce your engagement to Miss Li in a high-profile manner, are you? Lin Chuan glared at Ah Biao and said irritably, What are you thinking? Besides, who said I would get engaged to that Li Yulan? All right, young master, say whatever you want. As your subordinate, I shouldn't say anything. Ah Biao said helplessly.
Lin Chuan rolled his eyes.
I think you're being quite talkative right now.
Before Ah Biao could reply, he continued, Have them prepare their tools and be ready to obey my commands at any time.
Ah Biao nodded immediately, yes. Young master. So, what exactly do you want to do?
Lin Chuan was about to answer.
Suddenly, a phone rang in my pocket.
He took out his phone and smiled.
You'll find out soon enough. Okay, hurry up and gather those media people and reporters. Ah Biao said nothing more and immediately turned and left. After a while,
Lin Chuan walked out of the villa and immediately saw a large group of people. The middle-aged woman at the head of the group immediately came forward to greet them.
With an extremely respectful expression, he said, Young Master Lin.
We received Brother Biao's message and immediately rushed over.
Lin Chuan nodded slightly. Very good. What should I call you?
The middle-aged woman immediately introduced herself. My name is Xu Bizi, Y is in writing and C is in thinking. I am the editor-in-chief of Xinchao Media Company, Limited. Lin Chuan hummed in agreement and glanced at everyone present.
Now that everyone is here, I will tell you what to do next.
Xu Bizi spoke first. Please give your orders, young Master Lin. Other media professionals and reporters echoed, We will do our best to fulfill young Master Lin's orders.
Are you about to make a high-profile announcement of your engagement to Li Yulan, the chairwoman of the Li's healthcare group?
If that's the case, I guarantee I'll make sure this news spreads throughout Zhongjiang City, so everyone knows about this joyous occasion. For a time, opinions were divided and there was a lot of noise, which made Lin Chuan increasingly unhappy.
Enough. Stop chattering here. Who told you I was going to announce my engagement?
Lin Chuan said in an unfriendly tone. The group of media professionals and reporters exchanged awkward glances, clearly realizing they had misunderstood. Xu Bizi quickly tried to smooth things over. I'm sorry, young Master Lin, we are so excited to have the opportunity to serve you.
Lin Chuan snorted and then told everyone present about the trouble Zhang Xuan was facing.
I want you to use your individual strengths to expose the true colors of those greedy bastards to the world. Someone couldn't help but complain. I thought it was some big news, but it turns out it's just a trivial matter like the poor live in the city and no one cares, the rich live in the mountains and have distant relatives. Little did they know, Lin Chuan had exceptional hearing and instantly pinpointed the source of the complaint. He then walked straight into the crowd, and everyone consciously stepped aside to make way for him.
Lin Chuan had a smooth journey. They approached the man.
He raised his hand and placed it on the other person's shoulder. With a half smile, he said, "Congratulations, you don't need to participate in this mission.
You can go back early."
The man immediately understood the implication in Lin Chuan's words. Her face instantly turned pale, and she hurriedly pleaded, "Young Master Lin."
No, I didn't.
Lin Chuan ignored him completely. He turned and walked back, saying, "I think my bodyguard captain has already explained my requirements to you. In other words, you only need to think about how to successfully complete the tasks I have assigned you, instead of making some pointless and useless complaints here."
Xu Bizi chimed in, "Young Master Lin.
I guarantee I'll ruin those people's reputations and let more people see their ugly faces." Lin Chuan turned to look at Xu Bizi. Nodding in appreciation, he said, "Excellent, Editor-in-Chief Xu, I admire your attitude."
Well then take your positions.
As soon as she finished speaking, Xu Bizi and her assistant returned to the car and drove to the mission location designated by Lin Chuan. The other media personnel and reporters, belatedly realizing what was happening, hurriedly got back into their original modes of transportation and rushed to catch up with Xu Bizi. After those media people and reporters left, Lin Chuan slowly returned to the car. He glanced at Biao sitting in the driver's seat.
The latter understood immediately. Start the car immediately.
He slammed his foot on the gas pedal. The car headed towards Zhang Xuan's residence.
Chapter 111. Jinghai. For so many years, I've supported so many people. On the road. Lin Chuan took out his phone.
Joined the specially created chat group. He issued orders to the media professionals in the group, "Listen up, I want you to livestream the whole thing, interview those shameless relatives, and help them make a name for themselves." As soon as the news broke, someone immediately chimed in, "No problem.
Young Master Lin, with us here, we guarantee that person will become a pariah.
We can't be soft-hearted when dealing with these scoundrels. We must make them know the painful consequences of acting like hooligans.
Young Master Lin, just you wait and see, this is our specialty as media people."
Seeing the continuous stream of replies, Lin Chuan smiled with satisfaction. The person who performed the best today will be rewarded with 100,000 yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, the group chat was flooded with praises such as "Young Master Lin is so magnanimous" and "Young Master Lin is so mighty."
Biao, standing to the side, couldn't help but say sourly, "Writing a few short articles and you can get 100,000 yuan? Young Master, isn't that too easy on those guys?"
Lin Chuan slowly shook his head. "Biao, that's not how you calculate things.
Think about it.
Over the years, the Lin family has supported so many people in Zhongjiang, just so that they can be put to use one day.
Besides, who knows what big moves might be coming later? This is just a performance."
Biao looked enlightened. "Young Master.
As expected of you."
Just as Lin Chuan was about to feign modesty, he heard Biao continue, "I knew you were just saying one thing and meaning another. You really are still thinking about spreading the word about your good time with Miss Li.
If you dare bring this up again, I'll kick you out of the car right now,"
Lin Chuan said irritably. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang again.
Lin Chuan didn't even glance at the callers. He pressed the answer button immediately.
"Shaowen, don't worry, I've already gathered the men."
Before he could finish speaking, Song Kerson's curious voice came from the other end of the phone, "Gathering people? Brother Lin, are you going to cause trouble? How about I join?"
Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment.
I looked down at my phone screen.
Only then did they realize that the caller was none other than Song Kerson.
He could only cough once.
He quickly changed the subject, saying, "It's nothing."
I'm a civilized person, I would never do something like causing trouble. Song Kurson teased, have you already forgotten about how you beat up the youngest son of the Martial Arts Association president? Lin Chuan knew the other party's quirky and unpredictable nature well. He immediately interrupted, saying, if you're here to interrogate me, let's talk another day. I have other things to do. No, Brother Lin, I was just joking with you. Song Kurson quickly stopped teasing. They're at your house right now, wanting to discuss something with you, but they found you're not here. Brother Lin, could you tell me where you are? I'll come find you right now. Lin Chuan frowned, puzzled, and subconsciously replied, is there something that can't be said over the phone? No, Brother Lin, this can only be discussed in person, Song Kurson immediately objected. Lin Chuan said, half jokingly and half seriously, are you afraid of being eavesdropped on? More or less, so where are you now? Song Kurson asked again. Lin Chuan glanced at the sign outside the window. I can't tell you, anyway, I can't go home right now. How about this, come find me again tonight, and I'll see what important business you have to offer. Song Kurson said with delight, okay, it's a deal then, see you tonight. After finishing his call, Lin Chuan looked at his phone with the expression of an elderly man on the subway. Ah Biao noticed Lin Chuan's unusual behavior out of the corner of his eye. Curious, he asked, young master, what happened this time? Lin Chuan put away his phone. Look straight ahead. Changing the subject, it's nothing, a bio, how much longer until we get to Xiaowen's house? Ah Biao immediately replied, it's right ahead. Look, it's that little house. Goodness, those media and reporters are really quick, and they've hidden themselves so well. To be honest, if I hadn't known beforehand that they were lying in ambush nearby, I almost wouldn't have recognized them. Lin Chuan chuckled, after all, this is our livelihood. Alright, hurry up and find a parking spot. Yes, young master. At the same time, Zhang Xuan's home. Inside the living room, Zhang Xuan sat quietly on the sofa. He stared blankly at the group of men and women in front of him. One of the middle-aged men blocked Zhang Xuan's way. Speaking loudly, spitting as she spoke, you've really made something of yourself, Zhang Xuan. Now that you have money, you don't care about us poor relatives anymore, do you? Put your hands on your heart and think carefully. After your daughter went missing, who was it that helped you run around everywhere? Not only that, but who helped you pull strings, post missing person notices, and even appear on television? Now that your daughter is back and you have the compensation money from the demolition, you're planning to wipe the slate clean, right? Zhang Xuan looked embarrassed, but said in a gentle tone, Dahai, I remember everything you said, how could I forget? But, my family really doesn't have any money. Another middle-aged woman interrupted, don't give me that. Everyone's saying you accepted the demolition and received a large sum of compensation. Let me tell you, Zhang Xuan, stop trying to fob us off, and don't even think about fooling me and Dahai like we're 3-year-olds. We're all ancient foxes, what are you doing putting on a ghost story here? A thin young woman chimed in, that's right. Zhang Xuan, my parents helped your family so much back then. I'm just asking you to lend me some money, and you're making all sorts of excuses. Do you have any conscience at all? Zhang Xuan suddenly stood up. Zhang Xiaoqi. What right do you have to call my mother by her first name? In terms of seniority, you have to call my mom auntie. Don't you know how to respect your elders? As she spoke, Zhang Xuan's almond-shaped eyes widened, and an uncontrollable anger surged within them. The young woman was startled and quickly hid behind her mother. Chapter 112 We can't call it that now. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged woman immediately slapped her knees and cried out, brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts. Come and see how fierce this mother and daughter are. We just came to borrow some money, and we're being treated like this by a junior. It's just outrageous. Before Zhang Xuan and Zhang Xuan could even begin to defend themselves, Zhong Dahai immediately shouted angrily, Zhang Xuan. You've gone too far. She's your aunt. Don't you even know the difference between elders and juniors? You're truly a mother who gave birth to a mother but didn't raise her. Zhang Xuan's forehead veins bulged as he gritted his teeth and said, try saying that again? Believe it or not. Zhong Dahai stood with his hands on his hips, completely unconcerned. What? You want to hit your uncle? Fine. Go ahead and do it. Let everyone outside know that your mother hasn't raised you well. While trying to comfort Zhang Xuan turned to Zhong Dahai and said, Dahai, I'm begging you, please don't say anything more.
Zhong Dahai scoffed dismissively, of course you don't want me to continue. In the end, it's all because of your carelessness that you lost your daughter. Zhang Xiulan trembled, her face turning deathly pale.
Yes, it's all my fault.
If I had been more careful back then, Xiaoan wouldn't have had to wander around like this.
Zhang Xiuan hurriedly hugged her mother. No. Mom.
It's all the fault of those bad people who kidnapped me.
If it weren't for those bastards, my daughter and I wouldn't have had to be separated. This isn't your fault.
Before Zhang Xiulan could react, Zhong Dahai spoke up first. How can it not be her fault?
As the saying goes, flies don't land on eggs without cracks. It's all her fault.
If she hadn't become a teacher and had just stayed home to take care of the kids, none of this would have happened. Just like my wife said, in the end, it's all because she's vain and thinks that being a teacher makes her superior.
Zhang Xiulan looked at the middle-aged woman in astonishment. Huiqin, is this how you see me?
We're sisters.
Zhang Huiqin retorted, where did I say something wrong?
All of this is your own fault.
You deserve it. Akin, you're not wrong. The one who was wrong is Zhang Xiulan, she deserves it. Zhong Dahai chimed in with a laugh. Zhang Xiulan's expression was complicated.
She pursed her lips, her body became more hunched, and she looked as if she had suddenly aged several years. Zhang Xiuan was so angry that her whole body trembled, her teeth clenched, and she was about to lose control of her urge to take action. Just then, the doorbell rang, breaking the tense atmosphere in the room. Zhang Xiulan remained silent for a long time, then turned to Zhang Xiuan beside her and said, Xiuan, go open the door.
It's probably another relative coming over for a visit. Visiting relatives? Mom, I think it's another one coming to take my life.
Zhang Xiuan deliberately raised her voice and scanned the relatives present. Zhong Dahai and Zhang Huiqin remained calm and their smiles undiminished, completely ignoring Zhang Xiuan's sarcasm. Xiulan, for the sake of our sisterhood, I don't want to push you too hard, Zhang Huiqin suddenly said, adopting a painstakingly earnest tone.
My daughter is going to college and my son is getting married. If I had no other choice, why would I bother you? Zhang Xiulan heard this.
He managed to force a smile.
He gave a bitter smile.
But she ignored Zhang Huiqin and continued to look at her daughter.
Zhang Xiuan understood immediately. He glared fiercely at everyone. Only then did he step towards the entrance. He reached out and opened the door. A familiar figure then came into view. It's you!
Master Zhang Xiuan was about to call out the title she usually used.
Fortunately, Lin Chuan reacted quickly.
He raised his hand to cover her mouth.
Stop. It's okay to call you that in private, but you can't call me that now.
Zhang Xiuan then realized what was happening.
An embarrassed blush appeared on her face.
Lin Chuan slowly released his grip. Instead, he patted her on the shoulder. In a calm tone, he said, all right, leave the rest to me.
You just need to keep an eye on things.
As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the house. Zhang Xiuan paused for 2 seconds, then felt a huge weight lifted off her shoulders and quickly followed Lin Chuan's steps.
If you ask me, Xiulan, your Xiaoan is so well developed, why don't you just become the big boss's secretary?
As soon as Lin Chuan stepped into the living room, he immediately heard Zhong Dahai's teasing words. Looking up, he saw that the man was still rambling on, completely ignoring Zhang Xiuan.
It was as if Zhang Xiuan was just a toy that could be manipulated at will.
As Zhong Dahai took out his phone, he smiled and looked at Zhang Xiulan. Trust me, with Xiaoan's qualifications, she can definitely satisfy those big bosses.
Xiulan, the reason you're so determined to find your daughter is because you're worried about who will take care of you when you get old. Now, with just one word from you, I'll call them immediately, and you'll not only have to worry about the demolition compensation, but you'll also be set for life. Zhang Xiulan's body trembled violently. Don't say any more.
Perhaps because of her frail health, her voice sounded somewhat weak. Zhong Dahai put his hand to his ear. He deliberately moved closer to Zhang Xiulan. Using a provocative tone, he said, speak louder, I can't hear you.
Zhang Xiulan took a deep breath. He shouted, hey, you surnamed Zhong, I told you to shut up. In an instant, Zhang Xiulan's angry and powerful voice echoed in the living room.
Everyone present looked on in astonishment, staring in disbelief at the woman who had just been so timid.
Zhang Xiulan looked at Zhong Dahai and said, I don't care what you say about me or how you ridicule me. There's only one condition, you're not allowed to insult my daughter again. I finally managed to wait for her to come home. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect her. I absolutely will not.
Before he could finish speaking, Zhong Dahai, his face full of anger, shoved Zhang Xiulan forcefully. Stop nagging.
You really don't know what's good for you. Chapter 113. You're not worthy? The next second, there was a loud bang. Suddenly, a large hand pressed Zhong Dahai firmly to the floor. Its force is immense. It almost pressed a spiderweb like crack into the floor. Zhong Dahai endured the waves of pain emanating from his face. Press your hands firmly against the floor.
They started to exert their strength,
trying to fight against that giant hand. However, his resistance was futile and he was quickly and forcefully suppressed, his face almost embedded in the floor. For a moment, Zhong Dahai was in so much pain that he thrashed his limbs wildly, looking exactly like a turtle that had molted.
Zhang Huiqin and her daughter Zhang Xiaoqi, who were standing nearby, were both shocked and frightened.
He looked at the owner of the large hand, his face pale.
Everyone present, including Zhang Xiulan, turned their attention to the figure squatting on the floor.
With an exceptionally handsome face, a strong physique, and dressed in a designer suit, exuding an air of nobility, it was none other than Lin Chuan.
Zhang Xiuan arrived at the living room just then.
Seeing the scene before my eyes, a look of reverence appeared on his face. Young master. You. Young master? Xiaoan, do you know this young man? Zhang Xiulan pointed to the person who was holding down Zhong Dahai. Zhang Xiuan nodded. That's right. Mom, his name is Lin Chuan, and I'm working at his house now. Zhang Xiulan blinked.
Then why do you call him young master? Before Zhang Xiuan could explain, Zhong Dahai, who was on the ground, suddenly spoke up. Why are you suddenly speaking so forcefully, Zhang Xiulan?
Ha ha ha.
So it turns out your precious daughter has already climbed the social ladder and is now someone's pawn.
Lin Chuan interrupted. Ever since I came in, you've been babbling on and on, so loud that people outside can hear you.
Even now that I'm holding you down like this, you still dare to be so foul-mouthed.
Do you need to be taught a lesson?
Zhong Dahai gritted his teeth. You brat, do you dare to let me go and fight you one-on-one? With a loud thud, Lin Chuan, without hesitation, slammed a heavy punch into the wooden floor next to Zhong Dahai's face. A huge, exaggerated hole was punched in there. Lin Chuan looked down from his high vantage point. Looking down at Zhong Dahai, whose profile is pressed against the floor.
His tone was icy. A one-on-one fight with me? You think you're worthy? Zhong Dahai immediately trembled with fear.
He hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Yes, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Lin Chuan was about to speak.
I have a feeling.
Looking up at Zhang Huiqin and Zhang Xiaoqi, the two were so startled that they took 2 steps back and almost dropped their phones.
What? You two want to call the police?
Lin Chuan said with a half-smile.
Go ahead and call, I don't care. Zhang Huiqin and Zhang Xiaoqi waved their hands in unison, saying, No. We didn't mean that.
Handsome guy, I just wanted to check the time, Zhang Xiaoqi forced a smile.
Please continue. We won't bother you any longer.
Upon hearing this, Zhong Dahai nearly vomited blood in anger.
Unable to contain his anger, he snapped, You brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to see your father get beaten to death? Once I get back, I'll.
Lin Chuan suddenly exerted his strength again. He abruptly interrupted Zhong Dahai's words.
When did I give you permission to speak? Do you want me to bury you in the ground that badly? Zhong Dahai was utterly terrified.
Her voice trembled with emotion. No, great hero, I was wrong before, I apologize to you. Lin Chuan slowly shook his head.
Why are you apologizing to me?
You should be apologizing to Xiaoan's mother.
Zhong Dahai seized the opportunity and apologized loudly. I'm sorry.
Big sister. I was wrong just now, I shouldn't have said those things.
You're so magnanimous, please just ignore me. I beg you. Zhang Xiulan paused for 2 seconds, then asked, So, do you still want to borrow money from me?
I won't dare. Zhong Dahai hurriedly replied, I promise you, from now on I will never bother your family again.
Zhang Xiulan turned to look at the other relatives. What about you?
The relatives naturally waved their hands repeatedly, not daring to push their luck any further, and their attitude even became somewhat obsequious.
Zhang Xiulan sighed. In any case, you all provided some help back then, more or less.
I, Zhang Xiulan, have never been an ungrateful person. Once I receive the compensation, I will naturally settle all past debts. At this point, he looked intently at Zhang Huiqin and Zhong Dahai. However, this does not include you two.
Zhong Dahai dared not object and quickly replied, yes, elder sister, we are not worthy. Can you let go of me now? I can barely feel half of my face.
Lin Chuan gave a soft snort. Only then did he release Zhong Dahai's head.
Zhong Dahai hurriedly got up.
He tightly covered his swollen cheek with his right hand. Without hesitation, he ran towards the gate.
Zhang Huiqin and Zhang Xiaoqi hurriedly followed.
The next second, Lin Chuan suddenly spoke up, wait a minute, I haven't finished speaking yet.
Zhong Dahai, Zhang Huiqin, and Zhang Xiaoqi stopped in their tracks and turned to look at Lin Chuan. Brother, is there anything else you need? Zhong Dahai was on the verge of tears, disregarding the age difference between them.
Lin Chuan said calmly, Aunt Xiaolan is generous and willing to let you off the hook, but I, Lin Chuan, am different. Just like Xiaoan said, she works under me, so she's one of my people. If she's in trouble, I, Lin Chuan, will definitely help her sort it out.
Do you understand what I mean?
Zhong Dahai, Zhang Huiqin, and Zhang Xiaoqi instantly understood the warning in Lin Chuan's words.
They nodded repeatedly and said in unison, understood, we would never dare to bother them again.
Lin Chuan gave a faint hum.
He pointed to the door and said, now, all of you, get out of here.
Zhong Dahai's family felt as if they had been granted a pardon, and with the energy of a 100-meter sprint, they were the first to rush out of Zhang Xiuan's house. Lin Chuan turned his head and glanced at Zhang Xiuan's other relatives. The relatives, belatedly realizing what was happening, scrambled to escape the living room, unaware that a group of media personnel and reporters were waiting for them outside. Lin Chuan was too lazy to withdraw the mission after all. This was originally punishment for these shameless guys. Chapter 114. Zhang Xiuan was deeply moved. After those annoying guys completely disappeared,
Lin Chuan then turned to Zhang Xiulan and asked, Auntie, are you alright? Are you hurt?
Zhang Xiulan quickly waved her hand, her attitude becoming cautious. I'm fine, thank you for your help. Lin Chuan chuckled, it was nothing, not worth mentioning.
In comparison, I accidentally damaged your floor.
Okay, I'll have someone fix it for you later. Zhang Xiulan quickly tried to dissuade her, saying, no need. Anyway, our old house is going to be demolished soon, so it doesn't matter whether we repair it or not.
At this point, she suddenly asked cautiously, Mr. Lin, if I may be so bold as to ask, has my daughter caused you any trouble?
Lin Chuan understood immediately and replied with a smile, of course not. She's a very capable and wonderful girl. You could say she's helped me a lot.
Zhang Xiulan paused for 2 seconds, then subconsciously asked, Mr. Lin, may I ask what industry you work in?
Before Lin Chuan could speak, Zhang Xiuan quickly interjected, Mom, don't worry, young Master Lin isn't a bad person.
Are you familiar with the 3 major families in Zhongjiang City?
Young Master Lin is the only son of the head of the Lin family, the most powerful of the 3 families, and thus the sole heir of the Lin family in the future. Zhang Xiulan's eyes widened in astonishment.
What?
Xiaoan, quickly go and make tea for Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, I apologize for the many questions I asked you earlier.
Lin Chuan quickly interrupted, it's not that serious, Auntie. You can just call me Lin Chuan. As for tea, there's no need. I'm not thirsty right now. I appreciate your kind offer.
Zhang Xiulan awkwardly rubbed her trouser leg.
I'm sorry, I've never really dealt with any important people in my life. Please forgive me if there is anything I have overlooked.
Lin Chuan smiled and waved his hand, it's alright, I understand.
Now that things here are resolved, I should be going. Xiaoan, if those guys come back and still have malicious intentions, remember to call me. Zhang Xiuan nodded, yes, master, cough.
Young master. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Xiulan suddenly tugged at Zhang Xiuan's sleeve and gave him a series of meaningful glances.
Zhang Xiuan immediately understood.
She hurriedly tried to persuade Lin Chuan to stay, young master.
If you're not too busy, could we please treat you to a meal? Lin Chuan paused for 2 seconds, invite me to dinner?
Yes, although we don't have much savings, we can still afford a meal, Zhang Xiulan quickly chimed in. Mr. Lin, I would be so grateful if you could grace us with your presence.
Lin Chuan listened to Zhang Xiulan's extremely sincere invitation.
I immediately recalled a short scene from the original story.
Oh right, I remember now, this scene is in the original work.
Shen Feng helped the mother and daughter resolve their troubles, so Zhang Xiulan and Zhang Xiuan naturally invited him to dinner. Of course, the meal itself wasn't the focus of that part of the plot. The focus was on an encounter on the way to the restaurant, which was precisely Shen Feng's fortuitous opportunity.
Thinking of this, Lin Chuan looked at Zhang Xiulan and said, "Since you've said so, aunt, I can't refuse anymore. I'm sorry to have troubled you to spend money." Zhang Xiulan gave Lin Chuan a meaningful look. Clearly, Lin Chuan's thoughts had not escaped her notice. Zhang Xiulan smiled and replied, "It's alright, you can chat here for a while. I'll go change my clothes first, and then I'll take you to our most famous restaurant. Their bamboo rice and roast chicken are top-notch." After saying that, he glanced at Zhang Xiulan, quickly walked into the bedroom, and closed the door behind him. At the same time, Zhang Xiulan threw herself into Lin Chuan's arms and gave him an incredibly passionate French kiss. Lin Chuan took the opportunity to put his arm around Zhang Xiulan's waist, responding to her enthusiasm without hesitation and easily regaining control. Zhang Xiulan reluctantly let go of her mouth. Looking at Lin Chuan with eyes full of infatuation, she said, "Master, thanks to your timely intervention, otherwise I really don't know if I would have lost control. I almost killed that filthy-mouthed bastard right in front of my mother." Lin Chuan raised his index finger and pressed it against Zhang Xiulan's full lips. "Shoo, you don't need to dwell on things that didn't happen." Zhang Xiulan smiled and said, "Master, I truly admire you from the bottom of my heart. Are you satisfied with how I handled things?" Lin Chuan asked with a smile. Zhang Xiulan nodded, "Of course I'm satisfied. You've already taught that family a lesson, and I think they definitely won't dare to bother my mother again." Lin Chuan chuckled, took out his phone, and held the screen up to the other person's face. Zhang Xiulan looked puzzled and curiously glanced at his phone, immediately seeing a freshly published news article. Moreover, the article included several photos, and the main characters in the photos were none other than Zhong Dahai, Zhang Huiqin, and Zhang Xiaoqi. What's going on?" Zhang Xiulan exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chuan put away his phone. "Before coming here, I specifically found a group of media people and reporters and instructed them to expose these greedy guys. In my opinion, some things cannot be wiped clean simply by saying sorry. Like I said before, if something similar happens again, remember to let me know immediately. There's no need to suffer alone." Zhang Xiulan's eyes reddened, and she hugged Lin Chuan tightly again. "Thank you. I'm so touched. Master, this is the second time I've felt happier than ever since I found my mother. Thank you so much." Lin Chuan fully felt the softness coming from in front of him. Hands naturally fall downwards. "You know, verbal gratitude alone is far from enough to satisfy me." Zhang Xiulan smiled in response, "I know, master. Once we get back to the villa, I will serve you well until you are satisfied." Chapter 115 Zhang Xiulan's resentment. Hearing Zhang Xiulan's sincere guarantee, Lin Chuan couldn't help but chuckle and replied with a smile, "Then I'll wait and see. By the way, I had time to ask earlier. Why doesn't Zhong Dahai's daughter have his surname? Could it be?" Zhang Xiulan nodded, "That's right, he married into the family and had a conflict with my mother back then, which is why he was so aggressive." Lin Chuan muttered to himself, "This is information that wasn't mentioned in the original work. It seems that there are self-completing elements in this original world. However, this is not surprising. After all, Shen Feng, the protagonist of Destiny, always manages to encounter fortuitous events." Just as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of a door opening, and Lin Chuan naturally released Zhang Xiulan's waist. He subtly straightened his slightly wrinkled suit. Then he looked at Zhang Xiulan, who was walking slowly towards him after changing her clothes, and asked, "Auntie, your clothes, how come they're exactly the same as the ones you wore before?" Zhang Xiulan disagreed, and instead smiled, "Because I bought several identical sets in a row, so I could get a discount, which is economical and affordable." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiulan felt a pang of shame. She quickly said, "I'm sorry, Mom, I completely forgot something so important. How about this, after we finish eating, let's go shopping in the mall. I'll buy you some nice new clothes." Zhang Xiulan waved her hand subconsciously, "No need, Xiaoan, I can still wear these clothes, there's no need for us to waste money." "Auntie, this is Xiaoan's way of showing filial piety, so please don't refuse," Lin Chuan said, helping to persuade her. Zhang Xiulan nodded repeatedly, "That's right, Mom, you suffered a lot to find me. I'll take care of you from now on." Zhang Xiulan's eyes reddened, and she reached out to stroke Zhang Xiulan's cheek. "Okay, Mom will listen to you." She quickly raised her hand to wipe the corner of her eye. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, you must have found this amusing." Before Lin Chuan could reply, she quickly changed the subject. "It's almost lunchtime, let's hurry up and set off." Lin Chuan nodded slightly. "Okay, is that restaurant far from here? Do you need me to drive you?" Zhang Xiulan waved her hand. "It's not far, just a few steps away." It's a long-established restaurant that the neighbors often patronize. After a while,
Led by Zhang Xiulan, Lin Chuan and Zhang Xiuan followed silently behind, heading towards the time-honored restaurant.
during the journey, Zhang Xiulan couldn't help but subtly inquire about Lin Chuan's work performance regarding Zhang Xiuan.
Lin Chuan glanced at Zhang Xiuan, who had inexplicably become nervous.
With a half-smile, she said, "Just like I said before, she's a capable and good girl, and she's very proactive. You wouldn't believe it, she also does this for me every morning." Cough. Cough cough.
Zhang Xiuan coughed repeatedly, hurriedly interrupting Lin Chuan's words.
Zhang Xiulan looked at Zhang Xiuan with a puzzled expression. "Xiaoan, what's wrong? Is your throat bothering you?"
Zhang Xiuan chuckled dryly, "No, it's nothing, I just choked on my own saliva." After saying that, she glanced at Lin Chuan and said, "Young master, those were things I should have done, there's really no need to bring them up."
Lin Chuan laughed and said, "All right, since you're being so modest, I won't say anything more."
As soon as he finished speaking, a harsh male voice suddenly came from ahead, "Little brat.
Do you know that you have to pay a sanitation fee to set up a stall here?"
Zhang Xiulan looked in the direction of the sound and frowned slightly.
"What happened?"
There's a large group of people gathered up ahead, and their voices sound very familiar. As she spoke, she walked toward the direction of the sound, unconsciously quickening her pace.
Lin Chuan paused for 2 seconds.
Subconsciously, he continued to follow Zhang Xiulan,
silently reviewing the plot of the original work in my mind. Wow, it actually triggered.
I remember this side story, or rather, this serendipitous encounter, was about a child who planned to sell his family's heirloom jade pendant to raise money for his seriously ill mother's medical expenses. Unfortunately, they were targeted by a pair of notorious local bullies who, under the guise of collecting sanitation fees, actually intended to forcibly buy the child's family heirloom at a low price. Therefore, while maliciously driving down the price, they also deliberately downplayed the value and provenance of the child's heirloom in front of onlookers, thus misleading those who intended to buy the jade pendant. In the end, Shenfeng naturally discovers the true value of the jade pendant, giving the bullying brothers a resounding slap in the face. The little boy is deeply moved, kneeling to express his gratitude while accepting Shenfeng's offer to sell the family heirloom at a price far below market value. Zhang Xiuan listened silently as Lin Chuan mentally recounted the plot. He looked up at the crowd ahead and saw a little boy holding a sign and 2 shady-looking men. The man with the buzz cut standing on the right suddenly snatched the sign from the little boy's hand. He casually read out the contents of the book. "My mother is seriously ill and urgently needs 500,000 yuan for medical expenses. I earnestly request kind-hearted people passing by to generously donate money to buy our ancestral jade pendant."
Another man laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha. He even knows how to play the victim, what a little devil." "No, that's not true. My mom is really sick," the little boy said anxiously. The man with the buzz cut casually tossed the sign aside, saying, "What's it to us? Hurry up and pay the sanitation fee, 200 yuan. The little boy quickly picked up the sign, pursed his lips, and said, I came here to sell jade pendants because I have no money. My mother told me that our family's jade pendant was passed down from the late Ming dynasty, and it's made of Huten jade." As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a box, opened the lid, and revealed a Hutian jade openwork Fu character jade pendant inside. The 2 men looked closely. His eyes immediately lit up. Instantly, he realized that what the little boy said was true. Chapter 116. Do you have any shame? After exchanging glances, they confirmed each other's identities. The 2 bullying brothers quickly reached a consensus. The man with the buzz cut gave a disdainful look, glanced contemptuously at the jade pendant in the box, and sneered, "Kid, do you think everyone's a fool? You think you can just say whatever you want? Listen up, I, Tan Dalong, am known for my vast knowledge and experience. You can't fool me with your little tricks." Before the little boy could speak, another man chimed in, "That's right. We're the famous dragon and tiger brothers in the area. Those thieves and swindlers tremble at the sight of us. Kid, you've got some nerve, daring to scam people here." Tan Dalong grinned maliciously, "Xiao, let's arrest this little swindler and send him to the police station for a good lesson." "Okay, big brother." Tan Xiaohu chimed in. Upon hearing the bullying brothers' words, the onlookers began to whisper among themselves, and occasionally some people cast suspicious glances at the little boy. The little boy noticed the distrustful looks from those around him. Sweating profusely, he hurriedly protested, "No. I'm not some petty swindler, our ancestral jade pendant is the real deal. Oh right, I also have the authentication certificate."
Tan Dalong laughed heartily. You really went all out with your act, kid.
Why don't you use this kind of energy for something worthwhile? Exactly.
Instead of wasting time putting on this show, you should go back to school and study,
Tan Xiaohu said with a look of disdain.
The little boy's eyes reddened, and he was on the verge of tears.
Do you even need to tell me? Of course I want to go back to school.
But my mother is sick, she's dying.
How can I concentrate on my studies? Can you really go about your business with a clear conscience when your mother is dying? Tan Dalong's smile vanished instantly.
He grabbed the little boy by the collar and said menacingly, You little brat.
Are you cursing us? I think you really need a beating.
The little boy clutched the box tightly to his chest. Only then did he shrink his neck in fear. His young face was filled with terror and despair.
Tan Xiaohu, who was standing to the side, felt that the time was almost ripe. He immediately spoke up, Brother, don't get angry. We're adults, after all. It's not worth getting upset over a little kid.
Tan Dalong snorted heavily and reluctantly released the little boy's collar.
Tan Xiaohu squatted down in front of the little boy. He reached out and touched the top of his head. A somewhat awkward but kind smile appeared on his face.
Kid, whether what you just said is true or false, you're lucky to have met two great philanthropists like us today. At this point, he turned to Tan Dalong and said, Brother, this kid is so young and he's already out in the world.
I think he's had a tough time. How about we waive his sanitation fee?
Tan Dalong glanced at the little boy and said, Alright, since you're pleading for him, I might as well agree.
Tan Xiaohu looked at the little boy again. Did you hear that? Your sanitation fee is waived.
The little boy was silent for 2 seconds, then cautiously said, Thank you, Brother Tiger, and Brother Dragon too.
Ha ha. You even know to call me brother, you're pretty savvy, aren't you? Tan Xiaohu's smile widened.
Don't worry, you didn't call me brother for nothing.
How about this, you sell us your ancestral jade pendant?
The little boy's face lit up with joy.
You're willing to pay 500,000? Tan Dalong scoffed, 500,000? Kid, I think you've really gone mad. At this point, glancing at the crowd, he deliberately raised his voice. You don't really think the two of us can't see through the trickery involved? Let me tell you, we've been hanging around the antique market for years. Although we don't have any expertise in appraising antiques, we do know a thing or two about the tricks of making fakes. The little boy understood the meaning behind Tan Dalong's words. Unable to contain herself, she spoke up to argue, My mother wouldn't lie to me. Our family's heirloom jade pendant isn't a fake. You don't want to. Before he could finish speaking, Tan Xiaohu immediately interrupted, Alright, why bother with such a small matter? The important thing is the money, right? The little boy pursed his lips. Then, how much are you willing to pay? Tan Dalong and Tan Xiaohu exchanged a knowing glance. They each wore confident smiles. They almost shouted in unison, One price, 100,000. The little boy's eyes widened. What? 100,000? How about that? Aren't we being very generous? Tan Xiaohu replied with a smile. The little boy shook his head repeatedly. No, this money is far from enough. My mother's medical expenses will cost at least 500,000. I'm sorry, I can't accept it. As she spoke, she subconsciously tried to back away, but Tan Xiaohu grabbed her shoulder. Tan Xiaohu instantly dropped his fake smile. His tone turned cold. Kid, 100,000 yuan is not a small amount. Don't push your luck. Tan Dalong snorted heavily. You don't actually think your counterfeit jade pendant is worth 500,000, do you? 10,000 yuan is already a huge act of kindness on our part. We're willing to be the suckers. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even bother with you. The little boy shook his head again. This jade pendant is my mother's last hope. Please, brothers, let me go. Want to leave? Sure, leave the jade behind, and we'll transfer the money to you right away. Tan Xiaohu replied with a smile. Before the little boy could speak, she said, Also, with so many people watching, you rejected us twice, which made us lose face. There's a saying that goes, once is enough, twice is enough, but 3 times is not. You'd better think this through. The little boy trembled. You're threatening me. Tan Dalong and Tan Xiaohu exchanged a smile. They shouted in unison again, That's right, it's intimidation. The little boy's face turned deathly pale instantly. A deep sense of regret and despair welled up inside me. Tan Dalong said in a deep voice, "Kid, stop dawdling, will you agree or not?" As he spoke, he winked at his brother. The latter understood immediately. Just as she was about to squeeze the little boy's shoulder hard. The next second, a hand wearing an expensive watch grabbed Tan Xiaohu's wrist. Two adults bullying a child, have you no shame? Chapter 117. You think this is a movie? Before Tan Xiaohu could react, a sudden, sharp pain shot through my wrist. He immediately let out a strange cry of pain. He subconsciously let go of the little boy's shoulder. Immediately afterwards, the owner of the hand shielded the little boy behind him, saying, "Kid, stay behind me, I'll vent your anger for you." The little boy looked up with admiration and said, "Thank you, sir. You're so handsome." "Ha ha. I love hearing such honest words," Lin Chuan replied with a laugh. Before the little boy could reply, Tan Xiaohu suddenly shouted, "You brat! How dare you hit someone? Believe me or not, I'll call the police and have you arrested." While protecting the little boy, Lin Chuan looked at Tan Xiaohu with a mocking expression. So this is what they call the villain accusing the victim first. This is truly an eye-opener. If you dare to call the police, then go ahead and do it. I want to see whose side the police will take then. Tan Dalong, standing to the side, said with a gloomy face, "My friend, we are on official business. You'd better not interfere." After saying that, he deliberately tugged at the red armband on his arm. "See? We're from the neighborhood committee." Lin Chuan interrupted, "The neighborhood office, right? Okay, let's go over there and see if the staff there recognize you two colleagues." Seeing that Lin Chuan remained unmoved and even turned the tables on them, the faces of the Tan brothers, Dalong and Xiaohu, grew increasingly gloomy. Tan Xiaohu stood up, rubbing his throbbing wrist. "Kid, do you even know what acting bravely for a just cause means? That's asking for trouble." As soon as he finished speaking, he assumed a very standard boxing stance and charged towards Lin Chuan. However, before Tan Xiaohu could throw a punch, Lin Chuan suddenly slapped him to the ground. Tan Xiaohu fell to the ground, a clear handprint on his face, and immediately lost consciousness. In an instant, everyone in the crowd, including the little boy, gasped in surprise. My God! He was so fast, I could barely see his movements. Could this guy be someone who's trained? Good heavens, no wonder he dared to take on two people at once. Turns out he's a kung fu master. There's a saying that true masters are often found among ordinary people. The ancients were right. Looks impressive, but turns out to be a complete show-off who got knocked down with a single slap. That's right, he's just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Ha ha ha. Tan Dalong listened to the whispers and laughter of those around him. His face turned even uglier. She looked at Lin Chuan in disbelief. How is this possible? My brother won third place in a city-level boxing competition and has extensive experience in street fights. I know his skills very well. Who are you? Lin Chuan ignored the other party's questioning. She turned around to look at the little boy. Squat down. He smiled and said, "You did a great job just now. By the way, what's your name?" My name is Xiaofei," Xiaofei said cautiously. Lin Chuan nodded. "Xiaofei, can I take a look at your ancestral jade pendant?" After hesitating for a long time, Xiaofei finally handed the box to Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan took out the jade pendant. Examined from both sides. He quietly activated his all-knowing eye, instantly grasping the origin of the jade pendant and observing Xiaofei's past and future. After all the information has been collected, Lin Chuan shut down the all-knowing eye. As she put the jade pendant back into the box, she looked at Xiaofei and asked, "Do you know the true value of this ancestral jade pendant?" Xiaofei shook his head. "All I know is that it's very valuable." "Big brother. I'm really not a liar." Lin Chuan chuckled softly. "Stand up." He deliberately raised his voice. "Of course you're not a liar. Xiaofei, your family's heirloom jade pendant is indeed from the late Ming dynasty. I can vouch for that with my reputation." Before anyone could react, he continued, "Xiaofei, how about selling this jade pendant to me?" Tan Dalong sneered, "You were all righteous and awe-inspiring just now, and you've already revealed your true colors so quickly? You injured my brother, and now you want to steal his thunder? Kid, do you even know anything about the martial world?" Lin Chuan didn't even turn his head, coldly interrupting, "If you don't want to embarrass yourself like your brother, you'd better shut up." You. Tan Dalong was speechless with anger, but dared not rashly retaliate. Lin Chuan looked at Xiaofei seriously. "I know you have concerns, so I won't hide anything from you.
I plan to buy your ancestral jade pendant at the market price.
Xiao Fei looked bewildered. Then, how much is it?
Lin Chuan chuckled, 800,000.
The crowd gasped in astonishment, 800,000. Those two brothers were only willing to offer 100,000. Really? Is this person a shill too? It doesn't look like it. Besides, who would use a shill to bid against the grain? What I mean is, could this young man, the child, and those two bullies be in cahoots? Do you think this is a movie shoot, some kind of elaborate scheme? Besides, do you even have the money to buy a jade pendant? Friend, what you're saying really hurts.
Ignoring the comments of those around him, Lin Chuan continued, of course, if we take it to an auction house, we might be able to get an even higher price. But you don't even know the market price, and you choose to sell on the street, which shows that you don't understand the ins and outs of this business. At the end, he glanced back at Tan Dalong and said, also, Xiaofei, just because you don't know the market price doesn't mean others don't. Xiaofei instantly understood, and looked at Tan Dalong with a mixture of shock and anger. So you all knew all along that my family's jade pendant was very valuable.
Tan Dalong looked embarrassed.
He turned his head to look elsewhere. Pretend not to hear what Xiaofei said. Lin Chuan patted Xiaofei on the shoulder. All right, tell me your decision.
Xiaofei immediately replied, sell. Of course I'll sell. Big brother. Thank you so much. You are our family's greatest benefactor.
As soon as she finished speaking, she bent her knees, about to kneel down in front of Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan reached out to steady him. Stop. A man's knees are worth gold. He kneels to heaven and earth above, and to his parents below.
If you insist on kneeling before me, I won't buy this jade pendant. Xiaofei's eyes reddened. Yes. Big brother. Chapter 118. Are you planning to give me a buff?
Listening to Lin Chuan and Xiaofei's back and forth conversation, the transaction of the ancestral jade pendant was quickly completed.
Tan Dalong, standing to the side, was so angry that his teeth itched, and his right fist suddenly struck Lin Chuan on the back of the head.
Xiaofei happened to witness this scene. His face showed a look of horror.
I was just about to speak up and remind them.
The next second, a burly figure suddenly appeared and stood between Lin Chuan and Tan Dalong. Tan Dalong froze on the spot, and his punching motion came to a halt. The burly figure naturally wouldn't hold back.
Seize the opportunity.
He threw a straight punch.
It struck Tan Dalong squarely in the abdomen, where he was completely unprepared. Tan Dalong's eyes bulged out and his mouth opened wide. He felt a churning in his stomach and almost vomited up what was inside. Immediately afterwards, his knees buckled and he knelt on the ground, a look of pain on his face. The burly figure strode up to Tan Dalong. Looking down at the latter, he said, word by word, if the young master hadn't given prior instructions, that punch I just threw would have been enough to kill you. Young master? Who exactly are you people? Tan Dalong asked with difficulty.
Biao snorted coldly, prick up your dog ears and listen carefully, my young master is Lin Chuan from the Lin family of Zhongzheng.
Tan Dalong stared wide-eyed, his face showing astonishment, along with the onlookers around him. The latter couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, what? It's actually the Lin family, one of the three great families. Yes, I'm sorry. Young Master Lin. I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness. I was very rude just now. Please forgive me. Lin Chuan turned around and looked coldly at Tan Dalong. If I don't show magnanimity, does that mean I'm not an adult? Tan Dalong shook his head repeatedly, hurriedly explaining, no, young Master Lin, that's not what I meant. I really know I was wrong.
After saying that, Tan Dalong kowtowed repeatedly to Lin Chuan, with such force that he almost broke the skin on his forehead. Lin Chuan snorted, all right, you'd better stop with this kind of sob story. I have other things to do and don't want to waste my time on a piece of trash like you. However, listen to me carefully. If you two brothers do anything like this again, you will face the consequences. As he spoke, Biao pressed his knuckles alternately with both hands, making a cracking sound.
Tan Dalong trembled upon hearing this and hurriedly replied, yes.
Young Master Lin, I promise you, I will never do anything bad again.
Then why don't you get lost?
Lin Chuan said calmly. Tan Dalong felt as if he had been granted a pardon.
I endured the pain in my abdomen.
She hurriedly stood up, grabbed her younger brother, and fled this place of trouble. A short while later, as the bullying brothers Tan Dalong and Tan Shouwu left, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed as well. Only Lin Chuan, Biao, Xiaofei, Zhang Xiuan, and Zhang Xiulan remained on the spot. Lin Chuan noticed that Xiaofei was standing there, motionless.
Unable to resist teasing, he said, "What's wrong? You're acting like a silly goose."
Xiaofei swallowed hard, somewhat trembling. Big brother, I didn't know you were. Lin Chuan waved his hand casually. Alright, these are all trivial matters.
Do you have your phone with you? Xiaofei was about to answer.
Suddenly, a phone rang in my pocket.
He hurriedly pulled out his phone and pressed the answer button. Hello? Is this Aunt's son? Please wait a moment, I'll get the medical expenses right away. What? You said the money has already been transferred to the hospital's account? My mother can start surgery tomorrow?
But Dr. Wang said that even if we cover the medical expenses, Mom's surgery will still require waiting in line for at least several days. At this point, Xiaofei almost subconsciously looked at Lin Chuan in front of him.
Lin Chuan smiled in response. How about it? Surprised? Unexpected?
As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaofei knelt down directly in front of Lin Chuan. Before Lin Chuan could speak, she blurted out, "Thank you,
Brother Lin.
I'm really grateful for your great kindness. Rest assured, I, Yi Xiaofei, will remember this kindness for the rest of my life and will definitely repay you in the future." Lin Chuan said half-jokingly, "So you think that once the medical expenses have been paid, I can't go back on my word, right?"
Of course not. Brother Lin.
Yi Xiaofei's youthful face was very serious. If buying my ancestral jade pendant is a business deal, then letting my mother start her surgery ahead of schedule is an immense act of kindness. I have no way to repay you, so I will simply give you the gold I have at my knees.
Lin Chuan listened to Yi Xiaofei's deliberately mature tone. He couldn't help but chuckle. All right, get up quickly, give me the jade pendant, and then go to the hospital to be with your mother."
Yi Xiaofei looked moved.
He gave a firm and said, "Okay, Brother Lin." I watched Yi Xiaofei's thin figure disappear into the distance.
Lin Chuan suddenly glanced at a Biao beside him.
Biao understood immediately. They immediately and silently followed Yi Xiaofei, clearly intending to secretly escort him to his destination. Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction at Biao's reaction. Then he opened the box. I saw that Hetian Jade Openwork Fu character pendant again. Just then, Zhang Xiaolan's admiring voice suddenly rang out, "Young master.
You handle things flawlessly, you're so reliable." For some reason, although Zhang Xiuan's words were full of emotion, his tone was slightly exaggerated, as if he was deliberately reminding his mother beside him. Clearly, they were afraid that the other party would misunderstand Lin Chuan, thinking that the latter was the kind of rich young master who only knew how to bully others and settle things with money.
Zhang Xiulan instantly understood her daughter's little scheme.
I felt a strange urge to laugh. He was about to speak to dispel the other party's concerns.
The next second, Lin Chuan turned around and walked straight to Zhang Xiuan. "Xiuan, stick your head out. Young master, are you planning to give me a red buff?"
Zhang Xiuan replied subconsciously. Even so, she still obediently followed Lin Chuan's request and stuck her head over.
Chapter 119. Zhang Xiuan couldn't hold on any longer.
"Very good, Xiuan, this jade pendant really suits you well." Zhang Xiuan heard Lin Chuan's smug voice. I was stunned for 2 seconds without realizing it. He touched the area in front of him and indeed found the jade pendant.
"Young master, what do you mean by this? I'm giving you this jade pendant. Don't you like it?"
Lin Chuan asked with a smile.
Zhang Xiuan's expression was complicated, and he said meaningfully, "But, young master, didn't you buy this jade pendant for yourself?"
Lin Chuan frowned. "When did I say I bought this jade pendant for myself?"
Zhang Xiuan looked hesitant, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't.
Lin Chuan smiled and said, "I just think this jade pendant suits your temperament better, and I'm also giving it to you as a good omen."
"A good omen?" Zhang Xiuan asked curiously. Lin Chuan smiled and said, "Look, this jade pendant has the character fortune engraved on it. I'm giving it to you in the hope that you will be blessed with good fortune in the future." Zhang Xiuan heard Lin Chuan's sincere words of blessing. My heart started racing.
A touch of shyness appeared on her beautiful face. Almost without thinking, he replied, "Young master.
To meet you and have the honor of serving you is the greatest blessing of my life." Lin Chuan laughed heartily. "So, you really don't want this jade pendant? Fine, then I'll just have to take it back."
As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly reached out his right hand and grabbed the Hut and Jade Openwork Fu character pendant hanging around Zhang Xuan's neck. Zhang Xuan instinctively dodged to the side, and hurriedly cried out, "No!
Young master, you've misunderstood. I didn't say no."
Before he could finish speaking, as Zhang Xuan moved, Lin Chuan's right hand happened to grab something soft. For a moment, Lin Chuan and Zhang Xuan stood frozen in place, the atmosphere suddenly becoming both awkward and ambiguous.
Zhang Xuan looked up at the azure sky. "Pretend you didn't notice that awkward moment. But I had a completely different feeling inside."
Although this young Master Lin has an impulsive side, as Shaoan said, he is indeed quite reliable, considerate, and full of a sense of justice. More importantly, his love for Shaoan was genuine and he didn't have the bad habits of spoiled rich kids.
If Shaoan can really get together with young Master Lin, their future life will probably be smooth sailing. The only question is whether his parents will accept Shaoan?
Thinking of this, Zhang Xuan's face showed some worry.
Zhang Xuan noticed her mother's unusual behavior. He then walked over to Zhang Xuan's side. With concern, she asked, "Mom, what's wrong?"
Zhang Xuan blurted out, "Shaoan, you'd better behave well in the future and try to make a good impression on Lin Chuan's parents."
"What? Mom, what do you mean by that?"
Zhang Xuan asked, looking puzzled.
Zhang Xuan said earnestly, "Is that even a question? Of course, I'm talking about your life's most important event.
As the saying goes, a man should marry when he is of age, and a woman should marry when she is of age. Your mother is not blind, she can see that your relationship with Lin Chuan is special." At this point, she turned to look at Lin Chuan, her tone unusually firm. "Lin Chuan, I finally found my precious daughter, and I hope you can cherish her.
At least don't let her get hurt, can you promise me that?"
Zhang Xuan then realized what was happening and her face instantly turned red.
She quickly interrupted, "Mom. We still need to eat, let's go. I'm starving." As Zhang Xuan spoke, he pushed Zhang Xuan forward, appearing extremely flustered. "You silly girl, why are you still shy about going?" Zhang Xuan teased.
"Mom has been through this before, she knows a lot about relationships between men and women, you."
Zhang Xuan quickly raised her voice, "Mom, I'm begging you, please don't talk about this anymore. It's getting late, let's eat." More than an hour later. A long-established restaurant.
Inside the private room, Lin Chuan put down his bowl and chopsticks.
A satisfied expression appeared on his face. Smiling at Zhang Xuan, he said, "Aunt Zhang, thank you for your recommendation. The bamboo rice at this restaurant is indeed excellent.
Oh, and their roast chicken is also amazing. The meat is fresh and delicious, fatty but not greasy, tender but not falling apart.
It's simply top-notch."
Zhang Xuan smiled in response, after all, it's a time-honored brand.
"Shaoan, what's wrong? You seem distracted since just now. Haven't you eaten enough?"
Zhang Xuan quickly waved his hand, No, I'm already full." As she spoke, she subtly winked at Lin Chuan.
Lin Chuan understood immediately. She immediately stood up and said, "Aunt Zhang, thank you again for your hospitality. However, I'm sorry, I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave now." Zhang Xuan nodded slowly, "I understand, Shaoan, you can see Lin Chuan off." Zhang Xuan immediately stood up. "Okay. Mom, I've got this covered."
As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately followed Lin Chuan out of the private room, his steps quick.
A moment later.
Lin Chuan and Zhang Xuan came to the corridor.
"Speak, what is it?" Lin Chuan took the initiative to speak.
Zhang Xuan pursed her lips, "Young master, I need to ask for another day off, so?"
Lin Chuan was both amused and exasperated. "I thought it was something serious." "Don't worry, no matter how many days of leave you need, it's fine."
Zhang Xuan was deeply moved.
"Thank you, young master."
"No, master." Lin Chuan smiled and shook his head.
He walked towards the shop entrance without looking back, saying, "All right, I should go back." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Xuan suddenly grabbed his sleeve. Lin Chuan turned around in confusion. "What is it now?"
Zhang Xuan leaned close to Lin Chuan's ear.
He whispered, "Could you please let me use the shop owner's storage room for a while?
It's clean and spacious there, and more importantly, no one will disturb us for a while."
"So, master, would you like to take a look around?"
At the end, she hugged Lin Chuan's arm and rubbed her body against him. Lin Chuan said in a serious tone, "All right, since you're so enthusiastic, let's go take a look."
Zhang Xuan's face lit up with joy.
He led Lin Chuan to the storeroom.
Chapter 120 So Playful.
A short while later, Zhang Xiuan led Lin Chuan to the storage room.
He reached out and opened the door. Stand aside. He gestured towards the entrance, saying, please go first.
Lin Chuan stepped into the storage room. I subconsciously looked around and, just as Zhang Xiuan had said, it was clean, tidy, well lit, and spacious enough. More importantly, in the middle is a long sofa covered with a white cloth, its surface spotless.
Lin Chuan immediately understood. He walked straight to the sofa. He turned around and sat down.
Looking up, he saw Zhang Xiuan taking off her clothes and walking towards him.
This section has been deleted.
I don't know how much time passed.
Lin Chuan got dressed. This section has been deleted. As I approached the restaurant entrance and was about to leave, a woman's voice rang out beside me. Did you hear that?
The noise coming from the storage room. Lin Chuan stopped in his tracks. Curious, I turned my head to look at the source of the sound and saw two waitresses standing not far away, talking. The short-haired waitress asked suspiciously, I remember the boss said that no one is allowed to go near there today.
You wouldn't happen to be.
The owner of the woman's voice hurriedly protested, of course not.
I heard a faint sound from across the corridor. Lin Chuan remained silent for 2 seconds. He walked out of the restaurant with a blank expression. Pretend you didn't hear the conversation between the two waiters. A moment later, I arrived outside the restaurant and saw my rare Maserati parked not far away. Lin Chuan immediately stepped forward. As soon as we got close,
the passenger side door then opened. Lin Chuan walked around the front of the car.
I got into the passenger seat.
He leaned back in his chair.
I naturally stretched out a big yawn. Only then did he ask, have you escorted the person to their destination?
Biao sat in the driver's seat and nodded emphatically, yes, young master, everything is done exactly as you instructed.
Very well, let's go home.
Lin Chuan said calmly. After saying that, he closed his eyes and began to rest.
Biao silently started the car. Drive onto the road.
They headed towards the Lin family villa.
After some time,
Lin Chuan felt someone pushing him.
Slowly opened his eyes. I turned my head to look.
It met a bright and delicate face, and a pair of dark, jade-like eyes.
You're awake? My sleeping beauty, the man joked.
Lin Chuan fully regained consciousness. They also recognized the person who was speaking.
She asked with a hint of doubt, Curson? What brings you here?
I remember we agreed to meet tonight. As I said this, I glanced out the window subconsciously, and it was still sunny and bright. Song Curson took a few steps back and replied with a smile, it's nothing, I just wanted to give it a try, and I didn't expect to run into you coming back. Brother Lin, you seem a little tired.
Did something happen?
As Lin Chuan got out of the passenger seat, he casually replied, it's nothing serious, I just went to help someone settle a matter. Yes, they helped Zhang Xiuan deal with a group of greedy relatives and also helped a filial little boy handle a pair of bullying brothers. Finally, to repay me, Zhang Xiuan invited me to the restaurant's storage room. It was incredibly exciting.
Song Curson listened silently to Lin Chuan's thoughts.
His expression became somewhat subtle for a moment. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, I never expected that little maid to be so playful.
Lin Chuan looked at Song Curson with a puzzled expression. What are you muttering about? What little maid? Song Curson gave a dry laugh, it's nothing. Brother Lin, let's go inside and talk. Chapter 121 What else are you hiding from me? Inside the living room, Lin Chuan sat on the sofa.
He glanced at Song Curson while swirling the wine in his glass.
So, what's the important thing you want to talk to me about? At this point, he half-jokingly said, so you have to talk in person and can't do it on the phone? Is someone eavesdropping on you? I don't know.
Song Curson replied abruptly.
Lin Chuan paused for 2 seconds, you didn't know? Someone's really eavesdropping on you, isn't they? Song Curson gently shook her head, no, Brother Lin, that's not what I meant. Then what exactly do you mean? Lin Chuan asked impatiently. Song Curson deliberately sighed, I just don't know what to do next, so I came to ask you for advice.
Lin Chuan frowned slightly, a look of suspicion on his face.
Asking me for advice?
Song Curson replied with a smile, yes, just like last time, you recommended the antique market to me. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chuan's face darkened.
You still have the nerve to bring this up? You inexplicably said that I made you buy that longevity painting, which almost ruined my plans.
Song Kurson quickly clasped her hands together and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, Brother Lin, I shouldn't have brought up that sore subject.
However, I really need your guidance right now. Please, Brother Lin, what do you think I should focus on next?
Lin Chuan gave Song Kurson a deep look. Subconsciously, I recalled the plot of the original novel based on Song Kurson's words.
By the way, now that you mention it, there really is a plot point in the original novel that involves Song Kurson.
However, I remember that the main character in that storyline was Li Yulan, but now the beauty formula belongs to Song Kurson.
I wonder if it can still be triggered. Song Kurson heard Lin Chuan's inner thoughts. I felt both confused and somewhat resentful. I couldn't help but mutter a few complaints to myself. Since the plot is related to me, why is the main character still Li Yulan? Wait a minute. Brother Lin's inner thoughts also mentioned the beauty-enhancing formula. Could that scene be a sequel to the beauty-enhancing formula storyline? Thinking of this, Song Kurson suddenly stood up.
Suddenly, she sat down next to Lin Chuan. She snuggled into his arms. Brother Lin, I suddenly remembered that the development of the beauty formula has encountered some obstacles.
Since you're so skilled in medicine, do you have any ideas? Lin Chuan blurted out, development encountered obstacles? So quickly? Yes, if it weren't for that, they wouldn't have bothered you. Song Kurson looked aggrieved.
At the end of her sentence, she took the opportunity to hug Lin Chuan tightly.
Please help him, okay? Song Kurson whispered in Lin Chuan's ear.
Lin Chuan, deleted here, his eyes flickered slightly. Song Kurson glanced at Lin Chuan subtly, a smug smile spreading across her face.
This part has been deleted. Brother Lin, if you help me, and I help you, we'll all have a happy ending.
Lin Chuan coughed lightly. Since you've put it that way, how about this, you go try your luck on the Chinese medicine street tomorrow.
There might be some unexpected gains.
I remember that according to the original plot, after obtaining Hua Tuo's beauty formula, Li Yulan quickly discovered that she was missing a key ingredient, a century-old Ganoderma lucidum. Through a series of coincidences and her own connections, Li Yulan learned that a herb farmer was going to sell century-old Ganoderma lucidum on the Chinese herbal medicine street.
To show her sincerity, she decided to go and make the transaction herself.
A coincidence occurred again. Li Yulan arrived at the Chinese herbal medicine street early in the morning and witnessed an honest, unassuming herbalist being targeted by a group of people trying to stage an accident. At this moment, Shen Feng happened to appear, helping the herb farmer, humiliating the scamming team, and showing off his skills, which deepened Li Yulan's favor towards him. Even more coincidentally, both Little Fairy Doctor and Song Kurson happened to witness Shen Feng's chivalrous act, which caused their affection for him to increase as well. The appearance of Little Fairy Doctor is quite reasonable. After all, she is Shen Feng's senior sister, and she already has a habit of acquiring precious medicinal herbs from all over the country.
In contrast, Song Kurson's story lacks any foreshadowing. The author didn't even bother to come up with a reason.
Not only that, but to repay Shen Feng, the herb farmer even sold him a valuable century-old Ganoderma lucidum at a bargain price. To put it bluntly, this is an effort to create opportunities for Shen Feng and Li Yulan, the main female lead, to develop a romantic relationship.
Song Kurson listened silently to Lin Chuan's thoughts. He was stunned for quite a while. I couldn't help but mentally complain. This is supposed to be part of the plot that concerns me? And it was handled so carelessly? Why is this plot filled with coincidences, chance encounters, and chance meetings? What a third-rate author. Forget it, there's no need to argue with such a third-rate plot. The important thing is that we absolutely cannot let Shen Feng get that century-old Ganoderma lucidum. And there's Little Fairy Doctor, another rare opportunity to gain favor with her. We absolutely can't let Shen Feng have it. Thinking of this, Song Kurson suddenly spoke up. That's how it's going to be, I have to win. Lin Chuan looked suspicious. He asked, what did you say? What do you mean we must take it down?
I mean, Brother Lin, your suggestion is very good, we must adopt it. Song Kurson tried to remain calm. Lin Chuan remained unmoved.
I felt something was off from the beginning. Tell me honestly, what else are you hiding from me? Song Kurson remained silent for 2 seconds. This section has been deleted.
She then gave a charming smile. As expected of Brother Lin, your observation skills are truly keen.
Actually, I specially changed into a new outfit before coming here.
I wonder if it suits your taste, Brother Lin.
Lin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Song Kurson's smile remained unchanged. How is it? Do you like it? This section has been deleted. Chapter 122. You also have a naturally naive side?
After a long while, Song Kersen bid farewell to Lin Chuan and left the Lin family villa with a satisfied heart. On the way home, I called Shadow.
Shadow, send someone to investigate the Chinese medicine street.
If you learn that someone is selling Ganoderma lucidum that is a certain age, try to get the seller's personal information and the specific time, and then bring someone with you to the Chinese medicine street.
Without hesitation, Shadow replied, "Yes, miss." Song Kersen said very good and then hung up the phone.
She then looked straight ahead and began humming an unknown, light melody, as if the century-old Ganoderma lucidum was already hers for the taking.
The next morning, at the Song family home, Song Kersen got up early and quickly finished washing up. This series of unusual actions undoubtedly aroused Song Shuyi's suspicion. "I've never seen you so impulsive before, what's wrong?"
Song Shuyi asked, puzzled.
Song Kersen remained calm and said, "It's nothing, Dad. I just wanted to do some morning exercise to stay healthy." Finally, she added, "Besides, didn't Brother Lin and I start a new company? Maintaining a good image makes negotiating collaborations much more effective, doesn't it?" Song Shuyi nodded in agreement. "That makes sense.
You'd better stick to it and not work on it half-heartedly."
Song Kersen hugged Song Shuyi's arm.
She started showing her girlish side, acting cute and charming, saying, "Of course I know that, Daddy. Once you become the head of the family, you'll definitely have a lot of things to do, so you don't need to worry too much about me. Don't worry, I'm a grown woman now, I'll definitely handle my own affairs."
Song Shuyi couldn't help but laugh.
He raised his hand and gently pinched Song Kersen's nose, teasingly saying, yes, our daughter has grown up and has her own little thoughts that she doesn't want her father to know. However, Kersen, if you really run into any trouble, there's no need to be stubborn.
Remember to come find me."
Song Kersen nodded, "I know that, Dad.
I'm not the stubborn type.
When it comes to situations where flexibility is required, I will still seek help from others." At the end, she silently added in her mind, "However, I'd rather ask Brother Lin for help." Song Shuyi naturally had no idea what Song Kersen was really thinking. He nodded in satisfaction and strode toward the restaurant.
Song Kersen watched her father's figure gradually disappear into the distance. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face.
The next second, a shadowy voice suddenly came from behind, "Young miss, I've heard that someone is planning to sell century-old Ganoderma lucidum on the Chinese medicine street."
Song Kersen was overjoyed. Remaining calm and composed, he replied, "Who is the other party?"
"The seller is a rural woman who often sells medicinal herbs in the Chinese herbal medicine street, and the surrounding merchants all have a good impression of her. In addition, I also successfully obtained the specific information that the other party will arrive at the Chinese medicine street today."
Song Kersen smiled brightly, "That's great. Let's go now." "But, miss, didn't you just tell Master you were going to do morning exercises?" Shadow suddenly asked. Song Kersen couldn't help but chuckle. "Shadow, I never knew you had such a naturally naive side. The morning exercise thing is just an excuse I use to fool my dad. The main reason is that I'm afraid of missing your good news."
Before Shadow could reply, he continued, "By the way, don't forget to bring people. The Chinese medicine street is notorious for being a mixed bag, so we need to be fully prepared."
Shadow nodded emphatically, "Yes, miss." A street lined with Chinese herbal medicines. People come and go in an endless stream, as lively as ever.
In the crowd, Shinfeng yawned and looked listlessly at a beautiful figure not far away. The beautiful figure was seen tirelessly going back and forth between various large and small herbal medicine shops and stalls, comparing the quality and price of the herbs. Shinfeng sighed helplessly. "Seventh senior sister is a good person in every way, but her obsession with medicinal herbs and food is really hard to bear.
They dragged me here first thing in the morning to buy medicinal herbs, really."
Before he could finish speaking, he caught a glimpse of another familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. It was none other than Li Yulan. Li Yulan was dressed in a simple white dress, pure and elegant, with delicate makeup, like a sacred lotus flower that could be admired from afar but not touched.
Shinfeng immediately perked up.
She raised her hand and smoothed her messy hair. "I also tidied up my clothes to make them look presentable." He then squeezed through the crowd and walked towards Li Yulan, about to call out to her from afar. The next second, a commotion suddenly broke out at the other end of the crowd, attracting not only the newlyweds but also Li Yulan. Shinfeng saw Li Yulan walk towards the direction of the commotion. We had no choice but to change direction. Also, it was close to the source of that commotion.
Soon, an open space appeared on the street ahead.
Xin Feng's gaze shifted downwards, and he soon saw an old woman lying on the ground, clutching her chest and groaning incessantly.
Before he could figure out what was going on, the burly man standing next to the old lady started cursing, "You shrew! How dare you hurt my grandma? If you don't give us an explanation today, you'll be in big trouble."
A man and a woman standing beside the burly man immediately chimed in, "That's right.
We need an explanation. Brother Dao. Let's just call the police and have the officers arrest this woman."
The middle-aged woman who was being criticized was simply dressed, carrying a medicine basket on her back, and her expression was very flustered.
"No, you three, this is all a misunderstanding." The middle-aged woman was sweating profusely with anxiety.
"I didn't touch this old lady at all, I even made way for her. She suddenly lay down on the ground, and I kindly went to help her up."
Before he could finish speaking, Brother Dao interrupted, "What a joke. If you hadn't hit the person, why would you have helped them up?" Chapter 123. Excuse me, I'm about to start showing off. Hearing Brother Dao's unreasonable words, the middle-aged woman was both anxious and angry, and couldn't help but raise her voice. "Am I wrong for trying to be kind?" The curly-haired woman next to Brother Dao sneered, "Kindness? What a joke. As the saying goes, you can't see into someone's heart. Who knows if you hit someone and then pretended to be a good person to escape responsibility? That's right. You say you mean well, but then show me the evidence."
The skinny man with a bowl cut immediately chimed in. Brother Dao crossed his arms in front of him. "My second sister and third brother are right.
You'd better produce some evidence to prove your innocence."
The middle-aged woman pointed to a security camera not far away. "There's a security camera there.
Just ask the office of the Chinese Medicine Street for the surveillance footage."
Dao Gu interrupted again, "Stop pointing.
That thing broke yesterday. Do you have any other evidence?" The middle-aged woman's eyes widened. "What? The surveillance cameras are broken? That's impossible. I need to go and check it myself." The curly-haired woman blocked their way, saying irritably, "What are you doing? Trying to run away? Let me tell you, no way. No way. You can come with me if you want." "How could the surveillance cameras be broken?" the middle-aged woman said urgently.
The man with the bowl cut's expression changed, and he subconsciously said, "What do you mean by that?"
"You suspect we deliberately broke it to extort money from you, right?"
Dao Gu secretly tugged at him and glared at him fiercely, clearly warning him not to talk nonsense.
The middle-aged woman did not notice this detail.
He continued to explain politely, "I didn't intend to run away. The main problem is that I genuinely didn't encounter this old lady."
"If you don't believe me, you can ask the people who passed by. Someone should have seen what happened." "Stop with that. This is between us. Don't drag others into it,"
Brother Dao said irritably. The middle-aged woman's face turned red with anxiety.
"Sir, we should be reasonable, shouldn't we? What makes you so sure I hit him? You're just trying to extort money from us." As soon as she finished speaking, the old woman on the ground suddenly burst into tears, crying, I can't live anymore. I've lived to this age, and people still accuse me of trying to scam them. My dear wife, I'm going down to the underworld to find you right now."
After saying that, he clenched his right fist and seemed to be hitting his head hard, which made him look quite pitiful. Dao Gu squatted down beside the old lady and soothed her gently, "Grandma, don't be angry. With your grandson here, I will never let anyone falsely accuse you." At this point, he glared at the middle-aged woman. "Originally we just wanted some money for the medicine, but now the situation has changed."
"What do you mean by this?" The middle-aged woman suddenly had a bad feeling. The curly-haired woman put her hands on her hips and sneered, "What do you mean? You're really pretending to be ignorant when you know the truth. Of course we have to pay compensation.
In addition to the cost of the medicine, we also need to pay for our grandmother's emotional distress and reputational damage.
Let me do the math.
All things considered, it would cost at least 500,000 or 600,000.
The middle-aged woman's eyes widened. "What did you say? 500,000 or 600,000? I don't have that much money." The man with the bowl cut deliberately glanced at the middle-aged woman's medicine basket.
A wicked grin spread across his face. "Since you have no money, just use the herbs in your medicine basket to pay off your debt." As soon as he finished speaking, he strode towards the middle-aged woman and reached for the medicine basket. The middle-aged woman's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly backed away. "This won't do. This is
But, anyway, I can't give it to you.
The man with the bowl cut's face darkened.
You won't give it to me, huh? Brother Dao, I think we should call the police.
Brother Dao stared at the middle-aged woman.
Have you thought this through? Don't blame me for not warning you. Once the official arrives, there will be no possibility of reconciliation.
You might even have to spend a few weeks in jail, all for some material possessions.
Do you think it's worth it?
Before the middle-aged woman could speak, he continued, Ma'am, I can tell you're not young anymore.
You must have elderly people and children to take care of at home, right? When the news of your imprisonment gets back, what will your family think of you? What will your fellow villagers think of you? Faced with Brother Dao's relentless questioning tactics,
the middle-aged woman's face grew increasingly pale. Their psychological defenses were on the verge of collapse. Subconsciously, I looked around, trying to find a kind person willing to help me. However, with the tacit cooperation between Brother Dao and the old lady, and their persuasive rhetoric, the unsuspecting onlookers chose to remain silent.
For a moment, the middle-aged woman was completely isolated and helpless.
Shin Feng looked disdainful and muttered to himself, I thought there was something new, but it turns out to be another group of people trying to scam others. However, these people cooperated very well, and they grasped the environmental conditions and the psychology of the people around them just right. Just as he was about to ignore them, he noticed little fairy doctor and Li Yulan in the crowd. Shin Feng's eyes darted around, and suddenly an idea came to him.
7th senior sister and Li Yulan are both here. If I step in and help that middle-aged woman, wouldn't that help build my glorious image?
Thinking of this, Shin Feng's face immediately lit up with an unbridled smile. He reached out and pressed down on the shoulder of the person in front of him.
He cleared his throat. Excuse me, could you please move aside? I'm about to start showing off.
The man turned around, his expression strange.
Dude, are you out of your mind? Stop talking nonsense. Get out of my way right now.
If you dare to ruin my good time, believe me, I'll beat you up. Shin Feng said, looking displeased. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right fist and made a cracking sound.
The man shrank his neck.
They obediently made way for each other.
Shin Feng walked out of the crowd with an arrogant air.
Just as he was about to shout, a woman's voice beat into it, Enough.
You think you're in the right to stage an accident?
In an instant, everyone, including Shin Feng, turned their attention to the owner of the female voice.
Shin Feng recognized the person and stared in astonishment, it's Song Kersen. What's she doing here? Chapter 124 Isn't this bullying an honest person? Shin Feng wasn't the only one stunned at the scene. Dao Gu and his gang of con artists were also taken aback.
After all, they've used this kind of elaborate, chain reaction staged accident scam countless times, and it's proven effective time and again. Dao Gu exchanged glances with his accomplices before speaking up, Where did this little brat come from?
You have no right to speak here. However, Song Kersen ignored Dao Ji's reprimands.
She went straight to the bewildered middle-aged woman.
Ma'am, don't panic, I'll be your witness. These people are just trying to scam people. The old woman on the ground wasn't knocked down by you at all, and she wasn't injured. The middle-aged woman paused for 2 seconds, then asked somewhat uncertainly, Really?
Before Song Kersen could reply, the man with the bowl cut spoke up first, Hey. Don't think that just because you're beautiful you can falsely accuse people.
You actually accused us of staged accidents to extort money? What proof do you have? That's right.
If you can't provide evidence, we'll sue you for defamation. The curly-haired woman chimed in. Dao Gu remained silent, his expression unpleasant, and he coldly looked at Song Kersen.
Song Kersen glanced at the three of them. I couldn't help but chuckle.
Grandma, your dear grandson and granddaughter both say you are injured, and that this lady was the one who hit you.
So, as the person involved, can you be certain that she was the one who hit him?
The old lady vaguely realized that Song Kersen's words contained a trap. He immediately started to play dumb, saying, Well, I'm a little confused too. Anyway, in my memory, it seems like a person carrying a medicine basket bumped into me.
As for the rest, I'm not sure either. Dao Gu, who was standing nearby, spoke up at the right moment, That's enough.
From the moment we heard Grandma's painful cries, we rushed over and saw that woman. Tell me, besides this woman, who else could have caused my grandmother to fall?
Song Kersen nodded slowly. On the surface, that's true, but the reality may not be so.
At this point, he naturally walked over to the old lady and squatted down, seemingly casually putting his hand on her right shoulder.
Dao Gu immediately became wary. What are you doing? Stay away from my grandma. Song Kursen remained calm and composed. He got up and returned to the middle-aged woman's side. He then spoke calmly, don't be nervous, I'm just checking. What's there to confirm? That woman is the culprit.
Brother Dao said irritably.
Song Kursen spread out her palms, which were slightly covered in dust. He quickly pointed to the old lady, his tone unchanged, see the dust on my hands?
As you can see, this lady's clothes don't seem very clean.
Look at you, old lady, you look clean and tidy, without a speck of dust on you.
Of course, there is quite a bit of dust on your pants, after all, you were sitting on the ground. The woman with the bowl-cut and curly hair, and the old lady on the ground all changed color, clearly realizing they had overlooked this detail. The old lady subtly picked up some dust from the ground and cleverly smeared it on her upper body.
Who said that? You little liar, look closely, I clearly have dust on me. So, it was that woman who hit me. That's irrefutable proof. Dao Ji's eyes widened, and he secretly thought something was wrong.
At the same time, Song Kursen smiled and casually brushed the dust off her palm. I saw it clearly. However, this actually proves the woman's innocence, because the dust on my hands was from when I was squatting down and touching it. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his other hand, touched the middle-aged woman's shoulder, and then showed his clean palm to everyone. In an instant, the crowd's emotions boiled over, and they began to discuss it animatedly. Among them were quite a few people who cast questioning glances at the old woman on the ground. The old lady realized that she had inadvertently stepped into a carefully laid trap by Song Kursen.
He was immediately both angry and annoyed. I simply closed my eyes. He just lay down on the ground.
It's clear that he intends to feign unconsciousness to avoid the impending questions. Song Kursen had long anticipated that the other party would resort to such a shameless tactic. Suddenly, he spoke up, oh right, I almost forgot, I like to carry around some strange insects with me.
It seems we accidentally let them escape just now, ma'am. Do you feel a little itchy on your back?
The old lady didn't take it seriously and kept her eyes tightly shut, pretending not to hear.
By the way, one of them is also highly poisonous. If you get bitten, it will feel prickly. Song Kursen said with a half smile.
Before she could finish speaking, the old lady let out a loud cry and sprang up from the ground.
Where? Where? Little knife. Quickly help me get it out.
The old lady frantically pleaded, shaking her clothes.
Dao Gu looked helpless. Grandma, that woman is lying to you. There are no poisonous insects.
The old lady shook her head repeatedly, no. I really feel a pricking sensation on my back.
Please take a look. Brother Dao frowned. He walked up behind the old lady. He quickly found a toothpick. The old lady's eyes widened. He snatched the toothpick from her hand. He turned and glared at Song Kursen, you little brat. How dare you play me? Believe me or not. Song Kursen interrupted, that's called reciprocity. Also, you're quite agile.
Upon hearing that there were poisonous insects on his body, he immediately stood up.
This is not the behavior one would expect from an injured elderly person who has just been knocked down.
The old lady stopped abruptly, her expression turning extremely awkward.
Meanwhile, after learning the truth, the surrounding onlookers began to condemn the incident. What a bunch of con artists. Ugh. Disgusting. Isn't this bullying an honest person? It's people like you who are ruining the social atmosphere. Call the police. We must call the police. Get the constables to arrest them all. These people are absolutely despicable. Chapter 125 Playing the hero comes at a price. Faced with criticism and insults from the onlookers,
Dao Gu displayed a level of shamelessness that is difficult for ordinary people to match.
He glared fiercely at everyone. He said irritably, what's all the noise about? Believe me or not, I'll take care of you all.
As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out a dagger from behind him, the tip of which pointed at Song Kursen.
You brat, you like to show off, don't you?
Brother Dao's expression was ferocious, and his tone was vicious.
Then I'll let you know that trying to play the hero comes at a price.
After saying that, he suddenly rushed towards Song Kursen, causing the onlookers to gasp in surprise. Shin Feng, standing in the crowd, looked excited and was about to step in to save Song Kursen.
The next second, a figure silently appeared behind Brother Dao and delivered a vertical chop to the latter's neck.
Brother Dao had no time to react.
I felt a sharp pain in the back of my neck.
His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground, immediately losing consciousness. At the same time, the figure casually took the dagger from Brother Dao. He stared blankly at the old woman, the woman with the bowl cut, and the woman with curly hair. His tone was completely flat. He staged an accident in the street, extorted money from us, and even tried to harm our young lady. You guys are really bold. As they spoke, several men and women dressed in black, with capable demeanors, stood behind the man and coldly stared at the group of people trying to stage an accident. The old lady glanced fearfully at Dao Gu, who lay unconscious on the ground. He glanced again at Song Kursen, who remained calm and composed. Unable to resist asking, who exactly are you? And who is that woman who suddenly appeared? Song Kursen slowly walked to the shadow's side. Leaning on the other person's arm, she replied with a smile, my name is Song Kursen. This is my personal bodyguard, Shadow, responsible for protecting my safety. You've already witnessed her skills firsthand. The old lady, the bowl-cut woman, and the curly-haired woman were all dumbfounded, their expressions turning extremely ugly. Song Kursen turned her head to look at the Shadow. Smiling, he asked, Shadow, how's it going with the matter I asked you to call the head of the Public Security Bureau? Before the Shadow could respond, the gang of con artists, whose legs were already trembling with fear, hurriedly begged for mercy, Miss Song. We're sorry, we didn't recognize your greatness. Please be lenient. We know we were wrong, and we will never try to scam people again. The old lady coughed as she pleaded, Miss Song, you're beautiful and kind-hearted, please have mercy on me, given my age. Before she could finish speaking, Song Kursen interrupted, stop it, moral blackmail won't work on me. The old lady, the woman with the bowl cut, and the woman with curly hair immediately knelt down, repeatedly apologizing to Song Kursen and begging for forgiveness. Song Kursen stood up straight, hands on her hips, I told you, all this fancy stuff is useless. Listen up, all of you. Don't make me repeat myself a third time. The curly-haired woman's eyes darted around, and she instantly realized what was going on. Then, Miss Song, what are your instructions? Please feel free to give them. Song Kursen turned around and glanced at the middle-aged woman who looked completely bewildered. They quickly turned their attention back to the staged accident gang. He said with a half-smile, you all mentioned a whole bunch of compensation before. In that case, let's compensate that lady for her emotional distress. Compensation for emotional distress? Well, this. The curly-haired woman looked hesitant, her tone revealing reluctance. Song Kursen spoke coldly, what? You still can't bear to part with it? Shadow, immediately call the deputy director of the city's Public Security Bureau. I need to report something to him. The old lady quickly interjected, waving her hands repeatedly, no. Miss Song. We'll compensate. We still don't know how much compensation you want from us? Song Kursen chuckled lightly, how much compensation? That depends on your sincerity. The old lady made up her mind. He walked over to Brother Dao's side. He reached into the other person's pocket and pulled out a bank card. He respectfully handed it to Song Kursen, saying, this bank card has 100,000 yuan in it, and the password is 666,666. I don't know if this is enough to show my sincerity? Song Kursen casually reached out and took the card, then turned back to the middle-aged woman and handed it to her with a smile, saying, ma'am, please keep this bank card safe. The middle-aged woman's eyes widened, and she asked uncertainly, you're going to give me this 100,000 yuan? Song Kursen placed it directly into the other person's hand. The middle-aged woman looked at the bank card in her hand and said gratefully, thank you. I am extremely grateful. The onlookers echoed, that's right. Thanks to Miss Song's righteous intervention, otherwise we would have all been kept in the dark by these swindlers. Hearing the middle-aged woman's gratitude and the praise from the crowd, Song Kursen smiled and waved her hand, it's nothing. I just can't stand this kind of cheating and deception. At this point, he turned to look at the group of people trying to stage an accident, his smile instantly vanishing. Remember what you said, and get lost. The old lady, the bowl-cut man, and the curly-haired woman were immediately relieved and thanked Song Kursen repeatedly. Just as they were about to help Dao Gu up from the ground, Ingzi stepped on Dao Ji's back. He attempted to attack my young lady with a weapon. Do you intend to take him away? The man with the bowl cut instinctively retorted, but Brother Dao didn't really. Before the man with the bowl cut could finish speaking, the old woman and the curly-haired woman covered his mouth tightly from either side. The old woman smiled apologetically at the shadow and said, you're right. He deserved it. We'll take our leave now. As soon as he finished speaking, he and the curly-haired woman exerted their strength together and forcibly pulled away the bowl-cut man who was trying to struggle.
Chapter 126. Is this guy an idiot? After those three people completely disappeared from sight,
Shadow withdrew his gaze, bent down, stretched out his right hand, and easily pulled up Brother Dao from the ground. "Miss, we will take care of sending this audacious fellow to the police station."
Song Kursen nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, thank you for your hard work."
The shadow slowly shook its head.
"No need. This is our duty. I will be back soon."
As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately led his men out of the crowd on their own.
The next second, Ji Xingxian's voice, "Little fairy doctor," came from afar. "Sister Kursen, I never expected to meet you here.
We are truly destined to meet."
Song Kursen looked in the direction of the voice, a smile on her face. "I noticed you earlier. What are you doing here?"
Ji Xingxian replied with a smile, "Of course we're here to buy medicinal herbs, but unfortunately, they're all just ordinary stuff."
"Oh, by the way, there was also a shady herbal medicine merchant who tried to rip me off, but I taught him a lesson he won't forget."
Song Kursen covered her mouth and smiled. "That heartless boss really asked for trouble, daring to play tricks on you, little fairy doctor." Ji Xingxian put her hands on her hips, looking smug.
"That's right.
But, Sister Kursen, I'm still far behind you." As he spoke, he gave Song Kursen a thumbs up. "Your actions just now really stunned me, you were amazing."
Song Kursen smiled and said, "You flatter me. It's mainly because they are too greedy and not united enough."
Before Ji Xingxian could speak, the middle-aged woman's voice suddenly rang out. Miss Song, you've helped me so much, I have no way to repay you."
"I wonder if you're interested in rare medicinal herbs." Song Kursen immediately turned around and looked at the middle-aged woman.
With a smile, he said, "Of course I'm interested."
"I just don't know what kind of rare medicinal herb you're talking about."
The middle-aged woman looked around.
He immediately took off the medicine basket from his back.
Carefully, I took out a Ganoderma lucidum of excellent quality and considerable size. He unconsciously lowered his voice. "Based on my harvesting experience and understanding of medicinal herbs, this Ganoderma lucidum is at least 100 years old.
If you're interested, I'm willing to sell it for half price. What do you think?" Before Song Kursen could reply, Ji Xingxian exclaimed in surprise, "Half price?
My goodness, this is a genuine century-old Ganoderma lucidum. I remember the last time I saw this quality, it was traded for 800,000.
"Ma'am, you really are." At the same time, the onlookers who were originally planning to leave changed their minds after hearing Ji Xingxian's exclamation.
The gazes directed at Song Kursen were filled with curiosity, excitement, envy, or jealousy.
Undoubtedly, everyone present was eager to see how Song Kursen would react next. This naturally includes Shin Feng, who failed to act bravely.
He was filled with mixed feelings and deep regret.
Song Kursen glanced at the century-old Ganoderma lucidum in front of her.
Then he glanced at the middle-aged woman's expression, which was trying hard to hide her pain. She suddenly chuckled softly, "I won't accept it."
For a moment, everyone, including the middle-aged woman, was dumbfounded, and they all looked at each other with expressions of, "Is this guy stupid?"
The middle-aged woman mistakenly thought that Song Kursen was questioning the authenticity of the Ganoderma lucidum. He hurriedly explained, "Miss Song, you have to believe me, this century-old Ganoderma lucidum is indeed genuine. You just did me a huge favor, and I'm truly grateful. I would never try to scam you with counterfeit goods." Ji Xingxian chimed in, "Sister Kursen, I've examined it carefully, and there's nothing wrong with the quality of this century-old Ganoderma lucidum."
"You don't even trust my judgment, do you?"
As she finished speaking, Ji Xingxian's tone became more aggrieved, and her eyes welled up with tears.
Song Kursen couldn't help but laugh.
He patted Ji Xingxian on the shoulder and said, "Of course not, I still trust your reputation as little fairy doctor." He quickly turned to the middle-aged woman and said, "Sister, it's not that I don't want to accept this century-old Ganoderma lucidum, but that I'm unwilling to accept the price you're offering."
The middle-aged woman's eyes widened. "You won't even accept half price? Do you expect me to?" Song Kursen took over the conversation, her tone resolute, "That's right.
I want to buy this Ganoderma lucidum at the original price, 800,000, not a penny less."
In an instant, the scene fell silent, and the middle-aged woman and Ji Xingxian were dumbfounded. Shin Feng, standing in the crowd, couldn't help but curse under his breath as an idiot woman. Why would Song Kursen refuse a half-price Ganoderma lucidum and insist on buying it at full price? Has she lost her mind? I've never seen such an idiotic woman before.
I should have acted sooner. That century-old Ganoderma lucidum would have been mine.
What a pity. Just as Shin Feng was increasingly regretting his slow action, Song Kursen looked at the middle-aged woman.
Her tone remained unchanged. Elder sister, it must have taken you a lot of effort to find this century-old Ganoderma lucidum.
You must have had your reasons for being reluctant to compromise with the scam gang and hand over this medicinal herb.
I, Song Kursen, have never been the kind of person who takes advantage of kindness.
If you really want to sell, then sell it to me at the original price. Faced with Song Kursen's upright and unyielding speech, everyone present was stunned. Ji Xingxian looked at Song Kursen with even more reverence in her eyes.
The middle-aged woman's voice trembled, her tone agitated. Miss Song.
I'm sorry. I was narrow-minded and insulted your character in this way. I'm truly sorry.
However, thanks to your great kindness, I received 100,000 yuan in compensation for emotional distress. If I were to sell the Ganoderma lucidum to you at the original price, I would feel really guilty.
Chapter 127 Ji Xingxian's Intimate Moments.
After much persuasion, a middle-aged woman offered to lower the price by 100,000 yuan.
Song Kursen deliberately put on a helpless expression and reluctantly accepted the terms of the deal offered by the other party. This unique transaction was thus successfully concluded.
The middle-aged woman picked up her empty medicine basket again. He looked at Song Kursen with a big smile. Her tone was still filled with deep gratitude. Miss Song, if I ever find any more precious medicinal herbs in the future, I will definitely let you know immediately.
Song Kursen smiled sincerely. Okay, then remember my contact information and you can call me anytime.
The middle-aged woman nodded repeatedly, then thanked Song Kursen again before leaving the Chinese medicine street with satisfaction.
After the middle-aged woman left, Ji Xingxian came to Song Kursen with an expression full of admiration on her face. Sister Kursen. You were so cool just now. She feels like a female knight-errant. Song Kursen chuckled lightly. It's not about chivalry, I'm just doing what I think is right. No. This is already quite remarkable. Ji Xingxian said firmly. Song Kursen patted her shoulder. Xianer, you're not bad either, saving lives and helping the world. Ji Xingxian's cheeks flushed instantly. Well, it's alright, he. Although he spoke modestly, he was secretly overjoyed. Whether it's her character or her way of doing things, Sister Kursen is just exactly my type. My master said that interpersonal relationships need to be carefully maintained, so I must try to get closer to them in the future. However, on the other hand, how exactly should this be maintained? Ji Xingxian thought it over and over. Suddenly, he pounced on Song Kursen. Hold him tightly. Song Kursen looked surprised and almost pushed the other person away. She asked, Xianer, why did you suddenly hug me?
Ji Xingxian said in a serious tone, my master told me that interpersonal relationships need to be maintained carefully.
Shouldn't sticking together like this count?
For a moment, Song Kursen's expression froze, and she was at a loss for words. Before she could react, Shin Feng walked over slowly, feigning surprise. Miss Song.
I didn't expect you to be here too. What just happened?
Ji Xingxian maintained her embrace of Song Kursen. With an extremely excited expression, he said, Little Feng. Just now, Sister Kursen taught a lesson to a group of people who were trying to scam others, and she even. Immediately afterwards, Ji Xingxian told Shin Feng about all of Song Kursen's righteous deeds.
Shin Feng feigned surprise. So that's how it is. Miss Song, you are truly a woman who is just as capable as any man. I really admire you. By the way, regarding that century-old Ganoderma lucidum, I wonder if I could take a look at it? Song Kursen casually opened the backpack she was carrying.
He slowly took out the century-old Ganoderma lucidum.
It was naturally handed to Shin Feng. Shin Feng's eyes lit up immediately. Just as he was about to reach out and take it,
Song Kursen quickly put her backpack back in and replied with a smile, I finished reading, Mr. Shin.
Is there anything else? Shin Feng's breath hitched, and he coughed repeatedly. Miss Song, aren't you being a little too cautious? Song Kursen feigned ignorance. Be cautious? That's not true. You said yourself that you wanted to take a look. So you really only glanced at it? Shin Feng's eyes widened. Song Kursen spread her hands. Otherwise what? You made the request yourself, and I've already fulfilled it.
Shin Feng gasped in anger, about to speak up to plead his case.
Ji Xingxian suddenly exclaimed, Oh no. I just remembered I had an appointment with a herbal medicine merchant. Excuse me, Sister Curson, I have to take my leave.
After saying that, without giving Shinfeng a chance to speak, he took him away.
Song Curson smiled and waved. Sienner, let's get together again when we have time. Okay. Sister Curson Ji Xingxian's voice came from afar. A moment later,
Ji Xingxian and Shinfeng arrived at the other end of the street.
Shinfeng looked at Ji Xingxian's fair hands and graceful figure, and his heart skipped a beat.
The next second, Ji Xingxian suddenly turned her head and stared straight at Shinfeng.
Shinfeng chuckled dryly. Seventh senior sister, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? Ji Xingxian gripped Shinfeng's wrist tightly. No, it's not on your face, but it's in your heart. Shinfeng's heart tightened, and he hurriedly asked, what do you mean by that?
Ji Xingxian released her grip, puffed out her cheeks, and said, the sudden increase in your pulse rate proves that your heart is beating faster because of nervousness.
Shinfeng quickly retorted, seventh senior sister, it's normal for my heart to race after you've been carrying me all this way, right?
Ji Xingxian said in an unhappy tone, I told you, your heart rate increased for a split second, right when I said there was something dirty in your heart.
Little Flingzy, your senior sister isn't stupid. Tell me honestly, is there something you're hiding from me? Shinfeng's eyes darted around.
She immediately handed over the things she was carrying, saying, senior sister.
As expected, nothing can be hidden from you. Look. This is a 60-year-old Ganoderma lucidum that I just bought. It's in pretty good condition, isn't it? Ji Xingxian's face lit up with joy.
He reached out and took it, examining it from both sides. She smiled and looked at Shinfeng. Not bad, little Feng, I didn't expect you to have such good luck.
Shinfeng chuckled dryly, you flatter me, seventh senior sister.
Before she could finish speaking, Ji Xingxian turned around and said casually, speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence that such a thing can happen in this world.
Seventh senior sister, what do you mean by that? Shinfeng feigned confusion. Ji Xingxian said without turning her head, don't you think your Ganoderma looks a lot like Sister Curson's? Even I find it hard to tell the difference between the two. At this point, he said jokingly, by the way, Xia Fengzi, you probably didn't think of switching things out, did you?
Shinfeng opened his eyes wide and said firmly, of course not. I would never do such a low-class and tasteless thing. Chapter 128 If heaven had not given birth to Song Curson, the heroine would have been plunged into eternal darkness.
At the same time,
Song Curson, who remained where she was, lowered her right hand, looking in the direction Ji Xingxian and Shinfeng left. A smug look unconsciously appeared on his face. They took out the century-old Ganoderma lucidum again.
Her smile widened. It really came so easily. Everything was exactly as I planned. I'm such a master strategist. If heaven hadn't given birth to Song Curson, the heroine would have been plunged into eternal darkness.
As he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure not far away out of the corner of his eye. A sudden impulse arose in Song Curson's heart. He strode toward the person.
Just as we were about to pass each other by. Feigning surprise, she asked, who is this? Isn't this chairwoman Li Yulan of the Li's healthcare group? He quickly noticed that Li Yulan's expression was unusual.
Song Curson immediately launched into a sarcastic remark, Li Yulan, I really can't understand how Brother Lin could have ever taken a liking to you before?
Of course, none of that matters. The important thing is that you, woman, have so brazenly trampled on his enthusiasm. I must say, you're really blind, unlike me, who only feels sorry for Brother Lin. Li Yulan's face darkened. Song Curson, are you alright? Song Curson smiled, I used to, but I'm fine now. Do you know why?
Because Brother Lin has finally seen the error of his ways and realized that you're not worth his heart and soul. Before Li Yulan could reply, he said to himself, alright, I have something more important to take care of, so I won't waste any more time with you here.
After saying that, Song Curson walked past Li Yulan with an air of triumph, like a victor. Li Yulan stared resentfully at Song Curson's receding figure. Unable to contain her anger, she exclaimed, this is so absurd. Did I do anything to provoke her? Why is she always picking on me? At this point, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he subconsciously asked, wait a minute, how did she suddenly end up on the Chinese medicine street? Li Yulan glanced in the direction the middle-aged woman had left.
Then I looked at the location where the staged accident had just happened.
This is in conjunction with Song Curson's previous remarks at the birthday banquet. A bold conjecture couldn't help but form in my mind. He immediately blurted out, could it be that she knew from the very beginning that a staged accident would happen here? There's no mistake.
She must have come specifically to find that middle-aged woman in order to get that century-old Ganoderma lucidum.
In other words, all of this was instructed by Lin Chuan, including the mockery just now.
Lin Chuan probably wanted to remind me that the humiliation I caused him in the past is not so easy to erase. Thus, through correct reasoning, Li Yulan finally arrived at a result that was far from the truth. The initial anger was instantly replaced by guilt and self-blame.
She couldn't help but sigh. I
underestimated the psychological damage to Lin Chuan.
Perhaps Song Kursen was right. I did trample on Lin Chuan's enthusiasm, which led to this retribution. But how can I make it up to him?
The company has just started to see some improvement, and I really can't offer financial compensation in the short term. As she finished speaking, Li Yulan's mood became increasingly depressed, and her heart almost sank to the bottom.
The next second, Jiang Shishir's voice suddenly came, Lan Lan. What are you standing here for? We still have some collaborative projects to discuss. Wait, I see you're not quite right.
Li Yulan sighed. No, it's nothing, I'm fine.
Jiang Shishir shook her head repeatedly. Come on, I know you too well. If there was really nothing wrong, I would never say such a thing. Tell me, what happened? Maybe I can help you.
Li Yulan sighed again, and then told her best friend about her experience and speculation. After saying that, he rubbed his temples and said, that's how it is. I'm very troubled now and don't know how to make it up to Lin Chuan.
Jiang Shishir's eyes darted around.
A mischievous smile appeared on his face as he leaned close to Li Yulan's ear and whispered his thoughts.
Li Yulan listened attentively. Her face instantly turned as red as an apple. He waved his hands and shook his head repeatedly. No. Absolutely not. How could I do such a thing? Besides, I am, after all, someone. If word gets out, what will people think of me?
Jiang Shishir rolled her eyes.
Do other people's opinions matter?
What matters is what young Master Lin thinks of you.
Li Yulan pursed her lips.
I think even if we do as you say, Lin Chuan might not accept me.
Lan Lan. When did you become so insecure about your appearance and figure?
Jiang Shishir asked in surprise.
Li Yulan sighed helplessly.
While playing with her hair, she replied, just like you said, Lin Chuan has an extremely bad impression of me and would think I have ulterior motives.
Jiang Shishir pouted. Lan Lan, I'm not trying to criticize you, but instead of hesitating here, why not take the initiative? Take the initiative? Li Yulan asked in confusion. Jiang Shishir nodded emphatically. That's right. Take the initiative, communicate actively, and at least find out what young Master Lin really thinks of you. If young Master Lin still harbors even a sliver of affection for you, then you. Li Yulan silently turned away. I didn't listen to what Jiang Shishir said next. Another idea came to mind. I almost forgot, I can hear Lin Chuan's thoughts. Those heartfelt words not only contain Lin Chuan's true thoughts, but also included great opportunities like the beauty formula and the Tian Shan Snow Lotus. If I can seize those opportunities and strengthen myself, perhaps I will have a chance to make it up to Lin Chuan in the future. Li Yulan made up her mind and blurted out, that's right. That's what we'll do. He quickly turned back to Jiang Shishir. Let's go, let's finish those collaborative projects as soon as possible. Jiang Shishir looked surprised. What? How did we get back to work? Weren't we talking about how to compensate young Master Lin? Li Yulan laughed heartily. It's all right, I've already thought of a way. Chapter 129 An Unexpected Joy. Regarding Li Yulan's changes and plans, Song Kursen naturally had no way of knowing. At that moment, she was in an incredibly wonderful mood, humming a song as she drove to her new company. Soon, Song Kursen arrived at the new company's parking lot and parked her car. As she opened the car door and got out, she was still humming a cheerful tune. Today is a good day, all my wishes will come true. A middle-aged man in a white coat walked towards us, muttering things like the parameters are wrong and necessary elements are missing. Song Kursen recognized the person at a glance and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Dr. One. The middle-aged man stopped and looked up at Song Kursen. A look of surprise appeared on his haggard face. He blurted out, President Song. What brings you here? Song Kursen chuckled lightly. Of course it's for something very important. But let's not talk about that for now. What were you muttering about just now? I think I heard something is wrong with the parameters, or that some necessary elements are missing. Is there a problem with the product development team? Dr. Wen sighed deeply, looking ashamed.
To be honest, I am ashamed to say that I have tried to adjust and experiment with the formula you provided many times. For some reason, the results were never quite satisfactory, and I have failed to meet your expectations."
Song Kersen understood. Without showing any emotion, he pressed on, "Could it be that there's something wrong with the formula itself?" "You could say that, or you could say that it isn't." Dr. Wen's expression was somewhat subtle. "If I'm not mistaken, we're missing a key ingredient, and we've already ordered people to take samples for testing." Just as he finished speaking, a cell phone rang in the pocket of his lab coat, interrupting Dr. Wen's words. Dr. Wen quickly answered the phone. "Hello? It's me." "Whom? You said that the key medicinal ingredient has been identified? It's Ganoderma lucidum? Good, good. In any case, you guys start testing it right away." After hanging up the phone, he looked at Song Kersen again and said, "President Song, you've come at just the right time. Why don't you come with me to the lab?" Song Kersen replied with a smile, "No problem, I'm also very curious about the development progress of the new product." After a while, led by Dr. Wen, Song Kersen quickly arrived at the perimeter of the laboratory and immediately saw the staff bustling about. Many of them looked excited, clearly because they had just overcome a technical hurdle, which brought them unparalleled pride and honor. Dr. Wen gestured towards the changing room. "Excuse me, Mr. Song, you need to change into the appropriate protective clothing before entering the laboratory. This is both to protect you and to prevent external impurities and tiny germs from entering the laboratory." Song Kersen smiled and replied, "I understand. By the way, can I bring my backpack in?" Dr. Wen glanced at it thoughtfully. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he nodded seriously, "No problem, but entering the core area of the laboratory requires disinfection and wearing a full set of protective equipment." After saying that, he immediately called over a staff member and gave him a few simple instructions. The staff member walked up to Song Kersen. With utmost respect, he said, "Hello, Mr. Song. I will take good care of your backpack." Song Kersen nodded, "Then I'll have to trouble you. Remember, you must keep a close eye on it for me. In addition, no one is allowed to approach my backpack except me." The staff member nodded solemnly, "Understood." Song Kersen chuckled, handed over her backpack, and walked towards the changing room not far away. A moment later, they changed into a lighter set of protective clothing and put on a mask. "Dr. Wen, may I go in now?" Song Kersen's voice sounded muffled through the protective gear. Dr. Wen nodded repeatedly, not daring to be negligent, and immediately led Song Kersen into the laboratory. Soon, Song Kersen leisurely toured the area and saw that the staff were all working diligently. He immediately nodded in satisfaction and praised, "Not bad, not bad, it seems everyone has worked very hard. Once the R&D work is finished and the new product is launched, I will ask the finance department to give everyone bonuses." At this point, he turned to Dr. Wen and said, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for your help in building this team, the company wouldn't have been able to get up and running so quickly." Dr. Wen replied with a smile, "President Song, you flatter me. I'm the one who should be thanking you. If you hadn't hired me, I would have had to disband the team and go back to doing paperwork." Song Kersen laughed and said, "Yes, that would be such a waste of his talent." Dr. Wen hesitated for 2 seconds, then tentatively asked, "President Song, while the origin of that formula is certainly amazing, are you so sure it will gain market acceptance?" Before Song Kersen could reply, a staff member jogged over, carrying a small jar in his hand. He excitedly shouted, "Dr. President Song, it's a success. Please take a look." Song Kersen's eyes lit up immediately. He reached out and took the small jar first. Looking down, I saw that the jar contained a light brown paste that faintly emitted a pleasant smell. Song Kersen looked up at the staff. They inquired earnestly, "Have you tested the product's effectiveness?" "Yes. The effect is quite good, Mr. Song, please take a look," the staff member said as he took out a tablet. Song Kersen casually handed the small jar to Dr. Wen. He reached out and took the tablet. "Open a video recording." Soon, a lab technician was seen trying the product, and her originally dull cheeks gradually became rosy and radiant. Dr. Wen, standing nearby, exclaimed excitedly, "Our judgment was correct. It really was just missing a piece of Ganoderma lucidum. President Song, as long as we follow the current configuration and conduct a few more rounds of clinical trials, the mass production of the new product will be just around the corner." Song Kersen watched the video repeatedly. The information confirmed that it was not falsified. He finally let out a breath. Return the tablet to the staff. He turned to Dr. Wen with a mysterious smile. Dr. Wen, if I told you that the effects of the new product could be even better, would you believe me? Dr. Wen immediately showed an expression of mixed curiosity and doubt. Chapter 130. Is it really that amazing? More than an hour later. Inside the lounge. Song Kersen had already taken off her non-breathable protective suit. Sitting on the red sofa, they leisurely savored the high-grade black tea. The next second, the door was suddenly opened, and the person who came in was Dr. Wen. Song Kersen noticed the excitement and exhilaration on the other person's face. He smiled and took a sip of tea. You can fully appreciate the rich aroma of tea spreading between your lips and teeth. Only then did he slowly speak. Dr. Wen, judging from the expression on your face, the effects of using century-old Ganoderma lucidum should be quite good, right? Dr. Wen walked quickly to Song Kersen's side. The smile on his face was incredibly bright. It's not just good, it's practically a leap forward, she exclaimed excitedly. Mr. Song, just as you said, the skincare effects of the new product are truly on another level. In addition to common cleansing, skincare, and skin nourishment, it also has incredibly significant anti-aging effects. Not only that, it even has the remarkable effect of accelerating the elimination of old scars, allowing injured and scarred skin to recover as if it were brand new. Song Kersen listened to Dr. Wen's words, which sounded like a sales pitch. His expression became somewhat subtle. He subconsciously replied, Dr. Wen, is it really that amazing? Are you sure there's no exaggeration involved? I remember you're not the type to fawn over people. Dr. Wen was immediately at a loss for words, feeling both amused and exasperated. He immediately replied, of course not. I'm not exaggerating at all, I saw those things with my own eyes. President Song, you personally brought this century-old Ganoderma lucidum. Don't you even believe it yourself? Song Kersen remained silent for 2 seconds. He slowly stood up. His eyes were fixed on Dr. Wen. He said slowly and deliberately, hearing is believing, seeing is believing, Dr. Wen, I need to experience it for myself. Dr. Wen seemed to have anticipated that Song Kersen would say that. Without hesitation, he pulled a small, semi-transparent bottle from his pocket. It was handed directly to Song Kersen. Song Kersen reached out and took it. Unscrew the cap. I immediately noticed a golden hue, different from the previous ones. I glanced at Dr. Wen subconsciously. Dr. Wen gave an awkward smile. Color is just the icing on the cake after all, appearance is also very important. Don't worry, someone has just tested it and it will absolutely not cause any harm to the human body. Song Kersen hesitated for 2 seconds. Then hook some up with your index finger. Apply evenly to the left cheek. He put his hand down quickly. Looking at Dr. Wen across from him, just as he was about to speak, he saw that the other person was completely dumbfounded, his eyes filled with amazement. Song Kersen's heart stirred. He quickly pulled out his phone. Turn on the mirror function. Upon closer inspection, I was immediately amazed by my own appearance. As Song Kersen looked at her radiant and stunningly beautiful left cheek in the mirror, she couldn't help but stroke it back and forth. He muttered to himself, is this really my face? The beauty filter is so effective, it's beyond my expectations. Dr. Wen couldn't help but interject, of course it's you, President Song. Song Kersen smiled contentedly. Then she applied some more to her right cheek. In an instant, her already bright and delicate face shone like a pearl, glowing like a beautiful jade, making her a beauty that could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky. Song Kersen couldn't help but take a few more glances. Reluctantly, I put down my phone. Looking up at Dr. Wen across from me, I asked, Dr. Wen, have you named this product yet? Dr. Wen pondered for 2 seconds. It's not decided yet, but there are a few alternatives. Tell me about it, Song Kersen asked curiously. Dr. Wen spoke eloquently, Huatuo's beauty cream, Tianxian Pei, and Shu Guang Baoqi, etc. I wonder if any of them suit your taste? Song Kersen was in no hurry to answer. He then said, Doctor, you should know very well that this will be a groundbreaking product. I am confident that with just this one product, we can sweep the global cosmetics industry. Dr. Wen nodded emphatically, that's beyond doubt. Mr. Song, have you decided on a name? Song Kersen smiled and said, that's right, I plan to call it Goddess of the Luo River. Dr. Wen instantly recalled parts of Chao Ji's ode to the goddess of the Luo River. He then looked at Song Kersen's breathtakingly beautiful face. Nodding repeatedly, excellent. Very fitting, a truly wonderful name. Dr. Wen, I'm leaving the rest of the work to you. Song Kersen smiled and nodded.
Dr. Wen nodded emphatically, don't worry. I will have them expedite the clinical trials and apply for patents simultaneously.
Song Kersen added with a smile, there's also the listing application, but of course, I can handle that part.
Once everything is ready, we can start investing heavily in marketing and promotion to ensure that the Luotian skincare products become an instant hit.
Dr. Wen exclaimed excitedly, President Song, you've really thought this through. Song Kersen smiled and waved her hand. A moment later, Song Kersen bid farewell to Dr. Wen, who was full of enthusiasm for his work. I left the company in a good mood. Back in the parking lot.
Immediately, a familiar figure was seen standing beside the car. It was Shadow.
Song Kersen immediately had a mischievous idea. He walked silently to the other person. He coughed a few times on purpose. Shadow looked up at Song Kersen.
Just as I was about to offer my respectful greetings. When they finally saw Song Kersen's appearance clearly, he was stunned on the spot.
Song Kersen suppressed a laugh and pretended not to understand. Shadow, is there something dirty on my face? Shadow blurted out, no. It's just.
Miss, you seem to have become even more beautiful. Song Kersen replied with a smile, not bad, your eyesight is still as sharp as ever.
Shadow quickly regained his composure. She inquired respectfully, young miss, what are your plans for the future? Song Kersen pinched her chin. He looked thoughtful.
Once the Luotian skincare products are launched, Brother Lin, as the major shareholder, will definitely see his net worth skyrocket, and I'll be able to benefit from it too.
However, we cannot let our guard down. After all, these opportunities originally belonged to Shinfeng.
Brother Lin is quite wary of Shinfeng, which means he can't do some things personally, so I'll continue to take care of them.
Thinking of this, Song Kersen looked at the Shadow.
Smiling, she said, I want to visit Brother Lin again and tell him some good news.